Chapter 981. The arrival of hundreds of vehicles was beyond the Orc commander's wildest dreams. He had initially assumed the Orcs would only send 20 to 50 vehicles at most. But to his surprise, the Orcs dispatched over 100 vehicles at once. This clearly defied the Orcs' way of thinking. Why was this happening? Orc, don't you see whose supply lines you're attacking? This is the Wehrmacht's supply line. If we don't send troops quickly, the Guards Division commander will probably come to my headquarters and have me executed. This was precisely why the Orcs rushed to send reinforcements. They practically pulled in all the reserves from the surrounding units. They focused on attacking from the heart. Over 100 vehicles surrounded the village. Among them were a number of T-54 tanks. With the T-72, who still needs the T-54, even more, the T-72B3M has already been deployed, and the T-90 is about to be released on the production line. So, as an ally of Great Yin, Chi-Chi naturally received a batch of T-54 tanks to replace the Leopard and Tiger tanks it had previously acquired. The Orcs were moved to tears. Have you ever seen a Cold War army use World War II vehicles? Great Yin is so kind to us. If there's meat, there's soup. He really is. I'm crying. Seeing the village surrounded by a large number of vehicles, the Orc commander chose to flee without looking back. He didn't even bother with the 400 Orc soldiers in the village. What a joke. There were only 200 or 300 of them. If he had gone to help those 400 soldiers, he'd probably have died here too. As the saying goes, as long as the mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. I will definitely return. The commander also notified the other 2 armies of 500 men, telling them to end the battle immediately and evacuate. If they didn't retreat, they would likely be surrounded by these over 100 vehicles. The commander wasn't idle during his retreat, however, as he informed the other friendly forces of the situation. After all, the sudden appearance of hundreds of vehicles was a significant change in their infiltration plan. Although the commander encountered setbacks here, the Orc armies elsewhere were advancing with unstoppable force. With almost unbelievable speed, they had already captured over 80% of the villages in the frontline occupied zone. Another 20% were being gradually eroded. The Orcs were very clever. They understood how to use numbers against numbers, concentrating their superior forces to eliminate the enemy. Only 100,000 Orcs were deployed on the front line. They not only had to control the occupied zone, but also had to deal with local conflicts. Before the battle even began, they were already incredibly busy. However, after the battle began, a wave of Orc infiltration devastated them. Not only that, with victory nearing, many powerful individuals sent their children to the front lines, attempting to gain military merit in a battle that was almost certain to be won, thereby preserving their honorary nobility titles. Although the Imperial Guard division remained silent, anyone with a discerning eye knew that Leon would not allow them to exploit this loophole. What a joke! Some people's honorary nobility titles were truly earned through hard work. Their children earned their due military merit by fighting on the front lines. They retained their honorary titles. But what about you guys? Let's not discuss whether your actions were right or wrong. You were parachuted in haphazardly, displacing the people who originally held these positions. If you were capable, I wouldn't say anything, but you're parachuting in without the ability. This is destructive to the military. To prevent this, the National Defense Forces have stipulated that all children of honorary nobles who wish to become officers must be admitted to the Great Yin Military Academy. This brings us to a certain grandson of Caddis. After learning that his grandfather was a field marshal, he was instantly overjoyed. He had originally planned to rely on his grandfather to get an official position. But when he applied for the military academy, he failed the first round and was directly rejected. Caddis remained expressionless upon hearing the news, but Carl and Chester were practically laughing their heads off. How embarrassing would this be if it got out? The grandson of a field marshal didn't even get into the military academy. Carl, we receive professional training. We only laugh when we can't help it. But gloating over someone else's misfortune is bad. Carl had a distant relative who also wanted to join the military. Carr, hoping to give him a chance, enrolled him in the Air Force pilot program. He nearly passed out from vomiting. Then Carl stopped laughing, but Caddis did. Why aren't you laughing? Are you naturally shy? Anyone familiar with Leon knows that you can use your position to provide opportunities for those you know, but you're not allowed to throw garbage into the mix. But Chester was still the better person. He was all alone. Aside from his wife, Salia, there was no one else in the vast Duke's mansion. Initially, Chester wanted to hire a few maids to help Salia maintain the Duke's palace. But Salia said there was no need. Whether cleaning or washing clothes, Salia only needed to wave her hand, and the water element would clean the Duke's palace and the clothes. When Leon heard this, He was so envious that he almost pounded the floor. The reason was simple. This one person could do the work of over 10 people. And for free. No, at most I pay him 5 times the salary, and I could still earn the wages of 5 more people. The news of the chaos in the Qinchi Kingdom's occupied territory quickly spread to the surrounding areas. When Yan Qingqi heard this, he was furious. After all, the Imperial Guards had already defeated the most challenging orc elites. And yet, a mighty army of 300,000 couldn't even hold these territories. While conquering the world is easy, holding it is difficult. But you wouldn't lose all the frontline territory overnight, would you? What would you do with the Guards division? Attack from both sides. Attack from both sides. What would the Guards division do? Upon learning that the territory behind them had been captured by the orcs, the Guards division commander immediately issued orders to all brigades. They were told to quickly gather their troops and wait for the orcs to wipe them out. The military headquarters was also surprised by this news and immediately dispatched the Great Yin 2nd Armored Army, which had been stationed within the Holy Empire. They were told to launch a feint attack from the Northern Holy Empire toward the Orc Empire to the north, to contain Bahamut and force him to abandon his attempt to encircle the Guards division. In fact, Bahamut had never intended to encircle the Guards division. Upon learning of the Guards division's disadvantageous position, the Guards division commander immediately gathered his troops, concentrated his limited ammunition, and prepared for defense. Bahamut naturally didn't want to deal with the prickly Guards division. Now, Bahamut's only thought was to conquer the occupied territories and plunder the orcs' weapons and equipment to arm himself. There was no other way. The equipment gap was simply too great. This was the only way to close the gap. Bahamut, it's so hard for me. Chapter 982. The orcs knew they couldn't defeat the Wehrmacht, and even the orcs themselves were overwhelmed. The Wehrmacht relied on the world's resources to support them. The Orc Empire's half of the country was already doing its best to support an army of 600,000. And Bahamut had led his army to several impressive victories. It's safe to say that the orcs are natural warriors. This, however, also indirectly reflects the orcs' weakness. Or perhaps it's their cowardice. Even with new weapons and equipment, the orcs still had an innate fear of the orcs. This innate fear took a long time to overcome. But at the critical moment, the orcs failed. Bahamut's sudden infiltration caught them off guard. Much of the orcs' weapons and equipment were seized by the Orc Empire, T-54 tanks, RPGs, and a large number of AK-47s. At least enough weapons and equipment to arm 10,000 men fell into the hands of the orcs. This was due to the orcs' habit. Like squirrels, they always liked to hoard their possessions. But the problem was, even if they kept them together, they didn't know how to use them. As a result, the orcs benefited from their possessions. So when Bahamut learned that the army he had sent had captured the orcs' arsenal, he was incredibly excited. He almost took off. However, Bahamut didn't become complacent. He immediately transported all the weapons and equipment of the 10,000 men back. He intended to use this to equip a proper army to fight against the orcs and their powerful Guards division. But before he could think much, trouble struck in the south. The Wehrmacht's 2nd Panzer Army approached the border. This frightened Bahamut deeply, and he planned to use the weapons and equipment of his 10,000 men for a relentless attack. In the end, however, he was told that something had gone wrong. The Wehrmacht's advance north sounded a warning to him. But Bahamut would never surrender. After a brief deliberation, Bahamut chose to abandon the south without hesitation. Because no matter how the battle continued, the south would fall. Furthermore, the Orc Empire's vast industrial base was located in the northeast, near the Arctic. It wasn't that the orcs were seeking trouble by moving these industries to the bitter cold of the northeast. The threat from the Great Flame hung like a sword, forcing them to prepare defensive measures against it. At first, the Orc Empire didn't know the Wehrmacht possessed missiles. It wasn't until they learned that the missiles could reach the extreme cold of the north. The Orc Empire's industry had already been established. Relocating at this time was not a wise option. So, industry settled in the northeast. The southeast bordered the Holy Empire. In the beginning, these orcs could still raid south. The Holy Empire gradually weakened under the rule of Edward III. The orcs often raided south during the winter. But sometimes, the Holy Empire would organize armies to launch counterattacks against the Orc Empire. As a result, there were few buildings in the southeastern part of the Orc Empire. Most of the buildings were small tribes. Especially after the Holy Empire was liberated by the Great Yin, the orcs in the southeast almost all fled. There were now few orcs to be seen in the entire southeast. However, the terrain in the southeast was somewhat complex. Because the Song River passes through the southeast, a large portion of the southeastern Orc Empire was swampland. This would greatly restrict the Wehrmacht's mechanized forces. Originally, Bachmet had planned to engage the Wehrmacht in a major battle in this swampland. But what Bachmet hadn't anticipated was that the Wehrmacht would defy the odds and attack from the west. It was precisely because of this swampland that most of the Holy Empire's previous western expeditions began in the Violet Duchy, rather than attacking directly north. This swampland not only restricted mechanized forces, but also tormented ordinary soldiers. Bachmet's decisiveness shocked the commander of the Guards division. After all, not everyone has the courage to cut off their rear guard and survive. After abandoning the southeast, Bachmet ordered the 100,000-strong army sweeping through the occupied area to blow up the local roads and bridges. Fight guerrilla warfare with the enemy whenever possible, avoiding direct confrontation. Bachmet's actions were merely a means of stalling for time. Bachmet himself, leading his remaining 200,000 troops, began a retreat toward the extremely cold lands of the northeast, intending to rely on the industry there for a final defense. Bachmet appointed a commander, and 4 reserve commanders, to the 100,000 currently occupied. He allowed these 100,000 to ascend the mountain, and become the kings of the mountain. Bachmet roughly calculated that these 100,000 could draw down at least 200,000 to 300,000 orcs. So, Bachmet himself only needed to lead 200,000 troops to defeat the 30,000 Guards division soldiers. Why does that sound a bit difficult? In any case, 200,000 versus 30,000, the advantage is mine. Bachmet's side is nearly at its end. And Bonaparte's side is almost there too. The 1st Panzer Army and the 1st Infantry Army have arrived at Nordwind Harbor. The residents of Nordwind Harbor were stunned as they watched the neatly organized Wehrmacht troops disembark. Because vehicles were everywhere, the entire Nordwind Harbor was practically filled with Wehrmacht armored units. The commander of the 1st Panzer Army also wanted to integrate his forces. However, with some troops still at sea, it was impossible to complete the sorting immediately. The commander simply ordered the various units to be stationed in battalion units outside Nordwind Harbor. But inside Nordwind Harbor, the situation was like eggs being laid every day, with Wehrmacht soldiers popping up almost constantly. Weapons and equipment for 400,000 men. Over 800 tanks, 1,000 infantry fighting vehicles, and a large number of transport vehicles. The residents of Nordwind Harbor were overwhelmed. Bonaparte was terrified upon hearing this news. Let alone whether he could defeat those 50,000 mercenaries. These 400,000 Wehrmacht troops were legitimate Great Flame heavenly soldiers. You're really going to fight them, not to mention the 600,000 strong Western French Empire army to the south. This would be a disaster for Bonaparte. Bachmet could hold on for a while, but Bonaparte, let alone a short while, could already see the milk. Chapter 983. Bonaparte was completely bewildered. The entire Maple Leaf City garrison numbered less than 200,000, and according to the latest news, the defenders had collapsed, with 5,000 already escaping. And this number was steadily rising. Bonaparte was already disheartened. He couldn't defeat the Western Empire to the south, and he had even courted disaster by turning Great Yen into his enemy. How could he possibly defeat them? What could he possibly do? What could he possibly do? Bonaparte gazed at the palace before him, his words fading into a long sigh. Sad. Just as Bonaparte sat alone in the hall, worried, one of his men hurried in. Bonaparte's usual rage had vanished, his expression now calm. What's going on? The soldier said, panicking. Something's happened. Lady Ellie has disappeared. As the soldier finished, Bonaparte leaped up, grabbed the soldier by the collar, and exclaimed in disbelief. How is this possible? Impossible. The soldier then produced a letter, and tremblingly handed it to Bonaparte. Bonaparte took it, and upon reading its contents, shock was written all over his face. Dear Bonaparte, by the time you read this letter, I will have already left. You don't need to know where I went, but I want to tell you that I am, in fact, a spy for the Western French Empire. I deceived you, I tricked you, and I destroyed your country. But it's undeniable that I've fallen in love with you. But as a spy, I cannot experience love. The Emperor has given me one final order, to kill you. But I chose to refuse, perhaps only death awaits me. If there is an afterlife, I will never be a spy again. May you rest in peace. From Spy Ellie. After reading the letter, Bonaparte froze in his tracks. He had never imagined that the person he trusted most would be sent by his own enemy. After a brief silence, Bonaparte, like an enraged lion, began to lash out with his fists and feet, smashing and destroying everything in the hall. The messenger stood motionless, even as debris showered him. After this barrage of destruction, Bonaparte gradually calmed down. He looked at the messenger before him, a hint of confusion on his face, and then spoke. What? Aren't you leaving yet? Everyone else is running. Why aren't you running? The messenger knelt on one knee and spoke seriously. Because you, my lord, are my leader. When you led the army, I freed my village and gave my whole family food to eat. I will never forget your life-saving grace. I may not be well educated, but I know that I must serve my country with all my heart and die for my king. The messenger kowtowed to Bonaparte. Bonaparte chuckled self-deprecatingly. Die for your king? Sorry, I'm not worthy of your death. Go away. Take these, return to your hometown, and live a prosperous life. Consider these a reward for your unwavering loyalty. Bonaparte picked up a purse from the ground and placed it in a soldier's hand. The soldier knelt immediately upon seeing this. Sir, this. Go. The new West French Empire is finished. I don't know if my revolution was right, nor do I know if it was successful. If I could go back to the past, perhaps I would still choose revolution without hesitation. Bonaparte said this and left. The messenger glanced at the heavy purse in his hand and finally turned away. At this moment, in Maple Leaf City, despite Bonaparte's orders for a strict defense, almost everyone was fleeing. Those ministers who abused their power for personal gain were using their authority to find ways to transfer their wealth. For the past 2 years, they have exploited their power to plunder the people's wealth, even embezzling gold coins from the treasury. Each of them was filthy rich. And yet, when Bonaparte needed money most, these ministers chose to remain silent. The new West French Empire's current state is inseparable from their greed. Bonaparte was a qualified general, but not a qualified leader. Inside the palace, Bonaparte walked through the deserted palace. Almost all the maids and eunuchs had fled. Some of Bonaparte's die-hard followers even prepared ropes, intending to hang themselves on the day the city was captured. Bonaparte walked all the way to the treasury and opened it. But he saw not a single gold coin inside. Not even a moldy copper coin could be found. The noise of the treasury opening attracted 2 soldiers on guard. They had been stationed nearby, but upon hearing the noise from the treasury, they rushed over. Just as they were about to roar, they saw Bonaparte standing inside. He immediately sheathed his weapons and spoke respectfully. Sir Bonaparte. Bonaparte ignored the 2 soldiers, instead jokingly saying, Is this the treasury overflowing with gold that my minister spoke of? Ha ha. Bonaparte burst into laughter. The 2 soldiers bowed their heads. Bonaparte then attached 2 gold bars to the treasury's pillars and placed them in the soldiers' hands. Our meeting is fate, and judging by your attire, you are not soldiers guarding the treasury. You have proven your loyalty to this point. Let's go, all of you. Bonaparte turned and returned to his chambers. The commander of the Imperial Guards trotted over and knelt before Bonaparte. Sir, the vanguard of the Western French Empire is less than 5 kilometers from here, and the assassins are ready. At your command, we will lead you far away. Bonaparte secretly maintained over 400 assassins. These assassins were originally intended to assassinate enemy targets, but now, the commander of the Imperial Guard seemed to be using them to take Bonaparte away. But at this moment, Bonaparte had lost his former high spirits, instead looking dejected. Why leave? Is there any need to leave? Can my departure change the fate of the empire's downfall? With this, Bonaparte's dejected expression shifted. He finally walked directly to a clothes rack and stroked the uniform on it. This uniform had been hand-sewn for him by Eleanor, and it was the uniform he had worn when he started his rebellion. After becoming the ruler of the new West French Empire, Bonaparte had never worn this uniform again. Bonaparte longed to put it on again and fight once more. But as he was about to put it on, Bonaparte suddenly froze. This uniform was originally made for me by Eleanor, so I could overthrow the tyranny of the West and establish a new empire where everyone could live and work in peace and contentment. But what about now? The empire is no longer glorious, and I am no longer the same person I once was. Do I still deserve to wear this uniform? Chapter 984. Bonaparte looked at the uniform before him, a symbol of his original aspiration. His face was filled with hesitation. But even more so was regret and remorse. But there's no such thing as regret. One must pay for one's mistakes. Soon, the Western French Empire's army gradually approached Maple Leaf City. They had originally believed that they would have to fight a desperate battle with the defenders of Maple Leaf City, suffering heavy casualties, before they could capture the city. But the Western French Empire had clearly overestimated the people's support. Some empires can last for thousands of years, but others are short-lived. Clearly, Bonaparte was one of the latter. The new Western French Empire was a short-lived phenomenon. The Western French Empire's army arrived at the gates of Maple Leaf City. The imagined strict defenses hadn't materialized, even the main gates were open. And at the east gate, a large number of civilians were still fleeing Maple Leaf City. The general of the Western French Empire immediately ordered his soldiers to the east, not to intercept the civilians, but to capture the powerful ministers who were among them. The general knew that these civilians were once citizens of the Western French Empire, and although they had defected to Bonaparte, he would not punish them for this. Because sometimes, ordinary people have no power to choose. When you have the opportunity to choose, you are no longer a civilian. Even on the other side, the defenders of Maple Leaf City had not received any orders from Bonaparte, and no general had come to inform them to defend. But when they saw the enemy approaching, they instinctively chose to close the city gates. However, they hesitated whether to close the east gate. At this moment, Bonaparte issued an order. He ordered them to abandon resistance and surrender to the West French Empire. When they learned this news, all the soldiers' faces were filled with disbelief. In their eyes, Bonaparte was invincible. They believed that Bonaparte would lead them to repel the West French Empire and restore its glory. Bonaparte was proud and would not bow to anyone. This was one of the reasons they followed Bonaparte. But now, Bonaparte's orders felt unfamiliar to them. They could not understand or believe them. It was as if all this was fake. Many soldiers wanted to seek answers from Bonaparte. However, Bonaparte had locked himself in the palace, and even the commander of the guards was unable to enter to see him. As the soldiers hesitated, a raging fire engulfed the palace. The commander of the guards gazed in shock at the burning palace in the distance. When Bonaparte drove them all out, he had already anticipated that he might choose his own fate. But what he hadn't anticipated was that Bonaparte would simply choose to burn himself to death. This was a tremendous shock to the commander of the Imperial Guards. Time flashes back half an hour. Inside the palace, Bonaparte ultimately chose not to put on his uniform, instead maintaining a calm expression. He quietly placed the uniform in a metal box and placed it on his throne. Then Bonaparte gazed upon the bustling palace, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes, but more of a sense of helplessness. Bonaparte then set fire to a nearby screen. The flames spread throughout the palace, soon igniting the entire place. Bonaparte stood in the hall, watching the scene unfold in silence. Soon, the entire palace was engulfed in flames. From afar, half the sky was ablaze. Looking at the burning palace, the soldiers reacted. Bonaparte had set himself on fire. He had his pride. He had urged everyone to surrender to avoid meaningless sacrifice. But he knew that if he surrendered, the outcome would not be good. And his pride would not allow him to surrender. He had his pride. In just 6 months, he had conquered half of the Western French Empire. He had proven his strength, but it was difficult to maintain it. Bonaparte's limitations ultimately led to his current fate. When the soldiers learned of Bonaparte's self-immolation, they fell silent. A small number of soldiers, unable to accept the outcome, even committed suicide. Most of the soldiers remained silent, unable to believe Bonaparte would act this way. But the fact had already occurred, and everyone could only accept the outcome. Some officers spontaneously began organizing their troops to surrender to the Western French Empire. At this point, there was no point in continuing to resist. The man they admired most was dead. In other words, their hearts were broken. The Western French Empire's general also saw the burning palace. He couldn't help but sigh at Bonaparte's fate. If Bonaparte had been a little more humble, perhaps the outcome would have been different. The Western French Empire's general simply watched the burning palace from afar. There was no intention of sending the army to put out the fire. However, the general still reacted. He informed his men to check if there were any dignitaries from the new West Empire among the crowd exiting the East Gate. The fall of an empire is inextricably linked to the ruling aristocracy. For the corruption of the upper echelons leads to the devastation of the lower classes. This was clearly the case with the new West Empire. In just 2 years, the vast new West Empire had become a flash in the pan. The general himself couldn't believe it. But the fact was, it was happening right before his eyes. Inside the palace, just as he was about to lose consciousness, Bonaparte vaguely saw Ellie. Ellie? But just as he reached out to touch her, he found himself grasping empty air. Bonaparte suddenly remembered that Ellie was a spy sent by the West Empire and had already escaped. At this thought, Bonaparte suddenly smiled with relief. Goodbye, this world, goodbye, my vast empire. If I could do it again, I would definitely turn the tide. The next second, a flaming beam fell from overhead. Bonaparte felt his vision go dark. After an unknown amount of time, Bonaparte slowly opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a beautiful woman sitting on the grass. Bonaparte was stunned, for that beautiful woman was none other than his mother, Goya, but at least 20 years younger. Next to the beautiful woman were 2 children playing. A little boy and a little girl. The little girl grabbed the boy's collar and asked seriously, "Will you really marry me?" The little boy said proudly, his hands on his hips, "If you don't marry me, who will you marry? If you want, I conquer the entire continent as a dowry." "Bonaparte, don't talk nonsense." Goya tapped Bonaparte's head gently. Bonaparte immediately covered his head with his hands, while Eleanor, beside him, looked shy. Behind the three men, Bonaparte watched from afar, until it all came to nothing. Chapter 985. Lion, far away in Liongrad, heard the news of Bonaparte's self-immolation. Then, he was completely stunned. To teach Bonaparte a lesson, the Wehrmacht mobilized 400,000 troops. And just as they set foot on the land of the eastern continent, Bonaparte was gone. When Lion heard the news, he could hardly believe it. At the dinner table, he slammed his bowl down on the table. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could such a proud man like Bonaparte set himself on fire? Frostar, standing by, spoke up. "It's entirely possible." As Lion's devoted wife, Frostar naturally knew some of the political affairs of the country. So, she understood Bonaparte's character. Bonaparte wouldn't surrender, but his pride would make him choose self-immolation. Yuan Chichi, standing by, looked thoughtful. Not impossible. After listening to the women's words, Lion silently picked up his bowl and put the rice back in it. "Now that things have come to this, let's eat." Lion was about to pick up his chopsticks when a thought struck him. He tossed his bowl onto the table and hurried to the living room to call the military. "This is Lion. Tell the mercenaries and the National Defense Forces to immediately launch military action. Take possession of the new Western Empire's territory. Avoid conflict with the Western French Empire whenever possible, but if the Western French Empire provokes us, attack them directly." Lion gave the military orders. Given the National Defense Force's current strength, they could easily overwhelm the Western French Empire. But the Western French Empire still had a million-strong army. Annexing the Western Empire would cost tens of millions of gold coins. Taking the new Western Empire had already met Lion's expectations. What's more, the National Defense Army effortlessly dismantled the new Western Empire. The remaining 20 million gold coins could, of course, be used to strengthen military buildup. As for why they didn't attack the Western Empire, now that the Western Empire's emperor has returned, the nation is united, and the emperor has even sent friendly signals to Great Yen. If they were to attack even this, Great Yen would be caught in a storm of public opinion. Occupying the new Western Empire would establish a bridgehead. When they captured Northwind Harbor, Lion had said this. They were not far from conquering the Western Empire. Although they had only conquered half of the Western Empire today, Lion said again. Having already conquered half of the Western Empire, how far would conquering the entire Eastern continent be? In fact, this wasn't Lion being timid. According to the latest intelligence reports from agents at the Intelligence Bureau, Bachmet's technology has exploded. After plundering the orcs' weapons and equipment, Bachmet's technology tree instantly lit up. Technology has skyrocketed. The Orc Empire, in particular, possesses a significant number of mages. They have already developed anti-tank missiles suitable for individual soldiers. It's no exaggeration to say that the Orc Empire's military strength surpasses that of the Qinchi Kingdom. This is bad news for Leon. So, he must now reserve sufficient funds to support the Qinchi Kingdom through the War of Unification. On the Eastern Continent, the Succubus Kingdom can be contained, but on the Northern Continent, only the Northern Orc Empire remains, struggling to survive. If the Orc Empire could be conquered, the entire Central Continent, North Continent, and South Continent would be under Leon's control. This would leave only half of the Papal States in the Western Continent, and the undeveloped lands of the Eastern Continent. In fact, the more important news is the latest news from the Space Center. They have developed a magic fission engine. Magic catastrophism is too terrifying, and the slightest carelessness could lead to uncontrollable variations. While magic fission can be controlled, the energy it releases has a certain limit. This limit cannot meet the takeoff requirements of an aerospace carrier. This problem has been troubling the staff at the Space Center. But a young designer wasn't limited to just one engine. He boldly proposed 4 engines. This meant equipping the aerospace carrier with 4 engines. Even if 2 engines failed, the remaining 2 would still ensure takeoff. The young designer's idea perfectly solved the problem. It's an incredibly simple problem, but that's how we see it. If you were the person involved, you might not even think that way. Later, researchers at the Space Center found the hull of the aerospace carrier left behind by Kuenberg. Actually, it wasn't even called an aerospace carrier. Kuenberg's original plan was to build a space battleship. But they couldn't create an engine that could meet the power requirements. Kuenberg even briefly considered capturing a few gods and stuffing them into the engine. Wouldn't that make it a perpetual motion machine? That would be perfect, but before Kuenberg could implement this plan, he was backstabbed by those close to him and subsequently placed under house arrest. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the gods targeting Kuenberg, but rather Kuenberg acting as a capitalist and exploiting the gods. The Space Center's top brass adopted a multi-engine plan. And in addition to the existing 4 power reactors, they added a third. The 5th reactor was used to power the warship's weapons system. The space battleships left by Kuenberg were almost all of the same specifications. 560 meters long, 160 meters wide, and 80 meters high. And there was a takeoff deck on top. Clearly, this was reserved for fighter jets. After all, Kuenberg didn't even have fighter jets at the time, yet he planned to build a space battleship first. In the end, he took a big step and ended up with a huge loss. Leon could only learn from this lesson: focus on the 6th character, proceed cautiously, avoid fighting if possible, and when he did, he would destroy the opponent. De Yan's technology was on the verge of leaping off the planet. Meanwhile, Bachmet of the Orc Empire was incredibly excited. After receiving Orcish weapons and equipment, Bachmet immediately ordered his scientists to begin reverse engineering research. Reverse engineering proved to be effective. That very evening, the research yielded results. This was also due to the fact that the Orcs' technology tree had previously taken the wrong path. So, after acquiring these weapons, the Orc scientists took off. Bachmet was nearly beside himself with excitement. Ha ha ha. Chapter 986. Eastern Continent, Northwind Harbor. Upon receiving the order, the Wehrmacht immediately ordered the 1st Armored Army south. At the same time, they ordered the Mercenary Corps to launch an immediate offensive against the surrounding areas. The new West Empire surrendered. But Bonaparte only issued an order to surrender to the West Empire. He did not issue an order to surrender to Great Yen. After learning of this order, Leon was helpless. He couldn't possibly resurrect Bonaparte, could he? The West Empire Emperor Gaius wanted to show goodwill to Great Yen, but the lure of land was irresistible. But Gaius didn't want to offend Great Yen, so he played a trick and sent one of his subordinates to take over the new West Empire land near Northwind Harbor. If anything went wrong, he could shift the blame to his subordinate. This was dirty politics. Because Gaius also wanted to reclaim his former territory, and the new West Empire had a lot of fertile land, perfect for farming. It also had abundant mineral resources. If Gaius were a mediocre ruler, he would naturally be content with his position, and not care about these territories. But the problem was, Gaius was not a mediocre ruler. Gaius was extremely ambitious, a carbon copy of Bonaparte. But he was much more astute than Bonaparte, knowing what to take and what not to take. Gaius's reaction was quick, but the mercenaries were even quicker. The mercenaries chose not to accept the surrender of the city. Instead, they directly blocked the Western French Empire's eastern route. Because of their numerical disadvantage, the mercenaries were unable to acquire the large amount of land within the allotted time. The 300,000 Western French Empire troops were naturally much more efficient in acquiring the land. So the mercenary commander issued a direct order, directing the mercenaries to intercept the Western Empire's army. The Allied Wehrmacht forces at Northwind Harbor were ordered to immediately march south to seize the territory. Upon hearing the news, the 1st Banker Army unleashed a blitzkrieg-like force. They marched south directly along the southbound highway built by Bonaparte. The 1st Armored Army went even further. If the mercenaries were merely gambling, the 1st Armored Army chose to block the entrance. The 1st Armored Army chose not to proceed to Maple Leaf City to negotiate with the Western Empire. Instead, they headed directly for the river defense line. There, they intercepted the retreating Western Empire troops. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the Western Empire was taking advantage of the situation. While the Wehrmacht's actions were somewhat inappropriate, they were still impeccable. The Western Empire's general, who was dealing with the new Western Empire's dignitaries in Maple Leaf City, heard of the Wehrmacht's horrific actions. The general was stunned, for he simply couldn't imagine how the Wehrmacht could be so overbearing. Is there any justice in this? Is there any law in this? Lion, am I not the law? The 1st Panzer Army raced along the southbound highway from Northwind Harbor, covering 1,200 kilometers to the riverside defense line. It took just one day and one night. The 1st Panzer Division of the 1st Panzer Army had already reached the riverside defense line. However, many vehicles had failed. After all, driving for over 20 hours straight was too much for both the men and the vehicles. The other 3 divisions more or less rested. Only the 1st Panzer Division, led by Guthrie, managed a 20-hour-long assault. Guthrie successfully completed the new Westerly Empire rally. Upon hearing the news, Lion generously praised Gudry. As expected of a rally champion, he was incredibly fast. Although the 1st Armored Division only had 50,000 men, the Westerly Empire's army to the south had already assembled 600,000 men, ready to seize territory from the new Westerly Empire. However, the 50,000-man 1st Armored Division was directly blocked along the river's defenses, leaving these 600,000 men feeling frustrated and trapped by the river. They could only ask the Westerly Empire general for instructions, but the general said he had no other options. The general could only consult Emperor Gaius. When Gaius learned the news, coincidentally, a letter from Dion arrived directly on his desk. Opening the envelope, he found only a single piece of paper, emblazoned with a question mark and Lion's signature seal. Gaius' sweat dropped. Although Dion had always been a peace-loving nation, there was a pattern to its messages. The fewer words, the bigger the matter. Leon sent Gaius a question mark. And as luck would have it, he had just received news that his army was stuck along the river. The letter was right there on his desk, and it had appeared unexpectedly, not delivered by anyone else. Gaius was completely flustered. After careful consideration, Gaius finally decided to contact Leon. The 1st Infantry Army had already moved south to take over the land south of North Wind Harbor. Leon soon received Gaius's message. Gaius initially admitted his fault, then shifted all the blame onto his subordinates. Leon scoffed at Gaius's words, but still gave them a superficial credence. Although somewhat dissatisfied, it was human nature. No emperor would refuse land. The two sides quickly engaged in a discussion regarding the lands of the new West Empire. Leon was a greedy man, but he also knew his limits. So, without hesitation, Leon chose to seize 90% of the Information Empire's mineral resources, leaving only 10% of the minerals and 60% of the land to Gaius. But most of this 60% was ordinary plain farmland. There was hardly any strategically located land. And why leave so much land to Gaius? Of course, it was to maintain his image as emperor. 50-50 was equal, while 40-60 was to enhance his image. Having already taken 90% of the minerals, why couldn't Gaius be pleased? After all, he held the majority of the land, and he could deliver a satisfactory response to the people and his supporters. Gaius's slogan for this northern expedition was to reclaim the land. To reclaim everything from the Western Empire. But Gaius knew that Bonaparte's surrender was actually due to the Great Flame. After all, Bonaparte was a formidable opponent. Although he had unexpectedly won the first round of the war, anyone with a discerning eye knew that Bonaparte was not to be trifled with. He was arguably one of the toughest opponents in the eastern continent. But 2 mushroom bombs shattered Bonaparte's spine. Bonaparte was completely devastated. How could he fight back? Hit him with his own head. However, the most important issue was the ownership of Maple Leaf City. Although the Western Empire had entered Maple Leaf City first, Lion still demanded a 50-50 split, dividing the entire city in two. Because only by taking Maple Leaf City could they truly claim the new Western Empire. Chapter 987. What you can't gain on the battlefield, you can't gain at the negotiating table either. This statement is a truth. But for a top-tier overlord like Dehien, it still falls short. After all, they didn't capture Maple Leaf City, but they still secured half of it. The 3rd Armored Division of the 1st Armored Army, which was advancing south, suddenly received news that troops were being sent to garrison Maple Leaf City. The commander of the 3rd Armored Division was stunned. He remembered that Maple Leaf City had been captured by the Western Empire, but now they were being sent there to garrison troops. This baffled the commander. Is war with the Western Empire imminent? If you tell me that, I'd be awakened. My rank of lieutenant general seems to be beckoning me. But just then, the National Defense Army headquarters sent a notice to the 3rd Armored Division, informing the commander of the entire situation. Upon hearing this, the commander was overcome with anguish. Why not go to Maple Leaf City and fight? If I went to Maple Leaf City and fought, wouldn't I have a place to show my skills? But now I have to go to Maple Leaf City to garrison. Garrisoning is an easy job for the lower-level soldiers, but it's not a good job for the commanders. Because the division commander has to control his men, they can be a little more relaxed. But the problem is that the division commander will face questions from Lion. You're not a soldier from the Gale Nation. Where are your military bearing and discipline? Go copy the 8 disciplines and 3 points of attention several times. Division commander, I've been walking on thin ice all my life. Do you think I can make it to the other side? The 3rd Armored Division quickly arrived at Maple Leaf City. Although the distribution of interests in Maple Leaf City had been decided from above, the officers below each had their own ideas. The West French Empire general naturally wouldn't let the Wehrmacht take Maple Leaf City so easily. The Imperial general played a trick. According to the discussion between Leon and Gaius, the two sides divided Maple Leaf City into two parts, with the Wehrmacht occupying the north. The south was controlled by the West French Empire. The West French Empire general relocated all residents of the north to the south. He also demolished all important industrial facilities, leaving the Wehrmacht with only an empty city. When the 3rd Armored Division arrived at Maple Leaf City, after seeing the empty city to the north, the Armored Division commander exploded. "Are you kidding me? Maple Leaf City surrendered without a single shot fired, and now you tell me the north is empty, and the south is filled with people. Does that make sense? It's completely unreasonable." The Armored Division commander acted decisively, and ordered the division to encircle the south. This caught the Shifa Empire general by surprise. He believed the Armored Division commander would suffer this loss. After all, provoking a war carries with it considerable guilt. But what everyone in the Shifa Empire didn't know was that the man before him was the commander of an armored division. 2 years ago, a single armored division could sweep across an entire nation. While an armored division might not be able to sweep across an entire nation today, its combat effectiveness was still considerable. Of course, we won't tolerate these cunning schemes. Trying to play tricks on us? Let's see who has the stronger fist. The Shifa Empire general wouldn't give up. He was a man of steel. The two sides reached a stalemate in Maple Leaf City. However, at this critical moment, the civilians who had previously fled returned to Maple Leaf City. Due to the overcrowding in the south, these civilians had no choice but to head north. Most of these civilians were impoverished, their lives their most valuable asset, which is why they were among the first to flee. Of course, there were also those who feared death. At first, the division commander's face was furious, but upon seeing the returning civilians, he suddenly smiled. As a division commander, he naturally possessed a certain degree of political judgment. The reason he was confronting the Western Empire was to secure a sufficient population for the north. Can an occupied area without a population still be called an occupied area? Why don't you ask if there's a wife in the wife cake? When Leon first learned that the northern part of Maple Leaf City was a deserted city, he nearly exploded. "What do you mean, Gaius? Are you craving mushrooms? Do you want to experience Bonaparte's luxurious treatment too?" Just as he was about to order the armored division commander to confront the Western Empire, the commander surrounded the Western Empire's army to the south. However, just as Lion was about to have the armored division put some pressure on them, a large number of Maple Leaf City natives returned from the surrounding remote areas. The matter was left unresolved, but in Lion's mind, his rating of the Western Empire dropped a few points. A hegemony naturally needs to satisfy itself. If it doesn't satisfy itself, what kind of hegemony is it? Maple Leaf City was thus split in two, and the natives who had just returned to the north were terrified. In their eyes, De Yin was a distant, powerful, and bloody nation. To gain the new West Empire's support for his war against Great Yin, Bonaparte vilified Great Yin in various ways, inciting ordinary people to support the war. After over a year of slander, Great Yin had become notorious in the eyes of the citizens of the new West Empire. This was why the residents of the northern part of Maple Leaf City were so panicked. However, what they witnessed that night completely changed their perspective. Due to the daytime confrontation with the West Empire to the south, they had no time to evacuate the city. Consequently, they were stationed in the northern part. However, due to the short time available, they had not even built a military camp. The northern part was mostly civilian residential area. There were ordinary houses everywhere, with almost no open space. The few open spaces were used by the armored divisions to station their armored units. This forced the soldiers to sleep on the streets. This scene profoundly changed the perceptions of the residents of Maple Leaf City. Wasn't it said that the Wehrmacht would seize homes and bully men and women? Why was it completely different from what they had heard? The residents of Maple Leaf City were bewildered. In the Orc Empire, Bachmet in the north launched a counterattack in just 7 days. Thanks to its solid industrial base and abundant magicians, Bachmet quickly began arming its remaining 200,000 men. 3 years in the east, 3 years in the west. What the Orc Empire has lost, I will take back. The Orcs were unaware that Bachmet had already begun to overtake them. They were still engaged in a fierce battle with the 100,000 guerrillas in the occupied territory. In the beginning, the Orc army was even unable to defeat these elite Orc troops. They were stunned by their guerrilla tactics. But later, Yun Qingqi directly pressured the army, forcing them to advance cautiously, using armored units to gradually erode the guerrillas. They finally reversed their decline, and managed to draw a draw with the 100,000 men. At least the Orcs saved their face, but the Wehrmacht's reputation is about to be lost. Is this just trash who's never fought a major battle? How can we lead them? The Elven Empire next door just needs to tell them where to attack, and they go there. Chapter 988. Inside the Guards Division headquarters, the division commander was ordering his troops to remain in place and wait. Although the Orc army had already begun encircling and suppressing the Orcs, the Guards Division had gained the ability to move and launch an offensive against them. However, the Guards Division did not move to encircle and suppress the Orcs. Instead, they remained in place, awaiting orders from the military. Because the Orcs' actions were too abstract, this did not resemble the combat capability expected of a powerful nation. Due to historical reasons, the Qinchi Kingdom still had some mediocre personnel, even after the military reform. These mediocre personnel were fine for formal purposes, but it was almost impossible for them to lead troops in actual battle. Capable officers like Oliver were rare, and their number was extremely small. However, because these officers were often overtaken by others who had little experience in combat, these officers, who managed the upper echelons, would naturally not be dismissed. With the higher-ups blocking their path to advancement, what were these talented officers to do? They could only endure, either until war arrived or until these old men were laid off. But now, war had arrived. Young officers, like Oliver, had become the last remaining vestiges of respectability for the Orcs. They had successfully salvaged what little dignity the Orcs had. After learning of the Qinchi nation's declining combat effectiveness, Yun Qinchi raised questions to the council almost daily. The Council of Elders could only play Tai Chi, while also slightly promoting a few young officers, letting them lead the army in a few successful battles, to appease Yun Qinchi. After all, mutual protection among officials in the Qinchi nation had become the norm. Lion reformed the Qinchi kingdom's military, dramatically increasing the combat effectiveness of ordinary soldiers. However, Lion failed to implement political reforms within Qinchi. The true cause of Qinchi's decay lay within its officials. The internecine protectionism had effectively transformed the entire military command system into a shambles. The Imperial Guard Division received orders from Lion to remain motionless and observe whatever unfolded among the Orcs. The Qinchi Kingdom naturally felt the Imperial Guard Division's gaze. The Qinchi Kingdom's high-ranking officials were typically masochistic. They would only move when Lion scolded them. When they were left alone, they were lazier than anyone else. Olivier, the captain and company commander, was promoted 3 times in just 7 days. He went directly from company commander to colonel and regimental commander. He then led a highly mechanized force to encircle and suppress the Orc Empire's forces. In reality, it wasn't that Olivier was admired by everyone, but rather that they needed a capable fighter to lead an army to show off to the Great Yen. Unbeknownst to these elders, the Great Yen Intelligence Bureau had already begun collecting evidence of their crimes, and their trial was imminent. But the matter was settled. Bachmet in the north had already turned the tide. Based on the original T-54, Bachmet had created a new tank for the Orc Empire. Its armor protection was comparable to that of the T-80, but still slightly inferior to the Wehrmacht's T-72B3M. Beyond heavy weapons like tanks, breakthroughs were also made in anti-tank missiles. They copied the Red Arrow 8 and developed a similar wire-guided missile, as well as new artillery and other heavy weaponry. In addition to heavy firepower, they also achieved breakthroughs in light weapons. Once they obtained the simple structured AK-47, the Orc Empire immediately began to copy it. Although arming 200,000 men in 7 days was a challenge, the Orc Empire, with the full strength of its nation, had already armed 50,000 men within 7 days. And these 50,000 weren't just Guard soldiers, but serious Orc soldiers, seasoned in numerous battles. Bamut was about to stir up trouble, and the languishing Urus to the northwest was already preparing to support Bamut in a vigorous Orc counter-invasion war. Urus had disappeared since the war began. The Qinchi army attempted to encircle Urus's base, but Urus simply broke up and abandoned most of its cities. They fled to the northwest, a place rarely visited by humans. The border with the Demon Empire turned out to be a vast desert, or more precisely, a vast expanse known as the Sea of Death. Almost everyone who entered would have a hard time coming out alive. For this reason, the Orcs didn't pursue Urus. Because, at the time, dealing with Bachmet was the top priority. The Lano army, on the other hand, was a neutral force. The Wehrmacht was busy punishing Bachmet, and didn't encircle the Lano army. The Lano army served as a defensive line, blocking contact between Bonaparte and Urus. The temporary commander of the Lano army had already made his decision. He wouldn't side with either side. The army existed solely to protect the Orcs. Lano's mortal enemy was the Orc Empire, and Urus had betrayed Lano's original intentions. So, naturally, the army had nothing to do with either side. Although it now appears that the Wehrmacht is only engaged in a war with Bachmet, in reality, Bachmet remains the only remaining hostile force within the Orc Empire. Originally, it was thought that Urus would remain isolated, but unexpectedly, Urus is also a weakling. Urus used the time he spent escaping to the Death Sand Sea to upgrade his military equipment. Long before, Urus had already transported a considerable amount of resources to the Death Sand Sea. This was to prevent him from falling behind one day and then escaping to the Death Sand Sea to utilize its resources to rise again. Urus's strategy was brilliant. However, Urus overlooked one issue. Their industrial production capacity was too low. Even though Bakhmet contacted Urus immediately after acquiring the new equipment and provided some of the weapons and equipment production blueprints, Urus was unable to mass-produce the blueprints. 7 days passed, and he had only produced enough weapons and equipment to arm 3,000 men. Reclaiming the Orc Empire with just 3,000 men was impossible. At first, Urus and Bakhmet were indeed enemies, but later, with the Chinchi nation declaring war, the two finally reconciled. This was no longer a war between nations, but a war between orcs and orcs. This war, which had lasted for tens of thousands of years, had finally become a heated one. Previously, it had mostly been a silent war, with occasional orc uprisings, but they were always suppressed by the orcs. Urus scowled at the weapons and equipment of the 3,000 men before him. But soon, a beam of light descended, and Urus saw the person he most desired to see. Chapter 989. A beam of light descended from the sky, landing in front of Urus. Urus's men raised their weapons, staring at the beam nervously. But soon, as the beam dissipated, only a woman emanating an eerie aura remained. "Who are you?" Urus asked bravely. "You don't need to know who I am, but you only need to know that we can help you regain everything you lost." The woman spoke, her ethereal voice carrying a special magical power that made Urus subconsciously believe the woman before him. "Who are you? I have to know who sent you, right?" According to Urus' question, the woman spoke. "Lady Irina." The orcs present murmured among themselves. Urus's face lit up with joy. "I finally got my cheat. If I don't use it now, I really won't be able to defeat De Yen. De Yen is simply too powerful. Their weapons and equipment are no match for me. Would I fight them head-on?" The woman, knowing Urus's thoughts, produced a scepter blazing with black flames. Shoving it into the ground, countless black auras emerged. It instantly rained down upon everyone, sending a shudder through them. Before they could react, many soldiers cried out in surprise. Though their bodies were being transformed, they didn't howl in pain. They felt a powerful surge of strength filling their bodies, and now felt like they could take on 10 men alone. Urus watched the scene with some horror. The reason was simple: all his men had mutated. If they were orcs before, they were monsters now. But Urus didn't dare say more, instead looking at the woman before him with a hint of fear. "Urus, Irina has prepared 50,000 blessed warriors for you. The divine power contained in this scepter can transform into over 40,000 more. With these 50,000 blessed warriors, you'll be able to sweep the world, and this scepter is also a divine weapon. You can use it when necessary to defend against mushroom bombs." The woman finished speaking, then handed the scepter to Urus. Urus was about to leave with the scepter, but when he noticed the woman hadn't left, he looked at her with a puzzled expression. "Divine messenger? Is there anything else?" Urus asked respectfully, not daring to be disrespectful. "If you don't appoint me as general, how can I command these 50,000 blessed warriors?" The woman said coldly. "Huh?" Urus was stunned. He had originally thought he was the commander of this army, but as it stands now, it seems he isn't. The woman before him was sent by the gods. The gods naturally knew everything he had done before, even though he had previously disrespected them. But now that the gods have sent someone to help him, they shouldn't hold him accountable for his past, right? Urus then spoke decisively. "Lord Messenger of God, from today on, you are the Grand Marshal. I don't even know your name." Looking at Urus's fawning expression, the woman spoke coldly. "Lamia." Urus lowered his head immediately upon hearing the name. For according to legend, the nether banshee Lamia cannibalizes humans. Lamia then raised her arm and addressed the mutated orc soldiers. "My god commands? Destroy all the great flame people. Let the world return to normal." The transformed orc soldiers echoed, kneeling on the ground and chanting, "We obey the god's will." Lamia then used her scepter to transform more blessed warriors. But if Leon and the others were here, they would surely recognize that these blessed warriors bore a striking resemblance to the distorted creatures from before. This wasn't a good sign for them. Just as these blessed warriors appeared in this world, an alarm sounded within the Great Flame Underground Research Institute. Teresa noticed the monitors, which were already exceeding their limits, and a solemn expression crossed her face. This monitor is used to detect aberrant creatures. Initially, the aberrant creature vanished after launching a single mushroom bomb. Poseidon's underwater temple has blocked the passage connecting the two worlds. However, to prevent further changes, Leon assigned Teresa and the others to monitor the aberrant creatures. If an aberrant creature appears in this world, the detector will sound an alarm, alerting everyone. Upon learning of this, Teresa immediately contacted Leon to report the situation. Leon, who was about to continue his inspection of the Holy Empire, felt a pang of fear upon hearing this news. After all, Chester had made it clear that aberrant creatures could no longer enter this world through the underwater tunnel. So how did the aberrant creatures appear? Lion felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, and Baryan beside him suddenly opened his eyes. The aberrant creatures aren't in the sea. They're currently located right where Urus is hiding, Baryan said seriously, and Leon's face was filled with disbelief. How is this possible? How dare Urus, who defies the law of nature, collude with the aberrant creatures? Lion shook his head. Urus wouldn't dare do such a thing. Although Urus's limited intelligence often led to foolish actions, he wouldn't do something like betraying the planet. Baryan spoke up. It wasn't him who found the aberrant creatures, it was the evil god Irina who found him. Lion's head shot up when he heard this. No! Something terrible has happened. Lion immediately picked up the phone and called the Underground Research Institute. The aberrant creatures are in the Death Sand Sea, but their number is unknown. How is the Extreme Project progressing? Teresa asked respectfully. The first part of the Extreme Plan has been completed, and 3,000 people have successfully qualified, Teresa said, looking at the 3,000 strongmen training in the underground base. Inform them to eliminate the aberrant creatures. No matter what, they must not allow the aberrant creatures to spread again. What if someone witnessed this? Teresa asked tentatively. Except for the orcs, everyone else will be captured and made to sign a confidentiality agreement. If it's an orc. Leon didn't continue, but his meaning was clear. Understood, leader. We will then block the god's surveillance and eliminate the aberrant creatures as quickly as possible, Teresa said, pressing a red button beside her. Beep beep. A shrill alarm interrupted the soldiers' training. Upon hearing the noise, the soldiers immediately moved towards the silver-white armor beside them. Eliminate all heretics. Chapter 990. Inside the underground research facility, 3,000 soldiers were donning their weapons and equipment. They were wearing something resembling armor. However, it differed somewhat from the Great Flame Imperial Guard armor that had appeared earlier. This armor was surprisingly silver-white. The Imperial Guard armor was a combination of black and gold. It formed a striking contrast with the silver-white armor. However, this armor was much thicker and heavier. If the Imperial Guard armor was a type of armor, this armor was a type of mecha. The sheer size of it would almost make everyone stop and stare. These beings clad in silver-white armor were called the Iron Guard. They were formed in secret, and had not yet appeared in this world. Lion's original intention in forming this army was to prevent the aberrations from descending again. Despite the presence of powerful individuals like Baryan, they were not afraid of the aberrations. But they seemed to have overlooked one issue. How could ordinary people face the aberrations? The answer was no. Because the two sides were simply not on the same level, these aberrations could easily kill ordinary people. Baryan and his men aren't omnipotent, they can't constantly be there for everyone. Thus, a military force is needed to protect ordinary people from the attacks of aberrant creatures. This army was originally established to defend against aberrant creatures, but it also serves the Great Yan's mission of conquest. It also serves as a powerful weapon. Although the Great Yan Imperial Guard appears in the public eye, their numbers are actually very small, with all the Imperial Guard soldiers totaling no more than 300. Of course, this was for the gods to see. Because the gods are all peeping toms, they were constantly watching Leon's movements. Anytime Leon made a move, the gods would immediately become as frightened as a bird on a tether. Teresa then handed command to the Iron Guard commander. They were to secretly journey to the Northern Orc Empire to eliminate the descending aberrant creatures. But they didn't go secretly, because Leon had already dispatched transport planes waiting for them. They were to disguise themselves as paratroopers and drop directly into the Orc Empire. Because the events in the New Western Empire ended so quickly, the Bonaparte of the New Western Empire was gone before the Airborne Division even set out. 1/3 of the Airborne Division remained in Nanshuan City. Leon immediately mobilized these transport planes. What a waste! This was the first time these Iron Guards had ridden a transport plane. Most of them had been selected from the army, so they were filled with curiosity about transport planes as aerial units. One night, 3,000 Iron Guards boarded dozens of transport planes and flew to the northwest of the Orc Empire. They then landed flawlessly in the Death Sand Sea northwest of the Orc Empire. The 3,000 Iron Guards quickly assembled. All around them was an endless expanse of sand. The cold nighttime desert wind, mixed with sand, struck their armor, making a subtle sound. The Iron Guards were on alert, their helmets equipped with a simple locking device. This allowed them to monitor every movement around them, and the slightest sign of trouble would instantly trigger the Iron Guard's response. The Iron Guard commander's expression was solemn, because he took out the detection device Teresa had given him. The detector, which was supposed to provide guidance, had lost its function, its needle spinning almost 360 degrees. There was no way to determine the direction of the aberrations. The only possibility for this situation was that they had landed in the aberration's lair. The Iron Guard commander, having thought it through, turned sharply. He saw a great deal of movement in the distance. A large number of unknown creatures were speeding across the desert, rapidly approaching them. The Iron Guard commander's face twitched beneath his helmet. What kind of luck was this? Those airborne pilots really knew how to choose their location. When I get back, I'm going to give these pilots a good beating. A surprise attack turned into a forced assault. Who could handle that? What shocked the Iron Guards was that as these unknown units approached, a large amount of black gas rose from the distant sky, casting a grim shadow on their faces. They were coming with ill intentions. Inside the base, Teresa watched the scene through a camera. Soon, these unknown units finally appeared within everyone's sight. When they saw the enemy's faces clearly, everyone present broke into a sweat. For these unknown creatures weren't simply aberrations. Despite the mutations, the Iron Guards could still recognize them as orcs. What was going on? Had the gods gone mad? Actually collaborating with aberrations? They were defying the law of nature. Wait, it seems the gods have nothing to do with the world, right? Thinking of this, Teresa felt relieved, but a thought occurred to her: to destroy the gods with mushroom bombs. The gods' existence only hinders humanity's development. If humanity wants to leave this planet, the gods must be eliminated. They are like a mountain weighing down humanity. Humanity should not respect these unscrupulous gods. Humanity worships the gods, while the gods treat humanity as slaves. Death Sand Sea. The Iron Guard commander drew his weapon and ordered his soldiers to prepare for battle. He could sense that these aberrations were completely different from those of the past. Chester, having inherited everything from Poseidon, naturally had memories of aberrations. Chester personally wrote a brief introduction to the aberrations and submitted it to the Underground Research Institute to form the Iron Guard. The aberrations' strength stems from their infectious nature and powerful self-healing abilities. To combat this, the Underground Research Institute equipped the Iron Guard with Iron Guard armor that is 100% resistant to the aberration factor. This perfectly prevents soldiers from being infected by the aberration factor, allowing them to focus on combat. Furthermore, the key points of the Iron Guard armor were magically protected. It would be difficult for aberrant creatures to deliver infection sources into the armor through their tentacles. In addition to sufficient defense, a powerful offensive force was also needed. The Imperial Guard armor was made of pure steel. It was devoid of any enchantment. When the Imperial Guard armor was first developed, Yin had not yet encountered so many demonic beasts. So, using force to break all barriers, the Imperial Guards swung their hundreds-pound swords directly into the enemy's face. The Iron Guards, however, were different. They faced aberrant creatures, so naturally they possessed specialized weapons. Watching the enemy approach from a distance, the Iron Guards drew their swords from their backs, but in the moonlight, the pale blue runes on them shone with an unusual glare. Chapter 991. Faced with these approaching aberrations, the Iron Guards drew their weapons and formed a dense infantry formation. Although they didn't know how many monsters there were, the Iron Guards, after meticulous training, had already mastered the perfect fit of their Iron Guard armor. Despite their knowledge of the Iron Guard armor's power, the Iron Guards still took the safest approach, forming a dense infantry formation to defend against the approaching aberrations. Lamia was hiding in the shadows nearby, watching all this quietly. As a god, she had naturally seen the Knights of Light of the Papal States. She had even seen the Holy Empire armor used by Kuenberg in the past. But compared to the Iron Guard armor before her, it was nothing compared to the Iron Guard armor before her. But Lamia had complete confidence in the blessed warriors she commanded. For no other reason than that these blessed warriors were not merely aberrations, they had also received the grace of the evil god Irina. Therefore, these aberrant creatures before us could be considered a collaborative product of the abyssal plane and the divine realm. However, the irony was that this alliance between the two was simply to combat humanity. The aberrant creatures quickly launched their charge. With a wave of their arms, the monsters launched thousands of aberrant creatures towards the Iron Guard. These aberrant creatures possessed diverse forms, and wielded no uniform weaponry. Confronting these aberrant creatures, the Iron Guard commander had no hesitation and immediately ordered his soldiers into battle. The soldiers formed into a neat, uniform formation, quietly awaiting the approach of the aberrant creatures. Though infected, these orcs still retained a certain level of basic reasoning. Watching the Iron Guards take up their formation, the aberrant creatures didn't launch a mindless attack. Instead, they seemed to be playing dirty. They unleashed a flood of distortion factors through their tentacles. They cut a piece of flesh from their own bodies and flung it fiercely into the Iron Guard's formation. The fragments of flesh slammed against the Iron Guard's armor, causing them to frown. Why are they still playing dirty? Aren't they too good to handle it? The Iron Guards withstood the first round of attacks, each ready to go. The aberrant creatures, seeing the Iron Guard's stunned expressions, assumed they had no ranged attack capabilities, and so they hurled their junk with even more recklessness. Many of the aberrant creatures, after hurling their junk, beamed with triumph. Contaminated by their contaminants, they soon joined their ranks. Meanwhile, the Iron Guard leader continued to order his soldiers to wait. The aberrant creatures laughed even more recklessly, as if mocking the Iron Guards for coming to their deaths. But the aberrant creatures' laughter soon died down, for they discovered that the contaminants they had just launched had no effect. Even the Iron Guard's armor shone with a faint light, dissolving the contaminants that clung to it. Watching the growing number of aberrant creatures, the Iron Guard leader waited for the right moment. Once the opportunity arose, he would immediately order an attack. Now, the aberrant creatures believed they had no means of long-range attack, and so they attacked recklessly. If they got any closer, they could be annihilated in one fell swoop. At first, the Iron Guard leader was extremely nervous, fearing the abnormal creature's extraordinary power. But in the recent encounter, the Iron Guard leader discovered that these abnormal creatures were just that, not as terrifying as the legends had them. The abnormal creatures still refused to give up, attacking the Iron Guard with a flood of pollutants. At first, the Iron Guards allowed their attacks, but eventually, unable to withstand them, they drew their shields. After all, they had been stained with these pollutants, and would have to clean themselves off. A full half-hour passed, and suddenly, the abnormal creatures froze. Because they realized they had no projectiles left, the excess flesh had been cut off, leaving them without any means of remote infection. The Iron Guard leader watched the scene through the slits of his shield. The solemnity on his face finally gave way to a smile. Charge! The Iron Guard leader roared, then led the charge out of the shield formation. The other Iron Guards, seeing this, followed without hesitation. They were consuming the aberration's ranged ammunition to prevent them from fleeing and harming ordinary people. Without their ranged attack capabilities, the aberrations posed no threat to the Iron Guards. The Iron Guards launched a charge, completely stunning the aberrations. But soon, the aberrations also began their attacks. It was just a head-on clash. Who was afraid? The aberrations immediately used their strange abilities. As soon as one Iron Guard reached the aberrations, one of them mutated, launching a multitude of tentacles at the guard. The speed was so fast it was impossible to defend against. The Iron Guard, without hesitation, grasped his great sword and pointed it at the aberration. The aberration was stunned. What was this? What was he going to do? Then, to the aberration's surprise, the Iron Guard's great sword flashed rapidly, the blue runes on it gleaming brightly, and a beam of light shot out from the sword. The aberration was then easily killed. The aberration looked at a hole in its chest, larger than two of its heads. Just as it was about to speak, its eyes suddenly went black, and it collapsed to the sand. The surrounding aberrations were stunned. What was this? Just now, I felt a flash of blue light, followed by a streak of light that flew from one side to the other. The aberrations along the way were immediately strangled. Lamia suddenly emerged from the shadows. What the hell was this thing? Lamia could feel the great sword easily shredding the aberration's defenses. And it was certain that the power didn't come from the Iron Guards, but from the great sword itself. Lamia and the aberrations were stunned, while the Iron Guards seized the opportunity to attack. That move was their ultimate weapon, a last resort, as their weapons were charge-based. Teresa named this weapon, Dirac-C. It symbolizes the annihilation of all. Before each expedition, weapons are imbued with magical energy. Weapons imbued with magical energy become incredibly sharp and possess ranged attack capabilities. Even after depleting their magical energy, they can still be used, though their sharpness will diminish. Aberrations times have changed. Chapter 992. Each of the Iron Guards, each holding a Dirac-C, unleashed a barrage of blows upon the aberrations before them. Some of the aberrations attempted to raise their arms to block the blows, only to be cleaved from head to toe by the iron guards, severing them in two. Seeing their brute force was failing, the aberrations changed their tactics, hoping to outmaneuver the iron guards. The aberrations dispatched several tentacle monsters, using their vast numbers to restrict the iron guards' movements. They also attempted to seize the Dirac from the iron guards, depriving them of their most vital asset. But the iron guards knew the aberrations' foolishness. They positioned themselves back to back, preventing the aberrations from attacking them when they were least aware. They then easily severed the approaching tentacles. However, dozens of iron guards were still ambushed and their weapons were subsequently taken. The remaining aberrations, upon seeing this, were immediately delighted and launched a siege against the dozens of iron guards. Is a tiger still a tiger without teeth? The aberrant creatures were clearly thinking this. But they seemed to be missing the point. A tiger without teeth, isn't it still a tiger? The dozens of iron guards were immediately divided and surrounded by the aberrant creatures, who then resorted to a human wave tactic to besiege them. They even sent out some cannon fodder to block their teammates' reinforcements. It seemed as if the dozens of iron guards were about to be overwhelmed by the aberrant creatures. But the next second, the iron guards finally shed their disguise. One iron guard suddenly grabbed the aberrant creature that was rushing towards him, pinned it to the ground, and squeezed it hard. Instantly, black liquid splattered. A good deal of it spilled onto the iron guard's silver-white armor, but it only made the guard appear even more ferocious. The aberrations that tried to charge were stunned. Without hesitation, the iron guard grabbed one each and smashed it to the ground. It was as if the absence of the Dirac had made the iron guard even more courageous. Some aberrations, unable to bear it any longer, chose to band together and attack the iron guard. Several aberrations clung to each other and launched a direct attack with flesh bombs, wiping out the guards with their sheer force. Watching a ball of flesh rolling down the sandy slope, the iron guards present had a look of utterly distorted expression. What the hell was this thing? How could it be so stupid? The iron guard punched it, and the entire ball of flesh exploded instantly, sending a multitude of aberrations scattering. Lania's mouth twitched at the sight. Aren't these blessed warriors said to be incredibly powerful? Why do they seem to be at a disadvantage now? Lania shook her head. She knew she couldn't go on like this. If she continued like this, these blessed warriors would all be dead before they even emerged from the Death Sand Sea. How would she then complete the mission assigned to her by the evil god? She also wanted to receive his reward after completing the mission. Lania's face was filled with worry. The divine realm was also in a state of internal turmoil. While on the surface, the gods appeared united, in reality, due to the pitfalls dug by the supreme god, the divine realm's energy was dwindling, making it almost impossible to maintain its operations. Many gods, lacking sufficient energy, were forced to temporarily leave the divine realm and wander through space, searching for asteroids and harvesting resources. More gods began to fight inward, each turning against the other, setting off a wave of internal conflict within the pantheon. The intensified internal conflict within the pantheon gave Irina and her companions a sense of crisis. If this continued, the divine realm might collapse before war even began. According to the optimistic estimates of the prophets, the divine realm's energy could only sustain for 3 years at most. By then, the divine realm might face the challenge of shrinking or even eliminating some of the gods. The resources were limited, and if no changes were made, the entire divine realm would collapse. To stabilize the divine realm, Irina naturally chose to invade planets en masse. At the same time, she contacted the Abyss, using all possible means. The Lord of the Abyss responded by saying that if they only needed to give them a few asteroids, they would send personnel to aid Irina. As for whether the Lord of the Abyss was telling the truth, Irina didn't believe it, and the Lord of the Abyss himself didn't believe it either. But now, Leon had fully grown. Having already gained the power to defend themselves, neither the God Realm nor the Abyss dared to confront Leon alone. Otherwise, the promise of all-you-can-eat mushroom bombs wouldn't be a lie. Leon would fill every greedy god with mushroom bombs. The two sides collaborated, and thus came these blessed warriors. But it was clear that this first batch of blessed warriors had failed. They didn't even leave the novice village, being attacked directly by the iron guards at their very doorstep. These aberrant creatures were left with a bitter taste in their mouths. What newbie encounters a boss the moment they step out? And not just any small boss, but a massive one. These thousands of aberrant creatures melted under the iron guards' relentless assault. Without hesitation, Lania immediately abandoned the thousands of aberrations. She sensed someone was watching her. If she attacked the iron guards, they would swiftly dispatch her. Lania ultimately had no choice but to flee. This time, however, she chose not to continue searching for Urus. Instead, she headed directly for the Orc Empire's fallen territory, intending to transform blessed warriors there to help Lamia complete Irina's mission. The Iron Guards quickly annihilated the thousands of aberrations. Without even a single hurdle, they dispatched them with ease. The aberrations couldn't even penetrate their defenses. And yet, they could easily tear them apart. It's a common saying that every profession has its own strengths. Their equipment was designed to combat aberrations. If even this top-tier equipment couldn't defeat aberrations, the abyss would have descended upon this world long ago. The Iron Guard leader gazed solemnly at the pile of corpses. The reason was simple. These aberrations initially had some rhythmic attack patterns, but as the battle progressed, they seemed to lose control and began to attack them frantically. The Iron Guard leader was lost in thought, while the corpses of the aberrations continued to wriggle. One aberration tried to get up, but before it could take 2 steps, it was beheaded by a Dirac. 2 Iron Guards were chatting casually. These aberrations are so hard to kill. Yeah, let's dig a pit quickly. We'd be clearing them out soon. We have to hurry, or if they accidentally injure us, we'd be in big trouble. Chapter 993. After seeing the thousands of aberrations she had just transformed completely dead, Lamia fled the Death Sand Sea without hesitation, unconcerned about Urus's fate. Now Lamia simply wanted to escape, as the scepter still contained the power to transform tens of thousands of aberrations. As the saying goes, a long life is a long life. Besides, transforming in the occupied areas would be far more dangerous than transforming here. At first, Lamia believed that assembling an army of aberrations would allow them to sweep the National Defense Forces. But the result was obvious. They were stopped at their doorstep by the National Defense Forces. So Lamia decided to change her strategy and head directly to the occupied areas to the south, causing a stir there. As a god, Lamia could have used her teleportation skill directly. But she chose not to, as she was currently engaged in a sneaky act and could not afford to be overly exposed. A black aura enveloped Lamia, and she transformed into a young girl, slowly walking towards the occupied area. And the Death Sand Sea. Urus was stunned upon learning that his army of several thousand aberrant creatures had perished. Without hesitation, he immediately led his men into a desperate escape, deeper into the Death Sand Sea. The aberrant creatures were already defeated, so what was he fighting for? Bachman, you took my equipment and didn't do any work? Urus, what the hell? I'm almost dead. Who's going to work for you? Urus packed up most of the industrial facilities and took them away overnight. The Iron Guards, naturally, received the news and sent 20 men in pursuit of Urus. Their mission was simply to capture Urus alive. Because Leon wanted to find out where these aberrations came from. Is it true, as he suspected, that the gods and the aberrations are colluding? And in the Death Sand Sea, the Iron Guards were carrying the corpses of the aberrations. They piled them into a basin. After ensuring that all the corpses had been moved in, they immediately chose to move away. The reason was simple: to completely eliminate the aberrations. Sun missiles carrying mushroom warheads would soon strike this area. Eradication was difficult, at least not by ordinary means. As the Iron Guards cleared them, they could clearly feel the aberrations from the dead bodies trying to penetrate their armor and erode them. Thankfully, they were protected by the Iron Guard armor, otherwise they would have been infected as well. Even then, 20 Iron Guards pursued Urus. Urus raced through the sand on an all-terrain vehicle. The main force behind him had been left far behind, leaving only a few hundred trusted followers, driving vehicles and following Urus. Urus fled, looking back at everything behind him. He couldn't help but wonder, didn't these gods claim to be powerful? Why are they so unreliable? Lamia, advancing towards the occupied area, suddenly sneezed, and her face darkened. Is this Urus a pig? Doesn't he understand the current situation? Still mumbling, Lamia shook her head, and was about to speed up when she saw a man holding a silver sword appear before her. Death Sand Sea. Urus led the convoy, and was about to escape into the heart of the Death Sea. But the next second, a barrage of explosions erupted from behind. 20 Iron Guards were closing in at breakneck speed. The ordinary soldiers in the rear, who had been lagging behind, had successfully attracted the Iron Guards' attention. They were directly attacked fiercely by the Iron Guards. Urus's soldiers also tried to resist. One soldier fired his Mauser rifle at a guardsman. Bang! A loud gunshot echoed across the empty desert. But the expected penetration didn't occur. The Iron Guard's armor merely sparked as the bullet struck. The Iron Guard then looked at the soldier with a playful expression. The soldier's face was filled with fear. In his eyes, no one could withstand such a shot, but the Iron Guards acted as if nothing had happened. How could that be possible? But the soldier had no chance of recovery, as the iron guard instantly killed the soldier before him. The Diraxi easily cut the soldier in two. Elsewhere, Urus was driving away at top speed. After seeing the explosion behind him, Urus was already panicking. However, as the cannon fodder and the iron guards fought behind him, Urus and his men successfully gained distance from the iron guards. He was on the verge of escaping into his secret base in the Death Sand Sea. But the next second, Urus saw something rapidly descending overhead. Urus didn't dare to pause, and continued to accelerate. But before he could get far, a dark shadow descended from the sky and crashed directly into the front of the convoy. A large amount of sand shot up into the air and hit the cars, making a clanging sound. Urus slammed on the brakes, nearly flipping the car over. What the hell? How dare you block my way? I give him a hard time. Urus cursed, but the moment he looked up, he was speechless. Before him lay a huge pit, and within it stood a being clad in dark gold armor. Urus met the crimson eyes of the figure in the sand pit. A tremor surged from his soul, rising from his feet to his head. What the hell was this thing? The trusted members of his entourage immediately got out of the car, raised their weapons, and aimed at the monster. The dark gold armor looked incredibly bulky to them. The monster before them stood over 3 meters tall. All its vital parts were protected by extensive armor, making it appear somewhat dazed. But the spear slung across its back told everyone that this massive iron object was no mere decoration. Its appearance was more like a robot than an intelligent creature at all, seemingly a mechanical creation. What the hell is this? Urus was a bit confused, then turned back to look at the iron guard slaughtering people in the distance. Could this also be Diane's weapon? Urus couldn't help but ask. Congratulations, you got it right, but there's no reward. Suddenly, the dark gold armor spoke. A male voice emanated from within. Everyone's faces instantly changed. Urus was instantly terrified. Isn't it obvious? Only Diane possesses this kind of thing. Urus desperately wanted to escape, but he didn't know where to go. Urus, you betrayed your leader and your original aspirations, becoming a lackey of the gods. What else do you have to say? Urus was speechless. Chapter 994. Urus stared at the iron lump before him, his heart devoid of any hope. Perhaps from the very beginning, opposing Leon had been fruitless. When he crossed Leon, the outcome was already sealed, he would die miserably. The iron lump before him, without hesitation, drew his spear and advanced step by step toward the convoy. 3 meters tall, each step felt like the weight of a small mountain. Urus's henchmen tried to protect him, firing their submachine guns at the man in dark gold armor. But without exception, the bullets pinged against the armor, leaving no damage. Urus was stunned, and so were his henchmen. Without hesitation, the man swung his spear, blasting away the dozen or so vehicles before him. The sharp spear sliced through the vehicles like tofu, cleaving the orcs' bodies in two. Urus himself was also cut into pieces. No unnecessary movement. Just as the man had killed Urus, the iron guards had also cleared out the orcs. As they rushed over, they saw Urus lying on the ground, cut in two. The iron guards all turned their attention to the man. Although the iron guards possessed formidable combat power, their armor was only 2 meters high. A stark contrast to the 3-meter-high dark golden armor before them. Who are you? The iron guard captain asked, tightening his grip on the Diraxi. Great Flame Imperial Guard. After the man uttered these 4 words, he leaped into the air. The iron guards then spotted an IL-76 transport plane circling overhead. They witnessed the man effortlessly lift off the ground, leaping hundreds of meters in one bound. Then he returned to the IL-76. This stunned the iron guards present. But they quickly reacted. It was the Imperial Guards, but their equipment wasn't this advanced before. The iron guards grumbled inwardly, then, after confirming that Urus and his companions were dead, they immediately withdrew and hurried back to report the situation to the Iron Guard commander. But shortly after the Iron Guards left, Urus's body began to stir. That night, people within the Orc Empire witnessed a missile flying from south to north, ultimately landing in the Death Sand Sea. Soon after, some civilians near the Death Sand Sea felt a tremor. These Orc civilians dared not ask, though their hearts were already filled with doubts. Elsewhere, shortly after the Iron Guards withdrew, Lamia stared at the man before her, clutching a silver sword, her entire body tense with anxiety. As a god, her intuition told her that the man before her was no ordinary being, and that he might very well kill her. Who are you? Lamia asked, speaking with a mature voice, not a childish one. The man drew his sword and spoke. Barian, I'm here to take your life. With that, Baryan appeared beside Lamia and thrust his sword into her. Lamia didn't pretend anymore, but she didn't use her own divine power. Instead, she used the staff she used before, muttering some mysterious incantation. Soon, a massive black aura surged toward Baryan. Baryan frowned, swung his sword, and easily cut through the aura. But the aura quickly gathered again. This made Baryan extremely solemn. The black lacquer was about to encircle Baryan, but he leaped free. Then he ripped a violet petal from his sword and blew gently. A swarm of petals flew in all directions, flying toward Lamia. Lamia dodged, but the petals pursued her relentlessly. Many petals touched the ground, turning it to silver. Lamia was filled with immense fear. Are you the evil god, or am I? Why are your tricks so sinister? Lamia couldn't care less now, because she could feel the petals approaching. If she were to touch one of these petals, she'd be dead. Lamia immediately crushed a crystal on her body. Then she vanished from the spot. Baryan looked in the direction Lamia had disappeared, his face filled with solemnity. I felt like I seen that aura before. On the highway at the edge of the Death Sand Sea, a convoy of cars was speeding along. The driver was a demon, and the entire convoy was a demon caravan. These demons were planning to travel to the capital of the Chinchi nation, purchase some goods there, and then bring them back to the demon empire. The lead driver, feeling a little sleepy, rubbed his eyes and refocused his attention on the road. The next second, a little girl appeared on the road. The driver slammed on the brakes without hesitation. Who are you? Are you trying to kill yourself in the middle of the night? The driver couldn't help but ask. Lamia spoke pitifully. Big brother, Urus's army plundered my village. I escaped, but my parents died back there. Big brother, can you take me to Firelight City? I have an uncle there, and I want to go and stay with him. The driver looked at the pitiful Lamia, undecided for a moment. Then he summoned the caravan leader, who briefly inquired about Lamia's situation. Out of kindness, they ultimately chose to take Lamia along. Although Lamia was an evil deity, she had her own rights and wrongs. She hadn't attacked the caravan until they arrived at Firelight City. Lamia left without a single move, and thanked the caravan for their care that night. The leader of the demon caravan felt a bit strange, but chose to leave silently. For all along the way, the caravan leader and a small dog had been barking at Lamia. But Lamia chose not to kill the dog, nor did she harm anyone else. Because Lamia was once a demon. One could say she was the ancestor of the demon caravan. Lamia arrived at a small corner of Firelight City. As soon as she arrived, a group of orc thugs set their sights on Lamia. Although Lamia was dressed in rags, they could still tell that she was a beauty in her little girl form. You beast! You wouldn't even let go of a girl who's tens of thousands of years old. Little sister, do you want to play with us brothers? An orc thug couldn't help but tease. The surrounding orc thugs laughed wickedly. Lamia said, Okay, let's play. Chapter 995. Several orc thugs still had no idea what they were about to face. In their eyes, Lamia was just a little girl. But someone who could be beaten up by Baryan straight away. You tell me she's just a little girl? Lamia then silently turned around and gave the orc thugs a strange smile. At first, the orc thugs managed to keep their smiles. But when they saw Lamia's smile, they subconsciously shuddered. For some reason, they felt something was amiss with Lamia. Lamia then slowly walked towards the orc thugs. Though the orc thugs were a little confused, their impulse quickly took over. But at this critical moment, a roar came from the alley entrance. What are you doing? An orc soldier raised his weapon. Philly City had long been conquered by the orcs. However, since Philly City wasn't close to the front lines, the orcs only stationed a third-line force there. But as everyone knows, ragtag armies are most likely to produce tough guys. The orc had already noticed Lamia. After Lamia disembarked, the orc had intentionally or unintentionally set his sights on her. Because Lamia was so young and appeared alone in Philly City, she would naturally be targeted by the city's nasties. The Bioorc army stationed in Philly City consisted of only 800 men. These 800 men were tasked with managing over 30,000 orcs within the city. The pressure was imaginable. To prevent any mishaps, the orc commander didn't have his soldiers overly restrain the orcs. Because Philly City itself is somewhat unique, having once been a vital source of troops for the orc empire. Most of the orcs here are extremely belligerent, so the orc commander fears his men will engage in conflict with them. On average, over 600 soldiers are assigned to guard duty daily. If these orcs truly revolt and launch a surprise attack on these 600 soldiers on duty, the world will fall. So the orc commander is very tactful, and won't act rashly until more troops are dispatched from above. Although his superiors are tactful, the soldiers under him are mostly young and energetic. By the influence of the great Yin education, they naturally understand the need to uphold justice. Thus, they have been subtly changing the atmosphere of Philly City. After nearly 6 months of stationing, they have gained a good understanding of the city's situation. A beauty like Lamia would undoubtedly be a target for the orc thugs. As expected, the orc soldier soon spotted a group of orc thugs following Lamia. This led to the scene of the orc soldier's furious roar. Lamia was about to deal with the thugs when, suddenly, he heard this roar and froze in shock. The orc thugs also realized that they had been under Lamia's influence, and were about to fall into the illusion and be wiped out by Lamia. The thugs immediately looked at the orcs behind them in anger. The orc soldier released the safety of his AK-47 and aimed at the orcs. As a highly trained soldier, he was confident that he could kill them all within 10 seconds. The thugs saw the orcs raise their weapons, and they watched each other in fear. As members of the largest gang in the area, the thugs were naturally not afraid of the orc soldier before them. But there was a problem. If they attacked the orc soldier, the chain reaction that would ensue would result in the thugs being blamed by the gang leader. The gang would be more harm than good, and they would only end up in trouble. The orc soldier saw that the orcs were intimidated by him, and then he immediately said to Lamia, "Little sister, come here." Lamia's mouth twitched at this, but she still walked towards the orc soldier with a reluctant look on her face. Seeing Lamia approach, the orc soldier pulled her behind him. The orc soldier protected Lamia and slowly retreated step by step. Eventually, the two disappeared at the entrance of the alley. Leaving the alley, the orc soldier sheathed his AK-47 and, with a serious expression, grabbed Lamia's shoulder and spoke. "Girl, where are your family? Do you know what you did just now was dangerous? Those thugs aren't good people. If they target you, you be in danger in this city." The orc soldier chattered on like an elder, while Lamia, like a little devil, spoke with disdain. "Did I ask you to save me? Is there a possibility that they're the ones who suffer?" Lamia said with some discontent. "Eh? How can you talk like that, kid? What do you mean they're the ones who suffer? I saw you were about to be bullied by them." The orc soldier rubbed his head, looking bewildered. "Are kids these days so arrogant? Kid? Who are you calling a kid? You're the kid." "I'm not a kid." Lamia's fury flared up at this. The orc soldier squatted down, placed his hand on Lamia's head, and gently rubbed it. "Okay, you're not a kid, okay? Cute little cat-eared girl." The orc soldier spoke. Lamia realized belatedly that she had become a cat-eared girl. Hearing the orc soldier's words, she was about to leap. But a tingling sensation in her head stopped her from moving. Even on the other side, the thugs from earlier were still lingering in the alley, but without exception, their faces were filled with anger. The cooked duck flew away, and they were furious. The consequences were dire. "I'm so pissed." We were about to eat, and then an orc soldier suddenly appeared. The orc thugs started to speak. They had no idea Lamia had lived for tens of thousands of years. They were going after Lamia, who was still a child. Even though they knew they would most likely be killed by the orcs, they still did it. Some of them were mentally disturbed. After cursing the orc soldiers, the thugs finally decided to find an orc woman to vent their anger on. "Today's my treat. We have some fun later," the thug leader said. "Long live the boss." The orc thugs behind him echoed. But before they could take a few steps, they collapsed to the ground, their bodies rotting. Many orcs panicked and tried to call for help. But they found themselves completely speechless, their vocal cords already rotting. In the end, they watched helplessly as their bodies completely rotted away. Lamia simply gave them a look, and the thugs were dead. Even then, Lamia was enjoying the caress of an orc soldier. The orc soldier couldn't resist either, and continued caressing for several minutes. Who could resist a cute, soft cat girl? Chapter 996. Lamia felt the orc soldier's caress, silently lowered her head, and spoke calmly. "Why did you save me? Why couldn't I save you? I'm wearing a military uniform, and shouldn't I protect the weak?" the orc soldier asked. Lamia was silent. Why should she protect the weak? In the divine realm, the law of the jungle prevails. When Lamia was weak, she was often bullied. Listening to Ilyusha's words, Lamia recalled memories. A kind elder sister had once said this to her. But that elder sister was murdered by other gods. By the time she gained strength and avenged that elder sister, the elder sister's soul had been shattered, completely dissipated from this world. Lamia didn't understand why these powerless people always loved to help the weak. Is this empathy between the weak? "What's your name?" Lamia suddenly looked up and spoke. "My name is Alyosha." "What's yours?" Alyosha stood up, and Lamia spoke up. "My name is Lamia." "Where's your home? Shall I take you there?" Alyosha began, picking up Lamia and heading to her home. I don't have a home. Where can you take me? Lamia said emotionlessly, leaving Alyosha bewildered. Are all kids these days so impulsive? They can just say they have no home and no place? Alyosha was undecided for a moment, and then he could only take Lamia to the barracks. Now, the city lacked even ordinary security guards. Law and order relied almost entirely on this army. These third-line troops were originally used to maintain public order, effectively equivalent to security guards, though they hadn't been officially abolished. But that day wasn't far off. Lamia offered no resistance, allowing Alyosha to lead her to the barracks. After arriving at the barracks, Lamia, looking at the soldiers, more than once considered taking out her scepter and transforming them all into deformed creatures. But for some reason, Lamia ultimately gave up the idea and, instead, remained in the barracks, appearing harmless and obedient. Lamia's arrival brought a touch of color to the barracks. She almost instantly became the barracks mascot. All the soldiers would come up to her and ask about her identity. Lamia spent several days in the barracks like this. Every day, she saw these orc soldiers helping others. Watching these ants-like mortals helping each other, she began to question the laws she believed in for the first time. These mortals could clearly survive by helping each other. So why were these gods engaged in endless internal conflict? Why was this happening? What Lamia didn't know was that, ultimately, all of this was due to the gods' greed. Some gods, like Galena, were generous and charitable. But these gods were targeted by the others. Because in the eyes of the others, the weak weren't worthy of resources. They even said that the weak shouldn't even exist in this world, their existence would only offend them. But these gods never considered one question. Not all gods are born strong. How many people are born with top-tier talent? Geniuses are geniuses because they are one in a million. Some things are called talent, some are called hard work. If talent and hard work are confused, then what is the point of having talent? But these extremely gifted gods are demanding that mediocre gods raise their cultivation to the same level as themselves. How is this possible? After many unsuccessful attempts, these highly gifted gods ultimately chose to abandon the mediocre gods. But they also couldn't bear to see the kind gods allocating their resources to these mediocre gods. Thus, the divine world has an almost complete system of contempt, which explains why the entire divine world seems so pathological. If the top beam is crooked, the bottom beam will be crooked. The gods will eventually reap the consequences of their actions. Lamia was confused. These days, she has experienced what it feels like to be cared for. During the day, she often goes out on missions with Alyosha. I witnessed how Alyosha helped other low-income people. However, Alyosha mostly helped orc children, as the hatred between orcs and half-orcs had already affected many people. Alyosha actually hated orcs, but these helpless children could be shaped. With proper education, these skinny children could naturally be put on the right path. In the camp at night, Alyosha brought out something resembling a guitar. Next to him were the hundreds of homeless children taken in by the military camp. Alyosha was playing and singing a ballad for them. The other soldiers, having had a break, quietly brought their small stools and sat down to listen. As Alyosha's voice began to rise, the children and soldiers present couldn't help but sing along. Lamia's heart was already tender as she watched the scene. She had once wished she could witness this scene in the divine realm. But it was impossible, because such a thing simply didn't exist in the divine realm. Galena had once called for the gods to unite, but was ultimately imprisoned by Irina. This practice was quickly banned. Lamia couldn't help but smile at this heartwarming scene. Wait, did she just smile? Lamia didn't stop smiling, she kept her smile on. But at this critical moment, a voice echoed in her mind. Lamia, have you forgotten the goddess's command? Hearing this voice, Lamia's smile froze. Then she couldn't help but raise a question in the sea of souls. What are you going to do? If I transform everyone in front of you into a distorted creature, will you go mad? Ha ha ha. The voice in her head rang out, followed by a manic laugh. Lamia was instantly enraged, and then she engaged in a mental battle with it. I don't allow you to do this. I'm a god. If you don't allow me, I won't do it, and you already disobeyed the goddess. Are you ready to go back and accept your punishment? The voice in her head rang out again, but Lamia was already harboring a desire to resist. Irina was like a cult leader, repeatedly instilling in them the law of the jungle. She also taught them to exploit each other's every ounce of their being, regardless of their lives. After spending these days together, Lamia no longer wanted to return to that cold, icy realm of the gods. The voice in her head then grew angry. In that case, then enjoy what's coming next. The voice in her head finished its words, then transformed into a wisp of unique aura and drifted away. Lania looked over quickly and spotted a figure perched on a distant rooftop. It was him. Chapter 997. Lania was about to attack, but the shadow was quicker. With a simple wave of his hand, a vast amount of black energy flew out from the scepter. The shadow had already taken the scepter without anyone noticing. Lania was completely unaware. As a member of the divine realm, Lania was naturally aware of the shadow's existence. The shadow was arguably one of Irina's 3 most trusted subordinates, and also one of the 3 with the most resources. He was incredibly powerful, far surpassing Lania. The shadow's decisiveness exceeded Lania's expectations, and a vast amount of black energy filled the city. Some of the black energy attempted to infect the army, but was stopped by Lania. Alyosha and the other soldiers also witnessed this bizarre scene, then stared at Lania in confusion. Who exactly was Lania? Why was she so powerful? Although Lania's strength was unknown, the power she emanated was no small matter. The terrifying pressure reminded Alyosha and the others of witnessing Queen Yunchinchi incinerate the Orc Empire's 50,000 troops. Who exactly was Lania? With Lania's protection, the several hundred soldiers in the army were naturally safe. But the orcs within the city were in dire straits. Almost the instant the black mist filled the air, over 30,000 people within the city were instantly transformed into mutated creatures. And 3 mutations occurred in a split second. Ordinary mutated creatures mutate once, while mutated creatures created through the collaboration between the divine realm and the abyss can mutate twice. They possess a certain degree of resistance to mushroom bombs. But a few days ago, the mutated creatures summoned by Lania were inexplicably killed instantly. Irina's entire body grew increasingly nervous. Then, they strengthened their cooperation with the abyssal plane, upgrading the scepter once again. This allowed the mutated creatures to undergo 3 mutations. The mutated creatures were now as powerful as those of a typical 3rd-level Dochi Knight. The soldiers inside the barracks hadn't figured out what was happening when they witnessed what was happening outside. A large number of orcs mutated and launched a frenzied attack on the survivors. But instead of tearing them apart, they assimilated them, transforming them into these monsters almost instantly upon contact. A soldier standing guard at the barracks gate witnessed an orc, after coming into contact with a diseased creature, instantly transformed from a 1.8-meter tall orc into a 3-meter tall monster. And their body was covered in all sorts of disgusting tumors. The soldier hurried back, wanting to inform his superiors. But by then, their superiors had already begun contacting the National Defense Forces. Unsurprisingly, even the commander of this unit hadn't contacted the Chinchi National Army. He called the Defense Forces headquarters, the Great Yin Army headquarters. Because the situation was beyond his control, he decisively contacted his immediate superior. Let them handle the headaches. But the most urgent task was to defend the barracks. Because the orc soldiers had already spotted numerous aberrant creatures heading towards them. It was as if their army was the only one left in all of Philly City. Everyone, take up your weapons. Prepare for battle. At the commander's command, his soldiers immediately drew their AK-47s. But they were, after all, a 3rd-tier army, a ragtag group among ragtag groups. The AK-47 was their most formidable firepower. These ragtag groups didn't even have heavy machine guns. The only machine gun they had was an MG-42 discarded by the Wehrmacht. And it was a used, second-hand one. But at this point, they couldn't care less. They all pointed their guns at the gate. Lamia was sweating profusely. The black energy was constantly encroaching on the barracks, but Lania was protecting everyone there. But while she could only protect everyone from the black energy, the mutated creatures could still rush in. Lamia then spoke to Alyosha. Alyosha, I can only prevent you from being infected by the black energy, but you have to deal with these mutated creatures on your own. Hearing Lania's mature voice, Alyosha was a little confused, but he quickly realized what was happening. Of course, this wasn't due to Alyosha's cleverness, but rather to the fact that the aberrations had already rushed in through the main gate. Alyosha and his comrades immediately raised their AK-47s and opened fire on the aberrations. Duh! 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 A barrage of bullets flew towards the aberrations. But the impact on the aberrations only caused a splatter of black blood, inflicting no substantial damage. Some quick-witted orc soldiers immediately drew their RPGs. This was their limited supply of heavy firepower. It had originally been intended to deal with the Orc Empire's vehicle units. But instead of encountering the vehicle units, they encountered this abstract unit. And it wasn't just any abstract unit. Swish. Boom. An RPG shell blasted at the aberrations, striking one head-on. Watching the smoke and dust from the explosion, the orc soldiers present breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed to work. But the next second, The aberrations appeared unharmed, even their skin only slightly charred. The orc soldiers were stunned. They didn't know how to deal with these monsters. The aberrations seemed enraged, and they launched a fierce attack directly at Alyosha and his men. Lamia, resisting the pressure, waved her hand. A prismatic sheet condensed from Lamia's hand and shot out. It pierced the aberrations at breakneck speed. The aberrations then exploded. Alyosha, run with everyone. Just a little longer, and Diyin will send rescue. Lamia began, but before she could finish, she sank into the ground. Because the shadow had increased its strength, attempting a quick victory. But just as the words had fallen out, a familiar voice rang out. You little girl, what's up with you? Did you have a falling out with that bitch Irina? Baryan appeared in the camp, his voice full of confusion. Are these gods seriously ill? Why are they all so abstract? Accompanying Baryan were a large number of iron guards. But today's iron guards didn't just wield the Diraxi greatsword. They also had a special six-barreled weapon. Chapter 998. Kid, you're supposed to be a god, right? Then why are you pretending to be a child? Baryan looked at Lamia with a puzzled expression. Lamia no longer had the energy to answer Baryan, instead staring solemnly at the shadow in the distance. Baryan observed Lamia's actions as she protected the orcs in the camp. Ultimately, he chose not to treat Lamia as an enemy. Instead, he drew his sword and charged directly at the shadow. The shadow was still wielding its scepter, transforming the orcs in the city. So, upon seeing Baryan approach, he chose to flee without hesitation. As one of Irina's three evil gods, he was naturally aware of Baryan's existence, and he also knew how a mage like him could possibly defeat a warrior. Furthermore, Baryan was blessed by the planet's will. The shadow dodged and fled. He had no intention of engaging Baryan head-on. Even further away, inside the orc camp, the Iron Guards, armed with the M61 Vulcan cannon, the M134's predecessor, calmly observed the aberrations. Times have changed, my lord. Originally, the Iron Guards were intended to counter aberrations. However, after the battles of the past few days, it has become clear that the Iron Guards can be used not only against aberrations, but also against enemy units. To enhance the Iron Guards' long-range attack capabilities, the Wehrmacht strongly requested that they be equipped with Vulcan cannons. However, the A-10's 30mm Vulcan cannon was not adopted. Instead, the 20mm M61 Vulcan cannon was chosen. To be honest, against ordinary infantry units, the 20mm and 30mm are about the same, as a single hit will effectively cut someone in two. But against vehicles, the 30mm is naturally more powerful than the 20mm. But the Iron Guards couldn't rely on the Vulcan cannon as their primary weapon. Their true strength lay in their Dirac Ocean. This thing was far superior to a gun. Oh. Kid, did you see that? Great flame high-tech. So, they only equipped the Iron Guards with 2 magazines, each holding 800 rounds of ammunition. Perhaps at a rate of fire of 6,000 rounds per minute, 800 rounds wouldn't be enough. But don't forget, if they were really using it against vehicles, these 800 rounds would be enough to shred even ordinary vehicles. And this was just the Iron Guard's temporary ranged attack. If they really encountered a tank, they'd just use the Dirac Ocean to fire a beam, and you'd be in for a treat. The Iron Guards maneuvered their Vulcan cannons and began attacking the aberrations. At first, the aberrations showed no fear at all, because they saw the men pulling out those fire sticks again. During the recent exchange of fire, these aberrations discovered that the humans liked to hit them with fire sticks. But they couldn't do any harm at all. So, they weren't afraid of the humans using fire sticks. Foolish aberrations, these aren't fire sticks. Boom! The distinct sound of a Gatling gun rang out, and the dense volcanic explosions created a distinctive boom. The orc soldiers nearby only saw a large number of shells flying out of the Vulcan cannon. And then, the aberrations before them were instantly pulverized into pieces. And the pieces were so shattered they couldn't even be put back together. So what if you're a level 3 fighting chi knight? Can you withstand physical transcendence? In an instant, the 800 rounds of ammunition were nearly exhausted. The effect was remarkable, however. The aberrations that had initially attempted a charge were now shattered and lying on the ground. The aberrations behind, preparing to charge, were momentarily stunned. Because they were orcs, their brains were extremely limited. Looking at the pile of aberrations on the ground, their minds raced. Should they charge in or not? Meanwhile, Baryan had already given the answer. The shadow, eager to transform more aberrations, struggled with Baryan. But Baryan gave the shadow no chance, seizing every opportunity. A sword pierced the shadow's shoulder, sending it yelping in pain. Then it fled. The aberrations, losing control, went berserk. Without a second thought, they charged directly at the Iron Guards. The Iron Guards instantly revealed a sinister grin. Isn't that right? Fight! Awesome! The Iron Guards immediately discarded their Vulcan cannons and sent a mutated creature flying in front of them with a single punch. If you're a real man, come and fight. The two sides quickly engaged in combat, but the Iron Guards noticed something was amiss with these mutated creatures. They seemed to have grown stronger, and a single punch couldn't turn them into a distorted mess. But even after 3 rounds of strengthening, the mutated creatures were still no match for the Iron Guards. After realizing they couldn't destroy them with a single punch, the Iron Guards immediately drew their Dirac C. Iron Guard Rule Number 1. When facing any unknown enemy, use your most powerful firepower. Something's wrong. Flash and attack. The aberrant creatures were quickly reduced to a distorted mess, barely making a ripple. Alyosha watched in shock. What exactly are these iron spheres, even on the other side? The Dwarven Empire to the south, as a defeated nation, naturally had its government abolished by the Elven Empire. However, the Elven Empire did not directly govern the Dwarven Empire, and the deep-seated feud between the two sides was unresolved. So, Queen Sif had no choice but to establish a puppet government. In Sif's eyes, disbanding the Dwarven Empire's government and establishing a new puppet regime would ensure the dwarves' complacency. But Sif's assumptions proved too simplistic. The puppet regime had a certain effect, but most dwarves believed that it was a lackey of the Elven Empire, and therefore many dwarves were unwilling to obey it. The noble ministers of the previous Dwarven Empire government initially chose to remain anonymous, with many simply choosing to retreat into seclusion, hiding directly under the nose of the Elven Empire. After all, the most dangerous place is often the safest place. But as the puppet government's popularity dwindled, some former Dwarven officials began to stir. Most of them were local public figures, or highly respected individuals. The Dwarven Empire's Barak City. This is the Dwarven Empire's second largest city, and the largest city near the Dwarven capital. Originally, the Dwarven Empire planned to build Barak into a city as powerful as the capital, complementing it in a distant, twin-star formation. But the defeat in the war with the Elven Empire shelved this plan. Here, a full 300,000 dwarves live. Also, many current Dwarven Empire officials reside within Barak City. Seeing the Dwarven Empire's puppet regime gradually weaken, these former Dwarven Empire officials gradually developed other concerns. The Elven Empire's 1st Army Division is stationed within Barak City. However, due to Barak's complexity, the 1st Army Division only controls key areas. However, undercurrents were brewing in other areas. It was the height of summer, and Barak was nestled in the desert, so everyone in the city felt sweltering. Chapter 999. One day, Barak was uncomfortably hot under the scorching summer sun. It was supposed to be an ordinary day, but it was something else entirely. The Elven Empire's 1st Division was hunting a fugitive. This fugitive was a high-ranking official of the former Dwarven Empire. After the fall of the former Dwarven Empire, instead of accepting the status quo, the former Dwarven Empire began actively fostering reactionary forces. In an attempt to overthrow the rule of the Dwarven Empire's puppet regime, many dwarves provided shelter for this official, and even engaged in conflict with the puppet regime. Under pressure, the Dwarven Empire's puppet regime ultimately turned to the Elven Empire for assistance. The Elven Empire had no desire to take on this mess, but the Dwarven officials controlled over 50,000 resistance forces. This put the Elven Empire on pins and needles. These 50,000 were not regular troops, but a resistance organization. It was like someone commanding 50,000 guerrillas, ready to launch a surprise attack in your occupied territory. Queen Sif of the Elven Empire quickly decided to capture the high-ranking official. However, the official had taken refuge in the city of Barak. Barak was home to a full 300,000 civilians. The 1st Army Division, having received the order, had no choice but to bravely march into the civilian area to capture him. But the result was predictable. They couldn't even enter the main gate to the civilian area. The dwarves alone had already blocked the main gate, and the elven soldiers of the 1st Army had no authority to open fire. Because Queen Sif's mission was to capture him alive, this gave the dwarves great confidence, believing the elves were bluffing. The dwarven official hid in the civilian area, observing everything around him. After learning that the Elven Empire was attempting to capture him, the dwarf official finally gave up his pretense. The dwarf official knew that if he stayed like this, he would sooner or later be captured by the Elven Empire. So, the official planned to use the city's 300,000 dwarves to establish Barak City's independence. The soldiers of the 1st Army Division attempted to enter the civilian area several times, but were blocked by the dwarves. Finally, they were forced to return to their temporary base at the school. At the officials' instigation, many dwarves began demonstrating near the school. A squad of Elven Empire soldiers was dispatched to the school gate to provide security and prevent the dwarves from entering. As the elite of the Elven Empire, the 1st Army Division was naturally equipped with weapons from the Great Flame. And they weren't ordinary AK-47s, but M4 carbines. Because, according to Sif, the Elven Empire prioritized quality over quantity. The soldiers under his command should follow the same path. They should pursue an elite approach, not the human wave tactics of the neighboring Qingqi kingdom. An army of mixed quality cannot guarantee combat effectiveness. Thus, the Elven Empire's 1st Army Division was a bold attempt by the Elven Empire. The Elven squad stood solemnly at the school gate, watching the dwarven civilians with vigilance. They had their hands on the safety pins, ready to fire if the dwarves dared to move. However, most Elven soldiers believed that the dwarves were merely demonstrating, throwing a few rotten leaves at them, and would not attack them. The dwarves leading the demonstration also thought so. They did not want to attract trouble. The problem was, the bad guys among the dwarves didn't see it that way. The dwarves were interrogating the Elven soldiers. When are you going to get out of here? This is our home. Our children go to school here. Why are you arresting Master Lakaw? Master Lakaw is a good official. The dwarves' chatter was like a buzzing sound. But the well-trained Elven soldiers turned a deaf ear to it. Their gazes swept through the crowd. A young Elven soldier glanced over and saw something terrifying. Among the dwarven protesters, one pointed a gun at them. The Elven soldier immediately raised his rifle, ready to strike first. But the enemy had apparently noticed the Elven soldier as well, and their reactions were faster. Bang! Ah! A gunshot instantly shattered the peaceful demonstration. An Elven soldier fell to the ground, blood gushing from his abdomen onto the scorching ground. The Elven squad leader immediately ordered his soldiers to retreat back into the school. At the same time, they returned fire. Damn it, they've been bullied. Bang! 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 Ah! The gunshots were accompanied by screams from the crowd. The dwarven protesters could never have imagined that someone would actually shoot and kill an Elven soldier, but even more outrageous was that these Elven soldiers, symbols of peace, actually opened fire. Nonsense! There were at least 20 guns in the crowd, all hidden and firing from the shadows. If the Elven soldiers wanted to retreat back to the school, they would have to march at least another 50 meters. These 50 meters were a deadly road until they could deal with the hidden gunmen. You two, take the fallen soldier away, and notify the friendly forces in the school to have their armored vehicles come out to meet us. The Elven captain pulled out a smoke bomb, unzipped it, and threw it behind him. He then led the other Elven soldiers in a firefight with the gunmen in the crowd. He bought time for his soldiers to carry away their wounded soldiers. Bang! 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 It must be said that the Elven Empire Army's 1st Division was truly elite. In less than 5 minutes of exchange, over 10 dwarven militants were killed. But many ordinary dwarven civilians were also affected. By the end of the battle, the Elven soldiers had killed a total of 26 dwarven militants. However, they also accidentally injured 17 dwarven civilians, 2 of whom died. The commander of the Elven Empire Army's 1st Division made no comment on the matter. Civilian casualties were inevitable, otherwise, his own soldiers would have perished. The elf felt he had done nothing wrong, but the dwarves were enraged. And the former Dwarf Empire Army General, Lakaw, seized this opportunity to fan the flames behind the scenes. For the next 2 weeks, the dwarves in the city began to engage in petty activities. For example, they threw rotten vegetable leaves at the Elven soldiers standing guard on the street. The most violent of them only threw small stones. But Lakaw felt that wasn't enough, so he sent people disguised as dwarven civilians to massacre a patrolling Elven Empire squad on a dark and windy night. They first captured 9 members of the squad, and then subjected them to inhuman torture. Finally, they brutally killed all 9 of them, and hung them up, cosplaying as sunny dolls. Their bodies were hung near the entrance of the school. It wasn't until dawn the next day that the Elven Empire soldiers discovered what had happened. This instantly enraged the entire Elven Empire. Sif was furious. I could tolerate you throwing a few rotten vegetable leaves and a few small stones. But what you're doing now has exceeded our tolerance. Chapter 1000. The Elven Empire naturally had to strike hard against these dwarven actions. Originally, Sif planned to immediately order the 1st Army Division to capture Raqqa and eliminate all resistance forces within Barak. But Queen Sif was stopped by her own men. Even the military brass unanimously ruled out immediate action. The reason was simple. Barak was simply too complex. First, there were 300,000 civilians, And secondly, and most importantly, the houses were too densely packed. If a surprise attack on Barak were launched under the current circumstances, the entire 1st Army Division would suffer irreversible damage. The cost of a forceful attack on Barak was simply too high. A complete plan could be formulated in the next few days. Then proceed slowly. After hearing this, Sid finally calmed down and ordered headquarters to quickly formulate a battle plan. This would help the 1st Army Division capture Barak in a short period of time. The idea was good, but the reality was harsh. Inside Barak, because the dwarves had been shot at by the elves, the dwarves were overjoyed when they saw a small elven squad being slaughtered. The invaders had finally received their just due. When Laka saw the Elven Empire hadn't reacted, he didn't relax. Instead, he became even more serious. He ordered his men to keep their men in check and refrain from causing any trouble for the time being. Laka had already guessed that the Elven Empire would launch a military operation soon. But plans couldn't keep up with changes. Seeing the Elven Empire refusing to even say a word, the foolish dwarves' hearts swelled. Finally, they set their sights squarely on the Great Yin merchants, who had factories in Barak. Most of the Great Yin merchants here had opened iron mines, because the mainland still needed a large amount of iron or to expand its military. Now that the aerospace carrier was about to be launched, almost all steel was prioritized for the aerospace base. There was also the extreme plan, and the army needed a large number of armored units. All of this required a large amount of steel. As the saying goes, revolution is like a brick, it can be moved wherever it's needed. After signing agreements with Lion, these Great Yin entrepreneurs traveled to other countries to open factories for Great Yin, continuously transporting resources from other countries to the mainland. An entrepreneur was driving his car on the streets at night. Due to a minor incident at the mine today, a dwarf had suffered a work-related injury. The entrepreneur personally visited the dwarf and covered all the expenses for his medical treatment. As a Great Yin entrepreneur, he couldn't guarantee the same treatment for dwarves as for Great Yin people, but he could ensure that the dwarves had a good deal. 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, free food and lodging, and full medical expenses for work-related injuries. This far surpasses many other factories. After all, they were entrepreneurs dispatched by the Yin government, and almost all of them were members of the People's Party. This entrepreneur also sponsored 50 or 60 dwarf children in Barak City. Their fathers had almost all died in the war, and their mothers had abandoned them. They had become orphans. The entrepreneur, mercifully, took these dwarf children into an orphanage. This gesture was praised by the locals, but also caused dissatisfaction among some. In the eyes of some dwarves, the entrepreneur clearly had money to give them, yet he chose to give it to these useless brats. This was a complete waste of resources, and after seeing the Elven Empire soldiers killed, these people showed no reaction. Their ambitions swelled, and they planned to hold up the entrepreneur in a highway robbery. The entrepreneur had just stopped at an intersection, waiting for the car in front of him to pass. But at that moment, a dozen dwarves emerged from the streets on both sides. They opened the car door, pulled the entrepreneur out, and pressed him against the hood. The hot hood burned the entrepreneur's face. But the entrepreneur didn't panic. Instead, he spoke calmly. "Everyone, what do you want? Money? There's money in the car. Take it and go." The entrepreneur remained calm, knowing that most dwarves who hijack cars don't survive. Although he also disliked these idle dwarves, now that they had him pinned down in the car, he needed to learn to curry favor. The dwarf leader was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. But he quickly realized that they were here to rob him, and since the entrepreneur was so sensible, he wouldn't have to make things difficult for him. Several of his men rummaged through the car. One of them found a pistol and tried to hand it to the dwarf leader. But the dwarf leader slapped the man hard. "You dare take a gun? You think you can't die soon enough, huh?" The man immediately put the gun back, while another sharp-faced man took the entrepreneur's wallet. He then opened it with a greedy look on his face, revealing only 6 silver coins. The sharp-nosed, monkey-faced henchman rushed over to the entrepreneur, grabbed him by the collar, and demanded, "Where's the money?" The entrepreneur then remembered that he had just left the factory and stopped by the orphanage, handing over all the few gold coins he had to the director. Now he had no money at all. The entrepreneur began. "All the money was given to the orphanage. Now the only valuable thing I have is this watch. Take it if you want it." The dwarf leader didn't think twice, and snatched the watch from the entrepreneur's hand, preparing to leave. But the sharp-nosed, monkey-faced henchman spotted the photo in the wallet. It showed the entrepreneur posing with a beautiful woman, with a cute little girl standing between them. The 3 of them were beaming with smiles. The sharp-nosed, monkey-faced dwarf was jealous. Why was his wife so beautiful? Why was his daughter so beautiful too? Why? The sharp-nosed, monkey-faced dwarf punched the entrepreneur. The entrepreneur clutched his stomach and collapsed to the ground. The dwarf leader, upon seeing this, immediately cursed. "What are you doing?" The sharp-nosed, monkey-faced dwarf spoke up. "I just can't stand these high-handed people." He then kicked the entrepreneur in the head. But the iron plate under the dwarf's boot, as luck would have it, sliced through the entrepreneur's temple. The entrepreneur instantly turned into a bloody mess, and soon passed away. The dwarves were stunned. Chapter 1001. The dwarves were stunned as they watched the silent entrepreneur. The dwarf leader, in particular, had originally planned to rob the entrepreneur and then flee with the money. The sharp-nosed, monkey-faced dwarf was also stunned. He could never have imagined that a single kick from him would kill the entrepreneur. The point wasn't that they killed him, but that the entrepreneur was a great yin. In fact, at this moment, the entrepreneur still had a modicum of consciousness. He could feel his life force slipping away, but he could no longer speak. His mind was now preoccupied with his wife and daughter. He knew that after this summer, he could return home to hand over his mission, and then work in his native land. But this summer had become his last. He would never see his beautiful wife and daughter again. The dwarf leader immediately turned and ran, not caring about his watch. He threw his watch at the sharp-nosed, monkey-faced dwarf, and then fled in a panic. The other dwarves, upon seeing this, shook their heads and left the sharp-nosed, monkey-faced dwarf where he was. The sharp-nosed, monkey-faced dwarf could never have imagined that his fellow dwarves, who had just prospered together, would abandon him in an instant. Unable to calm down any longer, he felt a wave of anxiety. He quickly picked up his watch and fled. However, he didn't flee the city like the others. Instead, he fled to the hidden area of Laka. He was, after all, a distant cousin of Laka's. But Kara had been staying out of the spotlight recently. He couldn't afford to turn to his cousin. But given the current situation, the sharp-nosed, monkey-faced dwarf knew that only his cousin, Raka, could save him. The sharp-nosed, monkey-faced dwarf confessed everything to Kara without hesitation. Raka's expression upon learning this was truly remarkable. Raka hadn't expected his distant cousin to be so bold. He had actually killed an entrepreneur. But as the dwarf's cousin, Raka valued blood ties. Furthermore, the Elven Empire's lack of reaction made Raka believe the Elven Empire was a mere paper tiger. His ambition soared that even after his cousin's catastrophic actions, he chose to shield him instead of handing him over. The dwarf, upon learning of Raka's willingness to protect him, was so overwhelmed with gratitude that he almost knelt before him. The entrepreneur's body was soon discovered by Elven soldiers on night patrol. At first, they thought he was just an ordinary person, but upon seeing the company's ID card, the patrolling Elven soldiers were terrified. The entrepreneur wasn't the most terrifying was the People's Party legislator. This is complete. The Elven Empire soldiers didn't hesitate and immediately rushed to the hospital with the body. But they found out the man was already dead. In the hospital corridor, the patrol team left 5 or 6 soldiers to guard the area while the others rushed back to report the situation to the commander of the 1st Army Division. The soldiers looked at the entrepreneur's wallet and the photo inside. The happy family of 3 in the photo was something even the elves envied. But after scraping the blood off his wallet and glancing at the doctors busy at work in the morgue, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness for the entrepreneur. What was going on? Upon hearing the news, the commander of the 1st Army Division rushed out of headquarters in a panic and drove directly to the Dwarf Empire's capital. As a division commander, he actually drove himself, because he needed to personally apologize to the Great Yin Embassy in the Dwarf Empire's capital. A People's Party member of parliament had died in the area he oversaw. He didn't want to lose his position as division commander. What was going on? The commander sped all the way to the Dwarf Empire's capital and found the consul at the Great Yin Embassy. When the consul learned the news, he was stunned. If you were kidnapping for money, I could understand. But how could the dwarves have the guts to kill an entrepreneur? Without hesitation, the consul immediately boarded a helicopter and headed for Barak City. The group then froze in place, staring at the bodies in the morgue. The commander of the 1st Army Division and the other Elven Empire soldiers all bowed their heads. Consul Dian, on the other hand, had a gloomy expression. He then inquired about the patrol's events from the previous night. He learned that the entrepreneur counselor had already died when the patrol arrived. The consul sighed, accepted the entrepreneur's wallet from a nearby soldier, and took a look at the happy family of 3. At that moment, the dwarven doctors and nurses in the hospital were afraid to breathe. The commander of the 1st Army Division had just dispatched a battalion of soldiers to guard the hospital. He also ordered 3 of his brigades to blockade Barak City. The consul didn't hesitate and called Leon's office. Leon was currently in the southeastern coastal region of the Holy Empire, preparing to visit the space base on Fearless Island. He received this shocking news. Leon repeated his questioning 3 times, finally confirming that the entrepreneur had been killed. The atmosphere on the ship was extremely solemn. Yunli, holding a teddy bear, looked at her father, Leon, standing by the railing. She wanted to go over and hug him, but she sensed his sadness. Leon remembered the entrepreneur's name. His name was Stevens. He was one of the first entrepreneurs in Sin City to agree to work with Leon. He even founded the steel mill in the capital, Leongler. That's why Leon had sent him to the Dwarven Empire to manage the entire Dwarven Empire's iron mines. But Stevens was a low-key person. He didn't like having too many people protecting him. Furthermore, there was a garrison in Barak, and the security had always been good. At least until the rebellion in Raqqa, Barak had been very peaceful. All these factors ultimately led to this tragedy. When Sif learned the news, she was speechless. The situation had exceeded her imagination. Lion was on the boat, gazing out to sea. He didn't know how to face Stevens' family. Stevens had a daughter, only 5 years old. Yunli put down her teddy bear and hugged Lion's thigh, nuzzling her little head affectionately against it. "Dad, what's wrong with you?" Yunli looked up at Lion, seeming to sense his grief. "A kind uncle passed away, and Dad wants to avenge him. He had a daughter, only 3 years older than you. That little girl has lost her father." Lion half knelt before Yunli and spoke. Yunli was a little confused. On the other hand, the Intelligence Bureau has sent a special operations team to investigate all this. Chapter 1002. Upon receiving the initial news, the Intelligence Bureau immediately dispatched a task force to capture all dwarves involved in the murder. Why was it murder? Neither the money nor the valuable watches at the scene had been taken. If this isn't murder, what could it be? This must be persecution of the people of Dayin by the despicable dwarves. That same evening, the Intelligence Bureau's task force flew directly to the Dwarven Empire's capital on an Air Force plane. Then, they immediately rushed to Barak City by bus. The commander of the Elf Empire Army's 1st Division had been waiting outside Barak City long before, fearing any unforeseen circumstances. The Special Operations Team consisted of 13 members. They were equivalent to elite troops, but most were used for specialized missions, such as capturing troublesome fugitives or obtaining crucial evidence. If you could mobilize the Intelligence Bureau's elite squad, you would be breaking the law. Because almost everyone who had seen the elite squad had died. The commander of the 1st Division looked at the elite squad with a serious expression. The elite squad's leader was a captain. He was once a captain in the National Defense Forces, but due to his outstanding performance, he was transferred to the Intelligence Bureau, where he served as the leader of an elite squad. There was no further exchange. The captain directly questioned the division commander. "Major General, please explain the latest situation. We will seek justice for Lord Stevens." The division commander spoke sincerely. "We have captured the other participants, but the dwarf who murdered Senator Stevens escaped into territory controlled by the Dwarven Resistance. In reality, the other participants did not harm the senator at all. The only person who harmed Congressman Stevens was the dwarf in the Gold Rush control zone. It was that dwarf who killed Congressman Stevens." The division commander then ordered his men to bring in the dwarves who participated in last night's robbery. The captain immediately ordered his men to interrogate the dwarves. However, the interrogation yielded no conclusion, as the dwarves were truly only after the money, and the most they could be charged with was robbery. At the same time, the dwarves revealed that the dwarf who killed Congressman Stevens had taken refuge in the Dwarven Resistance Zone. This was no small matter. Even for an elite team, entering the enemy-infested zone would be extremely difficult. After a brief deliberation, the captain decided to personally lead the team into the control zone and capture the dwarf. Anyone who offends the Great Flame will be brought to justice. Soon, the elite team received. The captain ordered them to conduct a weapons inspection. The elite squad was fully armed. They were equipped with the fully automatic version of the M4 carbine, also known as the M4A1. As for their pistols, they used the Glock 17, the sidearm of ordinary CIA agents. It was a truly inexpensive weapon. And the Glock was made of industrial plastic, as technology is now entering the modern era. So, we must learn to manufacture weapons using new materials. Old-fashioned weapons will eventually become obsolete. Of course, if you insist on bringing up the AK-47, I have no objection. It's probably still usable in space. And all CIA elite soldiers were equipped with 4-eye night vision goggles. The captain understood that entering the controlled area during the day was impossible. According to the 1st Army Division, There are at least 10,000 dwarven rebels in the controlled area. 10,000 militants. While it's unknown what kind of weapons they use, the fact that the 1st Army Division commander is so frightened is enough to prove that this resistance force has become a force to be reckoned with. At this moment, in the dwarven-controlled area, the dwarf was enjoying himself with his cousin, Raka. Although Raka chose to stay out of the spotlight for the time being, he continued to play music and dance. Enjoy what you have to enjoy. In a secluded basement, Raka was watching several dwarven women posing seductively. Several trusted leaders nearby also had lewd grins on their faces. This kind of life is truly blissful. Every morning, they wake up to be served by someone. And the Elven Empire, which occupies this area, dares not make any move against them. Isn't it wonderful? But just then, one of the dwarf's men ran up to Raka and whispered something. Raka's face darkened, and he looked at his dwarf nephew beside him. Dian has sent men. They're going to take you back for trial, Raka said calmly, while his nephew's face was filled with panic. Uncle, I don't want to die yet. I really didn't mean to. I was just a little jealous, so I punched and kicked him. I really didn't mean to kill him. Raka's nephew's voice trembled. He was just a low-level thug. Although he was a bit mean-spirited, he had never intended to kill anyone. Raka shook his head. Now that things have come to this, you must pay with your life. The Intelligence Bureau will never let you go. But don't worry, as long as you stay here, you'll be absolutely safe. Raka patted his chest and promised. This gave his nephew some confidence. Yes, with so many men under his command, how could he possibly let the Gratian people capture him? The Intelligence Bureau's elite squad quickly reached the perimeter of the controlled zone. But before they could even enter, they were discovered by the people in the controlled zone. The entire city was swarming with spies from the rebel forces, so when the Intelligence Bureau arrived in Barak City, Raka and his men were already aware of it. To protect his nephew, Raka naturally defended it with all his might. After the initial infiltration attempt failed, the captain, without hesitation, immediately ordered his troops to evacuate. At the same time, he instructed the 1st Army Division to put pressure on the controlled zone, forcing them to hand over Raka's nephew. The 1st Army Division was overjoyed upon hearing this news. They were already trying to capture Raka, and now, Raka's nephew was in trouble again. With the Yan support, they could certainly forcefully take the people over, but was that really the case? The next day, the commander of the 1st Army Division sent a small team to the controlled area to negotiate and try to get the people out. But Raka simply ordered his men to slaughter the entire squad of elven soldiers. The bodies, just like before, were left hanging in the street outside the controlled area. The surrounding dwarves applauded. The commander of the 1st Army Division instantly felt ashamed, and the captain reported the situation directly to Hans. Hans's face was filled with surprise upon hearing the news. He then hurriedly glanced at the calendar beside him. I'm thinking this wasn't 3 years ago? Are there still fools who want to oppose us? Lion received the news quickly. There were no extra words, just one word. Fight. But what Leon hadn't anticipated was that this would become the most difficult street battle since the Battle of the Elven Empire and the Battle of Leonglur. Chapter 1003. Soon, the Elven Empire's military received an order from Leon. They were ordered to use all possible means to dismantle the Raka armed forces. Upon hearing this news, the Elven Queen Sif was instantly overjoyed. Although the Elven Empire already had a well-established army, its air force was still overly dependent on the Wehrmacht. The entire Dwarf Empire had only one air base, located in the Dwarven capital, and it housed only 8 MiG-25s. There wasn't even a single Su-27. After all, the Dwarf Empire had already been conquered by the Elven Empire. What was the point of sending more fighter jets to the Dwarf Empire? Deploying more soldiers to the occupied territories could maintain security, but deploying more fighter jets would only increase military expenditures. Isn't the Yan's money? It was all saved up by the citizens, the people's money, but Leon had spoken, and after the newspapers spread the word, ordinary people were also furious. They petitioned Leon to bring the murderer to justice. The original residents of Sin City, many of whom had worked in Stephen's factory, had all benefited from Stephen's kindness. The people of Diyen were grateful for favors, so they naturally sought justice for Stevens. Lion urgently dispatched 16 MiG-25s, 24 Su-27s, and 12 Tu-95 bombers to the Dwarven Empire's air base. He also ordered the local Elven Empire troops to immediately begin expelling the residents of Barak City. He also ordered all local Dwarven civilians to be evacuated and launched a devastating attack on all Dwarven armed forces within the controlled area. Initially, the Elven Empire's senior staff assured Sif and Leon that, with air support, they would capture Barak City with a thunderous offensive. However, the Intelligence Bureau took a few photos and subsequently had the Wehrmacht's senior operations advisors conduct an analysis. The conclusion was that a forceful attack by the Elven Empire would incur heavy casualties. The reason was simple. Tens of thousands of Dwarven resistance forces were stationed within Barak City. These resistance forces had obtained AK-47s from Elven Empire soldiers. Through manual labor, and with the help of Dwarven magicians, they had acquired a considerable number of AK-47s. And most devastatingly, the local environment in Barak was the most devastating. Barak is currently the largest city of the dwarves, and was originally the capital of the Dwarven Empire. However, due to the war that devastated the capital, the population plummeted to 270,000. Naturally, Barak City has become the Dwarven Empire's first minister. Since the average height of a dwarf is no more than 1.5 meters, the houses built by civilians naturally do not exceed 2 meters in height. Not only did they save on materials, but they also built most of them onto the roofs to create a thermal insulation layer. The houses are short, and the space is so crowded. The entire city of Barak is like a maze. And the dwarves each have their own courtyard. The doors are locked. Anyone who climbs over the wall will be clearly visible. Furthermore, the windows of the local houses are very small. It would be difficult for the elven soldiers to climb in through the windows. It would be like climbing into a matchbox. This is why the Wehrmacht staff is worried. If the Dwarven resistance forces take advantage of this terrain, they can engage in guerrilla warfare and street fighting. Can the Elven Empire withstand this? And the Dwarven Empire possesses certain anti-armor capabilities. The Elven Empire's current tactics rely on armored units. This also means an over-reliance on armored units. But in urban combat, armored units are not a shield, they could very well be your death warrant. After weighing the pros and cons, the Wehrmacht sent this report to the Elven Empire. But by this point, the Elven Empire's staff believed they had grown up, and could formulate their own battle plans based on their own thinking. Naturally, they believed the army's 1st Division possessed far more intelligence than the Wehrmacht. So, they did not agree with the Wehrmacht's suggestions. Instead, they planned to have the armored units launch a direct assault from one direction, driving out all the Dwarven resistance forces within the controlled area. The Wehrmacht could only chuckle at this. You want to think for yourself? Then try it. The Elven Empire formulated a detailed battle plan. Within 3 days, they would forcibly expel the dwarves from Barak City. This would be done by dropping leaflets and broadcasting announcements. They were forced to leave Barak City. Meanwhile, armored units were deployed daily to conduct armed patrols along the highway. Various methods were used to create psychological pressure. By the second evening, almost all the dwarves had left. Only 30,000 dwarven civilians, refusing to leave, and over 10,000 dwarven militants remained. Most of these 30,000 dwarven civilians were family members of the militants. The Elven Empire showed no mercy to these people. However, they didn't begin their operations until the 3rd night. It seemed they were giving the dwarven civilians a last chance. But having already decided to stay, they naturally wouldn't leave. On the 3rd night, heavy artillery fire began, targeting the dwarven militants' weapons depot. They didn't bombard the entire area, as there were still civilians in the controlled zone. After all, these elves weren't dwarven beasts. They were human. The meticulously trained artillery of the 1st Army Division launched precise strikes on the weapons depot. At the same time, the 1st Army Division requested fire support from the air base. Dine Air Base naturally dispatched fighter jets for precision strikes. They began destroying various fortresses within the controlled zone. But the pilots at the air base were not optimistic about the Elven Empire. During the bombing, they scanned the area below and discovered that the buildings within Barak were too densely packed. Unless they leveled the entire controlled zone, a quick victory would be possible. But that was simply unrealistic. After 3 days of bombing, the apparent rebel weapons depot had been completely destroyed. But in reality, a vast arsenal of weapons remained hidden underground. At the same time, the families of most of the rebel leaders had already been relocated underground. The civilians remaining above ground were mostly the families of ordinary rebels. On the 7th day, the 1st Army Division finally launched its offensive. A large number of T-72 tanks and various armored vehicles began attacking from the east. At the same time, a brigade was dispatched to establish defensive positions in the western suburbs of the city to prevent the dwarven rebels from escaping. The commander of the 1st Army Division felt a flicker of anxiety. He wasn't optimistic about the battle plan presented by the military. It was like a leaky house, and the soldiers of the 1st Division were going to live in it. Chapter 1004. The soldiers of the Elven Empire's 1st Division quickly launched their attack. They advanced directly from the east into the city in a mighty force. The Dwarven civilians had already evacuated most of the area, while the remaining Dwarven civilians gathered in the controlled area. They were used by Raka as human shields to prevent the Great Yin Air Force from launching a large-scale bombing. The Elven Empire, fearing the consequences, chose not to launch a full-scale bombing. The 1st Division deployed a brigade on the first day of the attack. They also deployed over 120 tanks and over 300 armored vehicles. Adding nearly 8,000 soldiers, they launched a massive offensive. From the outset, they mobilized a large number of artillery to directly attack the outer rebel defenses. The rebels chose not to retreat to the controlled area, but instead deployed large numbers of skirmishers to defend the perimeter. They employed small arms such as AK-47s, Mauser rifles, and some RPGs to continuously harass and launch surprise attacks on the Elven Empire's troops. Their primary target was the vehicles, because Lokhal believed that if they destroyed the Elven Empire's vehicles, they could thwart the Elven Empire's attack. In fact, this was indeed the case. To minimize casualties, the commander of the 1st Army Division ordered his soldiers to focus their attacks around the armored units. Once an armored unit was damaged, it was to be immediately withdrawn from the front lines. This was because the commander of the 1st Army Division did not trust the commander's battle plan. He hoped that Diane would develop a comprehensive battle plan for them, not this one with so many loopholes. Although this plan was unacceptable, he was, after all, the commander of the Elven Empire's division, so he naturally had to follow orders. After the 3-hour bombardment ended, the 1st Army Division launched its offensive. A 9-man Elven squad, escorted by an armored Humvee, advanced toward a remote area. Since the Elven Empire's 1st Army Division had purchased M4 carbines, which used the 5.56mm round, they naturally chose not to sell them PKM machine guns. Instead, they opted to sell them the M249, which was compatible with the squad infantry's M4 carbines. This was to prevent emergencies. However, the Elven Empire still had a considerable number of AK-47s. Furthermore, the Elven Empire had always been a staunch ally of the Great Yin, far more reliable than the Qin-Chi Kingdom. Therefore, the M249 was exported to the Elven Empire. Even the Wehrmacht itself had not yet officially deployed the M249. This was because Lion wanted to equip the Wehrmacht with the M240 general-purpose machine gun in one go. The M240 used the 7.62 by 51mm round, which was compatible with the PKM. However, the price difference between the two is enormous. The former can be considered the aristocracy of guns. After all, it's difficult to pinpoint the pros and cons of American weaponry, but one thing is easy to point out. It's expensive. Currently, most IDF soldiers use the AK-74. The Glock 17 is a pilot production model, designed to verify the strength of new materials. It paves the way for future weapons. After all, it's almost time to go to war, and soldiers still use AK-74s. It's a bit of a letdown. So, Lion plans to fully deploy the new rifle by the end of the 2nd 5-year plan. The QBZ-191 precision rifle. This weapon will eventually be released. But Lion, too, hasn't given up on producing the M4. If this thing were converted to fully automatic, it could easily be sold to other countries at a premium. However, Lion was a bit troubled. Once the 191 was in service, the entire Wehrmacht would face a major challenge. That was the lack of uniformity in ammunition calibers. 5.45, 5.56, 5.8, 7.62, 12.7. The Immortals were as numerous as hemp. And many of the Holy Empire's troops were using the 7.92 caliber. Logistics, 6. But now that things have come to this, let's complete the 5-year plan first. Let the logistics headaches go, Barak City. Well-equipped Elven soldiers were advancing in a long, snake-like formation along both sides of the street. This was a tactic they had learned from the previous defense of the Elven Empire's capital. In street fighting, standing in the middle of the street and engaging in a gunfight was the worst offense. They advanced slowly, keeping close to the buildings on either side, creating a crossfire and providing cover. The armored Humvees were advancing slowly along the main street. The machine gunner on the roof nervously watched the cloth fluttering on both sides of the road. At the slightest sign of trouble, he would immediately open fire. Their mission was to capture a commanding height not far ahead. Once they had secured this height, the company would deploy a sniper team, who would then use this vantage point to provide support to the surrounding friendly forces. Clearly, the Dwarven resistance also understood the importance of this commanding height, so they had deployed nearly 20 militants there to prevent the Elven Empire from seizing it. The 9-man Elven squad was divided into 3 teams of 3. They advanced slowly, alternating between the two sides of the road. At the slightest sign of trouble, they would stop immediately, only advancing after ensuring it was safe. But what they didn't know was that in a distant house, a Kar 98K with a scope was mounted on a table, its muzzle pointed away from the window, aiming at the advancing Elven Empire soldiers. A dwarf was observing everything through the scope. He had once been a sniper in the Dwarven Empire, but after the war ended, he chose to return to his ordinary life. But his home had changed drastically, and he couldn't adapt to life there. At this time, Raka had already begun to form a resistance group, and he joined them without hesitation, hoping to carve out a future for himself. A small militant leader nearby was also watching the Elven squad on the street through binoculars. He didn't order fire immediately, because an Elven company was following them not far away. And there were 2 T-72 tanks. If they alerted them now, they would probably be shelled by tanks. By then, the loss would be worth the effort. When the Elven soldiers were within 200 meters, the leader ordered the snipers to open fire. Bang! A gunshot shattered the silence. The leading Elven soldier fell instantly. The 7.92 full-power round struck the Elven soldier directly in the neck. Blood gushed from the soldier's neck. The young soldier tried to speak, but blood also flowed from his mouth. He could only helplessly reach out to his comrades for help. The surrounding soldiers immediately sought cover and searched for the source of the gunfire. The medics attempted to pull the soldier to safety and provide emergency treatment. The dwarf sniper reloaded his rifle and fired again. Bang! The medic was hit directly through his body armor. Without hesitation, the dwarf sniper pulled the bolt and prepared to fire again. But by then, the squad's machine gunner had already discovered the sniper's position. Then he raised his M249 and began hip-firing. Duh. Bullets struck the window, and several more flew directly into the room. The dwarven sniper instinctively ducked his head, and the bullets barely grazed his cheek. The Elven machine gunner maintained suppressive fire, while the medic and the fallen rifleman were dragged down by their comrades. The machine gunner couldn't hold down hip fire for long. A rifleman sheathed his weapon, then crouched in front of the machine gunner, raising the tripod of his M249. The machine gunner was free to focus on suppressing the distant dwarven sniper. The Elven squad leader, on the other hand, wore a solemn expression. This was only the beginning, and already it was so difficult. Could they really take the city? Chapter 1005. With the machine gunner's suppressive fire, the soldiers were able to evacuate the 2 wounded. Although the medic was only hit in his body armor, the 7.92 full-power rounds hitting the armor immediately incapacitated him. Bang, bang, bang. The armored Humvee, upon seeing this, immediately drove over, blocking the road. The hull protected the 2 wounded behind it, while the machine gunner used his M2 machine gun to help the squad's machine gunner suppress the distant dwarf sniper. The L squad leader immediately ordered his soldiers to retreat. The squad sniper, accompanied by a rifleman, was quickly ascending the stairs of a nearby building. They were going to seize the high ground and engage the dwarf sniper. After being suppressed by the machine gun, the dwarf sniper chose to relocate without hesitation. As expected, as the dwarf sniper descended, the room he had just been in was destroyed by the M2 machine gun. The dwarf sniper, still trembling, didn't have time to think before immediately moving to the next defensive position. The Elven squad leader stared at the now-dead rifleman in silence. The other members of the squad also lowered their heads, a heavy sadness thickening the air. This rifleman had led the charge, likely knowing he would die, yet he bravely led the charge. The squad leader removed the deceased rifleman's helmet and read the identification inside. Sergei, 19, Private, 3rd Battalion, 1st Cavalry Brigade, 1st Army Division. Even further away, the Elven sniper had just reached the rooftop and remounted his M24 sniper rifle, but after waiting for a long time, there was no sign of the dwarf sniper. Later, he received a message from the captain ordering him to evacuate. When he and the rifleman arrived downstairs, they found everyone gathered around the deceased rifleman in a moment of silence. Everyone was furious because they had lost a comrade without even seeing him. And he was so young. For an elf, 19 was just a child. The enraged squad leader immediately requested artillery support from his superiors. But they denied it, citing the risk of accidentally injuring civilians. The squad leader was furious. But the company commander chose to disobey orders, and directly ordered his mortar squad to begin shelling the rebel forces they were about to attack. What do I care about? My soldiers are already dead. If I don't give them a chance to vent their anger, am I still worthy of being a company commander? But soon, the battalion commander drove his car to stop the company commander, and the enraged company commander beat him up. After learning what had happened, the battalion commander didn't blame him. Then an idea struck him. They were only told not to fire artillery, not tanks. Can a tank gun even be called a gun? It's clearly just a larger caliber anti-tank rifle. The battalion commander then communicated with the company commander, and the two T-72s immediately received orders to begin covering the infantry's advance. And this time, the Elven soldiers learned their lesson. They stayed firmly against the buildings on either side, denying the snipers any sight. Occasionally, when they reached a corner, they would remove their helmets and point their rifles at them to test for snipers. If the dwarven snipers dared to fire, they would be met with tank fire. But most of the Elven soldiers were furious with their superiors, who wouldn't let them use artillery. If you don't use weapons of mass destruction in urban fighting, you only have human lives to fight. The division commander had repeatedly petitioned headquarters to lift the weapons restrictions. But each request was rejected by the military, claiming it would undermine the Elven Empire's peaceful image. The division commander felt like he punched a bushel. If you don't allow the use of weapons of mass destruction, then why did the Wehrmacht bring in the 295? 2 rounds of this thing would wipe out half a Barak. The casualties weren't limited to this one Elven squad. Nearly all the attacking Elven squads suffered varying degrees of damage. 2 armored Humvees were even destroyed by RPGs. Both vehicles and the people were blown skyward. At first, these dwarves were somewhat restrained, but later on, they grew bolder. They even began using RPGs to target vehicles. This made the armored units of the 1st Army Division very wary. The infantry were also ordered to prioritize protecting vehicles. But the infantry had no artillery support or vehicle support, and they had to prioritize protecting vehicles. How could they possibly capture Barak? Furthermore, when pursued, the dwarves would retreat into their cramped houses, playing hide-and-seek with the Elven soldiers. The Elven Empire soldiers could only conduct a blanket sweep, leaving no corner untouched. But the dwarves would often hide in unexpected places, launching surprise attacks on the soldiers. Furthermore, many dwarven resistance forces used dwarven civilians as human shields, hindering the Elven soldiers' ability to fully execute their attacks. This resulted in over 500 casualties on the first day of the attack. This puzzled many Elven soldiers, who had participated in the defense of the Elven capital. Back then, they and the demons engaged in head-on, flesh-and-blood combat. Both sides exchanged artillery fire, followed by armored vehicles, and then infantry melee. A pure meat grinder. But now, the Battle of Barak felt nothing like a meat grinder. It was a pure, one-sided suicide. In terms of vehicle damage, 2 T-72 tanks were destroyed, 16 BMP-1s, and 34 armored Humvees. At the beginning of the war, these damage reports were like a slap in the face, slamming the hypocritical military officials. The commander of the 1st Army Division had already halted the offensive. He would not allow his soldiers to die in vain until the military provided a reasonable explanation. At the same time, the commander of the 1st Division directly mobilized the artillery regiment under his direct command. The artillery positions had already been established. If these hypocrites in the military don't give a reasonable answer within a day, I will immediately begin bombarding Barak City. Why would I care? You all volunteered to stay, so I'm done with you. The Elven Empire's military convened an emergency meeting, attempting to discuss how to capture Barak City with the least possible cost. They didn't want to be accused of massacring civilians. Just as the military began to pass the buck, the morale of the dwarven resistance forces soared after a day of fighting. They even began planning a nighttime counterattack, recapture all the territory occupied by the Elven Empire during the day. Although the commander of the 1st Army Division was unable to use heavy weapons, and was helpless, this didn't mean he was a fool. To prevent a nighttime dwarven attack, he ordered the snipers in each squad to prepare for nighttime combat. Soon, the snipers spotted numerous dark figures approaching them in the darkness. Then they tightened their grip on their rifles. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. The observer nearby said self-deprecatingly, "How can this be called the Battle of Barak? This is clearly Barak Purgatory." Chapter 1006. The snipers on guard quickly spotted the approaching dwarven rebels. Many snipers began reporting the situation via intercom. But even more snipers were excited, for they could finally avenge their fallen comrades. When it came to marksmanship, they were afraid of no one. The Elven snipers were more cautious. They chose to drill a small hole in the rooftop wall, then positioned their sniper rifles behind the hole, using this small hole to snipe at distant enemies. The sniper from Sergei's fallen squad lay prone on the ground, aiming his M24 rifle at the approaching enemy. A rifleman nearby leaned against the wall, silently eating a cookie. They would be staying here all night, so naturally, they needed to replenish their energy. After confirming everything, the sniper immediately gave way, and the rifleman reported to his superiors. Upon hearing this, the rifleman immediately took out his intercom and reported the situation to his captain. Soon, the 1st Cavalry Brigade headquarters received the news. They immediately prepared to take down the militants. Before, they were in the open, while the dwarves were in the dark. This prevented them from launching an effective attack, like hitting a cotton ball. But now it was different. They were on the defensive. Feel the pain of suppressive fire. Then the brigade commander reported to the division commander, who immediately ordered full-scale fire. Why ask? Just shoot and be done. Bang! With a bang, a single bullet took out a stealthily advancing dwarf militant. The bullet struck him squarely between the eyebrows, instantly staining the streamer beside him red with blood. The surrounding comrades were stunned. With the sound of the gunshot, the surrounding snipers also began firing. Bang! 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 More and more dwarves fell to the ground, but this was not the worst of their despair. Suddenly, several flares rose, clearly revealing the dwarves' whereabouts. At this moment, the machine gun bunkers built on the commanding heights began to roar. Bang! Bang! The 12.7mm caliber bullets from the M2 Laogan rifles pierced the dwarves, instantly splitting them in two. In addition to these small caliber weapons, artillery also began to attack. The area where the dwarves were now located was a daytime combat zone. The dwarven civilians within had almost all been forcibly taken away by the elven soldiers. In addition, during the night, the elves quietly ordered their troops to retreat 200 meters, clearing the entire 200-meter area ahead. They were waiting for the dwarves to take the bait. If the dwarves hadn't launched an attack tonight, they might have taken advantage of dawn to retake the 200-meter front. But by then, there wouldn't be any civilians left. So the artillery would have come in handy. But unexpectedly, before daylight even arrived, these lovers arrived. The artillerymen, having spent the entire day firing in the city, were no longer able to contain their frustration. The D-20 howitzers had already zeroed in on the area. After an exchange of fire within the city, they quickly received the order to fire. The 152mm caliber shells instantly pelted Barak. The dwarves, illuminated by the flares, were still unable to comprehend what was happening. Suddenly, a whistling sound was heard in the air, and then, in an instant, everything went black, and they lost consciousness. Boom! 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 Hundreds of D-20 howitzers began to bombard the area. The division commander's orders were to raise the area, and by tomorrow morning, no houses should be left standing. The terrifying tremors frightened the elven soldiers. Not to mention the dwarven resistance forces in the controlled areas. Only some of them were veterans. The majority were thugs recruited from Barak. You could let these thugs fight with the wind, but expect them to charge under fire like regular troops. That was impossible. The dwarven civilians in the controlled areas were utterly terrified. They could feel not only the water cups on their tables vibrating, but the entire house itself. Or rather, the entire city of Barak was wailing under the bombardment. Not only that, the commander of the 1st Army Division, still unsatisfied, requested air support from the Wehrmacht. The plan was to crush the dwarfs' rising morale tonight. How do you crush enemy morale in modern warfare? Artillery bombardment and aircraft bombing, of course. Soon, the air base's 12 Tu-95 fighters received the bombing order. They were escorted by 24 Su-27 fighter jets. This was an incredibly impressive lineup. But before takeoff, the base commander repeatedly warned them to be wary of portable anti-aircraft missiles. At first, they were puzzled. How could the dwarves possibly possess anti-aircraft missiles? But as soldiers, they chose to obey their superiors. The air base commander's warning wasn't groundless. According to the intelligence agency's investigation, the Raqqa militia within Barak City was likely sponsored by the gods. After all, the gods would do anything that harmed the Great Flame. Under the howitzer bombardment, the entire city of Barak shook. Even the commander of the 1st Army Division felt unsatisfied. Hopefully, the IDF's air support would arrive soon. Otherwise, these dwarven rebels would likely be wiped out by the bombardment. Most civilian houses in Barak were made of mud. They were extremely vulnerable to the artillery fire, and almost all the houses in this area were reduced to rubble. The dwarven rebels were stunned. In the light of the flares, they had no choice but to flee, taking cover inside buildings. But the houses were shattered by the shells. They could only flee farther. But the all-encompassing artillery fire prevented them from moving. They could only watch helplessly as they were blown to pieces. The dwarves, pinned down by artillery fire, could only seek shelter in the cellars of the civilian area. But the good times didn't last long. Amidst the roar of artillery fire, they heard the roar of fighter planes overhead. The dwarves were already beginning to cry out for their mothers. A Tu-95 bomber flew directly overhead and began dropping bombs frantically. The bombs rained down like a cascade of dumplings, giving the dwarves a taste of technological dominance. Chapter 1007. Tu-95 immediately began dropping FAB 500 bombs. The FAB series of bombs is actually very easy to identify. As the name suggests, FAB is its name, and the number after it represents its weight. The FAB 500 weighs approximately 500 kilograms, and with the addition of tail fins, it can be precisely guided, achieving the goal of precise national targeting. It serves a function similar to a missile. In a previous life, in the 1990s, America used a large number of guided bombs in that war, achieving the goal of precision strikes. The Wehrmacht naturally began to use this weapon as well, because the military's focus had shifted from armored units to individual soldiers. The Air Force's primary purpose was to cooperate with ground combat units to carry out precision strikes. Even artillery-launched guided missiles, artillery, and missile units required ground infantry to determine the enemy's specific location. The status of infantry was growing increasingly important. But this was not the case in the Elven Empire. They still lived in the dream of a torrent of steel. If the Iron Torrent truly could crush everything, it wouldn't be defeated by a bag of laundry detergent. FAB 500s rained down from the sky like dumplings. Because it was a night battle, and there were no infantry to provide precise guidance, the Great Yin Air Force didn't modify the tails of these bombs, but simply dropped them as bombs. 500-kilogram pumpkins dropped silently one by one. Boom! 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 The dwarves below only heard the whistling sound in the air, and then they heard no more. The entire city of Barak suddenly felt like an earthquake. 12 Tu-95s dropped at least 120 FAB 500 bombs. The damage radius of a single FAB 500 bomb is 250 meters. The entire city of Barak was instantly silenced by the Wehrmacht's bombardment. Even the Elven artillery ceased its bombardment, as the 200-meter defense line had been reduced to rubble. So what were they bombing? The commander of the 1st Army Division watched all this in shock. As a division commander, he was naturally experienced, but witnessing this kind of mass bombardment for the first time left him stunned. Can the Elven Empire withstand this level of bombardment? The commander of the 1st Army Division shook his head. He didn't know. Soon dawn rose. But early in the morning, the rebel forces did not launch an attack, while the Elven Empire's 1st Army Division gathered its forces and prepared for an offensive. But at this moment, unusual news came from the front lines, which had been bombed the previous night. Many dwarven civilians entered the bombed area, mostly women and children. They searched the rubble for their husbands' bodies. Many dwarven women wept bitterly, clutching their husbands' bodies. The companies preparing to attack subsequently reported the situation to their superiors, and the division commander ultimately decided to suspend the attack. This gave them a good break. However, a number of troops were still deployed in the bombed area to prevent the rebels from retaking it. The sniper from Sergei's squad, where he had died, was still on the rooftop, covering the bombing area. But now, his sniper scope no longer contained any enemies, but only these unarmed civilians. The rifleman beside him sighed. These poor people, like us, have been swept up in this war. But the funny thing is, they have no idea what this war will bring them. Listening to the rifleman's words, the sniper spoke up. Isn't it Raqqa? Raqqa and these dwarves say that if they drive us out and overthrow the puppet regime, they can live a good life. But ask yourself, has the puppet regime been bad for the dwarves? Have we abused them? The sniper shook his head. Politicians are all liars. Only people like them, the lower classes, are truly kind. The sniper stopped talking and instead looked through his scope at the dwarf women weeping over their husbands' bodies. At first, the sniper showed no emotion, but soon he saw a young dwarf woman weeping loudly while cradling a battered corpse. Next to her was a 3- or 4-year-old dwarf girl, looking around helplessly, wondering why her mother was crying. She didn't know where her father had gone. He clearly promised to buy her a teddy bear. Dad was a liar. She would never talk to him again. The sniper released his index finger from the trigger. He quietly wiped away the tears from his eyes. Then, with even greater determination, he stared into the scope. He was a soldier. At least in this war, he couldn't be kind, because his kindness could harm his comrades. At that moment, in an alley near an armored Humvee, a dwarf woman emerged from a nearby house, pulled out a hidden RPG, and aimed it at the armored Humvee at the end of the alley. The sniper immediately took aim at the dwarf woman. At this point, the dwarf woman was blinded by rage. Raqqa's men told her that her husband had been killed by Elven Empire soldiers. If they wanted, Raka would provide them with weapons and allow them to seek revenge. The enraged woman chose to trust Raka and was subsequently given an RPG. The woman headed straight for the bombing area, and then the scene unfolded. Hate filled her eyes as she recalled how the insurgents had just taught her how to use the RPG. She aimed her crosshairs at the armored Humvee in the distance and prepared to pull the trigger. Go to hell. Bury my husband with you. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The armored Humvee in the distance didn't explode, but the dwarf woman collapsed in a pool of blood. The rifleman nearby immediately warned the Humvee that someone nearby had pointed an RPG at them. The Humvee crew was nearly terrified upon hearing this news. In the city, especially in a battle similar to a security operation, the armored Hummer is a living coffin. Just as the sniper was about to relax, something strange happened again. A little girl suddenly appeared beside the dwarf woman who had been sniped earlier. The little dwarf girl looked around frantically, her eyes fixed on her mother, lying in a pool of blood. The sniper's heart tightened. What was this child doing? The little dwarf girl then picked up the RPG from the ground. The sniper was stunned. He couldn't understand how this little girl, despite her petite frame, could possess such immense strength, even wielding a rocket launcher. The little girl aimed her RPG at the armored Hummer in the distance. At this moment, the machine gunners of the armored Hummer were observing the situation. They breathed a sigh of relief, having just received a report from the sniper that the danger had been averted. The sniper aimed his rifleman's rifle at the little dwarf girl again and ordered the rifleman to notify the armored Hummer to leave. But all this would take time. The little dwarf girl was already about to pull the trigger. The elf sniper couldn't help but mutter inwardly. Put down the RPG. I told you to put it down. Seeing the little girl about to fire the RPG, the elf sniper knew he couldn't wait any longer. Bang! Chapter 1008. With a single gunshot, the elven sniper closed his eyes in agony. He could kill enemy soldiers without emotion, but the problem was, these innocent people had been dragged into the war and exploited by those with ulterior motives, ultimately standing against them. A nearby rifleman gazed into the distance through binoculars, his eyes filled with disbelief. The armored Humvee also received the alert and immediately dispatched 2 riflemen to investigate the area. When the 2 riflemen arrived at the 2 bodies, they simultaneously covered their mouths. The mother and daughter lay on the ground, and beside them lay an RPG. The problem was, the RPG's safety was not engaged. This meant they couldn't fire the RPG at all. When the elven sniper learned this, he was stunned and ejected the shell casing from the chamber with trembling hands. The rifleman beside him was also shocked. The dwarven mother and daughter posed no threat at all. The elven sniper lay helpless on the ground. The young rifleman couldn't help but pound the ground, then cursed. Don't let me capture Laka, or I tear him into pieces. Soon, the whole situation was revealed. There was a brief moment of silence for the mother and daughter, and then calm returned. Perhaps they had made a mistake, or perhaps they hadn't. But now that the war was underway, they didn't have the luxury of pondering right and wrong. The dwarven mother and daughter weren't the only case. Many similar incidents occurred throughout Barak City. Many elven soldiers felt guilty for accidentally injuring civilians. The commander of the 1st Army Division, upon learning of this, was utterly distraught. This was clearly a plan to use these dwarven civilians as human shields to slow down the 1st Army Division's advance. It could only be said that Raka would do anything to win. The commander of the 1st Army Division would not give up. He immediately began searching for Raka's exact address through his intelligence network. Once he found Raka's hideout, he would unleash a torrential downpour of attacks. He would make Raka pay with blood. Just as the 1st Army Division was resting, the Wehrmacht personally pressured the Elven Empire to grant them access to the 1st Army Division's weapons. What kind of mechanized division is it if it can't even use its mechanized units? They also delegated authority to the 1st Army Division, giving the commander full command of the battle. The commander finally gained command and subsequently abandoned the attack from the east. They then launched attacks from 4 directions. They attacked from the northwest, northeast, southeast, and southwest. Because a road ran from east to west through the center of Barak, it successfully bisected the city, dividing it into north and south. The division commander planned to force all the dwarven resistance forces closer to the road. Then, he would deploy armored units to sweep along the road. To end the battle as quickly as possible, he ordered the 2 regiments in the southeast and southwest to prioritize the offensive, forcing the dwarven forces in both directions to move toward the center. At the same time, the 2 regiments in the other 2 directions were ordered to remain stationary. Reconnaissance by Wehrmacht drones revealed that most of the dwarven civilians were concentrated in the residential area northwest of the city. Meanwhile, The northeast was an industrial zone, firmly controlled by the Dwarven rebels, used to manufacture weapons and equipment. The south was largely deserted, filled with Dwarven rebels and guerrillas. With the Wehrmacht's assistance, the 1st Army Division finally understood the situation within Barak City and decisively launched an offensive. At first, Raqqa and his men assumed the 1st Army would launch an attack from the east, so they deployed most of their forces on the eastern defense line. However, they soon discovered that an attack had also been launched from the southwest. This surprised Raqqa, but he still decided to send his reserves to defend the southwest. What shocked Raqqa even more was that the attacking force from the southwest actually used artillery. Has the Elven Empire lost its reputation? Using artillery? Aren't they afraid of accidentally injuring civilians? In Raqqa's eyes, these Dwarven civilians were nothing more than cannon fodder. So, after discovering the Elven Empire had begun using artillery, Raqqa came up with another plan. In last night's operation, at least 500 Dwarven rebels had died. So, Raqqa gathered the wives and children of these fallen Dwarven militants. Soon, over 300 Dwarven women gathered in Raqqa's mansion. Many of them were young women in their 20s and 30s. Most of their husbands were Dwarven men with little education. Because if they had been educated, they wouldn't have been so easily seduced by Raqqa. Raqqa addressed the Dwarven women. Your husbands were murdered last night by despicable elves, but what about you? Are you just going to wallow in sorrow? No. You can't just wallow in sorrow, because you are human too. Women hold up half the sky. You can avenge your husbands. I will give you weapons, and you will go and avenge your husbands. Demand justice from the elves who murdered your husbands. Raqqa said, waving her hand, signaling her subordinates, those responsible for brainwashing women, to come up and talk to these newly widowed women. Begin to change these women's minds, train them to be cannon fodder for the charge. The Elven Empire soldiers had no idea what awaited them. These Dwarven women had only received half a day's training before being sent to the southwest to hold off the Elven offensive. However, the irony was that these women had only taught them how to use the PPSH-41, how to use the RPG, and how to detonate the explosives attached to their bodies. The Elven infantry, after half a day of fierce fighting, were now clearing the southwest area. With permission to use heavy firepower, they advanced with unstoppable force. If any Dwarven insurgents dared to show their heads, M2 rounds would follow, followed a second later by 30mm rounds, and finally by tank guns. Under such firepower, let alone the dwarves, even if the Wehrmacht were to intervene, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, just as the elves were advancing triumphantly, a special unit joined them. This stunned the Elven soldiers. The Elven squad, advancing rapidly, suddenly saw a masked figure pointing an AK-47 at them. The Elven soldier decisively opened fire, killing the masked figure. When they approached, they were stunned. It was a Dwarven woman, and her AK-47 hadn't had its safety on. In her excessive anxiety, the woman had forgotten her gun was on. Chapter 1009. These 300 female suicide squads stunned the Elven soldiers in the southwest. These women were practically committing suicide, and most of them were strapped with explosives, recklessly throwing themselves at armored units. Only after they were killed did the soldiers realize that these suicide bombers were all women, and had absolutely no tactical skills. The commander of the 1st Army Division felt a headache upon hearing this news. It went without saying that this was another Raqqa plot. Raqqa, realizing he couldn't win a direct battle, resorted to moral and public opinion. The commander was utterly anxious. Even then, the Great Yen Intelligence Agency agents received this news and reported it to the agency. Leon received it quickly. After reading it, Leon was furious. Using civilians as human shields is cruel enough. And then you brainwash these widowed women, using them as human bombs, sending them to their deaths. The purpose of this was simply to discuss the Elven Empire and destroy the Elven soldiers' psychological defenses. Lion almost gave Raqqa a thumbs up upon hearing this. This wasn't human, this was a beast. Lion knew that to resolve this, he had to address the root of the problem. What if he sent a guardsman over? The thought crossed Leon's mind, but he quickly shook his head in denial. According to Balian, there were still a few old monsters in the Dwarven Empire. If he sent guardsmen over, they would likely target them, and then the gods might analyze the technology. Lion suddenly thought of the 12-man Special Forces unit of the Airborne Forces. The Airborne Forces' most famous battle was the Papal States Campaign. During the Papal States Campaign, a squad was tasked with traveling to the interior of the Papal States to collect evidence from the Papal States underground research facility. This squad, consisting of 12 men, was an elite unit of the Airborne Forces. It was even more powerful than the 300 commandos led by Malgrove. But this unit consisted of only 2 squads, 24 men total. After careful consideration, Lyon decided to send these 24 men to retrieve Laka and his nephew. Capturing Laka alive would provide an explanation to the Elven Empire, while capturing Laka's nephew alive would provide an explanation to the people of Great Yin and Stephen's family. They both deserved no easy death. They must pay for their crimes. The Special Forces team, currently training at a secret base near Liongrad, received a direct order from Lyon. When they learned they were heading to the Dwarven Empire's Barak City to capture the 2 alive, their eyes showed no fear, but rather extraordinary excitement. They had also received orders to secretly infiltrate the Papal States and gather evidence of the Underground Research Institute's crimes. But as luck would have it, they accidentally triggered the alarm of an underground base, and the thousands of Vatican members inside immediately laid siege to them. However, they taught those Vatican members a hard lesson. They weren't all ordinary people. Most of them were 5th-level Dochi Knights. But they had discovered that sometimes guns were far more effective than Dochi. That 12-man team had immediately decimated that underground base. Over 1,000 Vatican beasts were utterly slain in the entire underground base. As long as they killed everyone, they infiltrated. This is why, after the Papal War, many of the Vatican members in the Underground Research Institutes were not dealt with. What else could be done with them if they were all killed? Would they just dig them up and whip their corpses? The Special Forces team received orders to go to Barak. Then, they boarded an Air Force transport plane and headed directly to the Dwarf Empire. There just happened to be a shipment of supplies that needed to be delivered to the Air Force base in the Dwarf Empire's capital. Laka had no idea that his good days were about to end. The sun set, and dusk had already fallen on this scorching land. The 1st Army Division also halted its offensive and began consolidating its defenses. The 1st Army Division was not a wealthy organization, so they didn't have many night vision goggles. Most of their night vision goggles were discarded by the Wehrmacht, and they weren't portable, but rather large, older-style ones. This type of night vision goggles was suitable for defensive purposes, or for mounting on vehicles. Unable to fight at night, they naturally chose to hide behind their backs. After a day of fighting, the Army's 1st Division had achieved considerable success. The northeastern attack wasn't going well, but they still advanced the front 500 meters. Despite artillery support, 47 Elven soldiers were killed. The southwest attack went very smoothly, at least in the morning. In the morning alone, the 4th Regiment of the 1st Cavalry Brigade in the southwest advanced 1,000 meters. But in the afternoon, they advanced only 300 meters. This was because these dwarven women, brainwashed by Raka, launched a suicidal attack on them without fear of death. The Elven soldiers, overwhelmed by these suicide attacks, naturally slowed their advance. Meanwhile, the regimental commander learned that his regiment was advancing too quickly. The divisional commander ordered him to remain stationary until the northeastern offensive line had advanced far enough tomorrow. Both sides had to maintain a consistent pace to drive the dwarven forces back to the highway. The 2 regiments in the northwest and southeast were losing their patience. They had watched their allies fight all day, practically reaping the rewards. And yet, they stood there, watching helplessly. However, when they received the intelligence summary that evening, upon learning that the 4th Regiment of the 1st Cavalry Brigade in the southwest had suffered a suicide attack by a dwarven woman, they fell silent. They feared not a tough battle, but this kind of reckless attack. How could Laka have come up with such a beastly act? After all, he was a former minister of the Dwarven Empire. How could he have done such a vile thing? What he didn't know was that sometimes, politics is far more filthy than war. In the control zone, Laka was celebrating with his men. Although the battle line was steadily advancing, they had already begun sending out reports of Elven Empire soldiers massacring civilians. Raka aimed to rally the entire Dwarven Empire to his side, thus sparking a wave of resistance. But Raka was unaware that his own calamity was imminent. Chapter 1010. Raka was celebrating in the mansion. Because more than one dwarven force had contacted them. Each one chose to echo Raka's resistance. And a wave of resistance had already begun to ignite in the local area. Because Raka had only told them that he had risen up, but he hadn't told them that the army's 1st Division had begun encircling Raka. So most of the dwarven resistance forces were still dreaming. They believed they had the ability to challenge the Elven Empire. But in reality, the Elven Empire hadn't even made an effort. Raka was nothing more than a clown. But the dwarven forces didn't know that. They believed they could definitely challenge the Elven Empire. After all, if Raka could challenge the Elven Empire's most elite troops, why couldn't they? If Sif knew what these dwarves were thinking, she would definitely speak out. "Dude? What's up? Do you know what AT-72 is? What does integrated land and air strike mean? As the Battle of Barak unfolded, the surrounding dwarves began to rally to Raka's aid. Even the Dwarven Empire's capital city erupted in rebellion. Although the puppet regime was a mascot, it still possessed sufficient strength. As soon as the rebellion broke out, they began mobilizing troops to suppress it. To give the puppet regime sufficient strength to suppress its opponents, the Elven Empire provided it with a large number of light weapons. If a city fight broke out, the Elven Empire soldiers would have to engage in combat with the puppet regime soldiers. However, the puppet regime possessed no heavy weapons at all. They could only bully the resistance forces. Raka's action spread not only throughout the Dwarven Empire, but also to the surrounding nations. This was especially true of the languishing Papal States. The Papal States at this time had lost all of their former glory. Perhaps they had once been glorious, but after the Battle of Kursk, the Papal States had sunk, their former glory fading. The Papal States had become a coward, appearing to pose no threat on the surface, but in reality, they were secretly gathering strength, preparing to reclaim what was theirs. Pope Huldras sat on the throne. Under him were no members of the church, almost all of them were young ministers. Pope Huldras was no longer pope, people should address him as Emperor of the Papal States. After the Papal States' defeat, Huldras placed all the blame for the defeat on the Kursk plains on the church. He then personally led the angry people to attack the church and arrested all its members. All papal influence within the Papal States was dismantled and eliminated. The Papal States was transformed from a theocracy into a monarchy. They also secretly built up strength, using the legacy left by the Papal States to prepare an army of over 400,000 men. These soldiers were no ordinary soldiers. Most of their weapons and equipment had reached the level of the mid to late Cold War, even approaching that of the Wehrmacht. The Papal States' success was also due to the fact that they had taken away a portion of Kuenberg's legacy after defeating him. Initially, the self-satisfied Papal States paid little attention to these matters. However, after the Battle of Kursk, the Papal States lost its former arrogance. They had clearly realized that the very things they once despised had, in fact, destroyed their vast nation, degrading them from a top-tier nation to a second-rate, or even third-rate power. Huldras had always harbored a vision to restore the Papal States' status, to return the Papal States to the pinnacle of the world. Thanks to the Papal States' lack of rear-line attacks, and the Papal States' greatest need was magicians. So, Huldras secretly assembled a research team, buried deep underground, and converted previously abandoned underground research institutes into arsenals. There, they produced a wide variety of weapons and equipment. At one point, their individual combat weapons even surpassed those of the Wehrmacht. However, in terms of armored units, they were still far behind the Wehrmacht. But Huldras believed that if he could hold on for another 2 years, he would be able to break free from his shackles and launch a massive war. Reclaim everything that belonged to him. He was the Emperor of the Papal States, the ruler of all living things. Huldras' face was filled with excitement. Not far from the ministers in his audience sat the dwarves, who had fled from the Dwarf Empire. These dwarves had once run factories in the Elven Empire and exploited the elves, leaving almost every one of them saddled with blood debt. That was why they dared not stay in the Dwarf Empire, fearing a reckoning with the elves. Their arrival gave Huldras a significant boost. For these dwarves had nothing but money, and a lot of it. For its crimes, the Papal State faced a reparation of 500 million gold coins. This 500 million gold coins was a lot for Great Yin, but the Papal State accepted it without hesitation. Although it was to be paid over 3 years, Huldras did not refuse. Because 500 million gold coins might be a significant blow to the Papal State, it wouldn't completely cripple it. Even if they lost these 500 million gold coins, Huldras still had a chance to make a comeback. What Huldras hadn't expected was that a large group of dwarf capitalists would come to his aid. The combined assets of these hundreds of dwarf capitalists exceeded 200 million gold coins. Huldras had long had his sights on them. These dwarves had no idea that Huldras was targeting them. These defenseless capitalists had originally thought they could find refuge in the Papal State. But in reality, Huldras was only interested in their money. Huldras offered asylum, but only if the dwarves invested money in the Papal States. The dwarves said, "Isn't it just investing in 2 factories? Of course, no problem." But what the dwarves didn't realize was that Huldras' goal wasn't just to open a few factories. He wanted the dwarves to give up all their money and use it to strengthen the Papal States. But all this required a reason. So today, Huldras invited the dwarves to the palace. The reason was to celebrate the successful war between the Raka rebels and the Elven Empire. The dwarves were overjoyed upon hearing the news and rushed to the palace without hesitation to attend the celebration banquet. But what they didn't know was that this wasn't a celebration banquet, but a hongman banquet. When everyone arrived, Holdress spoke. Don't stop. Keep playing. Keep dancing. Chapter 10:11. The dwarven capitalists present all smiled lewdly upon seeing these graceful dancers. With a height of less than 1.5 meters, coupled with their lewd smiles, they appeared sinister. Though displeased, the dancing women continued to greet him with smiles. After all, they were in this line of work, and they had to face everything with a smile. Holdress watched the scene with great interest, having long noticed that these dwarves coveted these women. But he hadn't pointed it out. The ministers nearby wanted to accuse these dwarves of offending Holdress's imperial authority. These ministers tried to warn Holdress, but he gestured for them to remain silent. The ministers instantly understood Holdress was up to something sinister. Just as these dwarves' minds were filled with obscene thoughts, a large number of papal soldiers quietly arrived outside the hall. At Holdress's command, they would rush in and subdue the dwarven capitalists. The dancers were extremely resistant, as Holdress had ordered them to deliberately dance on the dwarfs' faces. At first, the dancers were indifferent, thinking it was just a dance. But when they saw the lewd dwarves, their attitudes suddenly changed. But Holdress's command forced them to dance in front of the dwarves. The dwarves, looking at the dancers so close, immediately reached out to touch them, using their lower bodies to control their upper bodies. But the moment they touched, Holdress flipped the table. How dare you? What are you doing? Are you going to attack my troupe of dancers? They're the royal families. What do you want? You dare to touch my things? Isn't that an overstep? Are you planning a rebellion? Holdress immediately slammed the dwarves' heads, leaving them stunned. It was clear that the dancers had deliberately flirted with him, but when they actually started to attack, Holdress flipped the table. His ministers echoed his words, directly accusing the dwarves. Your Majesty, I think they should all be beheaded. This is an offense to you and to the Empire. Side by side, other ministers spoke up. Your Majesty, I think they should be executed by slow slicing. This is more than just an offense. We must strike hard. His ministers played the good cop and the bad cop, completely frightening the dwarf capitalists. They all fell to their knees and begged for mercy. Your Majesty, we were wrong. We were blinded by greed. Considering the friendly relations between the dwarf empire and the papal states, could you please let us go? At this moment, Holdress finally revealed his true colors. He looked directly at the dwarf capitalists and said with a smile, I'm not a bloodthirsty person. You are indeed our good friends, but you have indeed offended me. As the emperor of a country, if I don't deal with this, I'd be in a difficult position. So I want you to dance to comfort the dancers. The dancers and ministers were dumbfounded. Shouldn't the emperor be asking for more at this point? How could it just be a dance? The ministers and dancers were stunned, but soon saw a palace guard nearby carrying a camera, placing it directly in the hall, and pointing it at the dwarves. Your Majesty, what do you mean? We're just dancing. Why use a camera? The dwarves panicked, as if they had finally realized they were being set up. Holdress spoke up. You are my best friends, so of course I must record this beautiful moment. Come on, play the music. Holdress said, waving his hand. The court musicians immediately began playing, while the faces of the dwarf capitalists turned purple. Dwarves are extremely concerned about their reputation. If humiliated, they will commit suicide to protect their dignity. But the fact that these capitalists had fled to the papal states proved they were not the kind of people willing to die for their dignity. But they were also people who valued their reputation, otherwise, they wouldn't have come to the papal states and continued their lives of luxury. Seeing the reluctance on the faces of the dwarven capitalists, Holdress clapped his hands. A large number of soldiers rushed in from outside the hall and positioned heavy machine guns directly in front of the dwarves. The dwarves were instantly horrified. They finally understood that Holdress had been targeting them for a long time. Holdress smiled kindly and said, Friends, can you dance? Holdress then looked at the machine gunner, who immediately loaded his gun. Click! With the sound of the gun being loaded, the dwarves finally couldn't bear it anymore and broke into a comical dance. The dancers nearby tried to suppress their laughter upon seeing this. The ministers, however, burst out laughing. The ministers quickly realized their loss of composure and knelt, begging Holdress's forgiveness. But Holdress didn't blame them. In his eyes, these dwarven capitalists were no match for the dancers in the distance. Holdress wouldn't blame the people of the papal states for a trivial matter, but he wouldn't show any mercy to these dwarves. Because Holdress was an extremist. In his eyes, only humans could exist in this world, all other creatures must be exterminated, so when these dwarves were targeted, their fate was sealed. After being used, they would inevitably be eliminated. Dance. Why don't you dance? Don't you like dancing? Holdra said with a smile, glancing at the machine gunner beside him. Dwarves, I never hated dancing so much in my life. Soon, under his coercion, the dwarves finished their dance. Then, Holdra said with a smile, Dwarven friends, your obscene video has been recorded. I believe you are willing to pay to redeem it. Hearing Holdra's smile, the dwarves who had just survived the ordeal paled instantly. If this ridiculous video were to leak, these dwarves would have no place on the continent. Dwarves' character meant they were like balls, easily broken by a single poke. They would absolutely not tolerate anyone talking behind their backs. The dwarves looked at each other, and unanimously decided to pay to redeem the video. But what these dwarves didn't know was that they were doomed to never get it back. For the moment they handed over the money, they would die. Chapter 1012. The Papal State was steadily advancing, while Raqqa was facing imminent disaster. Although the battlefront was steadily advancing, Raqqa remained unfazed. For Raqqa had already secured a number of allies through deception, and there were at least nearly 100,000 rebels throughout the Dwarf Empire. Most of them chose to directly wage war against the puppet regime and the Elven Empire. But a small number chose to fight the puppet regime instead of the Elven Empire. Because these dwarves at least had some common sense, and knew who was behind the Elven Empire. And this group was still taking a wait-and-see approach. Although they had declared war, they chose not to send troops to attack the cities controlled by the puppet regime. This was a strategic move. They didn't believe Raqqa could overthrow the Elven Empire so easily. However, many more believed Raqqa's lies. Even many civilians joined Raqqa's armed forces. While everyone else was frantically fleeing the war zone, these brainwashed Raqqa were madly pouring in. As if there were some treasure within Barak. The Elven Empire's 1st Division was forced to dispatch troops to establish a blockade around Barak, preventing the dwarves from outside from entering. With external support, the Raqqa armed resistance launched a new wave of resistance. Everyone within the Raqqa-controlled area seemed to have been brainwashed. They began to bravely fight the Elven Empire soldiers. At first, these dwarven soldiers were more like guerrillas, but now, they have evolved into the Stalingrad type. Both sides fought for every house. The Elven Empire soldiers were puzzled. Why would these fools fight them for houses? The issue wasn't the commanding heights, but those small, one-story houses. Because Raqqa had given them another speech. He told the soldiers that they must fight the Elven Empire soldiers for every inch of land. If they died in battle, their bravery and fearlessness would be witnessed by the god of war. And then, after death, they would ascend to heaven. They might be brave enough, but the god of war wouldn't even see it. Because the god of war had been directly injured by Balian last time. Now he was recuperating at home, so how could he have the time to observe these ants? But the dwarves believed him. They believed Raqqa wouldn't lie to them. The Battle of Barak had truly become Barak's purgatory. As the absolutely elite soldiers of the 1st Army Division, these soldiers had suffered mental problems after experiencing such brutal battles. They weren't disobeying orders, but the suicide attacks by the dwarven women and children weighed heavily on their consciences. For this reason, the commander of the 1st Army Division was forced to rotate his troops. The entire 1st Division consisted of 12 regiments, and the commander could only divide them into 3 waves, rotating them daily, to prevent the soldiers from being affected. But no matter how they were rotated, these soldiers would be left with indelible scars, unless they were truly beasts. Because of this situation, the Elven Empire's offensive gradually slowed. Raqqa took advantage of the situation to deliver another speech, then spoke excitedly. The Elven Empire has surrendered. We will become the sole legitimate dwarf empire. As long as everyone works hard, you and your fallen loved ones will ascend to heaven. You will all become the most loyal soldiers of the god of war. Raqqa, holding a loudspeaker, delivered a speech from the underground base in the controlled area. The thousands of dwarf men, women, and children in the audience cheered enthusiastically. Their eyes shone brightly. They believed everything Raqqa said was true. At this moment, the 24-man Special Forces squad from the airborne troops had arrived at the 1st Division's base outside Barak City. The division commander received the order and personally went to meet the 24 men. He didn't understand why he was asked to meet these 24 men, but he soon understood. Their weapons and equipment were comparable to those of the Elite Intelligence Bureau team from earlier, and apparently, even superior. After a brief exchange with the division commander, the Special Forces team obtained some intelligence. They also sent someone to contact the Intelligence Bureau agents and asked them to hand over the intelligence they had. The captain began to organize this information and plan his attack route. But the captain realized that no matter how he planned, he couldn't avoid a necessary battle. Because Raqqa was deeply afraid of death, he only sent out 8,000 soldiers, leaving behind just over 1,000 soldiers and a group of brainwashed suicide squads. These 1,000 soldiers wouldn't be a big problem for the special forces. After all, most of them were fighting knights, capable of fighting their way out even if surrounded. But the problem lay with the suicide squads. The special forces were cold machines, to be sure, but even the coldest machines would crumble in such a situation. After careful consideration, the captain decided to have the 1st Division cooperate with him. Tomorrow, have the division commander order all 12 regiments of the 1st Division to launch a simultaneous offensive from all 4 sides. Use a fierce offensive to overwhelm Raqqa and force all surrounding forces to the front. As long as there are enough people around Raqqa, they can forcibly abduct him. A secret infiltration? Secret infiltration? Just charge in with all your might. The Special Forces team quickly assigned their tasks. But the 24 of them weren't armed with M4 carbines, M4A1s, or even AKs. They each had a PKM general-purpose machine gun. As for why they didn't use rifles, general-purpose machine guns are like toys in their hands. To them, the PKM is like a small plastic pistol to an ordinary person. Is it heavy? A little, but only slightly. If they weren't afraid of running out of ammunition quickly, they would even consider charging in with their MG42s. Back in the Papal States, they had charged in with MG42s. But halfway through the fight, they ran out of ammunition and were forced to resort to using their Do-Chi to kill everyone inside. Not only were they equipped with PKM machine guns, they also carried over 1,200 rounds of ammunition. A single 7.62 by 54 heavy-pointed round weighs 24.5 grams. 1,200 rounds weighs approximately 30 kilograms. That's a lot for an average machine gunner, but for these Special Forces soldiers, who are Do-Chi knights themselves, it's a piece of cake. If it weren't for the sheer size, they might even have planned to carry 2,000 or 3,000 rounds of ammunition. The main focus was suppressive fire. This is why no one has ever seen them. Those who have seen them are dead. Chapter 10:13. Soon, the 24 men packed their weapons and equipment and then retreated to the tents assigned by the division commander to rest, awaiting the next day's action. They had prepared long ago, eager to capture Laqqa and his nephew that very night. They had already learned of Laqqa's brutal actions. As qualified Gratian people, some of them might not have received higher education, but that did not prevent them from being upright. Hate for evil is a virtue of the Gratian people, and as soldiers, they must embody this. But after a day of fighting, the Elven Empire soldiers needed rest. Furthermore, the Elven Empire soldiers lacked the equipment for night combat and were unable to conduct it. The night passed in silence. Laqqa and his men reveled all night, preying on those attractive widows. The husbands of these widows might not even have completely cooled down. The Elven Empire soldiers, on the other hand, slept soundly tonight. Because neither side launched another attack tonight, instead, they tacitly agreed to a brief ceasefire. The division commander was waiting for an opportunity, while Laqqa, caught up in the revelry, had simply forgotten to order his troops to attack. With the arrival of dawn the next day, when the first rays of sunlight shone through the Elven Empire camp, the division commander awoke instantly. He then immediately ordered the artillery to begin their bombardment. The artillerymen were still half asleep when the rally call was sounded, and then they received orders to fire at the control area. This time, the artillerymen were ordered to conduct area fire, not the precision strikes of the past. Some experienced artillerymen immediately realized that the division commander was about to launch a general assault on the controlled area. Precision strikes are used to fight a war of attrition, but firepower coverage means an all-out offensive. Soon, the D-20 howitzers began roaring. A large number of shells rained down on the dwarf-controlled area within Barak City. The dwarves were still fast asleep, except for those on guard. According to custom, the Elven Empire wouldn't launch an attack for at least an hour. But the falling shells soon awakened the dwarves. The dwarves immediately took up their weapons and prepared to defend against the attack. The naive dwarves thought they were facing another attack from the northeast and southwest. But soon, they received reports from the surrounding sentries. The Elven Empire attacked from 4 directions, practically encircling them. They were stunned. They had no idea why the Elven Empire would launch a full-scale attack. Laqqa was also awakened by the artillery fire, and then received a report from his men. What? How is this possible? Why would the Elven Empire launch a full-scale attack? Laqqa's eyes were filled with disbelief. Several women nearby were also awakened, realizing what had happened the previous night and wrapping themselves in thin fabrics. The men lowered their heads and then spoke. Lord Laqqa, do not hesitate any longer. It's time to mobilize the soldiers. The Elven Army's 1st Division, with approximately 20,000 men and highly mechanized, boasted the largest number of armored units in the entire Elven Empire. If the 1st Division had launched a full-scale offensive, Barak could have been razed to the ground in minutes. But at first, the elves were timid, giving Raka and his men a false impression. They believed the elves' combat effectiveness wasn't as high as they claimed. But when the army's 1st Division launched its full-scale attack, Raka's puny troops simply couldn't withstand it. And along with the Dawn artillery barrage, the Great Flame Air Force from the Dwarf Empire's capital began its bombing. 12 Tu-95s began their bombing run. The entire city of Barak was like a small boat in a storm, poised to capsize in an instant. Raka hurriedly recruited 5,000 dwarves from within the city and distributed their limited weapons to them. However, Raka's arsenal was limited. As a result, only 2,000 of these 5,000 men had guns, though fortunately, they still had a number of RPGs. The problem was that a significant number of these 5,000 men were women. There were even quite a few children. The youngest was only 8 years old. This age should be schooling, but in Laka's eyes, as long as you pick up a gun, you're his soldier. Because the 1st Division was well prepared, Sergei's squad was quickly replaced by a new recruit after his death. Because of Sergei's previous experience, the captain placed the new recruit at the back to prevent a repeat of Sergei's situation. He himself, disregarding combat rules, personally led the team at the front. Because the captain no longer wanted to see another teammate fall before him. The squad received orders to attack the control zone. And they were attacking in the same direction they had previously advanced. After several days of fighting, their squad had determined that the dwarf sniper who had shot Sergei was directly on their path. Today, they had received orders for a full-scale attack, also seeking revenge for Sergei. But this time, they weren't simply infantry, they were supported by a large number of BTRs, BMPs, and T-72 tanks. The dwarf sniper in the distance was about to fire when he spotted the infantry fighting vehicles and tanks closely following the infantry. The dwarf sniper didn't fire, but instead sheathed his weapon and leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. The dwarf captain nearby cursed. "Did you get kicked in the head? Why aren't you firing?" The sniper said. "Don't you see those armored vehicles? And the tanks? If I had just fired, one shot would have wiped us out." The sniper argued. For snipers, their purpose is to conduct standoffs and sneak attacks. If you expect a sniper to engage in a gunfight with a sniper rifle, you're probably going to be hit by a tank. The Elven Empire's all-out offensive overwhelmed the armed forces of Raka. At this time, under the cover of the Elven Empire's full-scale offensive, the Special Forces team successfully infiltrated the controlled area. The controlled area was now completely silent, as most personnel were defending the perimeter. In contrast, the central and core areas of the controlled area were completely quiet. The Special Forces team advanced cautiously, alternating between positions. They all chose to carry daggers, not weapons. A dwarf militant spotted them and was about to fire. But before he could raise his gun, a flying knife pierced his body. The militant's eyes went dark, and he fell to the ground. The Special Forces soldiers immediately ran over, dragged the body to a nearby empty room, and covered it with a straw mat. They actually wanted to pretend to be dwarven militants, but how could they, with an average height of 1.7 meters, disguise themselves as 1.5 meters tall dwarves? Thus, the group cautiously advanced deeper into the controlled area. Chapter 1014. The Special Forces team advanced slowly into the controlled area, cautiously moving along the way, giving no chance of detection. If spotted, they would strike immediately. Dwarven rebels were dealt with on the spot. As for civilians, they were knocked unconscious on the spot and thrown into a corner. What if they suddenly woke up due to poor control of force? Special Forces. If they wake up, then let's just charge in. After all, breaking in is much easier than sneaking in. Along the way, the Special Forces captured several dwarven rebels. After careful interrogation, they finally determined Raka's exact location. A junior officer revealed that Raka had just gone to bed after a night of partying with some officers. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them. The soldiers guarding Raka's residence were also feeling a bit sleepy. After all, they hadn't slept all night, and they had to keep a constant eye on Raka. For the Raka mansion, defenses are strongest at night. Daytime defenses are relatively weak. After all, who would carry out assassinations or other missions in broad daylight? Special Forces, The Special Forces team made their way directly to the vicinity of the Raka mansion, but at this point, ordinary stealth was no longer effective. The Raka mansion was heavily armed, even during the day, when the defenses were weak. There were no blind spots, and the soldiers on guard took turns monitoring everything. The slightest movement, Even a fly would not escape their gaze. After a thorough inspection, the Special Forces captain determined they couldn't infiltrate. Even the sewers were guarded by militants. After careful consideration, the captain finally removed the PKM machine gun from his back. Then, looking at his team members, he spoke seriously. Don't even think about infiltrating. Let's just go for it, we checked. There's no blind spots. We have to fight our way in. Hearing the captain's words, the soldiers showed no sign of panic. Instead, their eyes shone with excitement. That's right, not fear, but excitement. The soldiers unloaded their PKM machine guns and checked their equipment. Finally, they prepared everything and awaited the captain's orders. The captain immediately ordered his men to attack. He then led the charge, heading straight for Raka's mansion. The soldier stationed in the mansion's watchtower quickly spotted the fast-moving special forces. Just as he was about to fire a warning shot, he was struck by a precise dagger thrown by the captain. Looking at the dagger lodged in his chest, the dwarven militant tried to speak, but found his strength drained. Finally, he collapsed, his body slamming heavily into the courtyard. This instantly attracted the attention of the surrounding militants, who rushed over with their guns drawn. The moment they saw the body, they reacted instantly. A surprise attack. The dwarves immediately sounded the alarm. At the same time, someone spotted the approaching Special Forces team. Just as they were about to fire, they saw the Special Forces soldiers already at the gate. But they didn't go through the main gate. Shortly after the dwarves sounded the alarm, the wall collapsed. A member of the Special Forces team directly broke through the wall. A huge cloud of dust instantly filled the courtyard. As the smoke cleared, the dwarves saw only a soldier in desert camouflage, holding a PKM, his face glaring at them fiercely. The dwarves' hearts skipped a beat, sensing something terrible was about to happen. Duh. The next second, the PKM gunfire rang out, a barrage of bullets hurling towards the bewildered dwarves. Some of the quick-witted dwarves had already raised their weapons and fired back. Duh. Bang, bang, bang. Instantly, the entire mansion erupted in gunfire. Laka, who had just fallen asleep, was startled awake. Then, the door to the room was flung open, and a leader rushed and panicked. Master Laka. Someone's breaking in. The leader frantically said, and Laka, instantly awake, asked in a trembling voice. What did you say? Someone's breaking in. Laka was momentarily terrified. Yes, sir. And judging by their equipment, they're neither elven soldiers nor Wehrmacht soldiers. The leader said with a puzzled expression. These Special Forces soldiers wore 4-eye night vision goggles and heavy armor. Furthermore, these level 6 body armor vests were specially crafted, incorporating a variety of materials, and even capable of resisting magic. It could be said that this was a new generation of knight armor. But there was a fatal flaw. This heavy armor weighed a whopping 80 kilograms. Ordinary level 6 body armor simply couldn't reach that weight. Only a Doji knight could wear this equipment without hesitation. The Special Forces soldiers, like tanks, rampaged through the courtyard. Directly suppressing fire, the dwarven militants hiding behind cover and attempting to fire suffered greatly. They had no chance to fire a single shot. If they had opened fire, the Special Forces would have destroyed them and their cover. The main point was absolute firepower. The dwarven militants were completely stunned. As soon as they poked their heads out to fire, they were met with fire from these superhumans. The mud walls of Barak were instantly shattered by the 7.62mm bullets. The men behind them were also shattered. Under their firepower, the entire mansion was instantly emptied. Raka, upon hearing about the battle outside, was so frightened that he retreated to his mansion, not daring to step out and lead his troops in battle. But he still summoned his men to his aid. But upon hearing this news, his officers were all extremely surprised. Someone raided Raka's mansion? How did they get in? And how dare they be so bold? These people were still speculating about who it was, but Raka already knew who it was. Because the Special Forces had already burst into Raka's mansion and dragged him off the bed. Then, without further explanation, he slapped him twice. Pa! Why are you hitting me? Raka was puzzled. After all, he was the leader of an organization. Didn't he have any respect? Looking at Raka's innocent face, the soldiers grew even more enraged and slapped him twice more. Pa! Speak or not? A soldier said fiercely. What am I saying? Gentlemen! You didn't even ask. Raka said innocently, covering his face. The soldiers fell silent. Just then, the captain walked over with a gloomy face, holding a pile of documents. Chapter 10:15. Just as the soldiers were about to interrogate Laka, The captain approached with a pile of documents and shoved them in his face. "Explain what's written on them. Do you think you're innocent?" the captain demanded angrily. Laka immediately lowered his head, feigning ignorance. The soldiers then picked up the documents from the ground, but after glancing at them, their faces flushed. They then pulled out their pistols and fired a single shot at Laka's thigh. Bang! The bullet struck Laka's thigh, sending him screaming. "Ah! What are you doing? I tell you whatever you want to know, but is this necessary?" Laka cried out in despair. But the captain didn't rebuke the soldiers. Instead, he looked at him with a cold expression. "Just now, when we were attacking the mansion, many women you brainwashed tried to stop us. At first, I thought their husbands had died in the battle, but I didn't realize you were deliberately sending them to their deaths." The captain then picked up the document and, using it as a board, lashed it across Laka's face. Laka's head was instantly bruised and bleeding. When paper gets thick enough, it can be used as a powerful weapon. The medic in the squad was very considerate and came to stop the bleeding. After all, he had been shot in the thigh, and they had to take good care of him, otherwise he might die before reaching the mainland. The document detailed everything Laka had done. Laka dispatched his men to gather the details of nearly every rebel fighter. This led to Raka knowing which dwarven families had beautiful women. So, Raka secretly assigned these men to the dying troops. He sent them to their deaths, while he himself transformed into an angel, the light of righteousness, to comfort these women. The captain had never seen such a beastly man, and neither had the other soldiers. So everyone attacked Raka. Raka's nephew huddled in fear nearby. The soldiers, seeing that Raka's nephew was unharmed, felt a surge of anger and immediately attacked him. Just then, Raka's men sent reinforcements to rescue him. But these men were unable to break in. The 4 soldiers in the mansion immediately dispatched them all. Under the overwhelming firepower of the PKMs, these irregularly armed dwarven soldiers naturally could not withstand the barrage. After 5 consecutive attacks, the rebels still failed to capture the mansion and ultimately had to defend it. They didn't believe the group wouldn't leave after kidnapping Raka. However, it turned out that the special forces had never considered leaving from the very beginning. They had already drawn their weapons, intending to fight the enemy to the bitter end. The 1st Army Division was launching a fierce attack from the periphery. Due to the special forces tying down some troops, coupled with today's all-out attack, Raka's armed forces were instantly showing signs of collapse. And support had arrived from the Elven Empire. Upon learning that the 1st Army Division was having trouble reaching Barak, Queen Sif immediately assembled the remaining magicians within the Elven Empire. Let these magicians form a magic army to aid the 1st Division in the offensive. These magicians primarily wield binding magic, because those brainwashed women and children will launch suicide attacks. These people are innocent, only driven to their deaths by Raka's cruel whims. Raka soon ceased to cause any disturbance, but the surrounding dwarven resistance forces were unaware of this. After Raka's invitation, they chose to rise up without hesitation, joining Raka in a distant uprising. However, these resistance forces were unaware of Raka's capture. They continued to launch a fierce attack on the local puppet regime. To ensure the puppet regime's control over the Dwarven Empire, the Elven Empire issued a large number of individual weapons to its ordinary soldiers. At least in terms of individual combat capability, they were no less capable than the Elven Empire's ordinary soldiers. These rebel forces were completely insignificant. They couldn't even defeat the local puppet regime. After their initial defeat, they immediately abandoned their attack on the puppet regime and fled to the desert, becoming the kings of the desert. Raka? What the heck is a Raka? We are the kings of the desert. The puppet regime hadn't anticipated the instant collapse of the once raging resistance. From the outset, they headed straight for the major cities, only to be beaten to a pulp by the puppet government forces stationed there. The Special Forces captain didn't hesitate. He immediately ordered a nearby magician to use copy magic to create a large number of copies of the documents. Then they distributed them to the dwarven militants outside. Although those dwarven militants had never been to school, most of their officers were literate. After reading the document's contents, the officers couldn't sit still. Laka wasn't just targeting ordinary militants, he was also targeting low-ranking officers like them. Only mid- and high-ranking officials were truly benefiting from this plan. This infuriated the militants. Then, rather than attacking the special forces, they voluntarily gave way. Because they had learned the identity of the special forces, they were legitimate Great Yin people. If the Great Yin had intervened, what was there for them to fight? These dwarves submitted to no one but the Great Yin. When the news of the Great Yin Navy sinking the Dwarf Empire's God of War battleship reached the Dwarf Empire, the nation was in uproar. They couldn't believe their sovereign had been defeated. One of the God of War battleships was even towed back by the Great Yin. The other two sank forever in the sea north of the Dwarf Empire. The sinking of the God of War battleship completely broke the dwarf's backbone. The dwarves are a warlike and fanatical people. They worship only absolute force, unlike the slightly more intelligent demons of the north. Ordinary demons have some brains, but ordinary dwarves have none at all. Soon, these dwarven militants passed on Lakaw's plan. Within 3 hours, all the dwarven militants knew of Lakaw's brutal actions. Especially the brainwashed dwarven women, whose faith instantly collapsed. The Elven Empire soldiers watched this scene in silence. What pitiful creatures. Chapter 1016. War is raging around the world, but Dayin has become a pure land. In Dayin, not only is war free, but even hunger is a distant past. Material abundance naturally fosters people's spiritual pursuits. It also motivates scientists to strive for excellence, for the people are watching them, hoping they will achieve something earth-shattering. A late summer night. For the people of Dayin, it was an ordinary night. But for the top brass, it was a very special day. Fearless Island. Air Marshal Karl had already appeared on Dayin. Following him was a slightly younger soldier. But this soldier's attire was completely different from that of an ordinary Wehrmacht soldier. He wore a bulky white suit, and most strangely, his helmet was a huge glass cover. This was Dayin's independently developed space suit. In fact, Karl had initially intended to just go after the astronaut and put on the Iron Guard armor. But it was rejected to prevent leaks. To maintain confidentiality, Karl, standing beside him, also wore the same outfit, though Karl's face was now filled with reluctance. Because this spacesuit was manufactured in-house by Dayin. This was a major step forward for Dayin, signaling that Dayin's aerospace industry was finally becoming accessible to ordinary people. In the future, ordinary people would have the hope of traveling to space, and even interstellar migration. That evening, as usual, after dinner, the people of Dayin hunched over the television, watching the news at 7 o'clock sharp. Because at this time every day, there's always news about the world. And domestic and international news are broadcast at the same time. Often, international news is even longer than domestic news. There's so much going on overseas, so much so that ordinary people spend their free time discussing it. Almost every factory worker spends their lunch break discussing these foreign affairs. Leon didn't forbid them from discussing this, because he knew that, often, their opinions were correct. Because they were never in the know, they could only be spectators. So, they had a clearer perspective. But today, the workers noticed that the news program had changed. According to this time, it should be broadcasting the news. They could see the sweet-voiced host again. But today, instead of the usual opening animation, the TV was completely dark, or rather, it was showing a night scene. This left the workers puzzled. And just then, Leon's voice rang out over the TV. Fellow citizens, I'm sure you're all filled with questions right now. Why isn't there any news at this time today? Have you ever imagined what you could see when you left this planet? Or have you ever thought about experiencing God's perspective? Perhaps you dreamed of this, but ultimately realized you're just an ordinary person, and ultimately, reluctantly, gave up. But I want to tell you that from today, ordinary people can go to heaven, literally to heaven. Leave this planet, and go into space. Hearing Leon's voice, the workers and others in front of the TV were stunned. They hadn't expected Leon's appearance today, and his words had completely stunned everyone present. Leon wouldn't lie, he never lied to a Great Yin person before. So everything Leon just said was true. So, they're going to space? Wait, how are they going to space? At this moment, the TV station seemed to have guessed everyone's thoughts and zoomed in, revealing a massive steel frame standing on the ground in the darkness. Atop this frame, a massive white missile-like structure was fixed. Were they going to be launched into space via missile? But would that mean they would never return? Huh? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. But just then, the camera suddenly zoomed in. Two people in spacesuits were seen slowly approaching the rocket. Due to their masks, the crowd couldn't see who they were. Leon had asked them to do this to maintain secrecy. This rocket launch was a semi-test. That's why Karl was accompanying them. If anything went wrong with the rocket, the astronauts would have to be brought back. This astronaut was a truly ordinary person, not even a first-level magician or a fighting knight. He also symbolized that ordinary people had the right to explore space. Their efforts had built Dayin into what it is today, and they must have a place in the future. When the launch site was shown on TV, it proved that all launch preparations were complete. All they had to do was wait for Karl and the astronaut to board the rocket. Karl looked relaxed, while the astronaut beside him was visibly nervous. Komarav, why are you so nervous? I'm here, so you can rest assured. And you always said you wanted to surpass Alan and become the strongest in the Air Force, so why are you so nervous now? Carl quipped. Komarov perked up immediately upon hearing this and spoke. Marshal, I'm not nervous at all. Looking at Komarov's stubborn expression, Carl shook his head. Men's words are deceitful. If your hands weren't shaking, I definitely believe you. Not only was this scene being broadcast on the Great Yin TV station, but the Elf Empire, the Demon Empire, and even the Holy Empire's TV stations were also broadcasting the live broadcast. Everyone was completely bewildered. Only those working in related industries, and having signed confidentiality agreements were nervous. Because they had signed a confidentiality agreement, they only understood what was being broadcast live. Soon, after Carl and Komarov entered the rocket, the entire space base began bustling with activity, testing various instruments. After a final round of screening, all pre-launch preparations were finally complete. The director of the Space Center wanted to hand the launch ignition button to Leon, but Leon refused. Instead, he handed it to the white-haired director, saying seriously, professionals do professional work. You and your team's contributions to Yin are undeniable, so you and they are the most respectable people. Lion said, gesturing an invitation. The director of the Space Center was flattered, and the staff standing nearby also showed expressions of disbelief. They had heard of Leon's easygoing nature, but seeing is believing, and today they finally saw it. Soon, with a loud bang, the first manned spacecraft into Yin, and indeed in all of human history, successfully ignited and took off. When the rocket took off, everyone realized that this was the tool that sent people into space. Chapter 1017. With a terrifying push on his back, Komarov could feel the entire rocket rapidly accelerating, hurtling towards the atmosphere. Although Carl had repeatedly urged Komarov not to be nervous, but at this moment, Carl was far more nervous than Komarov. Although, as a peak-level 9th-level Dochi Knight, he had witnessed countless spectacular events, he had never personally ridden a rocket. His old bones were truly being tormented. On the ground, Leon was watching the rocket soaring in the air with satisfaction. According to the Space Center's estimates, this rocket would soon leave the atmosphere and successfully carry people into space. But Leon would never make a hasty conclusion until it had successfully reached space. Because, to them, ordinary people like us are like birds in a cage. The gods have been planning a cage to trap everyone on this planet. And they have been inciting war, causing the entire planet to slaughter each other. So, to break this routine, they must escape this cage. At the same time, completely end this world's chaos. Leon then looked at the aerospace carrier being assembled in the space base, and he already had the answer in his heart. The time to end this chaos is almost here. Elsewhere, a rocket was rapidly ascending. The atmosphere of this planet is not much different from that of his own planet in his previous life. Both are at an altitude of around 1,000 kilometers, and the two planets are of similar size, with the same gravitational acceleration of 9.8 gs. So, in order for a spacecraft to leave the planet, it must reach the second cosmic velocity to escape the planet's gravity. The second cosmic velocity is 11.2 kilometers per second. This translates to Mach 32.9. Accordingly, a missile exceeding Mach 33 could also leave the planet. Soon, the rocket carried the two into the ionosphere. They were just one step away from leaving the planet. And at this moment, in this moment of intense attention, the gods naturally noticed Leon and his companions' movements. At first, the gods thought the humans were testing new weapons, but when they saw the two people aboard the rocket, they gradually became panicked. And as the rocket rose higher and higher, the gods grew restless. They couldn't accept this scene. Even the gods found it difficult to escape the constraints of this solar-like system. But what about humans? Ordinary people like them could leave the planet. If they could leave the planet, how far could they be from leaving this system? The gods were horrified. Irina, of course, also witnessed this and immediately restrained the group. Why are you panicking? If a spacecraft scares you this much, what will you say if they unload the Kuenberg aerospace carrier in the future? Irina's words calmed everyone down, but at that moment, Irina herself was terrified. This was a threat to their hegemony. Irina had lost her former composure. Now, she simply wanted to understand what this spacecraft was. Finally, the rocket successfully exited the atmosphere. The moment it left the atmosphere, Komarov and Carl felt weightless. The two of them felt instantly free of the heaviness, a lightness that washed over them. But with the seatbelt securing the two men to their seats, they didn't move much for a while. The rocket used by Yin was a 3-stage rocket, not a reusable spacecraft. Due to immature technology, if a reusable spacecraft had been used rashly, Komarov might have been left with nothing but relics. Although a 3-stage rocket was bulky, it was the most drastic method. As the spacecraft carrying the two left the planet, it immediately slowed down and began orbiting the planet in its predetermined orbit. Because ground control was calculating the latest data to allow the two men to perform an EVA. After all, this was humanity's first space mission, so wouldn't it be a couple of spacewalks? We had to get the Yin flag out and wave it a few times. After all, with the flag, it would be easier to say that Yin was their ancient land. The news broadcast ended, but Leon explained to everyone in the final minutes. Because they needed to acclimate themselves to the space environment, the EVA would take place tomorrow night. The people of Yin, please be patient. But at this moment, like a teased cat, the people could no longer contain their itch. They desperately wanted to see Komarov's extravehicular activity. This led to them being absent-minded even at work the next day. The factory management didn't blame them. After all, they were also itching to do something. The news of Yin's successful manned spacecraft launch spread to neighboring countries, and the three idiots of Zhengzhou, who were currently engaged in war, were stunned. What was a spacecraft? Could it be some terrifying weapon of mass destruction? The three idiots of Zhengzhou were the nicknames Lion gave to the Elf Empire, the Demon Empire, and the Qin Kingdom. The Demon Empire was relatively okay, but the other two were truly too abstract. The Qin Kingdom was weak and liked to brag. The Elf Empire had the ability, but they just didn't know how to use it. Lion, this is truly outrageous. I can't possibly handle it, but good news multiplies. Just as Lion was basking in the joy of manned space flight, he received good news from the aircraft manufacturer. The Tu-160 bomber had been unveiled. From today, Yin will successfully dominate the skies of the entire planet. No one can challenge Yin's dominance in the air. Not even dragons, and the aberrant creatures to the north finally met their end. Thanks to the deployment of Barian, the man in black was no match for him. He was ultimately severely wounded by Barian's sword and fled. With the help of the Iron Guard, all the aberrant creatures in Philly City were wiped out. Unfortunately, all the orcs in the city had mutated. Even many of the orc soldiers were infected, but fortunately, out of the 800-man force, 600 survived. The surviving orc soldiers, still terrified, looked at Barian with admiration. They knew that without Barian, they would have died long ago. They also looked at the lowly Lamia beside them with gratitude. Alyosha looked at Lamia with gratitude. Little girl, who are you? Thank you for your help. Lamia turned her head away in dissatisfaction, then spoke. I told you, I'm not a little girl. I'm much older than you. Alyosha was confused by Lamia's words. What do you mean by older than me? Are you dissatisfied? As if she had read Alyosha's mind, Lamia's forehead veins bulged, and she clenched her fists. You are the flat one. Your whole family is flat. Chapter 1018. Alyosha and Lamia eventually parted ways. After all, one was a god, and the other was just an ordinary person. Lamia was escorted directly to Liongrad by Barian. On the day of her departure, she looked at the iron guards surrounding Lamia. Alyosha, however foolish, knew that Lamia's identity was not simple. After learning that Lamia was not a child, Alyosha admitted that he was somewhat moved. But what could he do? He was just an ordinary person. Lamia looked at Alyosha, who was thinking something, as if waiting for him to speak. But until they left, Alyosha remained silent. In the car, Barian seemed to notice Lamia's absent-mindedness. You won't talk to him? Barian asked. Lamia shook her head. Fate will bring us together again. At least he's still very weak now. Listening to Lamia's words, Barian felt a little puzzled. Lamia probably didn't have the ability to predict the future, so what did she mean by that? Barian was a little confused. Soon, Lamia was escorted to Leongrad. At this moment, Leon had already returned from the launch site on Fearless Island. And yet, just as he arrived at the Duke's palace, Barian had already sent someone over. Looking at the harmless little girl before him, Leon felt a little dazed. But then, he quickly regained his composure. In this world, for some reason, every little girl Leon met was not an ordinary person. Excuse me, are you Lamia? Leon decided to be polite first, then forceful, to see how Lamia would react. Yes, Lord Leader. Lamia bowed, silencing Leon. What did she just call me? She just called me leader. No, buddy, aren't you a god? Where's your pride? Lamia seemed to know what Leon was thinking, then shook her head. Gods aren't as arrogant as you think. The reason I'm willing to stay here is simply because of a thought I had in mind. Lamia then recalled the older sister from the past. Lamia's face darkened as Leon listened to Lamia's words. The witches had already been notified, and as an extremely cautious person, Leon would naturally be cautious. So it's not impossible that Lamia was planning a close-range assassination. Lamia shook her head, then spoke. Don't worry. Ask Alina. She tell you why I did this. With that, Lamia sealed her cultivation and, finally, took over, living in the Duke's mansion. Lamia. What for? Although Leon didn't understand Lamia's exact intentions. But now, Lamia had chosen to side with him. This set a good precedent for the gods, meaning more people would flock to Leon's side. Leon felt relieved, but then, feeling as if he had forgotten something, he couldn't help but wander around the hall. Did he forget something important? At this very moment, the staff at the aircraft factory were eagerly awaiting Leon's arrival. But after waiting for a long time, they found that Leon hadn't even come to inspect the aircraft factory. The factory director was stunned. I had just called Leon, and he promised to be right there. But what happened? A large group of people at the factory had been waiting for ages, but Leon hadn't shown up. One of his men couldn't help but ask, Director, has the leader forgotten us? The factory director's face was furious. Then he spoke. The leader couldn't have forgotten us. Something must have delayed him. Another half-hour passed, and looking out the empty gate, the director finally lost his patience and contacted Frostar. Leon, who had just been preparing to have dinner with his family, flew straight out of the Duke's mansion upon hearing the news. He ordered his men to race all the way. Leon couldn't help but wipe his sweat. His memory was truly hopeless. He had actually forgotten something so important. With the driver's furious speed, Leon arrived at the aircraft factory in just 10 minutes. Just as they were about to leave the aircraft factory, everyone finally saw Leon. Looking at the workers who had been waiting for him for so long, Leon couldn't help but speak. I'm sorry, everyone. I had something urgent to do, so I've been delayed. Fellow workers, I'm sorry. The gloom on the workers' faces instantly vanished after hearing Leon's apology. Even though his legs ached from standing, the fact that his leader had actually apologized to them was instantly thrilling. Leon then began inspecting the aircraft factory's latest product. 2160. Looking at the giant white swan before him, Leon's face was filled with excitement. Because when this white swan appeared, everyone had to step aside. Lion couldn't help but sigh. Thankfully, he didn't have Master Shao. Otherwise, he'd have to scramble to make his 2160. Lion was inside the factory, comforting the workers, when the next moment, Capital staff burst in and snatched Lion away. The factory director, watching Lion being led away by government officials, was bewildered. What the hell is going on? What the heck? I was here first. Lion was led away, bewildered. He was then taken directly to the entrance of the capital. By then, Lion understood why they had brought him here. Because the new capital had been built. The current capital was vastly different from the previous one. The new capital had 30 floors, symbolizing the fact that, at the age of 18, Lion founded the Yin and established the Army, Navy, and Air Force, along with 9 departments. The bottom 18 floors were mostly used by government officials, while the top 10 floors were for the military. The 29th floor was the headquarters of the Intelligence Bureau, while the 30th floor was Leon's office. Leon finally had a dedicated office. In the capital, Leon had only a small room, a small desk, and a pile of documents. Looking at the office, which spanned over 200 square meters, Leon nearly burst into tears. He had finally made it. He was finally living a good life. Overwhelmed with emotion, Leon returned to the mansion. Just as he was about to sit down and eat a few leftovers, he felt his trouser leg being pulled. Yunli, holding a cute doll, asked curiously, Dad, when will I have a little brother? Leon froze in his tracks. Chapter 1019. Looking at Yunli, whose eyes were filled with curiosity, Leon's face darkened. Who taught her this? At that moment, Leon saw Yunqi, who seemed to be smiling beside him, and his reaction suddenly hit him. Good boy, you want that, but you let your daughter urge me. Not a buddy? What are you doing? Leon then quickly turned his head away, intending to turn and run. But as soon as he turned, he found himself bumping into someone. Heiyu was looking at him excitedly. Leon, it's evening. Isn't it time to have some fun? Heiyu didn't use her mature form, but her lowly form. She looked incredibly well-behaved, but in reality, her eyes were filled with love. This made Leon's legs tremble. Because Leon knew full well that he hadn't touched them all spring. It wasn't that Leon couldn't do it, but that he had been busy all spring. Furthermore, Yunli and Machi were practically conjoined twins, clinging to Yunqi and the others. Leon finally managed to find some free time in the evening, only to be stopped by the two girls. Leon could only express his frustration. But the clever Shuangxing chose not to argue with Leon at the Duke's mansion, but instead secretly ate elsewhere. This put her ahead of the others, but after nearly 6 months of secret feeding, her stomach remained flat. Frostxing's confidence was completely lost. As a staunch materialist, Leon was even starting to feel a bit insecure about himself. Could it be his fault? But Yunli's existence proved it wasn't Leon's fault. What on earth was going on? Lion's thoughts were quickly drawn back by the sight of Heiyu before him. Heiyu leaped directly onto him, and then, using spatial magic, set Yunli and Imochi flying. Lion was completely stunned by Heiyu's miraculous maneuver. Heiyu was incredibly enthusiastic. Lion was momentarily bewildered. And Heiyu's enthusiasm was inseparable from his mother, Vilya. After Vilya learned that Lion had begun planning for world unification, she naturally recalled the foolish deeds of the dragons in the past. That foolish dragon, Boardwell, had even plotted an attack on the succubus kingdom, which directly caused Diane's favorable impression of the dragons to decline further. If it weren't for Blackfeather, the dragon's favor would have been completely lost long ago. Vilya had been trying to find a way to remedy this, but after much reflection, she realized that what the dragon possessed was simply not what De Yin valued. What did De Yin want from the dragon? Mineral resources. Or these dragons? Don't be ridiculous. De Yin has no shortage of mineral resources. Even if it did, it could simply mobilize its fleets and plunder them across the globe. As for these dragons, perhaps in the past, when magic reigned supreme, dragons were the sole overlords of the skies. But what about now? Dragons can't catch up to make 25 fighters, and the pilots are all ordinary people. You can destroy one, but you face even more fighters chasing you. And most importantly, a dragon only has one life. So, Vilya knew full well that the era of dragons dominating the skies was over. Now it's time to think about how to plan for the dragon's future. After much thought, Vilya finally hit on a solution. That was to have Heiyu bear Leon's child. As the saying goes, a mother's status depends on her sons. The survival of the dragon clan hinges on whether Heiyu's pregnancy can bear fruit. If Leon knew the reason for this, he'd be inconsolable. Because Leon had never considered eliminating the dragon clan from the very beginning. In Leon's eyes, dragons are valuable assets. No, they're top-tier combat power. Dragons possess a unique magical talent, their magic affinity nearly reaching maximum level, meaning they are naturally top-tier magicians. The rapid development of the Great Flame is inseparable from the efforts of magicians. Ordinary workers can only expand industrialization, while magicians can accelerate it. And dragons not only possess vast reserves of magic power, but also possess unparalleled magic recovery speed. Isn't this a magical perpetual motion machine? Li, the capitalist, Ong, would never let go of these excellent workers. Can contributing to De Yin be considered oppression? This is clearly selfless dedication. Although Wylea didn't raise Heiyu, the dragon blood etched in her bones compels Heiyu to consider the dragon clan. But fundamentally, this matter doesn't threaten Leon, nor does it undermine the interests of De Yin. Otherwise, Heiyu would never have done it. After all, Heiyu still has a clear understanding of the big picture. Marry a chicken, follow the chicken, marry a dog, follow the dog. Moreover, Leon is the one who treats her well, while Wylea is only a mother in name only. Yuan Qingqi finally prepared to make a move tonight, but was intercepted by Heiyu. In the end, Yuan Qingqi could only shake his head helplessly. But the one who was hurt the most wasn't Yuan Qingqi, but Leia, who was silently watching from afar. As for Yin Xian? What? You want me to go and hack that idiot? Man, fucking that idiot is illegal. I don't want to go to jail. But what Leon didn't know was that Yin Xian would recover soon. In this other world, William has been holding out here for 6 months. From initial anxiety to current composure, William has undergone a complete transformation. The sun was shining brightly inside the outpost. William, having just emerged from the basement, checked the time and saw it was exactly 7 in the morning. William finished his delicious breakfast, and then picked up his men's report on the battle results of the last 12 hours. There was no night in this other world, so William and his men had to sleep in the basement, in the darkness. At first, the soldiers were a little unaccustomed to it. But after being divided into 2 shifts, they became accustomed to the constant day and night. After 6 months of hard work, under the protection of the Imperial Guards, and with the combined efforts of magicians and workers, a 1,200-kilometer single-track railway was constructed. The other world wasn't large, yet this 1,200-kilometer single-track railway already spanned over a third of it. The railway was built almost entirely along the plains, adjacent to surrounding mineral deposits. The principle was to build wherever resources were available. But as people explored deeper, this world gradually became more and more exposed. This world was filled with ruins. Many of these ruins even contain treasures galore, propelling William, the iron-blooded general, to the position of leader of a treasure hunt. His soldiers, like elite Imperial Guard soldiers, became Indiana Jones raiders. They were so skilled that they could guess what treasure lay within with just a touch. Just as William was about to enjoy the morning, his men received new intelligence. They had discovered a massive ruin, and within it lay a strange bead. Chapter 1020. Upon hearing the news, William immediately dispatched his men to search the ruins. When they found the bead, almost everyone was filled with confusion. But William soon sought out the local tribal leader, hoping to get some answers. The leader didn't know, and even remained clueless. Several other tribal leaders nearby didn't know when the ruins had appeared. They even asked William, "Do they really exist?" This completely baffled William. "Don't you locals know what's going on here?" William could only ask a 9th-level magician stationed at the outpost to inspect the bead for any danger. Don't treat a bomb like a treasure. After a careful examination, the magician discovered that the bead wasn't a weapon. Instead, it contained a special life force, seemingly a healing tool. But to be on the safe side, the 9th-level magician personally escorted the bead to Liongrad and then handed it to the witch Evelyn. Evelyn was stunned upon seeing the bead. She then asked the 9th-rank magician where they had obtained it. The magician confessed honestly. When Evelyn heard that the bead had been obtained from another world, she acted as if it were a matter of course. The 9th-rank magician was puzzled by this. Why did he look so astonished? Evelyn didn't even have time to explain the situation to the 9th-rank magician before she took the bead and rushed to the Duke's palace in King Leon. Because this bead is a healing artifact. It is the tear of a god shed during the War of the Gods. This god and Kuenberg have a connection. Although Kuenberg was a human, he was still beloved by many gods. One god, upon learning of Kuenberg's previous life's demise, wept bitterly and vanished from this world. No one has seen this god since then. All that is known is that a goddess once wept her tears dry for a human. The tears eventually converged into this bead, which was then preserved by the other gods. Time passed, and even the all-knowing Evelyn believed the bead had long been used for various reasons. But what she hadn't expected was that it was actually in that other world. Evelyn suddenly smiled with relief. Because that other world buried Kuenberg's previous life. The bead naturally appeared there. Evelyn shook her head, and then went to the Duke's mansion. Instead of going straight to Leon, he stealthily made his way to Yen'shin's room. Yen'shin was sound asleep in her room. It was late summer. The weather was still very hot, and Yen'shin, dressed coolly, casually draped a blanket over her stomach. She looked incredibly casual. Yen'shin was like a child who hadn't grown up, always doing things inappropriate for her age. Lion never punished Yen'shin. If Yen'shin did something wrong, Leon would just stand there, and after a while, Yen'shin would consciously lower her head and admit her mistake to him. Thinking of this, Evelyn smiled, patted Yenshin's head, and spoke. "Little Yen'shin, from today on, you can finally live like a normal person." Then he placed the pure white bead on Yenshin's forehead, and it quickly melted into her body. Then, Yen'shin shone brightly like a light bulb. Evelyn instinctively closed her eyes. The white light faded, and Yen'shin seemed unchanged, still lying carefree in bed. But Evelyn could sense that Yenshin's soul had been restored. Shuangxing's claim that Yenshin's brain had been damaged by the fever was inaccurate. To be more precise, Yenshin's foolishness stemmed from an incomplete soul. Most importantly, someone had stolen her soul. That person would soon surface. After touching Yenshin's cheek one last time, Evelyn quietly left. But the moment Evelyn left, Yen'shin opened her eyes, and her ruby irises had transformed into a pair of violet ones. Yen'shin. It seems everyone cares about you so much that they even restored your soul. Yen'shin, with violet pupils, spoke, her words filled with envy. The next second, her violet pupils turned red. "It's natural for everyone to care about me, but why didn't you step forward sooner?" Yen'shin said. The red eyes quickly turned violet again. "It's not the right time yet, and the person who stole your soul is in Liongrad." Yen'shin, with violet eyes, said with a chilling expression. "So sister, you haven't shown up yet, are you trying to protect me? And does Sister Shuangxing know you exist?" Yen'shin, with red eyes, spoke curiously. Of course she doesn't know. Her memory has been altered. From the beginning to the end, she's believed she only had one sister. Yen'shin closed her eyes again, and remained silent all night. Early the next morning, Leon struggled to crawl out of Heiyu's bedroom. He couldn't understand why, even though he had become a 9th-level Dochi Knight, he still couldn't successfully rise and sing. A dragon, a snake, he simply couldn't handle it. These two, combined, drained him dry, and even forced him to take out loans before draining him dry. As expected of a dragon and a snake, Leon looked hopeless and prepared to go downstairs for breakfast. If nothing unexpected happened, today's breakfast would be a ton of nourishing foods. Life wasn't easy, Leon sighed. Just then, the door across the room opened, and Yin Xian emerged. Leon looked at Yin Xian, and for a moment, he felt something different about her. The next second, Yin Xian suddenly smiled at Leon. "Good morning, little Leon." Leon was stunned. What did Yinxin just call me? Could she speak normally? Yinxin ignored the dazed Leon and went downstairs. Leon stood there, stunned. Watching Yinxin leave, Leon's face was filled with confusion. Is he healed? Since he's no longer stupid, can we play duos together? Leon suddenly smiled with the air of triumph. Dog lying and laughing.jpg. What Leon didn't know was that it wasn't a duo, but a threesome. Just then, Yunqingqi's door opened, and a sleepy little head poked out. Yunli rubbed her eyes, and looked at Leon blearily, but was immediately terrified. Daddy is so bad. Why is Daddy so mean? Run! Yunli slammed the door shut in fear. Leon pointed at himself, looking at the knight's armor rack beside him, and muttered to himself. Am I really that disgusting? The knight's armor was inanimate, and could not speak, but upon hearing Leon's words, the helmet fell to the ground. Chapter 1021. Although Leon was puzzled by Yin Xian, he hurried to the northern region before he could ask for details. William had brought the latest news. Some very interesting things had been discovered in the other world. Because there is no night in the other world, plants photosynthesize almost 24 hours a day. Generally speaking, plants cannot photosynthesize 24 hours a day. Excessive light would burn them. However, to combat the sun's intensity, the plants in the other world evolved directly on the spot. Two different plant evolutionary paths emerged. One is to grow larger and larger, using thick leaves to protect against the sun's burns. The other is to shrink in size to reduce the area exposed to sunlight. But Leon's trip was for the plants that grew larger and larger. Because some of these plants are actually edible. Have you ever seen a plant that's bigger than a tree and yet edible? Not the kind that bears fruit, but the entire tree itself. At first, the soldiers of the Guards Division didn't know these larger plants were edible. It wasn't until the local natives pointed them out that the soldiers discovered that the tree itself was edible. And after sampling and analysis by biologists at the outpost, they discovered it actually contains a variety of vitamins. Most importantly, it's abundant. These plants are found almost everywhere in this other world. As the division commander, William, having confirmed the edible nature of these plants, bravely sacrificed himself by eating 2 bites. The result was that they tasted quite good, a bit like cantaloupe. The Guards Division soldiers then began collecting samples of these plants. This once mighty, iron-blooded army had now been reduced to collecting plants. And these soldiers reveled in it. In the eyes of others, this elite force should be fighting on the front lines. But only they themselves knew that they didn't want another war to break out. They had already won the Grand Slam and naturally understood the cruelty of war. So, they fell in love with this farming life. But they didn't die of comfort. Instead, they continued their intense training every day. We hate war, but that doesn't mean we're not good at it. The entire Guards Division, besides collecting plants, was cultivating good relations with the local indigenous people. That day, William had visited the village where Smith had been captured. The tribesmen looked at William like he was a monkey. William wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. But at that moment, the primitive tribesmen produced something that petrified William on the spot. That's a massive amount of magic crystals, and they're of extremely high purity. They could even be called concentrated magic crystals. The magic crystals required for the Great Flame Pirchet project are called super concentrated magic crystal blocks. And the next level up from super concentrated membrane crystal blocks is concentrated magic crystals. Concentrated magic crystals are rare in Lion's world. It's safe to say there's only one concentrated magic crystal in a million magic crystals. But looking at the dozens of concentrated magic crystals in the hands of these natives, William felt his entire worldview shaken. Oh my gosh! So many concentrated magic crystals? Brothers, grab them. William was just about to call his men to a friendly negotiation when he suddenly remembered that these natives didn't seem to care about the concentrated magic crystals at all. He then urgently ordered the outpost to send over some canned goods. If nothing unexpected happened, the natives wouldn't care about the concentrated magic crystals, then they could easily barter for them. Sure enough, the outpost arrived with a truckload of canned goods, which were then exchanged for a large bag of concentrated magic crystals. Looking at the concentrated model in his hand, William was completely dazed. This bag of concentrated magic crystals would have taken the Pirchet staff almost a week to refine. To obtain the 1 cubic decimeter of super-concentrated magic crystals in Leon's hands, nearly 10 cubic meters of concentrated magic crystals would be required. 10 cubic meters of concentrated magic crystals would require nearly hundreds of tons of ordinary magic crystals. And special compression techniques would be required, otherwise, the final product would be impossible. Looking at the small, half-cubic meter of concentrated magic crystals in his hand, William could sense that if these concentrated magic crystals were refined into super-concentrated magic crystals, they would likely blow his own guard division to pieces. So, William decided to stay in the primitive tribe, build good relationships with these people, and try to get all the concentrated magic crystals from them. William's above-average looks, coupled with his military uniform, instantly won the favor of the women in the tribe. To get a glimpse of William, the women in the tribe practically took out all their concentrated magic crystals. And cleverly, they gave them away one by one, just to get in his presence more often. William was a bit amused. Of course, it was all for Yin. What if he had to suffer? Looking at the beautiful women around him, William couldn't help but complain in his heart. This is really making things difficult for me. William quickly reported the matter to Leon. While Leon was a bit greedy, he wasn't a robber. So, he gave the primitive tribe many of the necessary supplies. In the hands of the primitive tribe, these concentrated magic crystals were merely ornaments. The tribe didn't understand their value, but Leon and his men knew full well. So, they had to compensate the tribe as much as possible. But the good times didn't last long. Word of William's actions in the other world quickly reached the top brass of the Wehrmacht. Originally, no one would say anything about selling out his chastity for Yin, but by chance, the news reached Karl's ears. After hearing this, Karl almost flew his MiG-25 straight into the other world. But he was persuaded to stop by the Air Force brass. But Karl couldn't swallow his anger, and angrily sought out Ruthna to explain William's actions in the other world. Ruthna listened with a smile as Grandpa Karl finished his account of William's actions. Then she spoke very politely. "I understand, Grandpa. I go to the other world and try to persuade him. He'd definitely change his mind," Ruthina said, heading straight for the other world. Watching his granddaughter leave, Karl couldn't help but shudder. Ruthina spoke almost word by word, her tone devoid of emotion, like a ruthless killing machine. Karl suddenly felt a surge of regret. He seemed to have acted impulsively. Have I harmed William? William, who was diligently collecting concentrated magic crystals for Yin, suddenly sneezed. Then he felt a chill on his back. Turning back, he saw Ruthina walking towards him. Chapter 1022. Looking at Ruthna behind him, her face full of murderous intent, William's heart leaped into his throat. As Ruthna's boyfriend, William naturally knew just how sick Ruthna was. At first, William thought Ruthna was a lady. William was delighted for a long time and introduced Ruthna to his family. His sister, Charlotte, was very fond of Ruthna. His mother was also very pleased with Ruthna. But the most important thing was that William used this as an excuse to taunt Gudry every day. "Hey, brother. I have a girlfriend." "Your girlfriend?" When they first got together, William would wake up laughing in his dreams. But soon, William couldn't laugh anymore. He gradually realized that Ruthna was a bit sick. Or rather, Ruthna's control was incredibly strong. So much so that after being with Ruthna, William almost didn't dare talk to anyone of the opposite sex. Even when they did, they kept a distance. Because William was only a first-level Dochi Knight, not a top-tier powerhouse. But Ruthna was an 8th-level Dochi Knight. With one slap, she could have slammed him from Liongrad to Nanchuan City. William had no choice but to submit to Ruthna's tyranny. But fortunately, Ruthna's pathology only surfaced when William was talking to the opposite sex. Under normal circumstances, Ruthna was completely obedient to William. He was practically a spoiled brat of a female Dochi Knight. "William, I'm the pillar of the young generation of Great Yin, and I'm living off her. How could I have fallen so low?" At first, William wanted to escape the land of comfort. But soon, William lost his will. Because the land of peace and quiet is truly comfortable. Back when they were stationed in Liongrad, Ruthina would visit William at the barracks almost every night. At first, William lived in his own mansion. As a general, Yin naturally allocated a small courtyard to each general. Ruthina would visit her courtyard almost every day. After building good relationships with her sister Charlotte and her mother, she stayed at home at night. After 2 or 3 months of tossing and turning, William could no longer bear it. He hurriedly packed up and moved to the barracks. But Ruthina was still reluctant to leave. After all, her grandfather's name was Karl. "It's just a barracks, isn't it? Just say hello. Thinking he escaped danger by hiding in the barracks, William was once again blocked by Ruthina. After being tormented like this for over a month, William was almost as weak as a skeleton. And then, at this critical moment, Leon's order saved William. When William received the order to travel to the other world, his eyes lit up. After receiving the order late at night, he immediately jumped out of bed, fully recovered, and then, dressed in his thin military uniform, rushed out into the freezing wind. He assembled the Imperial Guards overnight, but before dawn, William and his men had already reached the entrance to the other world and rushed into it like a fugitive. Ruthina was puzzled after watching William flee in panic. Is she that formidable? After William led the Imperial Guards to the other world, Ruthina never bothered him again. Because both Ruthina and Carl were supporters of the Great Yin, and while Carl had only one granddaughter, he had numerous other relatives. The Carl family would naturally become supporters of the Yin. Lion had already formulated a doomsday plan for the other world, so Ruthina naturally wouldn't bother William. But after the matter was resolved, Ruthina said she wanted to give William a good beating, but before the dust had settled, Ruthina heard that William was cheating. As a Yandera, Ruthina was furious. She also happened to run into Leon, who was about to leave for the other world. After explaining the situation to Leon, Leon had no choice but to bring the devil into the village. Since Ruthina looked so desperate, how could Leon refuse? As for the possibility of a leak, Ruthina was already locked up with William, who was going to take over Cadis's job. So a leak now would have much less impact than a leak later. And if Ruthina chose to leak the secret after they were together, then both Carl and William would be affected. While I don't know what ordinary people would do, as a true Yandera, I definitely wouldn't care about these petty schemes. As he watched Ruthina appear before him, he glanced at Leon, who stood beside him with a helpless expression. William was about to explode. You were the one who brought the Japanese into the village? William glanced at Ruthina, then at Leon, his eyes filled with sorrow. Lion was about to speak when he suddenly sensed something was wrong with Ruthina beside him. Ruthina's blue eyes had turned red. Lion took a few steps back in shock. As a 9th-level Dochi Knight, Leon could easily dominate Ruthina in a real fight. But the Yandera's aura frightened Leon. This was truly terrifying. William, you're on your own. Lion immediately shouldered the bag of concentrated magic crystals and fled towards the outpost. The entire tribe felt the terrifying pressure from Ruthina, especially the women who had secretly harbored feelings for William. When they saw his cowardly expression, they instantly understood. They hurried away, fearing they would get into trouble. As expected, none of these men are good. They call you sweetheart when they need you, and then you think you're the wife, but you're actually the mistress. In fact, these women were overthinking it. They weren't even mistresses. Because William never made any advances towards these women, nor did he express any ambiguous feelings in his words. At most, he would tell these primitive women stories about the Yin and the wars he had experienced. A strange red light flickered in Ruthna's eyes as she moved closer to William. William, you don't seem to be behaving well. Can you explain to me? What's your relationship with those pretty ladies? Ruthina spoke, her entire body twisting. It was as if something terrifying was reviving. The guards guarding William momentarily lost their grip on their guns after witnessing this scene. Commander, your wife is here. We be leaving now. We won't disturb you and your wife from chatting. The soldiers of the guards hurried off, heading in the same direction as Leon. William watched the retreating guards, realizing his last hope was gone. Then he spoke tremblingly. Ruthina, baby. Listen to me. I have nothing to do with those women. I just said a few words. I'm innocent. William's expression was uglier than tears. Ruthina licked her lips and spoke. Whether it's related or not, let me try and see. At Ruthina's words, William suddenly looked up. Well, you're actually like this. Before William could finish his words, Ruthina abducted him. They found a cave and threw William to the ground. William panicked instantly, and a roar echoed from within the cave. A black bear stormed out of the cave in anger. Two humans, how dare you invade my territory? But the next second, Ruthina punched the bear, sending it flying. The bear flew straight out of the cave. William muttered as he watched the bear fly away. If I surrender now, will I still have a chance? Chapter 1023. The scent-flying black bear took over 20 seconds to come to a complete stop. It had knocked down 5 or 6 large trees along the way. If it weren't for its tough skin, it would have likely died from the concussion. The black bear slowly climbed to its feet, growing increasingly angry. Why did these two bipeds take over his home? No, he had to take it back. But just as the black bear was about to leave, it suddenly occurred to him that it seemed he couldn't defeat Ruthina. But the black bear was unwilling to give up his home, which led to a hilarious scene. The black bear stood at the entrance of the cave, wanting to go in but afraid to. He looked hesitant and reluctant. The small animals nearby saw this, and couldn't help but ask the black bear, "Black Bear King, why don't you go back to your own home? Those monsters are about to attack, and you're not going home to hide?" Hearing the small animal's words, the black bear flew into a rage and spoke. "I wanted to go home, but 2 robbers came and took over my house." Listening to the black bear's words, the small animals were filled with confusion. You know, this black bear was a 7th level powerhouse. He was arguably the little bully of their area. But to hear from this black bear, this so-called little bully's home had actually been taken over by someone else. Just as the small animals were about to investigate, they heard a strange noise coming from inside. One small animal was puzzled. It had never seen the world before. So, naturally, it had no idea what was going on inside. Of course, the black bear and the other small animals present all lowered their heads silently. The little animal looked puzzled, then looked at the black bear and the other little animals, and couldn't help but ask, "Everyone, what's going on in there?" The black bear grabbed the little animal and walked away. "Don't ask questions you shouldn't." The black bear's words only intensified the little animal's curiosity. "Black Bear King, just tell me. Let me see the world." The black bear grew even angrier. Then he led the little animals away. Ruthina, inside the cave, naturally sensed the situation outside. She then turned to William. "Did you know there are so many little animals out there? And are you okay? Didn't you say you didn't steal food? Then why aren't you okay?" William was on the verge of tears. "No, buddy, you did it 3 times in a row. Even an Iron Man couldn't handle it." William was about to run away, but this time, Ruthina didn't give him a chance and pinned him to the ground. William, looking at Ruthina, whose eyes still gleamed red, had completely resigned himself to his fate. Tired, complete destruction. Lion quickly gathered the concentrated magic crystals at the outpost and then notified Fuchsia, asking her to personally escort them to Pirchet. To the north, the Orc Empire was now completely mired in the quagmire of war. Bachmet's strategy of switching positions was highly successful, but the Qingqi Kingdom adopted a strategy of adding fuel to the fire, leveraging its numerical advantage to gradually erode the Orc Empire's forces. Bachmet's 100,000-man army suffered greatly, having only a limited supply of heavy weaponry. The Qingqi army also employed a torrent of steel to annihilate their strongholds one by one. The Orc Empire's army could only retreat deep into the mountains for a chance of survival. Bahamut, upon hearing this, nearly went insane. One minister even confronted Bahamut directly, demanding to know why he hadn't sent troops earlier, taking advantage of the Great Flame's weakness to wipe it out in one fell swoop. Bahamut himself should investigate the reasons for the Orc Empire's current behavior. Bahamut didn't respond directly to the minister. Instead, he silently returned to his palace in the frigid land. Bahamut gazed at the portrait of his ancestor and began to complain. "Looking for my own faults? If I have to look for my own faults in everything, then what do I need you for? Besides, it was Bahamut who commanded the battle. What does that have to do with me? Anyone who says that is a fool." "What do you mean I have to look for my own faults? Then why are you now fleeing to the freezing cold like me? Why did you flee in such a hurry? Why was your property confiscated? You want to blame yourself for everything, so why don't you pay for it? Train an army? You keep talking about how brilliant Bahamut is, and you keep blaming me for handling this mess. Bahamut is the MVP, and I'm the one who won without doing anything. Shouldn't you look at what each of us has done? Bahamut wiped out 1.2 million elite troops, and I only had 600,000 when I remember. How can we fight like this? My teammates are all gone, and Bahamut is also gone. What can you expect me to do? What else can you expect me to do?" Bahamut's complaints immediately made the palace maids bow their heads. Before, Bahamut was a tyrant, but after becoming emperor, as time passed, he lost his former cruelty. He knew that cruelty wouldn't solve problems, it would only make things more complicated. Bahamut's complaints finally unleashed all his bitterness. Ever since Bahamut took over the Orc Empire, he had barely revived this declining nation. But with both the Papal States and the Dwarf Empire in ruins, what was Bahamut supposed to do? Bahamut's heartache remained unspoken. Looking at the portrait before him, Bahamut muttered to himself, "I no longer yearn for victory. I only want to protect the orcs." The feud between the orcs and the orcs was a deep-seated blood feud. Leon might ignore the orcs, but the orcs would surely seek revenge on them. Just as Bahamut was alone in the palace, pondering, one of his men rushed in a panic. "Your Majesty, this is terrible. The Emperor is missing." "What?" Bahamut suddenly came to his senses. Bahamut was the most important part of his plan. It wasn't because Bahamut wanted Bahamut to have a good ending. It was because he wanted to use Bahamut to convince the orcs to let the orcs go. He wanted to shift all the blame onto Bahamut, then take some of the blame himself. This way, he could save the orcs from extermination. Orcs are tenacious, and Bahamut is strong. He dies standing still and still win, whether it's a small win, a medium win, or a big win, he win. Simply put, winning is a chore. But now, Bahamut is gone. This is like a bolt from the blue, and Bahamut is restless. What Bahamut didn't know was that Bahamut had been missing for half a year. Chapter 1024 and Chapter 1025. After questioning his intelligence officers, Bahamut finally confirmed that Bahamut had been taken away by members of the Great Yen Intelligence Bureau. And he had been taken away 6 months ago, on the very night of his departure. The Intelligence Bureau had long been keeping an eye on Bahamut. Bahamut, overwhelmed with remorse at the thought. He had been tricked again. Bahamut, who had finally calmed down, suddenly flew into a rage, venting his anger on the items on his desk, transforming into a master of desk cleaning. But just then, a letter from Holdras of the Papal States arrived in Bahamut's hands. When Bahamut learned that Holdras had sent him a letter, he was overjoyed. Holdras had been hiding for over a year. Since the defeat of Kursk, the Papal States had been devastated and completely disappeared from public view. The loss of Halef had resulted in the loss of land in the southeast, but the Papal States still had the vast western territories to exploit. While Holdras was trying to minimize the Papal States' presence, he ordered his men to play dumb and fool the CIA agents. This act of madness proved effective, leading to the CIA agents' indolence. However, the CIA agents did uncover some clues. All signs indicated that the Papal State might still harbor evil intentions and was secretly accumulating strength. So, Lion restricted imports from the Papal State. Almost all raw materials used in the military were seized by Lion. Aside from necessities for the civilian population, no foreign supplies could be brought into the Papal State. Lion's move did indeed curb the Papal State's development at its root. But Holdras and the entire Papal States were no pushovers. Although the mining rights for the entire Papal States lay in the hands of Dian, this didn't mean Holdras and his men couldn't obtain minerals. The Papal States possessed abundant war reserves, and the Papal States that had defeated Kumberg couldn't have relied solely on this. The Battle of Kursk alone wouldn't have been enough to completely dismember the Papal States. So Holdras was secretly accumulating strength. But after its previous defeat, Holdras knew that the Papal States alone couldn't defeat Lion. To defeat Lion, it had to forge alliances and find more powerful allies. After searching, it discovered that there weren't many allies left in the world. Currently, Holdras had only 3 options. The Western Empire, the 3 kingdoms of the Eastern continent, and finally the Orc Empire. The Western Empire is currently edging closer to the Yin, while the 3 kingdoms of the Eastern continent are a hopeless case. They're merely fence-sitters, siding with whichever side is stronger. The Papal State's only option now is the Orc Empire, which is nearly losing its defenses. And the Orc Empire's geographical location is extremely advantageous. The planet is a sphere, and the Papal State and the Orc Empire are located to the north in an extremely cold region. Dian's reach isn't long enough to reach the northern extremes. So, Holdras ultimately decided to transport weapons and equipment to the Orc Empire through the northern extremes. Holdras planned to have Bachmet hold the line for a while longer, hoping to hold the line until the Papal State could successfully overtake them. As long as the Orc Empire could help the Papal State draw sufficient firepower now, the Papal State would have more time to develop. Bachmet opened the letter with hope, and upon reading its contents, he was overjoyed. It stated that the Papal State would provide the Orc Empire with weapons and equipment for 200,000 men. Moreover, the weapons and equipment for these 200,000 men would be superior to those of the Qing state. These weapons and equipment would even be more powerful than those currently being secretly trained by the Papal State. Holdras simply wanted these orcs to hold out a little longer. After reading the letter, the gloom on Bachmet's face vanished. He no longer cared about where his father, Bahamut, had gone. He only wanted to receive this batch of equipment, then equip his own troops and retake the lost territory in the south. Orcs will never be slaves. Orcs, we must finally have a result. Meanwhile, the gods had noticed these subtle actions and sent messengers to contact Bahamut, offering to aid the Orc Empire. For a moment, Bahamut was completely stunned. When I needed help the most, no one said a word. No matter how much I begged, it was useless. And now, all this weaponry is being stuffed directly into my hands. What's going on? Although Bahamut was somewhat speechless, he smiled and pocketed all the weapons and equipment. The soldiers under his command were puzzled by this sudden appearance of equipment. But after testing its power, they fell silent. This was no ordinary weaponry. It was no less powerful than the weapons in the hands of the orcs. After receiving their weapons and equipment, the orcs' faces were filled with excitement. They wanted revenge on the orcs. The weapons and equipment sent by the Papal States included a full set of weapons, including rifles. They even had modifications made to make their body armor more suitable for thinner physiques. The rifles donated by the Papal States were based on the AK-47, but with a smaller caliber and less recoil. This made the rifles more suitable for the physiques of the Papal States citizens. But in the hands of the orcs, they became little more than toys. In the hands of the Papal States citizens, they were rifles, but in the hands of the orcs, they became small submachine guns. The orcs didn't mind. After all, they could tell the difference between fully automatic and semi-automatic. Although fully automatic weapons were less powerful than semi-automatic ones, the orcs on the other side were also using fully automatic AK-47s. The best way to fight fully automatic weapons is to use full automatic weapons. Use magic to defeat magic. In addition to weapons for light infantry, a large number of heavy weapons were also donated. There are even infantry fighting vehicles. The Papal States learned from the Wehrmacht's victory at the Battle of Kursk, using the Iron Tide, a flood of steel. They therefore vigorously developed armored units. These armored units utilize a large amount of composite armor. And they are designed for comfort, a stark contrast to vehicles like the BMP, which offer a very poor crew experience. They roughly resemble Strykers or LAVs. And these armored vehicles have never even been seen within the Papal States. They appear incredibly mysterious. This aid effort also hopes to test the success of these armored vehicles through combat. Chapter 1026 and Chapter 1027. Although Bachmet's orc army's rearmament was a complete mystery, the intelligence agency had still detected some clues. Leon realized that Bachmet was plotting something sinister. Bachmet and Leon were of the same ilk, vindictive. The Chinchi army was certainly unreliable. They could only play when they had the upper hand. Leon's face was filled with worry. Then, a sudden thought struck him. A man deeply wounded by the military. Leon didn't notify anyone else, but summoned Caddis and personally drove Caddis to a village on the outskirts of Liongrad. Liongrad was once surrounded by countless coal mines. But after more than 3 years of hard work, the surrounding land had been artificially converted into arable land. Oddly enough, both William and Gudry were native Liongraders. Alan, the Air Force ace, was also from Liongrad. It's true that impoverished and desolate places breed unruly people, but it's also true that heroes emerge from impoverished and desolate places. The more extreme a place, the more likely it is to produce people of both positive and negative extremes. Lion and Caddis headed straight for a village. The village was surrounded by golden wheat fields. The late summer fields shimmered in the sun. A car without license plates pulled up at the village gate. Naturally, it attracted the attention of many elderly people. Lion wasn't wearing a formal suit today, but a Wehrmacht uniform. In fact, the Wehrmacht had 4 marshals: Caddis, Karl, Chester, and Leon. Lion was not only a leader, he was also a marshal of the Wehrmacht's Navy and Air Force. However, Leon knew the dangers of micromanipulation, so he naturally refrained from interfering too much in military affairs. A master of micromanagement is this powerful if he's capable, but he's just a transport captain if he's incompetent. The mustache guy's intuition is incredibly accurate, and he deeply enjoys micromanagement. He made many accurate predictions at the beginning of the war, but his suspicion and hesitation led to the failure of many battles. He even correctly predicted Normandy. Command ability is often innate. Don't think you can defeat 10 enemies with 1 man just because you read a couple of military manuals and master the art of war. What else could this be but a pig? The villagers saw 2 officers descending. Although they couldn't recognize the rank of marshal, they knew that Wehrmacht officers had ranks, and their ranks were determined by the stars. But after a long look, the villagers realized that Leon and the other officer had no other decorations on their shoulders except a pair of red rank badges without stars. What kind of officers were these? The villagers stared in amazement. At this moment, Leon walked directly up to an elderly man and said with a broad smile, "Old man, how old are you?" The elderly man was somewhat flattered and replied hastily, "Sir, I'm 76 years old." Leon was very pleased. The old man had just been chatting and laughing with other elders under the tree, proving he was in good health. "Old man, your descendants are blessed. An old man in the family is like a treasure. I want to ask you about someone." The old man smiled and waved his hand. "You kid, you're always saying nice things. Tell me, who do you want to inquire about?" Major Marjlove, does he live here? Leon asked. The old man then pointed to a house at the entrance of the village. Leon nodded and took Caddis to Marjlove's house. The old man looked at Leon and couldn't help but speak. Young man, I think I've seen you somewhere. Are you? Leon smiled faintly and turned to leave. At this moment, the old man saw Leon's poster on the wall at the village entrance and instantly realized what was happening. Oh my God! Was that the leader just now? The old man's surprised voice came from behind him. Leon's mouth curled up, and he sped towards Marjlove's home. Arriving at a nondescript bungalow, Leon felt a surge of emotion. Although Marjlove had been promoted after the airborne battle in the Orc Empire's capital, he still chose to retire. And no matter how much Leon tried to persuade him, Marjlove ultimately chose to retire. This became a thorn in Leon's heart. After all, only a foolish leader would choose to harm a hero who had made great contributions. At this moment, at Marjlove's home, after retiring, Marjlove wandered aimlessly around Leongrad for a long time. He ultimately chose to settle down in this village. He was an ordinary man, and his family had long since perished at the hands of the Papal States. Marjlove still harbored some resentment about the Papal States' fate. He did not want it to end just yet, he hoped for its complete destruction. However, Marjlove was quite satisfied with Lion's handling of the situation. After all, one cannot achieve everything in one go, the Papal States must be gradually dismantled. Although Marjlove had retired from the army and received a generous severance pay, he declined the Wehrmacht's offer of a job and instead chose to live in seclusion in this village. Every day he would go to the fields to farm, for he had discovered that he could reap a rich harvest from it. Only in the quiet countryside can one find peace and quiet. Lion and Caddis arrived at Marjlove's home, only to discover he wasn't home. A long time passed, until the sun set. After waiting for a long time, Leon and Caddis finally arrived. But Marjlove no longer had the air of a Wehrmacht officer. Instead, he looked like a typical farmer. Carrying his farm tools back home, Marjlove saw Leon and Caddis sitting at his doorstep and froze in his tracks. What was going on? Why were the leader and the marshal at his doorstep? Lion had been waiting for so long that he was practically going numb. When he saw Marjlove appear, he was so excited that he became incoherent. Because he was waiting here specifically for Marjlove. If it weren't for Marjlove, Leon wouldn't have taken Caddis and the others on this journey alone. The reason for coming to Marjlove was that Lion planned to reorganize the Airborne Division. The Airborne Division's current position was extremely awkward. Although Lion repeatedly emphasized its elite status, in reality, it was not only constrained by the army, but even looked down upon by the Air Force. The Airborne's requests for airstrikes were often ignored by the Air Force. This led to the tragedy. Even if the Air Force was purged, it would not change the Airborne's awkward position. So Lion planned to reorganize the Airborne. Reorganize the Airborne into the Airborne Corps, making it a separate army. Independent of the Army, Navy, and Air Force, it would become the Fourth Army. This way, the Airborne would provide sufficient firepower support for itself, eliminating the need for firepower support to put them in a difficult position. But reorganizing the Airborne Corps required a corps of elite personnel. Marjlove was the man to take on the challenge. Chapter 1028. Marjlove froze in his tracks as he stared at Leon and Caddis before him. Leon then spoke. I know you're disappointed with the Wehrmacht, but from today on, there will be no more airborne divisions. They will be a separate army, on the same level as the Wehrmacht's Army, Navy, and Air Force. Marjlove was stunned by Leon's words. He couldn't believe Leon would make such a drastic change. And the restructuring of the Wehrmacht wasn't just about the Airborne Corps. Leon even planned to reform all three branches of the armed forces. Currently, the three branches of the armed forces are almost all directly commanded by a single military headquarters. This meant that if the military leadership favored one side, the other two would be dissatisfied. So, Leon planned to separate the three branches of the armed forces into three separate military headquarters. This would allow for separate management and strengthen the direct command capabilities of the three branches' leadership. If they were all under the same military headquarters, then the army wouldn't have to intervene if the Air Force or Navy leadership had a say. Will you listen or not? So the three armed forces were split into three headquarters. Lion also considered the possibility that if the headquarters were divided into three, the three armies would not obey orders during war. So, Lion established a single headquarters. This headquarters was only responsible to the parliamentary cabinet and Lion during wartime. And this headquarters would only be activated during wartime, to coordinate the three armed forces and ensure their cooperation. To use a very vivid example, the Army, Navy, and Air Force are like the hands, feet, and body. But the three armed forces before were like a mindless person, moving around aimlessly. Being hit hurts, but doesn't know how to fight back. But now, in addition to the limbs and body, the headquarters, the brain, has been added, naturally enhancing the combat effectiveness of the three armed forces. The Army was renamed the Great Yin National Defense Army. The Air Force was renamed the Great Yin Aerospace Force. The Navy was renamed the Great Yin Navy. Because the Air Force and Navy were previously called the National Defense Air Force and the National Defense Navy, they were still nominally under the control of the Army. But now, Lion's reforms have completely separated the top leadership of the three armed forces. The situation of Marglov's air raid on the Orc Empire capital, isolated and helpless, will never happen again. The airborne forces have also been officially renamed the Great Yin Airborne Army. It is expected that the 1st Airborne Army will form an army group with 4 airborne divisions, totaling over 100,000 personnel. And starting from this reorganization, the Airborne Army will directly place orders with tank factories and aircraft manufacturers. And it will have its own dedicated military budget. We can order weapons and equipment based on demand, no longer needing to withhold equipment from the Army and Air Force. Lion detailed the reorganization of the Airborne Corps to Marglov. Marglov's eyes lit up. The formation of the Airborne Corps was something Marglov hadn't anticipated, but being clever, he quickly understood why Leon had come to him. He must be looking for him to become an officer for the Air Force generalship. And since Leon had come personally, Marglov had no reason to refuse him. "Commander, I'm willing to fight for the Airborne Corps once again." Marglov's face was filled with excitement. "Excellent, excellent. Do you know what position you'd be taking on?" Lion suddenly smiled mysteriously. Marglov was puzzled. What position was he supposed to hold? He was only a major, so no matter how he advanced, he couldn't possibly become a general, right? Probably just a colonel. Marglov gave his answer in the letter. But what he said next stunned Marglov. "Marglov, your performance in the airborne troops is evident to all. You are a qualified commander. You are responsible to your men and have strict self-discipline. You are an excellent commander in the Wehrmacht. In recognition of your achievements and abilities, I will now make an exception and promote you to the rank of Major General, temporarily commanding the 1st Airborne Army." Hearing Lion's words, Marglov's eyes widened. Because of what he had just heard, he had been directly promoted to Major General and became the acting commander of the 1st Airborne Army. That wasn't the point. The point was that the Airborne Army now had only one army, so he was the commander-in-chief, and the Airborne Army was on the same level as the Army, Navy, and Air Force, which meant he was on par with Caddis and the others. Marglov realized that his promotion wasn't just 3 ranks. He was skyrocketing. Happiness came so suddenly that Marglov couldn't tell if it was a dream or reality. Looking at Marglov's bewildered expression, Leon seemed to have guessed his expression and patted Marglov on the shoulder. "Don't get excited. You're only a Major General now, but you be the rank of Air Marshal in the future. You must work hard to be worthy of the title." Lion's words completely ignited Marglov. Marglov now wanted nothing more than to return to the Airborne Corps and begin training soldiers. Because he was confident he could transform the Airborne Corps. Before, he had little influence. A mere major couldn't possibly transform the Airborne Corps. Nor could he have changed the status quo. But now, things were different. He was the commander of the 1st Army. He might not be a qualified commander yet, but he was a qualified commando captain. He had experienced the pain of total annihilation and naturally cherished the life of every soldier. Marglov was overwhelmed by happiness. A large number of villagers gathered at Marglov's door. Some villagers looked at Lion and his companions as if they were monkeys. Because this was their leader. They hadn't seen him in person for years, the leader who had brought them a good life. Lion's arrival set the entire village ablaze. And the news of the Wehrmacht's reorganization immediately set the entire military ablaze. The military brass offered no resistance. Because they'd long been dissatisfied with the other high-ranking officials. "Why do you ask me if it's your turn to dictate to the army?" They support separation, but they don't support the establishment of a high command. Because the establishment of a high command would weaken their power. After all, before, they only had Lion over them, but now they have the high command staff. And these high command staff's wartime authority was granted by Lion. No matter how much they struggle, Lion can dismiss them with a single word. The military reorganization will have some impact on the top brass, but it will only benefit the soldiers at the bottom. Because the top brass no longer has to wrestle with the other 2 services over military spending. Previously, military spending was financed by the military, meaning the Navy, Army, and Air Force could all compete for it. After all, everyone wants to secure benefits for their subordinates. With benefits, soldiers will be more obedient. Chapter 1029. Early the next morning, Margelove appeared at the foot of the Capitol in lion bread. Arriving at the Capitol with Margelove was his Major General uniform. The Airborne and Wehrmacht uniforms shared the same color scheme. Only the Air Force and Navy had different color schemes. The Guards, Airborne, and Wehrmacht also shared the same color scheme. The reason was simple. Lion was a bit stingy. Developing a new camouflage pattern would indeed cost a considerable amount of money. It would be better to consider cheaper epaulets. The savings could be used to purchase military equipment. Margelove looked at the brand new capital before him, his face filled with excitement. Because he was finally going to become a general. The ultimate dream of almost every soldier in Yin was to become a general. Because Lion didn't have a monopoly on the path to advancement from the lower ranks. Gudry and William were clear examples. They weren't powerful figures, nor were they top magicians. They had achieved their current status almost entirely through their own hard work. Thus, William and Gudry set an example for everyone. Not only did the number of students admitted to military academies increase, but so did the number of people applying to join the Wehrmacht. Because everyone wanted to wear the general's uniform they had always dreamed of, Margelove, led by a soldier, went to military headquarters. Although Lion had already planned to reorganize the Wehrmacht, the military headquarters had not yet been split up. One must eat one bite at a time, and one must take one step at a time. Lion could not immediately dismantle the Wehrmacht. Arriving at military headquarters, Margelove suppressed his excitement, appearing more mature and steady. Upon entering the headquarters, Margelove discovered that nearly all the high-ranking officers from the Navy, Army, and Air Force were already waiting. Leon sat at the main seat, with Katiskar and Chester sitting to his right. But what surprised Margelove was the fourth seat was vacant, and the fifth seat was occupied by a Wehrmacht general. Who is this fourth seat for? Margelove had the answer in mind, but he didn't dare speak it out loud. At this moment, Leon spotted the person he was waiting for and, with a wave of his hand, rose from the main seat. He walked over to Margelove, accepted 2 military ranks from a tray held by a nearby guard, and recommissioned Margelove. From today on, the Airborne Corps will be yours. You may feel too young for this position, but I want to tell you that age doesn't determine a hero's success. Your talents are worthy of this position, and you even have a brighter future, Leon said seriously after conferring the title on Margelove. Then, led by the guards, he sat to Chester's right. He looked at Marshal Chester on his left, then at the general on his right. Margelove was sweating profusely. Chester seemed to notice Margelove's nervousness, then spoke calmly. Don't be so nervous. You're 32. What's wrong with being a major general? Wilhelm and Guderian weren't even 30 yet. Besides, you probably heard my story, right? Decades ago, I became a Grand Admiral of the Holy Empire's Navy at the age of 24. So don't feel any burden, and don't just bow down to us just because we're marshals. I'm telling you, there's no such thing. You're not just representing yourself now, you're representing the Airborne Corps. How could a commander lose to a marshal from another army? On the surface, the three of us seem happy, but in reality, when it comes to allocating military funds, we almost came to blows. Chester's words eased Margelove's nerves. Margelove then relaxed. Meanwhile, Leon began to rebuild the Airborne Corps. Lion explained his plan to all the senior officials present. The Airborne Corps would be reorganized into 4 new divisions, each with a dedicated air wing. This air wing would be allocated by the Air Force, but once it was transferred to the Airborne Corps, the Air Force had no power to forcibly mobilize it. If friendly forces needed it during the war, the unified. The command would naturally order the Air Force to deploy. When Carl heard this news, although somewhat disgruntled, he agreed. After all, the Air Force had sold the Airborne Division so badly in the past. Now that Lion wanted to reorganize the Airborne Corps, the Air Force naturally had to make corresponding concessions. However, Lion only targeted the Air Force and not the Army. Because Army weapons and equipment are largely dedicated to the Army, the Airborne Corps' weapons and equipment are somewhat different from those of the Army. Because transport aircraft have a limited payload capacity, a standard IL-76 transport aircraft can carry around 48 tons. And the combat weight of a T-72B3M tank is around 45 tons. Perhaps, based on the data, the T-72B3M can be airdropped. But the Russians, known for their toughness, had never airdropped the T-72B3M. The only documented airdropped vehicles were the BMD, BMP, and BTR series. There was no mention of airdrop tanks. But Leon knew that airdropping tanks was necessary to completely transform the airborne forces. After all, these weren't just ordinary people, this was a world of swords and sorcery. so Leon planned to perform a series of modifications on the T-72 tank. After all, a weight of over 40 tons left plenty of room for maneuverability. The modified IL-76 could carry up to 55 tons. Theoretically, it could easily handle the tank's weight. But the next challenge was how to safely land the tank. But then again, if the tank had already been transported up, who was still worried about it getting down? In a magical world, the worst that could happen was for a magician to carry the tank down. Lion's idea was bold, and the military brass were also quite crazy. What's a tank? If it weren't for the weight limit, they want to stuff it with massive cannons. Tanks? Tanks are just the starting point. Imagination knows no bounds. Poor Margelov doesn't even realize his airborne troops are about to be destroyed. Margelov shuddered at the strange glint in the eyes of the military brass. Lion hadn't expected that, after seeing his reorganization plan, the brass would be even more excited than Margelov himself. Chapter 1030. Time flashes back to 2 days ago. After a day-long wait in the spacecraft, Karl and Komarov finally received permission to leave. But Karl didn't leave the spacecraft. Instead, he allowed Komarov to leave alone. The reason was simple. This world belonged not just to magicians, but also to ordinary people like them. The magicians had achieved enough, and it was time for humanity to step onto the world stage. The moment Komarov left the spacecraft, he witnessed the vastness of the universe. The helmet protected Komarov from the intense ultraviolet rays. After a brief period of acclimatization, Komarov immediately set his sights on the endless sea of stars. While on the planet, Komarov had imagined what outer space would be like. But when Komarov actually ascended to space and gazed into the distance with his own eyes, he found that it was somewhat different from what he had imagined. He imagined space would be filled with stars, but when Komarov actually left the spacecraft, he discovered its immense vastness. He was nothing compared to space. After a brief moment of shock, Komarov immediately took out the national flag. He then donned his safety harness and, with a gentle leap, flew out of the cabin. Despite the simple design of the safety harness, nearly all astronauts have survived accidents thanks to it. Komarov didn't hesitate. He took out the national flag and hung it on the spacecraft, then took out another small flag and waved it, performing a spacewalk. Watching Komarov's slightly comical antics, the television audience didn't laugh at all. Instead, their faces were filled with shock. Because they had never seen a spacewalk before, this kind of weightless environment was something ordinary people would likely never witness in their lives. Komarov's simple EVA lasted less than 15 minutes before he returned to the space capsule. Because this was his first spacecraft, there were still many uncertainties. Even the Space Center staff weren't sure if the spacecraft was stable. That's why Karl was assigned to keep an eye on Komarov, to prevent any accidents. However, the spacecraft built by the Space Center proved to be remarkably robust. After returning to the spacecraft, the two quickly began preparing to return to the planet. At dawn the next day, the spacecraft successfully landed in the Great Flame Inner Sea. It was then recovered by the Inner Sea Fleet stationed there. Komarov thought it was just an ordinary operation, but he didn't know it would make him a household name. A wave of emulation of Komarov swept the streets. Many children clamored to become astronauts. Even the next day, the Air Force recruitment office was packed. Because astronauts must first be selected from the Air Force. The Gradian Air Force has been expanding in recent years. Like the Navy, it constantly needs outstanding fighters. Thus, both branches open recruitment slots daily. Joining the Navy is relatively easy, but becoming a qualified Air Force pilot is exceedingly difficult. Hundreds of young people apply for the pilot exam every day. However, in reality, they can only recruit a maximum of 2 pilots per day, and sometimes go several days without a single qualified recruit. Great Yen currently has nearly 10,000 pilots. There were over 6,000 aircraft of all types. But nearly 4,000 of them were old. There were fewer than 1,200 modern jet fighters. But these 1,200 fighters were enough for the Great Yen Aerospace Force to sweep across the world. Upon Komarov's return to Great Yen, he learned of the widespread fascination with learning from him. Instead of feeling elated, Komarov felt somewhat bewildered and embarrassed. The Great Yen daily published a 200-word article praising him. They praised Komarov to the skies. Komarov thought the hype would soon fade, but he never imagined his name would appear in a textbook. Even elsewhere, at the home of Air Force Colonel Allen. Allen had just completed a quarter of training and earned 3 precious days off. He then rushed home without stopping. He embraced his 2 children, a boy and a girl, and began to caress them. Via gave Allen twins, a boy and a girl. The brother's name is Richhofen, and the sister's name is Lilia. As human-elf hybrids, the brother and sister have elf-like pointed ears, but Allen's blue eyes. They did not inherit the L's characteristic emerald eyes. Vi is not at home at the moment, having given birth 6 months ago. After 6 months of recovery, Vi has fully recovered from the birth. As luck would have it, Vi had just returned to work at the hospital when she received news of a promotion. She then went from being an ordinary nurse to head nurse. And not just any head nurse. She was the head nurse of Dian First Hospital. Many people came here for treatment, from high-ranking generals and high-ranking officials to ordinary civilians. No matter who came, they received the best possible care. That's why it was known as the birthplace of connections. Nearly countless people wanted to join the staff. They desperately wanted to make themselves known to these high-ranking officials. The most ridiculous thing, however, was that most of them were outsiders, not citizens of Dian. Since being promoted to head nurse, Weya had to face a large number of foreign women applying to become nurses almost every day. The most surprising thing was that these foreign women dressed ostentatiously. It was as if they were afraid others would not see their beauty. But the first hospital didn't accept just any cat or dog. To become a nurse, one had to pass an assessment. In the beginning, the first hospital didn't discriminate. Many government officials and ordinary people were placed in the same wards. The only difference was that patients with different conditions were placed in different areas. In the early days, the entire first hospital was populated by Dian people. Why do the people of Great Yin have to be so particular with each other? But later, with the influx of foreigners, the first hospital was forced to place government officials and military officers in a separate area. This immediately led to dissatisfaction among the staff and officers. This was because many of them knew the civilians of Liongrad. Over 80% of the officers in the entire National Defense Force were Liongradians. And over 60% of the government were Liongradians. Although this proportion is shrinking, at least for now, these government officials and officers do not look down on their compatriots. At the insistence of the officers, the hospital was forced to separate foreigners from Great Yin. Non-citizen patients were placed in a separate area and given different hospital gowns. This left those patients who, for minor ailments, wanted to sneak in and establish good relationships stunned. As a result, many women wanted to become nurses, just to be familiar with the crowd. Via was busy almost every day. Don't these people love their country? Chapter 1031. Alan was unaware of his wife, Via's frustrations in the hospital. Because right now, Alan was deeply upset. Rich Hotfin and Lilia were both incredibly troubled. Though only 6 months old, they were like mad devils, each crying without stopping. And they weren't crying while Alan was awake. Alan had just finished his nap, had just laid down, and was about to close his eyes and fall asleep, when he was woken by the 2 children's cries. Wow! Hearing his son and daughter's cries, Alan suddenly sat up in bed. I finally had a vacation, couldn't I enjoy it? But Rich Hotfin and Lilia wouldn't give Alan any chance. What? You want to sleep? Then I just have a good cry. Alan could only quietly get up and coax the 2 children to sleep. Good babies, go to sleep, or Daddy will scream. At Alan's words, the 2 children cried even louder. And Alan had no idea his wife was being pursued by someone else again. First hospital. As the sun set, Via checked the time and realized it was time to get off work. She then went to the changing room and changed out of her nurse's uniform. The plain attire couldn't hide Via's beauty. Everyone in the hospital turned their attention to Via, who was leaving get off work. The male doctors only exchanged a token greeting. Because almost everyone in the hospital knew that Via's husband was Alan, they naturally kept their distance from her. But there was always some abstraction. Because the first hospital was open to everyone, this meant that citizens from other countries came here for treatment. The first hospital is free only for residents of the Yin, but not for foreigners. Data Yan's medical care is incredibly advanced, naturally attracting countless wealthy foreigners seeking treatment. Many people suffer from ailments that ordinary people can't cure, yet high-level magicians are unwilling to help them. Not all magicians are willing to bow down to money. So they were forced to seek treatment into Yin. At first, they were very honest, but later, these wealthy businessmen began to act rashly. They began to molest the nurses in the hospital and tried to win them over with money formulas. But in reality, the Yin nurses simply ignored them. Still, these people persisted, believing their wealth could conquer everything. They soon noticed Weya and launched a frenzied offensive against her. Weya rejected one after another, until she grew frustrated and confronted the hospital director, asking him to transfer her to the women's ward. But even so, they couldn't withstand the rabid presence of those men. They arrive almost every day, waiting for Via to get off work. Then, a swarm of them would rush up to offer their attention. Via always left with a companion, usually asking 5 or 6 male doctors off duty to take her to the parking lot. The male doctors enjoyed this, not because they wanted to help a woman, but because Via's husband was Alan. They naturally wanted to meet this space hero. But today, something unexpected happened. Most of the male doctors in the hospital had been assigned to related tasks. The male doctors, who usually volunteered to help Via, were also busy today. This made Via nervous, but as she watched the setting sun, she remembered her 2 children at home. Although Via's parents would leave one of them at home to care for the child, Via was naturally worried about her child after all. Via stood at the door, looking around. After confirming there was no threat, she hurried to the parking lot. But as soon as she left the hospital, several thugs approached. These thugs were hired by a foreign businessman. At first, the businessman pursued Via, but she refused. This infuriated the businessman, who ultimately sent thugs to intercept her. As soon as Via left the door, she felt the thugs following her. She then tried to return to the hospital to find the guards at the door. But the thugs had anticipated her and blocked her path. Via could only speed forward. But the next second, 2 more thugs appeared in front of her. Via's face suddenly tensed. What should they do now? The fear on Via's face only excites these thugs. Their orders were to destroy Via. So, they wouldn't hesitate to rape her. But the next second, a cold expression flashed across Via's face, and she pulled a pistol from her handbag. The thugs were stunned. As thugs who had been chased and beaten by the security forces, they had certainly seen guns. But they hadn't expected Via, who was so weak and helpless, to actually pull out a gun. Without hesitation, Via loaded her gun and pointed it at the thugs. The thugs were instantly scared off. For so little money, why would they risk their lives? Weiyao breathed a sigh of relief as the thugs fled, then hurriedly got in the car and drove back home. The textile factory founded by Weiyao's parents had made a lot of money. Adding to Alan's special status, Leon naturally allocated a mansion to the Allen family. After returning home, Weiyao breathed a sigh of relief as she stepped out of the car. Then, suddenly remembering her 2 children, she hurried back into the mansion. Then, a moment later, she saw Alan, a desperate man, coaxing his 2 children. Weiyao was taken aback for a moment, then quickly burst into laughter. She hadn't seen Alan in over 3 months, because he was secretly training a group of pilots. So Alan had no way of contacting his family. Weiyao smiled because she had never seen Alan like this before. She laid down on the sofa, with her 2 children sleeping soundly, one on each side. But the most outrageous thing was that while brother Rich Hotfin fell asleep, sister Lilia burst into tears. But Rich Hotfin wasn't awakened by Lilia's crying. Instead, he slept even more soundly. Rich Hotfin would wake up and cry, while Lilia would fall asleep, even more soundly than Rich Hotfin. The worst off was Alan, who sat on the sofa the entire afternoon, with no chance of sleep at all. That's why he looked so hopeless and sorry for being human just now. Via then quietly approached, leaned over, and spoke face to face. Captain Alan, what are you doing? Alan jerked awake upon hearing this, and immediately engaged Via in kiss-to-mouth. A blush instantly spread across the faces of the elderly couple. What are you doing? You old pervert. The 2 children had woken up by now, watching their parents flirt with each other, their tiny eyes twinkling with light. Chapter 1032. Via's hair fell across Alan's face, making him feel uncomfortable, but Alan's eyes were now fixed on the beautiful woman before him. Stop staring at me. I'm getting shy. Via tried to leave, but Alan hugged her tightly. I'm going to see what's wrong with my wife, Alan said nonchalantly, as if it was a matter of course. Via, sensing Alan's power, shook her head helplessly. You, how can you possibly be a hero? Hero? Do heroes have the same allure as their wives? Alan said matter-of-factly. Via struggled briefly in Alan's embrace, then smiled. Am I really as important as you say? When can you rest? I want you to spend more time with me. Via stared at Alan's face, her voice growing softer and softer, her emerald eyes flickering at him. I don't know. Alan was about to speak, but all he could say was, I don't know. It's okay, I wait for you. Via secretly wiped away her tears, then stood up to help her mother prepare dinner. Alan hugged Via. Via, trust me, okay? The pilot program will be completed soon, and I be transferred to the rear, no longer involved in those secret missions. Alan leaned against Via, whispering quietly and earnestly. I trust you, because not only are you my husband, but you never lied to me. Via burst into laughter. Alan's heart was at ease. Just then, as Alan was about to eat dinner, Carl called. Alan, come to the aircraft factory. The leader is here. Carl's words made Alan jump up, and he rushed to the factory without even eating. The factory was brightly lit. Leon hadn't even eaten dinner, but had already arrived at the factory to wait. The factory had given him so many surprises. The Tu-160 from a few days ago, plus today's masterpiece, the Air Force was completely ahead. A fighter jet that looked like an Su-27 was parked in the hangar, but it was slightly different from the Su-27. Alan quickly arrived at the aircraft factory and looked at Leon and his group, somewhat bewildered. What was going on? Why were there so many people? Leon then pointed at the fighter jet behind him. Alan, I've been waiting for you. This symbolizes the pinnacle of the Air Force. With Leon's gesture, the lights in the hangar came on. A silver-white fighter jet was parked inside. Alan looked at the familiar appearance, puzzled. Is this the Su-27? No. Doesn't look like it. Alan looked puzzled. This is the J-16. From now on, she'd be the face of your Air Force. The strongest flanker, the J-16, the foreign prodigal of the flanker family. Although her fathers are the Su-27 and Su-30, she can beat both of them. The final flanker in the flanker series is the Su-35, but Leon still chose the J-16. Although the Su-57 is called the sequel to the flanker series, in reality, the Su-57 and the flanker series are completely unrelated. What does strongest mean? De Yin doesn't care about paper data, he cares about the most powerful fighter. J-16? Alan repeated the name over and over in his mind. He didn't know why a fighter jet that looked like the Su-27 was called the J-16. But don't ask questions that shouldn't be asked. Alan soon received the order to take off in his fighter jet. Carl was also on standby. If anything went wrong, he would immediately rescue Alan. But Leon's worries were unnecessary. The aircraft manufacturing plant's technology was becoming increasingly sophisticated. Manufacturing fighter jets was a piece of cake, practically no difficulty at all. They had a large number of magicians, and every production line in the aircraft manufacturing plant was now in a state of inertia. They were competing to see who could produce quality fighter jets quickly. The naval shipyards were no less aggressive. They had stopped building midway-class aircraft carriers. Currently, the Great Yin Navy had 13 midway-class aircraft carriers and 8 Essex-class aircraft carriers. The Essex-class aircraft carriers had essentially been retired. The Great Yin Navy was undergoing a refit. The 8 Essex-class aircraft carriers were converted into amphibious assault ships. The power systems were replaced, and the decks were modified accordingly. Although the resulting amphibious assault ships were somewhat unrefined, they were still usable. The midway-class aircraft carriers, after undergoing modern deck modifications, could barely accommodate the Su-33. Lion also wanted to build new aircraft carriers, but with aerospace carriers almost here, why build ordinary ones? Too much money? And poor Chester didn't even know that his Navy was about to become a thing of the past. Once aerospace carriers were introduced, the Navy would be a thing of the past. But by then, the Sanshui Empire would also be a thing of the past, consigned to history books along with the Navy. Alan looked at the familiar cockpit and, with the help of the staff, piloted the J-16 for a steady takeoff. The residents of Leningrad were no longer surprised by this. The aircraft factory had to fly a plane every few months. If it didn't fly, it wouldn't be an aircraft factory. Weiyao heard the roar of fighter planes in the sky and instantly understood why Alan had hurriedly left. God of the Elves, please bless Alan and keep him safe. I can't live without him. Weiyao stood by the window, hands clasped together, and spoke devoutly. Southward, at Nanshuan Port. An aircraft carrier from the Great Yin High Seas Fleet docked at Nanshuan Port. This aircraft carrier had come directly from Beifeng Port. It had also brought back the Airborne Division and the 1st Armored Army. On the dock, a young Wehrmacht major gazed at Nanshuan Port with a look of deep emotion. What caught his eye most was the succubus standing next to the major. Just then, a major general approached and patted the major on the shoulder. Fleischmidt. Why are you back? Fleischmidt heard the familiar voice and immediately turned around, finding it was Gudry behind him. Brother Gudry. Fleischmidt hadn't deliberately tried to curry favor with Gudry because of his official position. Back then, Fleischmidt, William, and Gudry had served in the same trench. Their bond was stronger than steel. Is this your sister-in-law? Gudry jokingly asked. Fleischmidt felt a little embarrassed, and Sia, beside him, blushed. Chapter 1033. Looking at Gudry before him, Fleischtem confidently introduced Sia to him. Brother Gudry, this is Sia, my girlfriend. No, my fiancée. Fleischtem hugged Sia and spoke seriously. Fiancée? Your sister-in-law Rosina and your brother aren't even married yet, and you already have one? Tell me, When are you planning on getting married? Gudry spoke freely. At first, Fleischtam felt a little disappointed, fearing Gudry's objection. But after hearing the second half of his sentence, he instantly perked up. I plan to tell my mother about this, but she won't object. What she wants most right now is for me and William to get married. Only then can we be together. Fleischtam rubbed his head awkwardly. Gudry, with a look of persuasion, spoke. You boy. Remember to call me when the time comes. I probably won't be going out for the next 6 months. By the way, you boy, be more restrained. Sister-in-law Xia, give Fleischtam some more nourishment. It's normal for young couples to be full of energy. Gudry then laughed and left. The succubus's face was as red as a monkey's bottom. Succubus are the epitome of promiscuity, but in reality, many succubi are loyal. Once a succubus sets its sights on a person, a mark appears, which only disappears after the other person dies. And even then, the succubus may not find a new lover. There are some promiscuous succubi, but they are very rare. The reason succubi have such a bad reputation is that these promiscuous succubi are rampant. The succubi of the succubus kingdom had almost no contact with the outside world. Fleischtam and Gudry's conversation attracted considerable attention, especially the officers of the 1st Panzer Army. Who is that major? Why is he chatting and laughing with General Gudry? A captain couldn't help but ask. That major is Fleischtam, Major General Wilhelm's younger brother. He has an exceptionally close relationship with General Gudry. A lieutenant colonel spoke up. Why? Because the three of them almost died together. At this moment, the commander of the 2nd Division approached, speaking with some emotion. The commander also envied the relationship between the three of them. After the commander was promoted to Major General, all sorts of relatives and friends came to visit. This gave the commander a headache. He envied the relationship between Gudry and the other three. Fleischtam and Xia took the train straight to Leningrad. The people on the train were extremely curious about Xia, the succubus. The majority of passengers on the train from Nanchuan port to Leningrad were foreigners. They wanted to go to Leningrad and try their luck. So, naturally, they were curious about something as new as a succubus. But when they saw Fleischtam's military uniform, they hesitated to approach and ask. But there were still a few who weren't afraid of death. Officer, is that a succubus next to you? I give you 100 gold coins. Let me have one. A wealthy merchant said casually. He was a wealthy merchant under the Dwarven puppet regime. This trip to Leningrad was to negotiate a business deal. In the Dwarven Empire, a woman a wealthy businessman likes will fawn over with flattery as soon as he throws gold coins. The dwarf merchant subconsciously mistook this place for the Dwarven Empire. When he finally realized what was happening, he realized this was Great Yin, but he couldn't change his words at will. Xia lowered her head after hearing this. She didn't want to cause trouble for Fleischtam. This wealthy merchant was clearly a man of wealth and power. Fleischtam's face darkened upon hearing this, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. But before Fleischtam could make a move, the people of Great Yin nearby couldn't stand it anymore. Damn it! You're showing off your power with a few bucks? Who do you think you are? This is Great Yin. The people's Great Yin. A man spoke bluntly, flexing his muscular muscles. He was an expatriate railway worker. He had just helped build a railway in the Elven Empire Sucre City, boarded the ferry back to Nanchuan port, and was on the train home when he encountered this incident. These workers were very tolerant of any injustice. I hate people who flaunt their power on their own land. This is their Great Yin, not these foreigners' Great Yin. The Great Yin is unrivaled, so why should they curry favor with outsiders? Peasant! What did you say? How dare you insult me? Do you know how much money I have? Money you could never spend in a lifetime. The merchant was a little irritated. The others in the carriage were also furious when they heard this. This is Great Yin. The hard times in the Sin territory are over. Just as the people in the carriage were about to attack the merchant, a middle-aged man in a ripped suit suddenly stood up. What are you talking about? Being rich is so great? Then do you know who I am? The director of the Great Yin Tank Factory. So what are you to me? The man's words silenced the merchant. At this moment, the train conductor, having received the news, rushed over. After inquiring about the entire situation, he spoke decisively. Mr. Dwarf, your actions have severely damaged this lady's dignity. Please apologize to her. The conductor said righteously. Apologize to her? Succubus? She's just a prostitute. The merchant said disapprovingly, but before he could finish, Fleischtam punched him to the ground. You're hitting me. What are you doing? The dwarf merchant said, covering his mouth with a look of horror. Fleischtam then placed the pistol on the table and rolled up his sleeves, walking towards the dwarf. The gun was given to us by our leader to protect the people, and the fist is used to protect our families. You insulted my wife. What do you think I should do? The dwarf merchant looked horrified. Don't come over here. So many. Everyone's watching. How dare you hit us foreigners? The conductor then turned off the recorder hanging from his chest, and the passengers turned their heads away. Is anyone here? No one. This Wehrmacht soldier is using a punching bag to demonstrate his military boxing skills for us. Yes, yes. The dwarf merchant was stunned. Just as he looked up, he saw a fist the size of a sandbag coming towards him. Leningrad train station. Security guards escorted the bruised and battered dwarf merchant off the train. The dwarf merchant continued to yell. Is there any law and order? Isn't Diane a democratic country? Soldiers are beating people. Several security guards exchanged glances, then led the dwarf merchant to a corner. Everyone tacitly turned off the body cameras. What are you doing? Don't come over here. Ah! Soon, the dwarf's screams echoed from the corner. Station staff patrolling the platform ignored the situation and instead cordoned off the area. Chapter 1034. Fleischtem brought Xia back to his home. However, their home was now a magnificent mansion, not the adobe house they had previously occupied in the village, or the bungalow they had just moved into in Leningrad. This mansion was a reward for William's promotion to general. Because the mansion was so large, William hired 3 maids to clean and, along with cooking, to allow his mother to enjoy a peaceful life. After all, his mother had toiled for 20 or 30 years. If she continued to work any harder, what good would it be for him, as her son, to become a general? At first, his mother wanted to refuse the maid service. After all, she had been an honest peasant her entire life, and now, having suddenly made the leap of social status, her inherent honesty made it impossible for her to give these maids orders. At first, William was a little worried that his mother would suffer, but later, his sister Charlotte adapted to her role and began to supervise the maids at home, preventing them from bullying her mother. Charlotte didn't overly oppress the maids. Instead, she treated them kindly, simply preventing them from becoming masters. Arriving at the gate, Fleischtem's face was solemn. As a Wehrmacht major, he experienced battle and should have been fearless. But now, Fleischtem was as frightened as a quail. Xia, standing by, was also nervous. She didn't know how to face Fleischtem's family. Even an ugly bride has to meet her parents-in-law. Fleischtem glanced at Xia, then gritted his teeth and walked in. The 2 soldiers standing guard at the gate immediately saluted. This area is full of generals' residences, so naturally, there are soldiers from the Imperial Guard on duty. Initially, there weren't any, but later, too many outsiders tried to squeeze in and establish connections. Lion was forced to send soldiers to stand guard to prevent these outsiders from disturbing their families. Serving their country on the front lines was already grueling enough for these generals, and now their families had to face harassment as well. Isn't this a clear sign that Leon is incompetent? The people in the courtyard heard the guards at the door and turned their eyes toward the gate. 2 maids were raking leaves in the courtyard. Seeing Fleischtem return, they all saluted him. Fleischtem was usually a reserved man, but now he ran up to the 2 maids and asked nervously, "Are my mother and Charlotte home?" Looking at Fleischtem's nervous expression, the 2 maids, though puzzled, chose to answer truthfully. "The lady and the young lady are in the mansion, and General Gudry has told them the news of your return." Hearing the maid's words, Fleischtem felt as if the sky had fallen. "What do you mean Gudry told his mother and sister about his return? Gudry! You can't play it like that. What's the grudge between us? How dare you harm me like this?" While Fleischtem was speechless, a slightly excited voice rang out. "Brother? You're back." Charlotte rushed out of the mansion and hugged Fleischtem. Fleischtem's body stiffened. "Sister, I'm back." Sensing Fleischtem's strange tone, Charlotte was puzzled. "What's wrong with you?" Just as Charlotte began to speak, she spotted Xia standing nearby. "Who is this young lady? Where did you kidnap her, brother?" Charlotte's words immediately silenced Fleischtem. "If you can't speak, then don't speak. Do you know how hurtful your words can be?" Fleischtem felt like crying, but no tears were left. And Xia spoke awkwardly. "I'm his woman." "Charlotte? ? You married a succubus?" Now it was Charlotte's turn to be stunned. She had never imagined that her brother would bring home a woman, and that they had such a close relationship. After a brief silence, Charlotte rushed into the mansion and headed straight for her mother's room. 5 minutes later, in the hall, Fleischtem stood by like a child who had done something wrong. Meanwhile, her mother and Charlotte were holding Xia's hands, asking about her well-being. "Little girl, what's your name, and where are you from?" Holding her hand, her mother asked eagerly. Xia suddenly felt a little embarrassed. What do you mean by little girl? She's much older than her. But Xia still replied with a smile. My name is Xia, and I'm from the succubus kingdom on the eastern continent. Hearing Xia's answer, her mother and Charlotte frowned slightly. This made Xia and Fleischtam very nervous. Xia looked at Fleischtam, somewhat bewildered. But it turned out that Xia had overestimated her feelings. They weren't concerned about Xia's identity as a succubus. It was that Xia's family was in the eastern continent. How would they get there? And they hadn't even met their in-laws yet. Looking at Xia's disappointment, her mother finally realized that her expression had been off. Little Thea, don't worry. I was just wondering how your family would get here. It's not that I dislike you. The mother hurried to save her image, and Thea's face lit up when she heard it. My mother doesn't dislike me? So could Fleischtam and I be together? Thea's eyes lit up. It could be said that Fleischtam was the most important person to her. She had no relatives, and her mother had disappeared long ago. Because Thea's mother wasn't a reserved succubus. So even Thea didn't know who her mother was, or who her father was. These homeless succubi were almost all raised by the succubus queen alone. So if they did have any relatives, it would be the succubus queen alone. The succubus queen was completely defeated, because she had adopted these succubi out of pure maternal love. But now, these succubi brought her a lot of profit. Many of them were acquainted with Wehrmacht officers, and many of them had married. The alliance between the Qingxi kingdom and De Yin was far less solid than the military alliance between De Yin and the succubus kingdom. There was no way around it. One was simply a matter of mutual benefit, while the succubus kingdom directly placed its younger generation alongside De Yin's younger generation. The goal was a complete alliance. De Yin thought it had won, but in reality, the succubus kingdom was the true winner. Because when succubi and humans mate, the vast majority of offspring are succubi. And there's only a roughly 1 in 10 chance of a male child, who inherits the father's genes and becomes a human. But daughters inherit the mother's genes and become succubi. Then the question arises, are these succubi considered members of the succubus kingdom or De Yin? Regardless of which nation they're from, the succubus queen has won. She can increase her country's population, and she can provide these succubi with a better life as a De Yin. Tiana, win! Chapter 1035. William didn't know his brother Fleischtam had already found a wife. But William knew he was going to die soon. Ruthina had pinned him to the ground 8 times. 8 times. William nearly died in the cave. And the most outrageous thing was that Ruthina had tied William up and taken him back, intending to force him into marriage. Damn it! They'd been together for almost 2 years, and Ruthina couldn't wait any longer. When William was a company commander, he didn't have the time, but after becoming a general, he was even busier. William had no way around it. Leon won't give himself leave. What can I do? Leon, you can't even ask for leave yourself. You need me to approve everything. I can't even take care of those tigresses at home, so how can I take care of you? William was taken directly back to Leningrad by Ruthina. Leon chose to give William a month's leave without hesitation. You're cricketing behind my back, aren't you? Rosina. Drain him dry. As soon as Karl was pulled from the sea, he received the news that his granddaughter was marrying William. He rushed back to Leningrad without stopping. Inside Karl's mansion, William sat on the sofa, his face pale. Drained, William didn't even want to move. Beside him, Rosina was extremely excited, happily changing her clothes frequently. She wanted to pick out her best dress. It was one of the few major events in her life. She wanted to show off her best self. William? How about this wedding dress? Hubby, what about this one? Hubby! Speak. Ruthna was stunned. Why wasn't William moving? Looking over, she saw William slumped on the sofa like a dead fish. Hubby, say something. William raised his hand with difficulty, and was about to speak, but the next second, his vision went black and he fainted. Ruthna was stunned. 3 days later, Leon, finally on vacation, flew directly from the northern region of the Holy Empire back to Leningrad. At that moment, Leon was at home taking care of the child. Yunli was experiencing abnormal growth, a rate Leon had never seen before. Almost 2 years old, she looked like a 7 or 8-year-old. Yunli was a troublemaker, causing chaos in the house. Dad, that's not how you build with these blocks, Yunli said seriously, hands on her hips. Leon struggled to get up from the rubber mat and spoke. Oh my little ancestor, how did you build that? Looking at the panting Leon, Yunli's face lit with pride. I don't want to play with blocks. I want Daddy to hold me up. Leon was stunned when he heard this. Then, With a mixture of laughter and tears, he picked up Yunli. Emochi chewed his hand nearby, his eyes filled with envy, as he watched Yunli being lifted aloft. Leon didn't show favoritism, and then he lifted both children up, one in each hand. Just then, Caddis rushed into the Duke's mansion. Leon! Let's discuss something. Your uncle hasn't asked you for anything, but you have to promise me this today, Caddis said seriously. Leon was sweating profusely. This was the first time Caddis had asked him for anything, so Leon asked. Uncle, let's talk about it. Don't be so formal. Caddis then spoke. William is getting married tomorrow, and his achievements are enough to earn him a promotion to Lieutenant General. Give him a promotion. It's a perfect double blessing. Listening to Caddis's words, Leon shook his head. This made Caddis a little nervous. Did Leon not want to promote William? Lion said solemnly. To be precise, it's a triple blessing, because Fleischtam should be promoted too. After all, he's been assigned to the Succubus Kingdom for nearly half a year, so it's almost time for a promotion. After hearing Leon's words, Caddis breathed a sigh of relief and immediately returned to the Wehrmacht headquarters to begin drafting the promotion orders for William and Fleischtam. Early the next morning, Leon was dragged out of his sleep. Feeling Yunqingqi's urging, Leon reluctantly climbed out of Froststar's bed. Why are you rushing? Isn't the banquet supposed to start at noon? What are you doing so early in the morning? Lion was just about to explode with his morning grumpiness when he met Yunqingqi's murderous gaze. Lion instantly calmed down. Then he dressed meticulously, appearing even more serious. After his morning grumpiness subsided, Leon gradually became more serious. After all, Leon understood William's importance, so he had to dress up for William's wedding today. Not only did it serve to announce William's importance to everyone, but it also signaled to all the generals that every meritorious person in Diyin would be treated with the highest respect. What does that highest respect mean? Of course, it's where Leon is headed, at noon, inside the only church in Lion Glen. William, dressed in his general's uniform, was radiant, while Ruthna, in her white wedding dress, stood beside him. Ruthna, without a hint of overbearing air, looked like William's darling wife. Her eyes were full of William, and no one else was visible. Looking at the beauty before him, William was overcome with emotion. He was finally going to start a family. William's mother and Charlotte were currently receiving guests. Most of them were generals from the Wehrmacht, but there were also quite a few relatives from William's mother's side. As for William's paternal relatives, William could only chuckle, because they offered virtually no help to the William family. When the William family was in dire straits, only William's uncle and grandfather offered support. Because William's father was an alcoholic and gambler who had squandered the family's wealth, his paternal relatives considered him a disgrace to the family. And so, they considered William and his family a disgrace as well. Naturally, they lost contact with him. But what they hadn't anticipated was that William would later join the Wehrmacht and become a major general. So, at today's wedding, having somehow gotten the news, they rushed over to attend William's ceremony. Although William's mother was a soft-hearted person, she certainly knew what kind of day it was. So, she barred all those relatives who hadn't helped their family from entering. William's grandfather and uncle, however, walked in confidently. William's father's relatives were instantly dismayed. They started shouting at the door, only to be reprimanded by the guards. But at that moment, the person William least wanted to see appeared. Chapter 1036. Just as William was conversing with Caddis and the others, an unexpected guest arrived. It was William's irresponsible father. This alcoholic father had broken off with his mother when William was young. His mother had saved money, hoping to send William to school. But in the end, his alcoholic father used the money for drinking and gambling. William's only chance to study was thus lost. Had William gone to school, he very likely would have become a politician. But history has no ifs, and William eventually became a general. Initially, when the Wehrmacht was first formed, this alcoholic father was very pessimistic about William. In his eyes, the Wehrmacht was at best a flash in the pan, and the Lion regime had no chance of lasting. So, the alcoholic father didn't dare contact William's mother. But eventually, unable to resist the temptation of money, he went to ask for it. He was eventually beaten by William and the Fleischtam brothers. After that, this alcoholic father never appeared in William's presence again. Now that William was married, his alcoholic father was completely broke. As a drunkard and gambler, he once had a glorious past. He earned hundreds of gold coins a day gambling, but eventually lost it all. Having experienced the life of easy money, how could he honestly go to work? Even if the factory were open to everyone in Dian, it still couldn't accommodate a giant like his alcoholic father. He could only do odd jobs, And whenever he had money, he'd drink and gamble, which ultimately left him with a host of health problems. He was repeatedly arrested by security guards for theft. But his drunkard father was very clever. He didn't steal too many valuables. Instead, he stole only 1 or 2 silver coins at a time. In Leningrad, stealing more than 3 silver coins was punishable by death. But for crimes under 3 silver coins, the sentence was generally detention followed by forced labor. One term of forced labor lasted over a month, but his father said it had no impact, because forced labor provided 3 meals a day. And most of the people who went to forced labor were like him, hooligans and gamblers. In the labor camp, his father continued to gamble with the gang. The camp staff conducted surprise inspections every night, but there was nothing they could do. Some people, once addicted to drugs, wouldn't react unless they were fully awakened. William even thought his drunkard father had died outside. The security guards knew his father's identity. After all, he was General William's father, so they didn't dare to kill him outright. According to Leon, this kind of cancer is completely worthless and makes no contribution to the yin. So, such people will be expelled from the yin's nationality. Of course, expulsion is targeted at those who have healthy limbs but lack ambition. Even if you find a factory job or become a simple newspaper boy, you can still contribute to the yin. Lion won't force those with disabilities. Heaven has brought them into this world, and they have suffered enough with their disabilities. Leon will naturally let them feel the warmth of the world. So, in the yin, everyone, except the disabled, must make due contributions. The yin provides everyone with a prosperous and stable environment. Why wouldn't you work? If you can't even handle an 8-hour shift, what else can you do? To prevent capitalist exploitation and the resulting unemployment, Lion has strictly enforced an 8-hour workday in all factories within the yin. What? You're saying someone disobeyed Lion's orders? Intelligence. Lion is the son. William was chatting and laughing with Caddis when his mother found him and told him about his alcoholic father making a scene at the door. After hearing this, William's face darkened. Caddis's expression also changed upon seeing this, but he fell silent. Because this was William's family background. No matter how powerful Caddis was, he couldn't get involved. William glanced at Rutna, who smiled. She knew about William's family situation, and she also had a deep dislike for this alcoholic father. But she understood William's difficulties, and since today was their wedding, Ruthina had to maintain her ladylike image. So, she could only push everything onto William. William looked at his brother, Fleischtam, who nodded slightly, indicating that he would handle the matter. Outside the church, a large number of guards were driving away William's father and his relatives. These guards were driving them away because Leon was about to arrive. If Leon saw this, wouldn't it be a slap in the face? The Wehrmacht was fully responsible for this wedding. Not only had they failed to allow the wedding to proceed on schedule, but they had also allowed a group of irrelevant people to interfere. Then this bunch of Wehrmacht soldiers is done for. Do you know who I am? I'm William's father. The drunkard father shouted, and the incoming guests looked disgusted. They didn't know who William's father was, but they refused to believe the slovenly man before them was his father. Even if he was, they wouldn't admit it. The guards ignored the drunkard father and spoke emotionlessly. This is a private wedding. Unrelated persons, please leave immediately, or we will use force. The drunkard father and his relatives' faces changed at the guard's words, but soon grew even more emboldened. What do you mean, unrelated persons must leave immediately at a private wedding? How could they not be relevant? They were William's relatives, William, 6. The guards were also troubled. Of course, they knew these people were William's relatives, so they didn't dare to act rashly. Just as the two sides were at a stalemate, Fleischtam arrived. The drunkard father immediately looked at Fleischtam as if he had grabbed a lifeline. But Fleischtam was destined to disappoint him. When the guards saw Fleischtam approach, they too beamed with joy, as if they had found a way out. Fleischtam spoke coldly. What are you doing here? It seems we had nothing to do with each other anymore, right? Hearing Fleischtam's words, the alcoholic father's face froze, but he quickly changed the subject. Come here, let Daddy take a good look. You lost weight. Fleischtam spoke coldly. Dad, are you worthy of calling me your son? Are you worthy of being my father? What are you worthy of? Go ask the locksmith if you're worthy. Fleischtam finished, looking at the guards beside him. What are you still standing there for? Get this criminal out. The guards beamed with joy upon hearing this. Finally, they had received a definitive order. They'd long been fed up with these idiots. Chapter 1037. Upon receiving the order, the guards immediately began to expel the extraneous personnel. The extraneous personnel tried to cause a disturbance, but were knocked unconscious by the guards' rifle butts. Shortly after the extraneous personnel were expelled, Leon officially arrived. The wedding had already begun, but everyone was waiting for Leon's arrival. Nonsense! How could they start the wedding without Leon? The answer, of course, was no. Lyon's arrival also brought good news: William's promotion to lieutenant general. Originally, Caddis was supposed to announce this order, but Caddis wanted to give William a surprise. So, he asked Leon to read it. William, who was about to begin the wedding, was stunned when he heard Leon's words. Major General William, for your outstanding performance in previous operations, you have rendered tremendous service to Great Yen. You maintained strict self-discipline, and have trained a first-rate army. William is now promoted to Lieutenant General, and appointed Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Guard. William was stunned, and so was Gudry. Not a buddy? William has been promoted to Lieutenant General, so what about me? I already completed the New West Empire rally, but where's my Lieutenant General? The faces of the guests present were filled with shock. Although it felt like there was still a distance between Lieutenant General and Marshal, many officers heard the most important words Lyon had said. Appoint William as Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Guard. The Imperial Guards are there to protect Liongrad and safeguard Lyon's existence. The commander of the Imperial Guards must be Lyon's absolute confidant, otherwise he wouldn't have entrusted his safety to him. Some politically astute individuals had sensed something was amiss. They believed William's promotion to Field Marshal was a foregone conclusion. Even Gudley thought so. But just as Gudley was pondering, two female voices rang out, completely paralyzing him. Brother Gudley, when will you be promoted to Lieutenant General? Today, Charlotte, dressed in a long white dress, looked like a dazzling star, no longer the rustic girl she once was. Proof proves that there's no such thing as absolute mediocrity. With a knack for dressing well, anyone can become a shining pearl. I don't know. The leader has his reasons. Gudley felt a little embarrassed. What a topic. Charlotte was so talkative, wasn't she? This one sentence completely silenced him. Just then, Brian's granddaughter, Sylvia, stepped forward. General Gudley is a capable lieutenant to the leader. The reason he hasn't been promoted must be because the leader is preparing, Sylvia said politely. Unlike Charlotte's long white dress, Sylvia wore the uniform of a De Yen Military Academy cadet. Gudley noticed that Sylvia was wearing the armored cadet uniform. It also had two thin stripes on the collar. These two thin stripes signified that the cadet was a leader in their discipline. So, Gudley set his sights on Sylvia. Why did he feel like he had seen this girl somewhere before? Sylvia had a crush on Gudley, but the problem was that Gudley had no memory of Sylvia. Seemingly sensing Gudley's confusion, Sylvia remained undeterred and spoke. General Gudley, you saved me from the bandits, and ever since then, I've been irresistibly in love with you. Will you accept my pursuit? Gudley was stunned, nearly spitting out the drink he was about to drink. What's going on? Just after I opened my mouth for a few words, you're using your ultimate move? Charlotte was also stunned. Where did this woman come from? How dare she? Sylvia naturally knew that a good man couldn't be let go, and passively waiting would only lead to defeat. She wanted to win. She had to take the initiative. Charlotte was instantly furious. How could you do this? Brother Gudley is mine. Gudley couldn't hold it in anymore, and spit out his drink. The surrounding officers watched the scene with amusement. Oh my God, two women competing for a husband. Spectacular, truly spectacular. One was the Lieutenant General's sister, and the other seemed to be an outstanding cadet at the military academy. What right do you have to compete with me? My brother is William. You know, the closer you are to the water, the better off you are? Charlotte didn't care at all that Gudley was there. Sylvia chuckled disdainfully. So what if your brother is a lieutenant general? Shouldn't you rely on yourself? Sylvia puffed out her chest, her uniform standing out in stark relief. Charlotte was momentarily stumbling over her words, unsure what to say. You? But we have to be a good match, right? Charlotte was at a loss for words, resorting to this last resort. Sylvia covered her mouth and laughed. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at you being a little silly. Now I'm not worried at all. I can't compete with you, Sylvia said confidently. Why? Charlotte looked puzzled. At this moment, Chester, who had been sitting idle nearby, came over and spoke to Sylvia. Is your grandfather still in good health? I haven't even gotten back at him for that move back then. Chester's tone was teasing, as if he had let go of past prejudices and was just wanting to talk a little. Grandpa Chester. Grandpa's in good health. I suggest you go beat him up right away. Grandpa's always meddling in everything. He almost snatched me away from the military academy, Sylvia said indignantly. Brian, who was drinking tea in the Duke's palace in the imperial city, suddenly sneezed. "Who's talking behind my back?" In the church, everyone was stunned. Sylvia seemed to know Chester. Charlotte was also confused. She felt like she walked into a trap. Chester, a little embarrassed, then spoke. "Okay, I go beat him up later." Chester's words shocked everyone present. Chester's mermaid wife, Salia, smiled broadly upon hearing this, but her hand had already been placed on Chester's waist, and then she did a complete 180-degree turn. Chester's expression instantly changed. The reason was simple. What Chester had just said was truly too abstract. Sylvia looked at Charlotte and spoke seriously. "Let me introduce myself again. My name is Sylvia. I'm Duke Brian's granddaughter, and I'm the top student in the armor department at the Great Yin Military Academy." Sylvia seemed to be remarking on something insignificant. But Charlotte was dumbfounded. She hadn't expected Sylvia's backing to be so powerful. Charlotte was almost in tears. And then, Fleischham rushed to the rescue. If a younger brother didn't come to her sister's aid when she was being bullied, he would sooner or later be resented by her. Chapter 1038. Sylvia and Charlotte's jealousy couldn't affect the wedding's smooth progress. Soon, William's grand wedding concluded. The guests offered their blessings. At the wedding, Carl, the grandfather, who had held Ruthna in his arms, finally handed his beloved granddaughter to William. Looking at William's smug expression, Carl couldn't help but speak. "If you let her get bullied, I promise you suffer the consequences." William's face was filled with smiles. What is a winner in life? He was truly a winner in life. The wedding brought a touch of joy to the Wehrmacht. But everything had to proceed as usual. Unnoticed, the entire autumn had passed, and the cold winter had arrived. During this autumn, all forces were extremely stable. Even Bommet, eager to reclaim lost territory, hesitated to launch an offensive. They were waiting for an opportunity. Bommet's 100,000 guerrillas engaged the Chinchi army in the occupied territories, causing untold suffering for the entire Chinchi army. The Orc Empire's guerrillas occupied most of the advantageous positions. They exploited the terrain and the Orc army to maneuver through the mountains. Although the Chinchi Empire suffered some setbacks, they experienced significant growth during these operations. After all, the principle of first practice makes second practice easier is a simple one when dealing with guerrillas. But one autumn, over 100 days, is simply not enough. To grow an army, one must exert 1,000-fold more effort. It's impossible to expect the Chinchi army to launch a counterattack. Rather than counting on them to launch a counterattack, it would be better to consider how to get them to hold the line. Bakhmut spent the entire autumn preparing, expanding his limited 150,000 troops to 200,000. He also ordered the 100,000 guerrillas in the south to fight to the death and await reinforcements. He reorganized these 200,000 troops and distributed all the weapons provided by the Papal State to them. After 3 months of training, these soldiers had become familiar with the use of these weapons. Although the orcs were simple-minded, they learned the art very quickly. Mastering a weapon is difficult, but mastering it is surprisingly easy. Bakhmut spent the entire autumn training his troops, ultimately achieving his goal. After reorganizing, the Orc Empire army began its southward advance in the winter. Due to the war in the occupied territories, food production in the occupied territories was severely reduced throughout the autumn. The Chinchi army was forced to transport food from the rear and distribute it to the orcs in the occupied territories. Someone suggested not giving the orcs a single grain of food. However, this proposal was overruled by the elders in the council. In their eyes, their pride and reputation were more important than anything else. So, naturally, they wouldn't miss this opportune moment to gain merit. After receiving the food, the orc civilians unhesitatingly gave it to the guerrillas, retaining only a portion for themselves. The guerrillas' continued survival was inseparable from the civilians in the occupied areas. The Chinchi army commander was furious at this. The commander of the Imperial Guards Division was also furious upon hearing the news. If you don't know how to play, don't play. Just hand over all the food to the enemy. The orcs wouldn't starve to death if they skipped a meal or two, but the guerrillas wouldn't leave the occupied territory if they could only eat a couple of meals. The Imperial Guards Division initially wanted to intervene in this chaos, but were stopped by the National Defense Army headquarters. Because Lion and his men unanimously agreed, this was the perfect time to completely incorporate Chinchi into Great Yin. Although Chinchi was now allied with Great Yin, it still had its own army and even government. Lion would not abandon Chinchi. It was now a vassal state, but Lion wanted to turn it into an autonomous region because he wasn't sure if his descendants could keep it in check. Chinchi didn't yet know it was about to be annexed by Lion. Lion hadn't informed Yuan Chinchi of this detailed plan. If Chinchi wasn't completely overhauled, then by the time the second 5-year plan ended and the National Defense Army began its war for unification, Chinchi would likely fail the National Defense Army. Leon will prevent any situation that could hinder Diyin. Leon will not tolerate even so-called allies. The Orc Empire is blanketed in winter snow. The entire Orc Empire is shrouded in bitter cold. Bahamut, near the northern polar regions, was nearly frozen to death. This winter was exceptionally cold. Snow fell across almost the entire Orc Empire. Even the grasslands were blanketed in snow, leaving the entire Orc Empire a blanket of white. This created a slight inconvenience for Bahamut's counterattack. Heavy snowfall in the grasslands would inevitably turn the entire area into a muddy mess. The lowest temperature in the grasslands was -3 or 4 degrees Celsius. At these temperatures, freezing the grasslands was practically impossible. But if tanks and armored vehicles were to crush the grassland, the entire steppe would become a slushy mess. At that point, the so-called Steed Torrent would be completely mired in the mud, unable to move at all. Bachmut's region was relatively safe. With temperatures dropping to 20 to 30 degrees below zero, the ground was completely frozen. Tanks and armored vehicles could still roam freely. But even if they woke up early the next morning, their fuel tanks might be frozen solid. The Papal States didn't do much to protect their fuel tanks. After all, in their eyes, why would they need to fight in winter? The entire Papal States was like spring all year round, save for the northern regions, where winters were a bit chilly. There was basically no impact. Back on the Kursk Plain, the Papal States troops nearly froze to death due to the harsh winter. Since then, Holdras has been equipping his soldiers with additional clothing. Because you never know when you have to engage in another winter battle with the Wehrmacht, taking precautions is the motto of Holdras, the top 6. The Guards Division, resting in the occupied territory for 3 months, believed Bakhmut would not launch another offensive anytime soon. Bakhmut needed to hang on for a while, amassing a stockpile of weapons and equipment before launching a massive surge. But their assumptions proved wrong. One morning, the Guards Division, having just risen from their huddle to prepare for training, heard the whistling of artillery shells. Bakhmut launched a counterattack. Chapter 1039. With the rumble of artillery fire, Bakhmut officially launched his counterattack against the occupied territory. The Guards Division was clearly there to watch the fun, not afraid of getting involved. They stood calmly to the side, completely unconcerned with the war between the Orcs and the Orcs. When the Orcs saw that the Guards Division hadn't made any move, their faces instantly lit up with joy. Bakhmut even ordered his soldiers not to attack the Wehrmacht. The Guards Division remained silent, because Leon was planning a blitzkrieg with minimal cost. The Orc Empire must be dealt with this winter, as further delay would have a significant impact on the 5-year plan. The northern part of the Orc Empire is rich in mineral resources. The area currently occupied by Bakhmut accounts for approximately 30% of the Orc Empire's land, but this 30% holds over 50% of the Orc Empire's mineral resources. In Leon's eyes, minerals are more important than people, and people are more important than land. Lion's priority is to seize foreign land first, then their people. Lastly, they seize the land. People are truly the most valuable, but Lion's simplest approach to these foreigners is this: as long as they don't starve to death, Lion won't pay much attention to them until they become Diyin people. Hilarious. What's wrong with foreigners? Are foreigners Diyin people? As long as you're not Diyin, Lion will only provide the most basic humanitarian aid. Lion can't use its citizens' money to support people from other countries. Diyin's money is earned by its own hands. If that's the case, why use their money to support unrelated people? Bakhmut's counterattack caught the Orcs off guard. The Orcs could only hastily assemble their forces and attempt to resist Bakhmut's counterattack. But Bakhmut had been lying dormant all autumn, waiting for this moment. So, at the beginning of the war, a large number of occupied territories fell, and the Orcs immediately recaptured control. On the other hand, the Intelligence Bureau agents quickly discovered that the weapons used by these Orcs were significantly different from their usual ones. From the initial bolt-action rifles, they immediately switched to fully automatic. And judging by the gunfire, the two sides seemed evenly matched, with the Orc Empire's weapons and equipment even superior. The more frequent the gunfire, the stronger the firepower. And the louder the machine guns and artillery, the stronger the firepower. The Intelligence Bureau agents soon heard the sound of machine guns from Orc armored infantry fighting vehicles. This clear sound of machine guns was something the Intelligence Bureau agents had only heard from the Wehrmacht. But it was certain that the Wehrmacht would not send weapons and equipment to the Orc Empire. So where did all this weaponry come from? Liongrad, Intelligence Bureau prison. Several senior Intelligence Bureau agents headed straight for a secret room. Opening the door, They found the dejected former Orc Empire Emperor, Baramert. Since being escorted away by Bachmet last time, Baramert had been intercepted by the Intelligence Bureau. That evening, he was flown to Leningrad by helicopter and imprisoned. Looking at the Intelligence Bureau agents before him, Baramert, as an emperor, naturally understood that they were here to interrogate him. But he was no longer of any value to Great Yen. Bachmet had become the new emperor, and Lion had no reason to interrogate Baramert. It could be said that Baramert's mere existence was worth it now. He no longer desired anything more. The intelligence agents exchanged glances, and immediately began interrogating Baramert. Emperor Baramert of the Orc Empire, you have committed numerous war crimes. Now you have a chance to reform. If you confess truthfully, you can be given a lighter sentence. The agent said seriously. Baramert scoffed. What do you mean by giving yourself a chance? A lighter sentence? The things he had done were enough to kill him dozens of times, and yet a lighter sentence was still possible? Baramert didn't believe this rhetoric. But at this point, whether he believed it or not was irrelevant, because the intelligence agents had 1,000 ways to get him to talk. The intelligence agents saw Baramert's disdainful expression, and their faces lit up with anger. Damn it, you dare challenge their intelligence agency like that? The last person who challenged them like that is already buried under a 3-meter-tall grass. Without a word, the intelligence agent ordered his companions to prepare a set meal for Baramert. Dragon fruit, hair coffee. This silky combo lasted for over 2 hours. The intelligence agent grabbed Baramert by the collar, and asked seriously, "Will you tell me?" Baramert's previous arrogance had vanished. His face was bruised and blue, and there was a hint of tomato juice at the corners of his mouth. Listening to the intelligence agent's questions, Baramert was on the verge of tears. "No, buddy, you didn't ask me. You said you wanted me to tell you, but you didn't even ask." Baramert's words stunned the intelligence agents present. Didn't he ask a question himself? The officer looked at the officers around him, and they all nodded in unison. "You really didn't ask him." The officer then smiled confidently. "Then let me ask you, your son Bamet has acquired a batch of weapons. Where did these weapons come from?" Listening to the officer's words, Baramert was even more confused than the officer. What does it mean to acquire a batch of weapons? Who would provide weapons and equipment to the Orc Empire these days? The entire Orc Empire was helpless, its former allies dead and buried. And now, someone was telling him that his son had acquired a batch of weapons and equipment. If this wasn't a lie, what was it? The only way Bamet could obtain the equipment was to build it himself. After thinking through the situation, Baramert shook his head and spoke with a determined look. "I don't know where these weapons came from, but Bamet must have made them himself." The officer frowned slightly at Baramert's words. "What did you say? You don't know where these weapons came from? Your words are grammatically incorrect. Tell me, do you know something?" The intelligence chief then grabbed Baramert and gave him a hard time. Baramert was stunned. "If you're not my friend, what are you doing? I'm the ruler of a country, right?" Looking at Baramert's aggrieved look, the officer grew even more dissatisfied. Is playing pitiful enough to help? Beat him up. Then, Baramert's screams echoed from the intelligence prison. Chapter 1040. Bachmet had no idea his father was being interrogated. But he now declared that he had never felt so good. With the assistance of the Papal State's military equipment, the Orc Empire's army, after being re-equipped, saw its combat effectiveness skyrocket. Furthermore, at the outset of the war, 200,000 troops launched an attack in 6 directions. This completely stunned the Orcs. The Orcs deployed 350,000 troops in the occupied area, but in reality, these 350,000 troops suffered a massive defeat the moment they came into contact with the Orc Empire's army. Even with the Chinchi army commander personally leading a fierce defense at the front, he was unable to prevent the Orc Empire's army from collapsing. The Orc commander watched with trepidation. If they lost the occupied area, Yuan Chinchi would absolutely skin them alive. In reality, the Orcs' decline had nothing to do with these officers. This is inextricably linked to the almighty elders of the council. For the council elders practically monopolize the nation's upper echelons of politics. However, what's particularly interesting is that the Intelligence Bureau knew of this situation, but was slow to point it out. Because Leon needed an opportunity, or, more precisely, a turning point, to completely eradicate this elder politics among the Orcs. If the elders were virtuous, then elder politics could continue. However, after enjoying the benefits of power, these elders began to defend their own class. They wouldn't even grant ordinary people the slightest bit of power, leaving all Orcs completely relegated to the lower class. News of Bachmet's unstoppable advance quickly reached the Chinchi Kingdom's capital. The entire Chinchi Kingdom was in uproar. because in just 2 days, Bachmann had advanced the front 73 kilometers. You might think this blitzkrieg advance was incomparable, but you have to understand one fact. Qinchi Kingdom's 350,000 troops were stationed on the front line, effectively pushing 73 kilometers. With these 350,000 troops, is the kingdom's army just for show? The citizens were furious. They believed the Qinchi Kingdom's army should be invincible. However, the facts showed them that the Qinchi Kingdom's army was repeatedly defeated. The Qinchi Kingdom's army had fought 2 foreign wars. One was to rescue Leningrad, but the 100,000-strong army was stopped outside Leningrad by a mere 20,000 papal troops. And this time, the war against Bachmann exemplified the very concept of collapse. The citizens of Qinchi Kingdom were furious and sought an explanation from the elders. Why is it that with so many troops deployed annually, the army is so weak? The elders then beat up all the protesters. They dispatched soldiers to brutally suppress them. Because in the eyes of the elders, these lower-class people are pariahs. You still want to rebel? Military funds go into the pockets of us elders. Where do you think the troops on the front lines get the money to replenish their equipment? Most of the equipment was previously donated by Leon. The meager military funds currently available to the Qinchi army are barely enough to maintain their weapons and equipment. The lower-class soldiers were unaware that their funds were being withheld, and the higher-ranking officers wanted to inquire with the elders. But the elders simply rebuked them with their hegemony. Because in the eyes of these elders, even if Qinchi wasn't in the kingdom, they were the absolute kings. These empowered elders exemplified the saying, "Those who obey the state prosper, those who defy it perish." The elders had aged, but their descendants enjoyed the benefits of their power. They indulged in pleasures throughout the kingdom. The Intelligence Bureau reported this matter to Hans, but Hans surprisingly didn't report it to Leon. Because these elders were personally promoted by Yuan Qinchi, this meant that if Leon were to be informed of this, the couple would face bitter resentment. To maintain Leon's connections, Hans could only endure this silently. He ordered the Intelligence Bureau agents to gather as much incriminating evidence as possible, waiting for the day when the truth would finally be revealed so that they could dispatch these elders with lightning speed. But Leon still discovered this clue. The Intelligence Bureau's failure to report it didn't mean the Imperial Guard Division was blind. As Lion's direct commander, the division commander, upon witnessing the significant discrepancy between the weapons and equipment of a Qinchi division and the amount of equipment the National Defense Army had planned for it, reported this to Lion without hesitation. Lion then sought out Hans, hoping for an explanation. Hans had no choice but to hand over all the intelligence he had gathered over the years to Lion. Lion was overwhelmed by this information. He wanted to tell Yuan Qinchi about it, but he didn't know how. Yuan Qinchi had always been a strong-willed person. If he truly knew that the country he had worked so hard to build was being ravaged by the very people he once trusted, wouldn't he be furious? Leon chose not to destroy the Qinchi kingdom outright. Instead, he quietly stationed a Royal Guard division on the northern border. The northern border is no more than 100 kilometers from the Qinchi kingdom's capital. So when the elders began their bloody crackdown on the civilians, the intelligence agency was the first to receive the news. Hans then went straight to Leon, who was watching Yuan Qinchi and Yun Lamoki playing. Hans whispered to Leon about the situation in the Qinchi kingdom. Leon said coldly, "Send the Royal Guard division north." As a 9th-level expert, Yuan Qinchi naturally overheard the conversation between the two. She suddenly looked up and glanced at Leon. She seemed to sense something was about to happen. Leon smiled at Yuan Qinchi. "Qinchi, if someone you trusted betrayed you, would you be sad?" Leon's ambiguous question left Yuan Qinchi perplexed. What did Leon mean by that? Yuan Qinchi suddenly recalled Leon's words about sending the Imperial Guards north, and was filled with disbelief. "You mean those elders? I handpicked them all, they wouldn't betray me." Yuan Qinchi's voice trembled slightly as she spoke. She was a strong woman, to be sure, but she also feared failure. A strong woman's character dictated that she wouldn't accept defeat. Leon then hugged Yuan Qinchi. "It's okay. I'm here. Those people will pay the price soon. After all, I don't want to see my wife crying." In the Qinchi kingdom's capital, the elders gathered in the parliament, discussing the civilians' recent attack on the chamber. But nearly all the elders mocked these civilians for overestimating their own capabilities, saying they were simply trying to stop a chariot with a mantis arm. "What can you use to fight us? We are legitimate dignitaries." After ordering the army to brutally suppress the rebellion, the elders didn't even speak out, ordering their soldiers to sweep these people away like garbage. But as they were conversing, they heard the sound of tracks. Chapter 1041. The 5th Guards Division was deployed early in the northern border region of Dehien, ready to receive orders from Lion. As a qualified general, he naturally understood some political trends. So when he learned his troops would be sent to the northern border, the division commander understood that Lion seemed to be making moves against the Qinji kingdom. Thus, during their time stationed in the northern region, the division commander ordered his officers to strengthen the training of each company, maintain top-notch combat effectiveness, and be ready to fight for Lion at all times. At first, the division commander thought Lion was going to annex the Qinji kingdom. This delighted the division commander immensely. Goodness me, William, at least he's off exploring another world, participating in the Guderian New Westphal rally. And what about him? He's been working like a slave here all day, and the problem is, there's no merit to be gained. How embarrassing was this? But the result surprised the division commander. Lion had no intention of annexing the Qinji kingdom. Instead, they were ordered to directly enter the capital and resolve the Orcish civil unrest. When the division commander learned of this order, he and his deputy commander glared at each other. The division commander had thought he was going to strike the orcs with lightning speed, but now he was telling them to send this elite force to suppress a nation's regime. What was this all about? They were all ready to take on a nation alone, only to be told they only had to do something much simpler. In just 4 hours, the 5th Guards Division demonstrated a true racing feat. In just 4 hours, the entire division successfully reached the Orcish capital. The citizens of the Qinji capital were still immersed in grief, but at that moment, they heard the sound of tracks in the distance. A boundless torrent of steel raced along the highway. The orcs were stunned. They didn't understand why the Wehrmacht had arrived in the capital at this very moment. But having just been bullied by the Elders' vicious dogs, they had no time to think about such things. All they wanted now was to get their families back. Many young students chose to protest to the Elders, but the results were predictable. They were beaten to death or even injured by the Elders' minions. A courageous orc civilian, covered in blood, stopped a moving tank and asked, "Everyone, are you going to support the front?" At the orc's words, the tank commander ordered the driver to halt and contacted his division commander. Though uneducated, the tank commander understood the importance of having a legitimate reason for his actions. The orcs before him seemed to have been treated unfairly. The division commander, upon hearing this, suddenly had a new idea. He then ordered the driver to rush to the captain's side, then grabbed the blood-soaked orc before him, as if he had seen a family member. "What injustice has befallen you? Judging from your appearance, you must have suffered a lot. Tell us boldly, and we handle the matter." The division commander spoke excitedly, frightening the orc. "What's going on? Are all these officials so enthusiastic?" Although the orc was puzzled, he explained his situation. The division commander was instantly overjoyed. He finally had a chance. If this orc civilian before him hadn't suffered any oppression, then they would be somewhat helpless. After all, they had to find a reason to get rid of them. After learning of the Elders' abuse of power, the commander of the Imperial Guards Division immediately ordered his soldiers into action. A large number of soldiers headed for the Qinji Nation's Council of Elders. These elders had no idea what they were about to face. The elders were sitting in their chairs, celebrating with one another. For today, while striking down these civilians, they also eliminated all those who opposed them in the Council of Elders. The Council of Elders consisted not only of these elders, but also of a number of young and vigorous factions. These young and vigorous factions sought to seize power and secure some livelihood security for the lower classes. But they were constantly suppressed by the elders. This time, the elders successfully seized evidence and struck the young and vigorous faction with lightning speed. At this moment, the elders were not only discussing their recent victory, but also their plans for the future. They had forgotten who had given them their power. Now they only cared about satisfying their own selfish desires, because in their eyes, power is eternal. They can abandon everything else. But just as they were reveling, the sound of tracks could be heard outside the chamber. The elders were initially confused, but one spoke up. "It seems our army has received orders to come and protect us." Another elder echoed, "Indeed. The Qinji nation has made it this far thanks to us." The rest of the elders burst into laughter. But the next second, one of them suddenly stood up. "Where did we get the tanks?" The elder's words jolted everyone awake, and everyone present froze in shock. Then, suddenly, they remembered. The army stationed in the Qinji kingdom's capital didn't have a single tank. All the armored units had been deployed to the occupied territories, leaving the capital completely empty. Even if there were any, they were only a few wheeled vehicles. So, the elders quickly remembered. They had no tanks at all. So where did these tanks come from? The elders suddenly glanced out the window. Then, a tank barrel barreled through the window. It smashed the window. The black muzzle pointed at the elders inside. The elders were instantly terrified. What on earth was going on? Where did the tanks come from? Just as the elders were stunned, the door was kicked open, and soldiers from the Imperial Guards division filed in, their guns pointed at the elders. The elders also saw the soldiers' attire clearly. The National Defense Force. Why are the National Defense Forces here? The elders were still trying to use their identities to coerce these soldiers. Who are you? What are you doing? Do you know who I am? Before the elder could finish his words, he was slapped twice by the soldiers. Who cares who you are? Our mission today is to eliminate all of you, yes, physically. The elders noticed the soldiers' strange looks and couldn't help but back off. Something seemed off. Are they going to be liquidated? Just then, the division commander walked in, a smile on his face. Seeing the division commander's smile, everyone present seemed relieved. Who comes to kill with a smile? Chapter 1042. The division commander beamed at the elders. In his eyes, these elders weren't guilty of heinous crimes. They were there for his promotion. Since they were being used for promotion, how could they be bad people? They were clearly just experienced people. The elders breathed a sigh of relief at the beaming division commander, then hurriedly asked, General, I don't think we have any ties, do we? What's the motivation behind your army's actions? The elders' faces were filled with confusion, their eyes filled with anger. Because, during the earlier scuffle, many soldiers had slapped the elders in the face. This made the elders feel humiliated. After all, they were used to being bossed around. To be suddenly slapped in the face by an ordinary soldier was truly an insult. And in reality, in many fights, even if blood is shed, there's often little resentment between the two sides. But if you give them a slap, things might very well turn out differently. It might even trigger their hidden attributes, instantly increasing their combat power by 50%, making them question their very existence. The division commander's face darkened as he listened to the orc elder's words. Damn it, you're getting ahead of yourself, aren't you? I was just too excited and gave you a little sunshine, and now you're so radiant. The division commander's face froze, and he immediately ordered the soldiers to take all the orc elders away. The orc elders panicked, each one crying out in injustice. It's unfair. We're honest citizens. The division commander, before he could even begin to speak, heard the elder's words before the soldiers beside him charged forward with 2 rifle butts. What are you barking about? How dare you speak here? For all the beastly things you've done, I'd rather send you to hell. The soldiers spoke angrily. As soldiers educated in Leon's ideology, they might not be the best, but they wouldn't condone evil. For they, too, had been exploited and oppressed. Many lose themselves after gaining power, but many also remain true to their hearts. In fact, all of this is inseparable from role models. If the ethos of a society becomes corrupt and degenerate, even the clearest water will become polluted. The saying, if you keep company with vermilion, you will be red. If you keep company with ink, you will be black, is exactly this. When these orc elders were taken away, they tried to bribe the soldiers with their money to let them go. How could the soldiers accept such bribes? They slapped the elders twice, knocking them unconscious. What a joke. They might not live to spend the money, but as long as they keep an eye on these elders, their promotion is a given. The future pales in comparison to these petty gains. Following Leon offers an incredibly bright future, but following anyone else, being able to eat bran and water is good enough. The division commander simply arrested all these elders. And he couldn't bear to see families separated. A family should be whole, so the division commander ordered his men to round up all the families of these people. And he even thoughtfully imprisoned them together with their families. What a kind man. Even the execution date was the same. The elders initially optimistically believed they wouldn't die, but later discovered things weren't quite as they imagined. Because the soldiers didn't even question them, they simply imprisoned them, and then there was no further movement. The elders were perplexed. Shouldn't they be held separately? Why were they being held together? Aren't they afraid they might collude, making interrogation more difficult? What the elders didn't realize was that the division commander and his men had no intention of interrogating them at all. From the beginning, the division commander had intended to kill them all. Because no matter what they uncovered, the Chinchi capital would be taken. The entire regime would be overhauled. Then these so-called elders and the powerful would be purged. What these people said was no longer important. What mattered was what Leon and his men said. In just one day, the Imperial Guards division had rounded up the entire Chinchi capital's powerful elite. Even infants were spared. The entire Chinchi elite were in a state of fear, and even many high-ranking officers on the front lines were affected. When they learned that the National Defense Forces had begun to crack down on the elders, they seemed terrified. Because they were afraid, and to protect their rights, many senior officers chose to turn to the elders. Only the elders could guarantee their rights. Yuan Qingqi had repeatedly proposed that officer appointments and dismissals be determined through assessments. Officers' qualifications alone weren't enough, they needed to demonstrate relevant achievements. Without these achievements, anyone could rise to the rank of general or marshal. What was the point then? It was completely meaningless. Yuan Qingqi's intentions were good, but the reality was quite different. Because of the elders, generals had to curry favor with them if they wanted to maintain their positions. Yuan Qingqi couldn't handle everything and dine herself, so she could only ask the elders to manage the kingdom. But the result was that these elders brought chaos to the entire kingdom. Liongrad was brightly lit at night, and so was the Duke's mansion. But tonight, the Duke's mansion was somewhat unsettled. At the dinner table, what should have been a harmonious atmosphere had become solemn. Yuan Qingqi had lost her former pride, and Yuan Li's eyes were wide open. She could see the difference in her mother, and could sense the strangeness of the atmosphere at the table. Lion, as the head of the family, was on pins and needles. The mother's gaze, the women's lowered heads, all hinted at the strangeness of the situation. Finally, Irina spoke. Qingqi? What's wrong with you today? Did something happen? Talk to your mother. As a mother, Irina knew she had to step up. Yuan Qingqi's face darkened upon hearing this, but she couldn't help but speak. Mother, it's nothing, just a few trivial matters. Yuan Qingqi continued to be stubborn, but Irina, having experienced it herself, naturally understood that Yuan Qingqi was putting on an act. Yuan Qingqi tried to maintain her image as a strong woman, but suddenly her nose felt tight, and she hurriedly rose from her chair. Then she returned to the second floor. Seeing this, Irina couldn't help but glance at Leon. Leon met his mother's gaze, nodded knowingly, and immediately followed. Chapter 1043. Leon quietly approached Yuan Qingqi's room. At this moment, Yuan Qingqi had lost her usual aloofness. Instead, she looked tearful and pitiful. This was the first time Leon had encountered Yuan Qingqi like this, and for a moment, he was unsure. But seeing Yuan Qingqi so devastated, Leon came up behind her and hugged her. Stop crying. Your strong woman persona will crumble if you keep crying. Why did they go down this wrong path? Why? Yuan Qingqi asked, bewildered. She knew why they were like this, but she just wanted to let it out. Because this world itself is crooked. Leon's words stunned Yuan Qingqi. Then why can't we get it back on track? Before me, countless people have tried to get the world back on track. Besides Kuenberg, countless philanthropists have tried. But most of them have turned to dust. I'm already working hard to get the world back on track. Lion said, leaning against Yuan Qingqi, and the two of them sat on the bed. After a few minutes, Yuan Qingqi recovered, feeling Lion's warmth, and spoke. Lion, I'm fine. Shall we go down? A long time passed, and Yuan Qingqi noticed that Lion hadn't answered him, so he turned back. Lion was already asleep, without even moving his body, just falling asleep so roughly. Seeing this, Yuan Qingqi burst into laughter, and then a trace of heartache crossed his face. He gently laid Lion on the bed, undressed him, and gently covered him with the quilt. Just then, the bedroom phone rang. Yuan Qingqi used his magic to shield Leon from the ringing. Leader. Hello? This is Yuan Qingqi. The person on the other end was visibly stunned, and after a long moment, they finally spoke. Madam. The 5th Guards Division has captured all the Orc Elders and collected evidence of their crimes. I'd like to ask the leader what to do next. The leader said he wanted to kill all the elders. I heard it was to avenge your anger. After the division commander finished speaking, his heart leaped into his throat, and he waited quietly for Yuan Qingqi to speak. My life is at stake. Why is it Madam who answered the phone? After a while, Yuan Qingqi's voice rang through the line. Do as Leon says. Before you kill them, ask them a question for me. Do they deserve my trust? Yuan Qingqi hung up the phone, and quietly laid down beside Leon, staring at his profile. The capital of the Qingqi kingdom. After the division commander hung up the phone, his flattery vanished, his expression instantly turning icy. The lady had already spoken, and with one word, chop him down. The division commander then personally headed to the prison. The prison was filled with orcs crying out for justice. Their voices were so pitiful that one could only imagine they were truly being wronged. But if they were, then the orcs they had tortured would likely have to cry out before the king of hell. The division commander waved his hand, and the soldiers immediately understood his intention. What are you trying to do? The elders, seeing the surrounding soldiers, panicked and struggled frantically. The soldiers paid no heed to these requests and escorted the elders to the execution grounds, grouped by family. At this moment, the orcs in the Qingqi kingdom's capital no longer held their former fears. The streets were filled with patrolling Wehrmacht soldiers. On their first day in the capital, these Wehrmacht soldiers immediately rounded up the elders and their lackeys. This was a glimpse of the oppressed orcs, who longed to execute these malignant creatures themselves. But they soon learned from the soldiers that the elders' days were numbered. The orcs waited patiently for news from the soldiers. Early the next morning, the division commander had called Leon the previous night, and Yun Qingqi had finally confirmed the order to execute them. The division commander naturally obeyed, ordering his men to bring the elders to the execution grounds for preparation. Early the next morning, the soldiers began serving the orcs their final meal. Even the elders, no matter how dumb, knew this was the final meal for execution. Fear was written all over their faces. Shouldn't the final meal be in the morning? Why is it being served so early in the morning? The elder couldn't help but ask. Just eat it if you're given it. Why all that nonsense? With all that nonsense, are you going to eat or not? It's just because there are too many people, thousands of them. I'm guessing the killing will take from morning till night. The soldiers simply threw the final meal on the ground and left. The elders remained unmoved, but their families, like wolves and tigers, scrambled for the food, disregarding any decency. Although the division commander scoffed at them, it was still the final meal for execution, so he should leave some space for a future encounter. They had to eat their last meal before they could continue on their journey, right? But some elders were stubborn and refused to eat. So they went to the execution ground hungry. Early in the morning, in a square in the orc capital, 100 soldiers stood in 2 lines, back to back, staring into the distance. Orc civilians noticed this strange scene and stopped to watch. The next moment, a large number of elders and their families were brought forward. The sight of these elders ignited the orcs' rage. Beasts? Beat you to death? Orcs, worthy of their orc blood, some hot-tempered orcs, still wrapped in bandages, nearly rushed the execution ground. But they were stopped by the soldiers. One elder and his family numbered nearly 100. To ensure the family was complete, the division commander did not send the others forward, allowing this family to proceed alone. Over 90 people knelt in the square. To ensure a fair and just execution, the division commander left the men hooded. As they knelt in the square, they finally became frightened. Because De Yin was truly going to kill them, the soldiers stood behind them, gazing at them like the grim reaper of death. The division commander then spoke. Aim. Safety on. Many instinctively closed their eyes, bracing themselves for death, while many were terrified to the point of incontinence. But more than 10 seconds passed, and the division commander still hadn't given the order to fire. This weighed heavily on the men's spirits, and many collapsed. Fire! Bang! The gunshots rang out almost simultaneously, and the prisoners in the square collapsed helplessly to the ground. The orc civilians cheered instantly. Many cried tears of joy, because these cancerous creatures were finally dead, but there was still an orc kneeling on the execution ground. The division commander was also stunned, and then walked over to the soldier. What's going on? The gun jammed. The commander was stunned, then looked at the orc. You're quite lucky. Even an AK-47 can jam. Chapter 1044. The commander then looked at the person at the gunpoint, and discovered it wasn't an elder, but a woman. Because his AK-47 had jammed, the commander couldn't help but ask. Who are you? What did you do? After the jam, the soldier reloaded and fired 2 more shots, only to have them jam again. That's why the commander asked. In this world, one must believe in the saying, God sees what you do. After hearing the commander's words, the woman looked up and said, I haven't committed any crime. I deserve death. The commander's mouth twitched when he heard this. How could someone talk like that? Saying they deserve death? No sane person would say that, would they? So the commander became even more curious. His words not only failed to calm the woman, but actually made her even more aggressive. She even reached for the soldier's gun, hoping he shoot her. The soldier reacted faster and flipped the safety off. At the same time, he raised the gun high, out of the woman's reach. The woman grew even more anxious, attempting to wrest the weapon from the soldier. The division commander quickly embraced the woman and ordered the soldiers nearby to restrain her. The orcs in the audience were puzzled. They couldn't understand why the soldiers wouldn't execute her, but an officer soon stepped forward to explain everything. Realizing that the woman before them seemed to be hiding something, the crowd tacitly agreed not to execute her. The woman was quickly taken away. This was merely a minor incident. Almost all the prisoners in the prison were subsequently executed. Thousands of bullet casings littered the square, gleaming metallically in the sun. To their death, these elders never understood why Yun Qingqi had killed them, the very people who had once joined him in his conquest. They didn't understand that they had violated the interests of the grassroots. Since Yun Qingqi had chosen Lion, it was natural for him to take the people's side. He had to choose between the people and the powerful. Clearly, Yun Qingqi had chosen the former. The division commander took the woman to a nearby tent and summoned several soldiers to begin interrogation. He was certain the woman before him was hiding something. As it turned out, she was indeed hiding quite a bit. At first, the National Defense Force soldiers were unable to extract any information. Later, the intelligence agency arrived to assist, and they uncovered the woman's detailed information. The woman's name was Lena, a 21-year-old Fox half-orc. But after a careful investigation, the division commander discovered that Lena had replaced someone else to die. The granddaughter of the chief elder of the Chinchi Nation's Council of Elders. Lena took the elder's granddaughter's place on the execution ground, so naturally, the elder's granddaughter had already escaped. Under the heavy guard of the guards division, they were able to take her away right under their noses. This was no ordinary prisoner. The Intelligence Bureau immediately began an inspection of the prison and soon discovered clues within. The Wehrmacht soldiers hadn't rebelled. The problem lay with the entire prison. Or perhaps the prison had been originally built by the orcs, who had left an escape route from the outset. However, only a few knew about this route, and the chief elder was one of them. Knowing that De Yin wouldn't let them off easily, the chief elder chose to let only his own granddaughter escape, to preserve the family's legacy. As the chief elder, he had spent the past 3 years in office accumulating wealth relentlessly, hiding it all in one place. The elder allowed his granddaughter to leave, not only to preserve the legacy, but also to use the wealth to rebuild the family. But he couldn't just let his granddaughter escape, as she would inevitably be hunted by the National Defense Force. So the elder devised a scheme to replace the prince with a cat. He simply paid for a half-orc woman, letting her die in his granddaughter's place, and then the scene just unfolded. The commander looked at Lena with interest. Not everyone has the courage to face death head-on, and it was clear that this fox woman before him had disregarded life and death. The commander then asked, "May I ask, how much did they pay you to sell your life to someone else?" Lena lowered her head and remained silent. This made the commander impatient. Now that you've been exposed, you should answer questions honestly and not play dumb. Lena still had no intention of speaking. Even though she didn't, the intelligence agents quickly gathered a complete picture of Lena's situation. Lena was born in a village near the capital, inhabited by the fox tribe, more precisely, a humanoid with fox ears and a fox tail. The fox tribe is renowned throughout the orcs for their beauty and intelligence. However, they cherish their lives deeply. It can be said that a fox would sell everything for their own. The problem was that it was clear that Lena had already sold her life to someone else. After an in-depth investigation by the intelligence agency, they quickly determined Lena's situation. Lena was no ordinary person. She was the daughter of the fox tribe leader. Rationally, she should have been a lady of the highest nobility, yet she had sold her life for a small sum of money. The commander was deeply confused, and even more puzzled. According to the investigation, Lena had sold her life for 15 gold coins. When the commander saw those 15 gold coins, he was completely stunned. This beauty before him only cost 15 gold coins? Could I buy her? Of course, this idea was unrealistic. If the commander dared to buy her, the intelligence agency would probably be knocking on his door the next day. This bewildered the commander even more. 15 gold coins? That's not right, right? Under interrogation by the commander and the intelligence agency, Lena finally told the truth. She knew that if she didn't speak up, she would face even more severe interrogation. Lena explained why she had sold herself for 15 gold coins. Because the entire Fox clan was in a dire situation. This story begins with the Orc Empire. Because the Fox clan was a fence-sitter, they weren't given much attention after joining Yuan Qingqi. Later, Yuan Qingqi traveled south to Liongrad and entrusted the entire Qingqi nation to the Council of Elders. However, this was the beginning of the Fox clan's nightmare. Chapter 1045. 3 years ago, the Qingqi kingdom had just been established and was practically impoverished. In order to strengthen the Qingqi kingdom, Yuan Qingqi resorted to every possible means, integrating all the forces within the kingdom. Even the fence-sitters, the Fox tribe, classic fence-sitters, were not ignored by Yuan Qingqi. Instead, he embraced these fence-sitters, regardless of past grudges. The kingdom gradually prospered. After all, these fence-sitters, due to their inherent beliefs, faced opposition from almost all forces. Even their loyalty to the Orc Empire met with disdain there. So much so that they later defected to Yuan Qingqi. Although Yuan Qingqi accepted these Fox tribe members, others scoffed at their actions. In their eyes, these fence-sitters were quintessential trash. They deeply hated those who swayed between two sides. In their eyes, you can lose, but you can't be a fence-sitter. But the truly hilarious thing is that these elders themselves were little more than fence-sitters. Not only that, the Fox tribe, along with other races, joined the Qing nation. But after being neglected, Lion chose to aid the Qing nation. Yuan Qingqi realized that the massive expenditures necessitated the assistance of some intelligent orcs to manage the finances. So, he recruited a large number of Fox tribe members as accountants, asking them to assist Yuan Qingqi. This greatly displeased the elders. However, Yuan Qingqi's high regard for them rendered them completely powerless. It was not until Yuan Qingqi traveled to Liongrad that the elders finally dropped their hypocritical facade. They began to oppress the Fox tribe's living space in various ways, forcing the Fox tribe to seek favors from all quarters in order to survive. But by this time, the Qingqi kingdom was essentially ruled by the elders, and even Yuan Qingqi's former subordinates were purged. The elders' massive actions directly resulted in many orcs throughout the Qingqi kingdom suffering inhumane abuse. To protect themselves, the Fox tribe had no choice but to serve as pawns for others. This was a temporary solution, as Yuan Qingqi had limited the Fox tribe's power to prevent them from interfering too much with the Qingqi kingdom, and the council could remove any fox from office at any time. This eroded the Fox tribe's living space, to the point that even the Fox tribe's chief had to serve as a thug for others, let alone the Fox tribe's young master. The Fox tribe now couldn't even come up with 15 gold coins. With winter approaching, the Fox tribe needed a large amount of food to survive, but the vast majority of the Qingqi kingdom's land was firmly controlled by the elders. The elders' words seemed to have become the truest truth of this world. These diligent orcs diligently gathered a vast amount of supplies to help their people through this harsh winter. When the Qingqi kingdom was just starting out, Lion donated large quantities of supplies every winter for the first 3 years to help the nation weather the cold. Because the threat from the Orc Empire to the north still existed, Lion needed an ally to thwart it. However, with the disintegration of the Orc Empire, Lion no longer paid much attention to the Qingqi kingdom. After all, Lion had already captured the Qingqi kingdom's most important figure, their queen Yuan Qingqi. Yuan Qingqi was a peak-level 9th rank expert. She alone was arguably the equal of the entire Qingqi kingdom. Leon simply disdained those hundreds of thousands of filler babies. As he got to know them better, he realized that nearly all the orcs in the Qingqi kingdom were bullies, who only feared the strong. With the exception of a few relatively resolute races, the rest of the orcs were nothing but cowards. Lena's words quickly reached Leon's ears. At first, Leon was confused, but after careful consideration, he realized this was a golden opportunity. Dealing with these elders wouldn't completely force reform in the Qingqi kingdom. To truly achieve this, he needed to address the underlying conflicts within the nation. By resolving these underlying conflicts, he could force reform. Leon immediately ordered his commander to redress the wrongs done to these oppressed orcs. Although Lena had taken the place of a death row inmate, there were reasons for it, so Leon didn't pursue the matter. However, to prevent others from following suit, he also cultivated Lena's persona, cultivating the sympathy of all the orcs. Meanwhile, intelligence agents were dispatched to pursue the elder's granddaughter. In just 3 hours, they captured her. The elder's granddaughter was stunned, wondering why the intelligence agency had apprehended her so quickly. She had just escaped through a secret passage and was searching for a vehicle to leave the capital when she was intercepted by the intelligence agency. The outcome was predictable. The woman was taken back to the execution ground. This time, to punish her, while highlighting Lena's image as a benevolent figure, her heinous crimes were recounted to all the orcs. The orcs were enraged. They had suffered enough from bullying themselves, and now their compatriots were being exploited to such an extent by the elders. In their rage, they nearly rushed forward and beat the elder's granddaughter to death. Thankfully, soldiers stopped the orcs from rushing to the execution ground and beating the woman to death. To punish the woman, the division commander ordered her turned around and made her kneel before the crowd. After enduring a barrage of rotten eggs and rotten vegetable leaves, the division commander turned her back again and pressed the muzzle of a gun to her forehead. The terror of being shot in the back of the head is far greater than witnessing someone pointing a gun at you. The woman saw the bloodstains on the ground around her and naturally understood what had just happened. She no longer cared about the rotten vegetables and rotten eggs. She simply wanted to beg for mercy and save her own life. "Please! I was wrong. I'm pregnant. Please let me go." The soldier hesitated after hearing this. His professional ethics wouldn't allow him to do so. But he also knew the woman wasn't begging for mercy because of her unborn child, but because she knew she was going to die. But the division commander was even more clever. As soon as he heard the woman's plea, he burst into action. "What are you still standing there for? This beast should be shot right now." The voice drowned out the woman's words, making them inaudible to the audience. After a brief hesitation, the soldier pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! With a single gunshot, the Qingqi nation's elder politics came to an end. From then on, the entire Qingqi nation finally became a nation of the people. Lena later wrote in her diary that she was thankful she hadn't actually been executed, because from now on, the Fox tribe could finally live a good life. Chapter 1046. The Orc Empire's army advanced with unstoppable force. Bahamut even led the charge himself, because Bahamut knew that if the army was defeated, he would also be doomed. So he led the charge himself, hoping to convince the soldiers on the front lines to fight for him. Bahamut used his personal savings and gave each soldier a few gold coins. The soldiers were energized. In the occupied area, an Orc Empire army was advancing rapidly. Their goal was to capture a key town. This town was a transportation hub, located 30 kilometers behind the front lines. If it was captured, the 50,000 orcs on the front lines would be starved of supplies. So, Bahamut dispatched an elite force of 3,000 men to attempt to capture the town in one fell swoop. This force consisted mostly of young men. Years of war had ravaged a generation of the Orc Empire. After 2 years of recuperation, Bahamut barely managed to wait for the arrival of over 100,000 young and strong men. Initially, Bahamut hadn't intended to send these newly adult orcs into battle. But the orcs' relentless pressure forced Bahamut to fight to the bitter end. Losing meant losing everything, and surrendering meant losing everything too. At that point, the terms of defeat would cost the orcs blood and tears. Bahamut was a brutal man, but he became a different person after becoming emperor. Because as emperor, he witnessed countless deaths daily due to his own misguided decisions. Compared to his past brutality and misguided decisions, his past actions pale in comparison. Bahamut no longer wanted to win, he wanted to lose with dignity. He could only die in battle, he couldn't kneel down and sign a surrender like a coward, in the orc army. A somewhat immature young orc looked at his squad leader, and couldn't help but ask, "Squad leader, can we get back alive? My father and brother died on the battlefield, and my mother is waiting for me at home." The squad leader's face darkened upon hearing this. The battle was about to begin, and you were trying to shake the morale of the troops here. What was your intention? Turning around, he saw that it wasn't just this soldier. The other young soldiers had their eyes fixed on the squad leader. The squad leader couldn't help but dare to meet their gazes. Because, besides himself, the rest of his squad was 18 or 19 years old, and their families had suffered the ravages of war. "I don't know, but I do my best. I do my best to get you back," the squad leader began. The soldiers lowered their heads, unsure of what to think. The army soon arrived outside the town. The town was bustling with activity due to the fighting on the front lines. A large amount of equipment and ammunition was being loaded onto trucks and sent to the front lines. The orc army commander observed the town from a distance through binoculars. This time, they arrived well prepared. Not only did they bring a large number of individual firepower, but they also had numerous infantry fighting vehicles on standby not far behind. Their goal was to capture the town in one fell swoop. Also, numerous Orc Empire guerrillas were gathered around the town, ready to launch a joint attack. At this moment, inside the town, Olivier was observing the weapons and equipment being transported away. Olivier had been promoted to lieutenant colonel immediately after the last battle. He was in charge of a reinforced battalion of nearly 1,000 men. Olivier had been assigned to this town to defend their rear. The town couldn't be lost. If it were, the front line would likely suffer a major collapse. Olivier had been studying the battle lines these days. His intuition told him that someone would bypass the front and attack the town. With the incompetence on the front line, infiltrating from the other side would be as easy as crossing the street. Olivier could only rely on his own troops to defend. Relying on others is worse than relying on yourself. Olivier was just about to leave to inspect his troops when the whistling of artillery shells reached the air. As a veteran of war, Olivier immediately ordered his men to take cover. This orc army not only employed mortars, but also numerous vehicle-mounted howitzers. The caliber was no less than 150 millimeters. Olivier had already been bombed to dust. The sudden bombardment left the orcs in the town bewildered. Many of them were transferred from the ragtag army to reinforce the battalion. Forget fighting, they had barely fired a single shot. When faced with the bombardment, they didn't think about how to evade it, but simply stood there stupidly. Olivier could only send his men down to notify everyone one by one. The bombardment lasted 15 minutes. As soon as it ended, Olivier immediately ordered his men to prepare for battle. He was ready to face the orc infantry. But the next moment, it wasn't the orc infantry that launched the attack. Over a dozen infantry fighting vehicles sped along, their 25mm machine guns trained on the town's buildings, firing without hesitation. If there was anyone inside, the infantry fighting vehicles would open fire without hesitation. The buildings were completely destroyed. Olivier was stunned. Where did the orcs get their infantry fighting vehicles? After a brief moment of shock, Olivier immediately ordered the anti-tank troops into action. Fortunately, the anti-tank soldier wasn't a random unit. After figuring out the situation, the anti-tank soldier pulled out his RPG-7. A comrade nearby immediately helped him pull out a tandem armor-piercing round. The soldier carefully loaded it. Then he aimed his round at the vehicle moving at high speed on the town's highway outside the window. Swish. Boom. A tandem round slammed into the area surrounding the infantry fighting vehicle. Luck favored the vehicle. The tandem round narrowly missed the vehicle. The vehicle then began to fire directly at the position where the anti-tank soldier had been. The anti-tank soldier could only hide inside the building, dodging the attack from the vehicle. Taking advantage of the suppressive fire from the vehicle's charge, the orc commander ordered his soldiers to charge. The soldiers quickly launched their attack. After 3 months of intensive training, they had mastered the art of infantry tank coordination. However, this time, due to the need for flexible operations, they did not bring any tanks. The orc soldiers quickly approached the town. The infantry fighting vehicles also had to retreat to resupply their ammunition. A fierce battle ensued. Olivier heard the machine gun fire cease, and immediately ordered his soldiers to take up their positions. Olivier forced himself to charge forward. But once there, he was stunned. A massive orc army launched an attack on the town. A rough estimate put its number at over 3,000. Olivier immediately ordered the artillery battery to begin suppressive fire. Damn it! If those 3,000 men were allowed to charge through, they'd all be killed. The infantry immediately took up defense, and the machine gunners opened suppressive fire. The orc soldiers were met with a head-on blow. But the orc soldiers were no longer the same. They formed small groups and moved closer, preventing the orcs' heavy firepower from unleashing its full potential. And just minutes after opening fire, the artillery battery came under orc fire. Chapter 1047. This time, Olivier felt the coordinated firepower from the orcs. After the artillery bombarded, the vehicles charged. After the vehicles charged, the infantry charged. When the infantry could no longer charge, the artillery bombarded. The overwhelming firepower made Olivier unable to raise his head. Many soldiers tried to move into their respective combat positions, but without exception, they were driven back. They had witnessed a soldier being reduced to ash by a single artillery shell. Olivier knew this situation was not going to work, so he immediately gave his soldiers orders. Don't just stand there. There's a meteor shower outside. Get into position. Olivier urged the soldiers to take up their positions, while pleading for help from his superior. Olivier was no fool. He knew that this situation was beyond their control. With this level of firepower, even the most powerful of men would receive a slap in the face. The superior was helpless, as the nearest garrison was 25 kilometers from the town. As expected, this garrison came under attack by orcs, precisely to prevent them from supporting Oliver. Olivier was terrified. But his superior still reported the situation to the division commander. He was furious when he heard his supply center was about to be attacked. He contacted the Great Yin Aerospace Force directly. After receiving the report, the Qingqi Aerospace Force decisively dispatched fighter jets to provide support. If this town fell, the 50,000 soldiers on the front lines would be left without supplies. At that point, those 50,000 men might be wiped out. For MiG-25s, and one A-10 Warthog immediately took off to support Oliver's troops. When Olivier first heard that no reinforcements were coming, he was instantly disheartened. But then he heard that the Great Yin Aerospace Force would send fighter jets to support him. Olivier breathed a sigh of relief. You know, if they didn't have any support, the town would be completely overwhelmed. Because, although Olivier's unit was called a reinforced battalion, in reality, all its weapons and equipment had not yet been deployed. It was practically a shell. Relying solely on one man and a single gun, they were fending off the Orc Empire's armored assault. The few anti-tank soldiers who dared to show their faces were met with a fierce assault from the orc armor. For the first time, Olivier felt the difficulty of the battle. Inside a small second-floor house, several soldiers were on the second floor, cautiously watching everything outside. Alyosha's face was tense. He could feel the terrifying explosions outside. Because Alyosha had performed so well in previous operations, he had been transferred from the ragtag army to Olivier's newly formed reinforced battalion. This reinforced battalion was no ordinary one. Olivier and his men had earned the respect of the elders for their previous success in the village. So, they formed this battalion, intending to follow the standards of the National Defense Force. A large number of personnel were drawn from various units to assist. Unfortunately, Before Olivier's battalion had even left the novice village, it was attacked by the newly reorganized armored forces of the Orc Empire. It was a case of a newbie bumping into a veteran. But Olivier's soldiers wouldn't surrender. Facing the overwhelming pressure of the armored vehicles, the anti-tank troops unleashed their full potential. In the rooms and streets, he used his RPG-7 to launch a sneak attack on these vehicles. A single tandem armor-piercing round could directly destroy a vehicle. While it was unknown where these orcs obtained these vehicles, it was certain that their quality was merely passable. Even without tandems, ordinary armor-piercing rounds could pose a threat. Many ricochets were pierced directly into the vehicles by the tandem rounds in his hand. The terrifying jets of metal pierced through the vehicles. Because of the unique characteristics of this town, the orcs had originally built many sturdy buildings here. But these buildings failed to withstand the orcs' attacks. Instead, they blocked their own attacks. Ordinary mortars could not effectively damage these buildings. Only large-caliber artillery, like those from 25mm cannons, could barely scratch them. But they could effectively suppress infantry with their splash fire. Despite the anti-tank troops' best efforts, these agile and mobile armored vehicles had the upper hand. The battlefield was one-sided. An anti-tank soldier was about to fire his tandem armor-piercing round when he was spotted by a nearby vehicle. Its 25mm machine gun aimed directly at the window and unleashed a barrage of fire. The anti-tank soldier was instantly shattered into pieces. Alyosha's pupils constricted at the sight. He had originally been a soldier in a ragtag army. He rarely seen anything like this, let alone blood. At that moment, the visual shock filled him with fear. A comrade nearby tried to pick up a rocket launcher and continue his attack on the armored vehicle. But the enemy had clearly guessed their intentions. Just as their comrade had picked up the rocket launcher, he was attacked again. 2 people died before him, and Alyosha was on the verge of collapse. As a soldier, facing the enemy, he must shoulder his responsibilities. Alyosha then picked up the rocket launcher from the ground and prepared to attack the vehicle that was bullying his comrades in the other house. A single tandem armor-piercing round accurately hit the vehicle. It also seemed to explode the engine, causing it to stall instantly. Alyosha was instantly excited. This was his first time using a rocket launcher, and it had been a perfect hit, but just as Alyosha was basking in joy, another vehicle suddenly appeared beside the destroyed vehicle, its gun pointed at him. But Alyosha didn't move at all, his legs feeling as if they were filled with lead. At this moment, Alyosha was filled with thoughts. But the person he missed most was Lamia. What puzzled Alyosha, however, was that since that separation, Lamia seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. No matter who Alyosha asked, no one knew Lamia existed. It was as if Lamia didn't exist in this world. But only Alyosha knew that Lamia existed, and it was in the great flame to the south. The vehicle's machine guns erupted in flames, and Alyosha closed his eyes in resignation. Goodbye. Perhaps he would never see the Chinchi kingdom transform into the idealized form he had imagined. But after a long while, Alyosha realized he was still conscious, but there were no explosions around him. What had happened? Chapter 1048. Alyosha finally opened his eyes. No matter what lay ahead, he would face it. Opening his eyes, what he saw stunned him. Because a woman had appeared before him, and Alyosha was certain he didn't recognize her. She had long purple hair and a tight-fitting dress that perfectly showcased her voluptuous figure. Who was this woman? The purple-haired woman protected Alyosha, a purple shield blocking all incoming projectiles. Alyosha was stunned. He knew that magicians and even gods existed in this world, but this was the first time he had witnessed it firsthand. The most important thing was that the powerful being before him was actually protecting himself. What are you looking at? Am I that good-looking? The woman suddenly spoke, her alluring aura leaving the innocent young boy, Alyosha, speechless. Looking at Alyosha before her, the woman suddenly became playful and spoke. Little virgin, am I pretty? Who's the most beautiful woman in the world? She leaned in, their faces almost touching. Alyosha looked at the woman before him, and was about to say she was pretty, when a figure suddenly flashed through his mind. He shook his head, and instinctively moved back. The woman's playful mood took over. Alyosha swallowed hard as he looked at the woman who was about to eat him. Even on the other side, Olivier was pinned down by a vehicle. Swish. Boom. An anti-tank soldier charged forward, bearing down on the enemy's attack, and destroyed the vehicle with a single volley of bullets. Olivier roared as the vehicle was destroyed. Everyone, get to your positions. Reinforcements will be arriving soon. Olivier was terrified. At this critical moment, the higher-ups were still enjoying themselves. Fortunately, his own soldiers were holding their posts. He truly had good command of the army, Alyosha, eh. Alyosha looked at the advancing woman and unconsciously stepped back a distance. The woman's defense was instantly broken. Isn't it that I'm so unattractive? Wouldn't ordinary people be paralyzed by the sight of me? Just as the woman was about to question him, the orc vehicle suddenly opened fire, launching a .25 Viper cannon. The woman was instantly enraged. I'm here to get some serious business, and you're firing your cannon? If you don't know how to fire, don't fire. The woman raised her hand, and the terrifying pressure instantly crushed the vehicles in the town and the artillery in the distance. Alyosha subconsciously shuddered at the terrifying scene. Olivier was stunned by the scene. What happened? Why did all the vehicles explode? Olivier was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted and organized his men to launch a counterattack. The orcs were even more confused. Just now, a flash of black energy passed by, and all the vehicles and artillery exploded. Who on earth was this? Before the orcs could react, they saw the orcs launch a counterattack. The orcs could only face the challenge head-on, trying to stop the orcs' counterattack. Inside the room, Alyosha looked at the woman who had just attacked. He was initially frightened, but suddenly he sensed a familiar aura from her. Are you Lamia? Alyosha's words immediately made the woman panic. Who is Lamia? I'm the goddess of darkness. Why don't you kneel down immediately? Lamia said proudly, her tone a little flustered, but more of a stubborn tone. Goddess of darkness? You're Lamia. I can't mistake that aura of yours. Alyosha's face was firm. From childhood to adulthood, his greatest strength had been his intuition. When the orcs had persecuted them before, Alyosha had relied on his intuition to save himself and his family countless times. Lamia seemed to sense she had been exposed and spoke. I saved you, and you don't thank me? Alyosha's face was filled with gloom, but he spoke anyway. Thank you, Lord Lamia. That little virgin speaks so sweetly, Lamia said unconsciously, but then she suddenly came to her senses. You tricked me. With that, Lamia vanished. Alyosha was a little confused. How did Lamia go from a lowly to a queen? No. My lowly. Alyosha's heart shattered, but he quickly recovered, picked up his weapon, and joined the battle. In the distance, Lamia emerged from the darkness, gazing at Alyosha from afar. Sitting beside him was Evelyn, the Witch of Knowledge. Lamia, are you sure you want to be with him? Why? No, Lamia said coldly. I just want to remind you that Alyosha has a difficult life. Being with him isn't a good thing. So what if he has a difficult life? At worst, I protect him for the rest of his life, Lamia said. Evelyn was momentarily stunned when she heard this, then burst into a chuckle. You're still so bold in your love and hate. Decisiveness isn't necessarily a good thing, but it's actually a huge help to you. Evelyn spoke incomprehensibly. Lamia was overwhelmed. This Evelyn was good in every way except for her love of riddles. By the way, will Alyosha really have a tragic fate? Lamia asked seriously. Yes and no. He's about to face a pivotal moment in his life. Let's see if he can take off. Failure will leave him crippled. Success will make him a name for himself in history. Evelyn seemed to be discussing something trivial. Lamia was instantly anxious. Is there any way to help him? The secret must not be revealed. Evelyn's face was mysterious. You? Lamia immediately stopped herself and sat down angrily. After a long pause, Lamia spoke. By the way, when will you take that step? Leon still needs you to explore the Starry Sea for him. Evelyn acted as if she hadn't heard, caressing the white fox in her hand. The Jiaolong is only one step away from becoming a true dragon. Only when you succeed can you become a true dragon. Before that, the pseudo-dragon will seize the opportunity. After Evelyn finished speaking, her body flashed and disappeared. Lamia shook her head, then looked toward the town in the distance. Perch. Robert looked at the engine before him, and nearly fainted with excitement. Fushia was also excited. Because they had finally succeeded. This engine before them was a simple magic fission engine. It could be equipped not only on aerospace carriers, but more importantly, on Iron Guard armor. It would give the Iron Guard the ability to sustain continuous combat. Even warships and tanks could use this fission engine. Robert was practically dancing with joy. But the next second, Robert felt his nose suddenly turn red, and then a streak of crimson fell onto the table. Is this blood? Chapter 1049. Robert suddenly started bleeding from his nose, sending the staff into a panic. Looking at the blood on the table, Robert was dazed, but he lost his balance and fell to the ground. The staff rushed forward to help. Fushia frowned, then picked up Robert and vanished with a spatial magic. The deputy general manager, upon seeing this, sounded the alarm without hesitation. Until Robert or Fuchsia returned, Pierchet would be under martial law. Fuchsia teleported with Robert and appeared in the lobby of Diane First Hospital. The passers-by were startled. Fuchsia didn't care anymore and rushed straight to the operating room with Robert in her arms. Fuchsia was a witch, to be sure, but witches also had their specialties. She didn't know a single healing spell. The noise Fuchsia made was quickly noticed by the doctors and nurses in the hospital. A doctor stopped Fuchsia. "Madam, what's wrong with the patient? Can we get checked out first?" The doctor was being kind, thinking, what if it's just a minor illness? If you insist on taking up medical resources, what will happen to the others? Fuchsia then spoke. Never mind all that nonsense. He can't die. The doctor's brow furrowed slightly. How could this girl be so overbearing? But a doctor's heart is compassionate, so he immediately reported the matter to the director. The host rushed over immediately after hearing this. Anyone who suddenly appeared in the hall was no ordinary person. When the director arrived, Robert was already lying on the operating table. Several nurses were nearby performing a full-body examination on Robert. The doctor received Robert's officer's ID. The doctor was terrified when he saw his rank. Written in large letters, Major General of the Wehrmacht. First, the doctor didn't dare to read any further, he might be shot if he did. And just then, the test results came back. Robert's organs were failing, and there were no signs. The doctors examined him carefully several times, but couldn't find anything amiss. But Robert's pale face wasn't deceiving. The doctors were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. The director stood at the door, unsure whether to go in or not. At this critical moment, Zoe arrived at the hospital and began to rescue Robert. After half a day of Zoe's treatment, Robert was back in good health. But Zoe wasn't relieved. The sweat on her forehead spoke volumes. "Zoe! What happened to Robert?" Fuchsia asked anxiously upon seeing Zoe emerge. "He seems to be targeted by the gods. Has he invented some new weapon?" "The gods have cursed him," Zoe said gravely. This left Fuchsia stunned. The curse of the gods? Could it be the generator? As everyone was stunned, Leon sped straight into the hospital. The people inside were in an uproar. But Leon could no longer care. Robert's in trouble. When Leon heard this, he instantly jumped out of bed. If you said the super-concentrated magic crystal was stolen, Leon wouldn't be so frightened. But if you said Robert's life was in danger, Leon would have knocked Leon down. Leon anxiously rushed outside the operating room. Zoe and Fuchsia then explained the situation to Leon. When he heard Robert was out of danger, Leon breathed a sigh of relief. But then, upon hearing that Robert had been cursed by the gods, Leon's heart leaped into his throat. "Damn it! You're going to attack my trusted and beloved general, aren't you?" Leon saw that Robert hadn't woken up, and then spoke. "Auntie, please protect Robert. There are too many people here, and I cause trouble if I stay here." Leon then hurriedly left. If he didn't leave, the dozen or so guards he had brought would be dispersed by the psychic flames inside the hospital. Inside the hospital. For an unknown amount of time, Robert felt like a small boat torn by a storm. He felt dizzy and his stomach churned. Robert tried to open his eyes, but he couldn't. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice. "Brother! Brother? Wake up!" Robert was instantly awake when he heard the voice. "Vanna!" Robert spoke suddenly, then opened his eyes, took in his surroundings, and instantly regained consciousness. Zoe and Fuchsia, standing by the bedside, smiled as they watched Robert regain consciousness. "Seniors? How long have I been asleep?" Robert's eyes were glazed over. "Not long, just 3 days," Fuchsia spoke first. Robert shook his head. 3 days? That's not enough. The engine is at a critical juncture, I can't fall down." He was about to get out of bed. But Fuchsia pushed him back. "The leader told you to recuperate. You die if you keep working?" Robert looked at Fuchsia, a little disbelieving, then glanced at Zoe beside him. Zoe nodded, telling Robert it was true. After understanding, Robert couldn't help but hold his head. What was going on? After learning Robert had regained consciousness, Leon secretly visited Robert at night. He told Robert to rest and recuperate. But how could Robert, staying in Leningrad, remain content? His heart was now home. His sister Vanna, and his secret crush Marina. These were the two people Robert cared about most. He worked so hard not only to build Diane, but also to numb himself. It's impossible not to miss home, and working is a way to numb oneself. After 2 weeks of rest, Robert's health gradually recovered. But Leon had given him a month's leave, and Robert had already returned to Pierchet with Fuchsia to take charge. Robert chose to go home. The smell of disinfectant in the hospital ward made Robert feel depressed. After reporting, he was discharged. He then returned to his home. It was still the same cozy little house. Leon wanted to find Robert an apartment, but Robert refused. Looking at the empty house, Robert was a little confused, but he quickly came to his senses. My sister was still in school, and there was no one at home. Robert laughed and decided to go find Marina. It was time to confess his feelings to her. A man should take the initiative. Robert wanted to dress more formally, but found that he had no formal clothes at home. Robert could only wear a dress from his school days. He had earned money from working part-time to buy it. Robert arrived at the Capitol with a bouquet of roses. Looking at the 20-story Capitol, Robert couldn't help but marvel at the changes. But just as he was about to enter the Capitol, he saw a man and a woman walking towards him, chatting and laughing. Their intimate behavior made others envious. But when Robert saw the woman's face clearly, he was stunned. Chapter 1050. Because the woman before him was Marina. Back when Marina was in school, she was incredibly shy. But the Marina now felt unfamiliar to Robert. Unlike her previous detached self, Marina now wore heavy makeup, a completely different person. Robert felt a shock to the world. Marina also saw Robert. But her former enthusiasm was gone, replaced by a cold expression. Robert looked at the bouquet in his hand, feeling like a clown. Marina seemed to understand Robert's intentions, and the man beside her had also guessed what Robert was going to do. The man seemed to be asserting his sovereignty, then he hugged Marina. Marina also obediently leaned in. The two of them displayed a loving affection that completely bewildered Robert. Marina then walked over, disdainfully took the rose from Robert's hand, and casually tossed it to the ground. You know what? I've been investigating you for 2 years, and guess what? Your name isn't even listed in any government department. You're a complete liar. Listening to Marina's words, Robert was completely stunned. What do you mean I'm a liar? You went looking for me at the government office, but you couldn't find me. If I were you, my friend, I'd be furious if you could find me. Marina seemed to take a smug look at Robert's speechlessness. I may have liked you in the past, but the question is, what can you give me? I work in the government now, a stable job. My boyfriend, John, also works there. The money we make together is more than you can even begin to compare to. John, standing by, puffed out his chest, trying to assert his authority. Robert shook his head helplessly, then picked up the fallen rose and silently cleaned the stain. It would be a shame to throw away such a beautiful flower. Take it home and put it there. It's my own money. I'm talking to you. Do you hear me? Marina was furious at Robert's disregard. John, standing by, also wanted to show off, so he went over and shoved Robert. Robert, having just recovered from a serious illness, was still weak, and with that push, he fell to the ground. John's face flushed instantly. How could a grown man be so fragile? He was acting like a woman. Are you still a man? Why are you so weak? Get up now. Don't try to scam me. Marina immediately defended John. Robert didn't argue with the fool, because he knew it was pointless. Instead of arguing about such meaningless things, he should go see his sister soon. Robert's disregard was taken as a mockery by the two men. But just as they were about to step forward and escalate the situation, a prominent figure emerged from the Capitol. Leon finished his morning work and prepared to go home for lunch. But as he reached the gate, he saw a scene that infuriated him. Damn it! Whose men are these? So brave? Robert himself couldn't bear to fight, and you're still touching him? Leon angrily approached the group. The guards nearby were stunned. Didn't they say they were going home for lunch? Why the sudden change of plans? Leon's improvisation left the soldiers in a state of distress. But they were guards, after all, and they had to protect Leon. As Leon approached the three, John and Marina's demeanor immediately changed, smiling at him. But they didn't see any smile on Leon's face. Instead, he was scowling. Isn't the leader supposed to be approachable? Why is he acting like a cannibal? Leon truly wanted to eat someone now. Ignoring the two people who greeted him, he approached Robert. After carefully examining Robert's body and confirming he was uninjured, Leon breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked at the two before him with a cold expression. Did you just attack Robert? Leon's words were devoid of emotion, instead filled with coldness. John and Marina were instantly sweating profusely. Leader, I just accidentally pushed him. John stuttered. The next moment, John felt a murderous gaze fixed upon him. Leon's eyes flickered with a complex glint. He desperately wanted to kill these two men. What should we do with them? But Leon ultimately decided to respect the parties involved. Robert shook his head. I don't care. Ignorance is innocent, and I don't have the energy to deal with such trivial matters." Robert was about to leave when Leon grabbed Robert. "Where are you going?" "Take my car." Without caring whether Robert agreed or not, he stuffed Robert into the car. The two men were left disheveled in the wind. John and Marina breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the leader wasn't taking his anger out on them. By the way, what was Robert's identity? He looked quite extraordinary. Just when John and Marina thought they were safe, they received a dismissal notice from the government the next day. What a joke. Everyone was watching. If anyone dared to touch someone Leon had his eye on, wouldn't he be made to feel the essence of justice? Robert remained silent in the car, and Leon spoke up. "Didn't Marina say she liked you? Are you just letting her go?" Robert shook his head. "I like the innocent her of the past, not the woman now, tainted by society. She's no longer the white moonlight in my heart." Robert remained silent after that. Leon didn't ask any further questions, and dropped Robert off at the academy where his sister was studying. Robert's sister, Vanna, had turned 18 this year, and officially enrolled at Dian Academy. What surprised Leon was that Vanna chose the same major as Robert. Physics. Wow, the sister takes after her brother. In response, Leon ordered his men to pay more attention to Vanna. If she has any life difficulties, they must be met as much as possible. After all, it's not easy for a young woman to live alone in Leningrad. Although Leon gave the order, his trusted aides would carry it out without hesitation, but when it reached the lower levels, the execution was less resolute. Chapter 1051. Leon dropped Robert off at the entrance of a small alley. It wasn't because Leon was afraid of being exposed to the public. It was because he had Robert in the car. For work reasons, Robert couldn't be a public figure, at least for the time being. So Leon didn't want to expose Robert too soon. If Leon showed up at the academy gate with Robert, there would likely be a public outcry the next day. Robert's identity would be exposed. Robert, naturally aware of Leon's protectiveness, didn't ask too many questions. Robert, who hadn't been seen on the street for a long time, felt a daze as he looked at the tall buildings lining the road. Suddenly, he felt a few silver coins in his pocket and wanted to buy a gift for his sister. After all, it seemed like his sister, Vanna, had never received a gift from him since she was a child. Robert then went to a nearby jewelry store. If he accepted Vanna's food, there was a good chance she wouldn't eat it until it rotted. So, buying jewelry was the only option. Robert walked into the jewelry store. As a jewelry clerk, he naturally had the ability to read people's expressions. Although Robert was wearing very simple clothes, the clerk didn't see any embarrassment on his face. So, the clerk was certain that Robert would buy jewelry. Sure enough, although Robert didn't choose the most expensive jewelry, he still looked at several expensive pieces. But after choosing and selecting, Robert still couldn't make a decision. Because he didn't know what his sister liked, Robert suddenly felt that he was not a good enough brother. The clerk seemed to notice Robert's hesitation and stepped forward to ask, "Excuse me, sir, what kind of jewelry would you like to buy?" Robert, upon hearing this, instantly found a lifeline and spoke. "I want to get my sister a piece of jewelry. After all, I haven't given her anything decent in all these years." The clerk's face was troubled. "Excuse me, but how old is your sister?" "She's 18 and attends the nearby Dian Academy," Robert said without hesitation. The clerk's face was filled with surprise. Dian Academy isn't open to just anyone these days. It's home to the most talented people in all of Dian. And what's most reassuring about it is that there are guards at the entrance. The clerk then began recommending jewelry to Robert. "Since you're young, you probably won't be interested in pure gold jewelry. Silver or platinum jewelry, would you consider it?" Robert nodded, and after careful selection, he chose a silver necklace. This silver necklace cost nearly a gold coin. It wasn't expensive for Robert. The necklace's value was due to the ruby inlaid on it. Robert naturally didn't have that much money, but as the general manager of Peerchet, and with his numerous achievements, Leon rewarded him handsomely, including numerous gold certificates and checks. Unnoticed, Robert's assets had amassed over 10,000 gold coins. Leon wasn't worried about raising a capitalist, as many scientists had tragically died in poverty. Leon didn't want to see his country's scientists fall into financial hardship. Robert and his colleagues were exceptions, but most scientists had some security. Even after they lost their usefulness, these scientists could still receive a minimum living allowance. When the clerk saw Robert pull out a gold voucher, she seemed accustomed to it at first, but the moment she took it, she was stunned. This was no ordinary gold voucher. It was issued by the government. Those who used it were generally government employees. The clerk looked at Robert with some confusion. How could Robert, with his plain appearance, be one of those elegantly dressed government employees? Robert ignored the clerk's gaze and carefully examined the necklace before heading to the academy. Arriving at the gate, Robert directly presented his diploma. As graduates of the academy, Robert and his colleagues could enter directly. Soon, after checking their diplomas, Robert entered the academy. He then asked the guard at the gate about his sister Vanna's class. After figuring out the exact location, Robert trotted straight to his sister's class. He no longer had any other concerns. He simply wanted to see his sister. Robert quickly arrived at his sister's class. Listening to the teacher's lecture, Robert didn't rush in. Because not only was his sister there, but also his former teacher. 2 years had passed since he graduated, and he still hadn't seen his teacher. Robert stood at the door, feeling utterly embarrassed. After all, he had been the one who had run away without a word, and now he had to come back to see his sister. But most importantly, his sister's teacher was also his teacher. Robert suddenly felt life was meaningless. Why is this world so small? Finally, Robert waited until school was over in the afternoon. Just as Robert was about to go see his sister, he witnessed something that made him furious. As soon as his sister Vanna got out of school, Robert was about to go meet her, when she was immediately taken away by several girls. These girls were acting very aggressively, as if Vanna had done something wicked. Without hesitation, Robert immediately followed them. Soon, the students took Vanna to the gym. Just as Robert was about to observe, he saw a girl nearby kick his sister to the ground. Unable to contain himself any longer, Robert charged towards the crowd. But the girls didn't notice Robert, and instead bullied Vanna even more. A man who seemed to be the leader of the group pulled a baseball bat from a nearby rack and launched it directly at Vanna's head. Vanna raised her hand to block, but another girl nearby blocked the blow, and the bat struck her squarely on the back of the head. Vanna let out a dull thud and fell to the ground. At this moment, Robert had just burst into the gym. Without thinking twice, he rushed over and embraced his sister. The bullies, unaware of the seriousness of the situation, assumed Robert was Vanna's boyfriend and taunted her. "Hey man, let me tell you, this woman isn't telling the truth. She says she knows the professor and has a brother. And the most outrageous thing is, this brother is the professor's most favored student. Isn't that ridiculous?" The girl nearby laughed uninhibitedly, and Robert said through gritted teeth, "Why did you hit me so hard?" "Because it's fun." The girls laughed, their laughter echoing in Robert's mind. Chapter 1052. Robert looked at the women before him, his anger overwhelming him. "What do you mean by for fun? Do you think human life is so worthless?" Robert checked his sister's injuries. Vanna had fainted, but she was still breathing. But there was a gash on her head, and blood had already covered half her head. Without giving it any time to think, Robert hurriedly carried his sister in a princess-like embrace, intending to rush her to the hospital. The girls continued to chatter. "Why did you take her away? Do you know who we are? Why are you interfering with a violet-skinned woman like her?" Robert drew his pistol and fired a shot into the air. Bang! Ah! The girls were stunned at the moment of the shot, but soon screamed. Robert then led Vanna straight to the academy gate. The guards at the gate were terrified when they heard the gunshots from inside the academy. Gunshots rang out inside the academy. Do they still want these jobs? Seeing Robert and the other two leave, the bullies immediately resorted to accusations, going directly to the guards, hoping to get them to back them up. After their exaggerated explanations, the guards assumed Robert was a thug and loaded their weapons for emergencies. Robert rushed to the academy gate, carrying Vanna. Having just recovered from a serious illness, he had little strength left, but somehow, he felt a surge of energy. He wanted nothing more than to get his sister to the hospital. The guards at the gate, having received a message from their comrades, prepared to intercept Robert. But when Robert appeared, carrying Vanna, the guards hesitated. How could a thug look like he was about to cry? And the student he was holding was covered in blood. The guards lowered their guns and stopped Robert when he reached the gate. "Sir, some say you're a thug. You might have to come with us," the guard said. This made Robert explode on the spot. "You call me a thug? What do you think? I'm a thug? What about them? What about the bullies who bullied my sister?" Robert's words completely stunned the guards. But to protect Dine Academy, they had to face the challenge head-on. There will be no bullies at Dine Academy. "Civilians, watch your words," the guard said righteously. Just then, the bullies arrived with a large group of people, most of whom were there to support them. "Civilians? Do you mean all the students in this academy are aristocrats? Or are you just pawns of the aristocrats?" Robert said, and was about to leave. When the bullies saw Robert, the evil in their hearts instantly magnified. Their motto is to bully the weak and fear the strong. "Are you allowed to leave? My father is a cabinet minister. A lowly person like you is only fit to carry my shoes. The bully's leader spoke with disdain, and the guard stopped Robert. Robert slammed his officer's ID card into the guard's face. The guard's face burned as he looked at the red ID card. Because the red ID card was for generals. All officers below general were military green. The guard trembled as he opened the ID card. After seeing the name and rank clearly, he exploded. He personally took Robert and Vanna to the hospital. But Robert refused. I'm not a noble, so I can't enjoy your service. Robert hailed a taxi. Seeing Vanna's bloodied face, the driver, before Robert could say where to go, stepped on the accelerator and headed straight for the nearest hospital. They arrived in 3 minutes. Robert's mind was dazed. Is this still a taxi? Isn't this a sports car? Robert handed the taxi driver a few silver coins, trying to compensate him for the blood-soaked back seat. But the driver refused, only taking 2 copper coins. 2 copper coins is the fee. We're helping you because we're brothers. Let's get to the hospital. I wish your sister well. The driver drove away. Robert then rushed his sister into surgery. Elsewhere, the news of the thugs at Dian Academy quickly spread throughout Liongrad. Lion, who had just finished lunch and was preparing for a nap, also heard the news. The maids in the Duke's mansion were discussing this matter, and Leon eavesdropped on their conversation. Did you hear? There's a thug at Dian Academy. What thug? My brother is a guard at the academy. He was patrolling the academy at the time, and only found out at the gate that a general had opened fire over a woman. Yes. And the general was quite young, though he looked rather sickly. Leon listened to the maid's conversation, feeling completely unwell. Young, general, and sickly. It was over. Leon rushed downstairs and drove to find Robert without a word. He also notified the intelligence agency, demanding they get to the bottom of everything that had happened today. The intelligence bureau quickly discovered everything that had happened to Robert today. Lion, who was driving at full speed, slammed on the brakes after hearing the intelligence bureau's report. Then he sat in the car dazed, struggling to breathe. Why, after only a few years, had Great Yin begun to decay? Lion's fury was so intense that his mind was spinning, but he still gave the order. Have the intelligence bureau capture the men first. I go see Robert now. As for the others, let's see what Robert has to say. Lion arrived outside the ward. Looking at Robert sitting in the chair, Leon was unsure what to say. Leader, Vanna might not wake up. Why am I working so hard? You said that as long as we had the mushroom bombs, no one could bully us, but now? I can't even protect my own family. Robert said vacantly, the tear marks on his face telling the whole story. Vanna can't wake up? Annie's on her way. Don't worry, those bullies will be apprehended soon. Justice will prevail. Leon's face was filled with anxiety upon hearing this. Leon couldn't be blamed for this. As a leader, he couldn't do everything himself. Robert shook his head. They weren't punished for justice, but because they provoked the wrong people. Vanna might get justice, but what about the others? Today, those bullies called me a pariah, the guards called me a civilian, but no one ever called me a people. Only the taxi driver called me a compatriot. Tell me, how can I calm down? Robert practically roared as he finished. Leon's face was filled with complex emotions. But just as Robert finished speaking, before he could even catch his breath, blood suddenly spurted out. Leon saw this and frantically called for a doctor. What was going on? In the tavern outside Dian Academy. The bullies were gathering, celebrating their success in spreading Robert's news throughout Liongrad. So what if he's a general? He'd be disgraced. Do you understand public opinion? You stinking soldier. Chapter 1053. Robert, still recovering from his illness, fell into a coma once again. Listening to Robert's words, Leon felt somewhat bewildered. As the country becomes better and better, it's natural that some people will become corrupt. But as Robert said, ordinary people in the Yin don't get justice. If the bully's family has connections, what should the bully do? They can only swallow their anger. Most importantly, Vanna attends the Yin Academy. This is the face of the Yin education system. With such a thing happening, Leon is about to explode. Hans, take your men and arrest all the high-ranking officials at Dian College. The dean, the vice dean, the academic affairs office, and the department heads, all of them. Arrest those bullies too, but don't let them have it easy, and don't let them die. Arrest their families too. It's the father's fault if the son doesn't raise his children well. Arrest them all. I'm so pissed. Leon wanted to throw the phone down, but then he remembered it looked expensive and put it back in his pocket. Hans immediately began mobilizing his forces after receiving the order. A campaign against student bullies was about to begin. Zoe arrived at the hospital, completely bewildered. Hadn't she just brought Robert back a few days ago? Why was he bedridden again? And why was there another little girl too? Zoe felt like the sky was falling. After Leon and Zoe explained, Zoe's face was filled with complex emotions, and she began treating Robert and Vanna. At Dine College, the old president retired half a year ago, and now a middle-aged man has taken over. A man who achieved the position of dean had many accomplishments, but much of it was due to his ability to read people's expressions. He was the type who spoke the truth to everyone, and the truth to everyone else, avoiding offending anyone and remaining true to himself. After becoming dean, the man made sure to brew a cup of health tea every day. After all, Dine College is full of elite talent, each one of them extremely qualified. The dean couldn't help but sigh. This job is so easy. High pay, little work, and close to home. It looks like I have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of my life. Just as the dean was sipping his tea, the secretary rushed in a panic. Dean, this is bad. Idora has beaten Juana into the hospital. And she's even humiliated Juana's brother. Listening to the secretary's words, the dean was confused. Who is Idora? Who is Juana? Wait, oh my god. It's over. The dean jumped up from his chair and prepared to find help. At the same time, he notified the school guards to bring Idora back. But before they could even leave, dozens of black vehicles from the Intelligence Bureau rolled into Dine Academy. The guards at the gate didn't dare to utter a word, simply watching the Intelligence Bureau march in with such bravado. Intercept them? If you don't want to die, just say so. Don't take us with you. The dean was just about to go to Idora's father, the cabinet minister, to prepare him mentally. Yes, mental preparation, not rescue. Going to the Intelligence Bureau to rescue someone, are your 9 clans wholesale? Clearly, the dean knew he was a nobody, but he didn't believe this operation had Leon's authorization. If Leon had authorized it, the academy would have been overthrown long ago. Why would they have waited until now? As soon as the director came downstairs, he was stopped by intelligence officers. Looking at these black-helmeted intelligence officers, the director got goosebumps. For these men in black helmets were no ordinary intelligence officers. They were the intelligence agency's military police. To strengthen the intelligence agency and eliminate corruption within it, Hans established a military police department in addition to the original 3. The intelligence agency previously had 3 departments. There was the Domestic Investigations Department, responsible for domestic operations, the Foreign Investigations Department, responsible for foreign intelligence, and the Special Operations Department. The first 2 were intelligence departments, while the Special Operations Department was the military branch. Later, corruption within the intelligence agency emerged, and the 3 departments colluded, nearly leading to Hans being devoured by Leon. Hans grew increasingly angry, and subsequently established the military police department, which reported directly to Hans Leon. The military police wouldn't reason with you, but the Special Operations Department would at least have a word. The military police are talking about reason? The military police are talking about physics. Dean, come with us. The military police said coldly. Dean, How could I refuse? Before the dean could even say anything, he was immediately taken into the car. But the dean wasn't alone. The entire leadership of Dine College was arrested. Some even tried to resist, but were beaten to a pulp with rifle butts in full view of the crowd. A dean, observing the crowd gathered around him, suddenly had an idea. I'm going to report this to the leader. You're abusing your power. The students nearby were also pointing and groaning, but the military police remained unmoved. But then, Hans got out of the car. Looking at Hans's black uniform and the rank on his shoulders, the crowd fell silent. How could they not recognize Hans without seeing his rank? He was a dark terror in the eyes of the public. As soon as Hans appeared, everyone present fell silent. Everyone fell silent. The bullies were also apprehended by the military police from the tavern. They cursed all the way. Do you know who my father is? Do you know the consequences of arresting me? Hearing Idora's speech, the military police felt like laughing. Who's your father? Your father will probably call Chief Hans' dad soon. Idora and the others were escorted directly to the playground. Without a word, Hans deliberately took out a low-powered pistol and shot each of the kneeling bullies in the leg. Bang! 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 Ah! I'm going to kill you! The 6 bullies screamed in agony, and the students were stunned, horrified by Hans's tactics. Hans spoke coldly. Watch your mouths. Watch the news tonight to find out what happened today. Don't say anything you shouldn't. The military police won't show mercy. With that, Hans took the 6 bullies back to the Intelligence Bureau prison. He would wait for Leon's orders, while Leon would wait for Robert to wake up. After all, it wouldn't be right for the bullies to just die. Now that things have come to this, let's interrogate them. Idora's father had also heard about his daughter's actions. Furious, he went straight to Prime Minister Winston. Prime Minister, please save me. Chapter 1054. Winston was completely bewildered by the sight of his subordinates weeping and snotting. What's going on? Aren't you a friend? You're a cabinet minister. How can you be so unruly? Although somewhat dissatisfied, Winston still questioned his subordinates. When Winston heard that the intelligence police had taken Idora away, he paused. What's this? Military police wouldn't arrest someone without reason, and they were actually sending military police to arrest a student? Winston immediately realized that this matter wasn't that simple. He then summoned the other cabinet members and began questioning the assembly. He wanted to know the details of what had happened. After further questioning, Winston was speechless. Your daughter is this. Winston silently gave a thumbs up. You dare to hit anyone. Vanna is Robert's sister. Who is Robert? If you want to eat mushroom bombs, just say it directly. Don't beat around the bush. Seeing Winston's silence, the cabinet minister panicked. Winston, please save me. For the sake of our work together, the minister said, beginning to tug at Winston's clothes. Winston took a few steps back in disgust. I save you, you idiot. I can't save your daughter. She messed with the wrong people? She paid for her actions. By the way, you should clean up too. The military police should be coming for you soon. Winston's words stunned everyone present. Who had Idora offended? How could it be so serious? The minister was clearly unconvinced and prepared to continue his plea for help. But the door suddenly opened. A team of military police marched in and stood before the minister. Without a word, they immediately lifted the minister up. What are you doing? I'm a cabinet minister. You have no right to do this. The military police remained silent, continuing to drag the minister. The minister finally panicked and shouted. Winston! Colleagues! Save me! They're treating my life like dirt. The cunning rabbit dies. The running dog is cooked. Are you worthy of me? I shed blood for Diane. The minister kept babbling, but the military police didn't attack him. Because although his daughter, Idora, was not very good, the minister was a good minister. He was a dedicated and conscientious person, otherwise the military police would have put him to death by the butts of their rifles. So Leon planned to meet the minister in person. To see what kind of person could raise such a daughter? The minister was stunned, and the arrested college leaders were even more confused. As soon as they were captured, they immediately turned to their graduates for help. The students who had left Dian College had come from almost every department in Dian. So, upon hearing their teacher had been arrested, they were all furious. They all prepared to go to Hans and demand an explanation. But Hans had anticipated their predictions and immediately dispatched the Special Operations Division, using a blockade tactic. They simply blocked these students in their homes, or waited for them on their way home from get-off work. If these students took to the streets, it would likely cause unrest in Leningrad. The Special Operations Division also sent troops to block the college. Of course, this wasn't intended to be a bloody suppression, but rather to prevent the students from being misled and used as pawns. Leon wasn't opposed to the demonstrations. They were the only way the public could express themselves. Dian had no internet. The operators had only restricted students from gathering in large groups, not their personal freedom. The Intelligence Bureau agents explained the situation in Idora and the leader's inaction to the students. Many students quickly sided with justice, but the hidden bullies chose to oppose them. They immediately began writing, sending their critical articles to the Dian Daily, hoping the paper would publish them. But what else could this be? Dian Daily. Would you let me publish this? I'd be a loser. If it did, Dian Daily would be completely censored from top to bottom. As soon as the hidden bullies article arrived at Dian Daily headquarters, it was immediately picked up by the editors. The editors were sweating profusely at the sight of the outrageous text. Not only did it declare that the powerful are the most noble, it also called Leon a dictator. Leon, I'm a dictator. If he were truly a dictator, he'd have built palaces and beauties long ago. He wouldn't be afraid to buy clothes now, or even be so pressured by his wife at home. Wartime truly requires strong leadership. Now that Dian is back on track, Leon has established a cabinet to prevent himself from making mistakes. Can this be called a dictatorship? The editor immediately notified the Intelligence Bureau. The Special Operations Division of the Intelligence Bureau was grinning from ear to ear. They were envious of the military police showing off their power today. This was Leon's direct order. If he did it well, he'd be promoted straight away. The Special Operations Division officers immediately headed to the newspaper office and traced the payment address listed on the manuscript. Still want royalties? We're here to give you royalties. Even then, Idora and the others were taken to prison. And straight away, they were thrown into the military police prison. The Intelligence Bureau has 4 prisons in total. They are divided into 4 levels, S, A, B, and C. S-level prisons are military police prisons. No one who enters here leaves alive. C-level prisons are mostly for petty thieves and the like, and almost no one dies there. B-level prisons are for criminals who have committed crimes more serious than theft, including many on death row. A-level prisons mostly hold political prisoners or those involved in corruption. Entering A-level prisons means you're greeted with dragon fruit. S-level prisons are even more challenging, with endless draws, leaving you speechless. In the military police prison, you can't get out. After all, Idora and her group had to make an appearance, so they didn't do 100 draws. They make up the 100 draws after Robert decides. No, it's double. As soon as Idora and the others entered, they were targeted by the vicious inmates in the cell. Little bitch. Come into my arms. Oh my! Is the warden trying to improve our lives? The prison instantly became noisy. The gendarmes didn't hesitate, swinging their whips. The specially designed whips lashed out at the prisoners, causing them to cry out in pain. Ah! This thing still packs a punch. Give me some more force. Have you eaten yet? The prisoners' frantic cries mingled with the crack of the whips. Idora and the others huddled together in fear. Just then, the warden approached, flashing a terrifying smile. Welcome to the gendarmerie prison. May you enjoy your retirement here. Idora and the other bullies were terrified. In the hospital, Robert suddenly opened his eyes. Vanna! Robert stood up and looked over to find Vanna in the bed beside him. He didn't care about the equipment plugged into her and rushed over. Chapter 1055. Robert began to examine his sister Vanna's injuries. The nurse standing by hurriedly explained. General, your sister is out of danger and will be awake in 2 days. Hearing the nurse's words, Robert breathed a sigh of relief. But then, he remembered the perpetrators. Robert was no coward. He had refrained from violence earlier because he wanted to get his sister to the hospital. Now that his sister was safe, it was time for him to attend roll call. Robert then got out of bed and left the ward. The nurse beside him wanted to stop him, but didn't dare. After all, Robert was a general. But as soon as Robert left the room, he was stopped by the director of the Intelligence Bureau, who was guarding the door. Robert's face was filled with confusion. The director then explained that the agency had arrested many people, including the bullies. Hearing this, Robert's face lit up. He had never intended to let these bullies off, but now the Intelligence Bureau had taken immediate action, arresting not only the bullies themselves, but also the leadership. This was truly the right medicine for the problem. After all, the fact that bullies could thrive within the academy was undoubtedly due to the talent of the management. Only by addressing bullying at its root can it be completely eradicated. Of course, the most important thing is to have strong tactics. To deal with these bullies, who only fear the strong, only fists can make them understand who's boss. Robert then, accompanied by the director of the Intelligence Bureau, headed to the gendarmerie prison. The gendarmerie prison was bustling with activity, as Hans, the director, was personally in charge. Just to give the bully a good beating. And what's particularly interesting is that when Hans entered the military police prison, the troublemakers there instantly fell silent. Most of these troublemakers were either extremely vicious or top-tier experts. On the surface, Yen didn't appear to face any threat from ordinary high-end fighters. That's because these high-end fighters had long since been dealt with one by Leon's Balian. Most had been recruited, but a few still chose to oppose Yen. And then, nothing happened. They were directly imprisoned in the military police prison, where they lived on an iron rice bowl until they died. As the director of the Intelligence Bureau, Hans might appear to have no power, but in reality, most of his enemies called him the King of Shadows. Those targeted by Hans shouldn't pray for their survival. Instead, they should pray for their death to be discovered. Because Hans would let you die in a deserted corner. In a cell. Idora and her good sisters were terrified. 6 people huddled in a corner, and before them stood the impassive Hans. Hans examined Idora and the others' leg injuries. He also received the news that Robert had regained consciousness. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to heal Idora and the others' legs first. After all, they would be brought to court later, and he couldn't afford to lose face, but healing them so easily seemed a bit unfair. Hans had an idea and called over a nearby military policeman. He whispered something in his ear. The military policeman smiled eerily. Hans then left, but the military policeman approached. Idora and the others panicked and burst into tears. "What are you doing? Don't come over here." "What?" "There's no time for crying." The military police said nothing, simply picking up the whip soaked in salt water. "Honey, 100 lashes coming soon. Please check your email." Then, heart-wrenching cries rang out from the cell. Robert's sister, Vanna, was quickly reported by the Great Yin Daily as a school bullying case. On the evening news channel, the anchor relayed Leon's stance. The nation was in an uproar. The Great Yin Daily also published the news. That wasn't the most important thing. The people who were truly anxious were the staff of the Great Yin Court. Most of the bullies were prominent figures, and Vanna was even more terrifying. Her brother Robert's file was empty, and Leon personally came to urge the court to make a fair judgment. The judge was already sweating profusely. Before the judge could recover, Katis, Karches, Stur, and even the acting commander of the airborne forces, Maljarov, came over to urge the judge to make a fair judgment. The judge said he had never seen so many high-ranking officials in his life. But in just one day, it was all over. The bully's family even tried to plead with the judge. But they were simply arrested by the gendarmes, who were waiting for them. If you hadn't bribed the gendarmes, there would be no reason to arrest you. But now that you bribed them, they can arrest you. At the gate of the Duke's palace, Idora's father came out, distraught. He had been persuaded by Leon and learned of his daughter's foolish deeds. Thinking of the others his daughter had bullied, the cabinet minister couldn't help but slap himself in the face. As a minister in the new cabinet, his character was naturally above average. But he hadn't expected his family to be so troublesome. The minister was already preparing to open another account. He sighed, preparing to go home to his wife and explain the situation. But before he even taken a few steps, he received word that his wife had been arrested by the military police for attempting to bribe a judge. And the most surprising thing was that his wife had offered tens of thousands of gold coins as bribes. The problem was, the minister had no idea where these coins came from. The minister fainted from rage and collapsed at the door of the Duke's residence. The guards immediately rushed him to the hospital. It was later revealed that his wife had accepted bribes without his knowledge, and that Idora wasn't even his daughter. She had cheated on him years earlier, when the minister was down and out. The minister was so enraged that he was admitted to the ICU. 2 days later, on a bright, sunny day, 3 black intelligence agency vehicles left the military police prison and headed directly to the Great Yin Supreme Court. The Supreme Court was packed, and since it was the weekend, nearly the entire population of Leningrad had gathered. Everyone was awaiting Idora's verdict. They might not have experienced bullying, but they knew that if they didn't stand up and support the fight against bullying, their children might be the next victims. 3 intelligence vehicles stopped in front of the courthouse. The 6 bullies, dressed in prison uniforms, lowered their heads and remained silent. Aside from a slight paleness on their bodies, no visible injuries were visible, but a closer look revealed the fear in the bullies' eyes. "Hurry!" the military police said. The 6 panicked and tried to run, but then thought of something and stopped, forming a single file and moving slowly forward. No one thought it was amiss. "Isn't this just a simple cue?" The 6 were quickly escorted to the courthouse. The trial was fully public and live-streamed for everyone in Yin to see. Not only that, representatives of the National Assembly were also present. After the trial, Lion would urgently convene the National Assembly to discuss the enactment of anti-bullying laws. Chapter 1056. Looking at the thousands of people in the courtroom, Idora could no longer pretend. Tears welled up in her eyes. Because she had seen not only Robert giving Vanna, but also the group behind Robert. The military brass, the Great Yin cabinet ministers, and the heads of various departments had almost all sent people over. Because Leon and Hans were on the second floor, Hans briefly described Idora's life in prison to the head of the prison. Leon remained calm. What was 100 lashes considered good? People like that should be executed. But Leon suddenly realized. Killing them was a mistake. It would be too easy for them. For a moment's pleasure, the bully would leave the victim with a lifelong psychological scar. It could even cause the victim to suffer from depression and other illnesses. Not only that, it could potentially destroy a family. This situation might be rare in Great Yin right now, but if it's not stopped, it could become the norm. By then, Yin would be a sick nation. Lion's education system would have completely failed. Lion absolutely could not allow this to happen. Yin was founded on military power, so naturally, everyone must understand the true meaning of force. The judge, looking at the high-ranking officials in the audience, was sweating profusely, his clothes soaking through without him realizing it. The immortals are as numerous as hemp, Idora's supporters on the side glanced at the judge. The judge cursed inwardly. If you want to die, don't take me with you, okay? I die. These people didn't know that Lion was watching them from above. Everything they did, Lion saw. After the judge saw the prisoners arrive, he spoke. Court is now in session. All persons not involved, observe silence. The judge trembled slightly as he spoke. Because Leon was watching everything from above. The plaintiff is accusing the defendants, Idora and others, of school bullying, intentional assault, and murdering the family members of a high-ranking Dayan official, alleging treason. Do the defendants admit their guilt? The judge began. Everyone present was in an uproar, except for the few who knew Robert's identity, who remained calm. Idora was also stunned. I admitted to school bullying and intentional assault, but what about the rest? Murdering the family members of a high-ranking Dayan official? Treason? Idora's relatives and supporters were also dumbfounded. Idora's mother had also been arrested, but her family had come to visit. After the cabinet minister took office, his wife's family came to him. The cabinet minister was rather cowardly, so he let the case go, tacitly allowing his family's exploitative behavior. This is why Leon didn't take action against the cabinet minister. Idora was brought up like this. The cabinet minister was guilty, but that wasn't the primary reason. Because he had no power over Idora. Idora's current state owes a lot to her mother. Just as Idora was about to deny it, the judge spoke first. Excellent, the defendant pleads guilty. Idora is sentenced to life imprisonment. The remaining accomplices are also sentenced to life imprisonment. The judge's verdict stunned everyone. The people watching the live broadcast were also dumbfounded. Is it so hasty? Idora simply refused to accept the verdict. She refused to admit these unnecessary charges. It's easy to find a pretext to accuse someone. I deny it. You already accepted the money from my family, so why aren't you helping me? You have to admit it even if you don't want to. Do you know who Robert is? Without him, you have been drained of the papal state by now. The judge's defenses were immediately broken. The pressure was already immense, and now Idora was throwing mud at him. The judge's barrage of words stunned over 20 million people into yen. Leon couldn't help but almost burst out laughing. Are you just chatting cross-server? Leon had just made up his mind. That was to reveal Robert's identity. It was time for Robert to be publicly visible. If he kept it a secret any longer, Robert would likely remain in hiding for the rest of his life. With this thought, Leon flung aside the curtain, appearing before everyone. The crowd erupted in an uproar. My fellow countrymen, you may be wondering why Idora was given such a harsh sentence. This isn't just to make an example of someone, it's also to reassure Robert. You may ask, who is Robert? Well, let me tell you. Leon paused, then glanced around. The photographer discreetly turned the camera on Leon. Robert, the most outstanding student in the history of Dayan Academy, successfully led the team to create the mushroom bomb. It has enhanced Dayan's national defense. It's fair to say that without Robert, we would probably be a defeated nation now. Robert conducts scientific research year-round at the secret base. He hasn't been home for over a year. And yet, his only sister is being bullied at school. If I were Robert, I would have thrown the mushroom bomb at the academy. A junior from my alma mater bullied my sister and nearly turned her into a vegetable. How can this be tolerated? Can we let heroes down? Leon said, glancing at the hushed crowd. Then a second later, the crowd erupted in shouts. No! 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 And I must tell you, there are many invisible guardians like Robert. Their families are in lion bread. I made mistakes before, so I don't want to see these petty schemes again. The second 5-year plan is about to enter its most crucial phase. Let's work together, Leon said, then retreated to the background. There was no point in saying anything more. Public opinion needs to ferment. Leon has already thrown a brick. Let's see if it can spark jade. The cabinet ministers also arrived. When Idora saw her father appear, she rushed forward as if she had found a lifeline. But she was restrained by the military police nearby. Dad, save me. The minister's face was icy. I'm not your father. You're the child of your mother and someone else. The minister turned to look at the second floor where Leon was, then knelt. Leader, I'm ashamed of the people of Great Yin. I resign from my position as cabinet minister. A son's failure to educate his parents is the fault of his father. I have no talent or virtue. I'm unworthy of my position. I implore the leader to enact anti-bullying laws. I don't want to see bullying on the land of Great Yin again. The cabinet minister declared righteously. He said this not only to save himself, but also for his own future. Chapter 1057. According to the minister's proposal, the National Assembly quickly drafted a law against school bullying. Facing these underage bullies, Lion chose not to forgive them. Because bullies are not limited to young or old, adults or young adults. Once they begin bullying, the seeds of darkness will take root and sprout. To deal with those with dark hearts, Lion strikes hard. Like bullying? Then I show you what fiery bullying is all about. Lion directly introduced a law against school bullying. The core principle is life for life. Regardless of your age, if you bully someone to death, you will be shot on the spot. If you dare to bully someone in school, you will be sent to a gendarmerie prison for life. Regardless of the severity of your bullying, if you dare to bully someone in school, you will either be sentenced to life imprisonment or be fed peanuts. Some may ask if this is too harsh. When dealing with those with dark hearts, no matter how much you try to teach them, it is almost impossible to correct them. Because human nature is inherently evil, education can certainly change it. But if bullying continues after entering school, isn't that hopeless? Lion's anti-bullying law instantly sparked a wave of discussion in Diyin. A significant number of people supported the law, while others considered it too radical. A small minority, however, considered the radicals too conservative. They suggested that bullies, regardless of severity, be executed on the spot. There was no need to occupy the cells of the gendarmerie prison, which, after all, were reserved for the most vicious criminals, who could be treated like slaves. What could he do with all this school bullying? Even stuffing them into a factory would be considered garbage. Entrepreneur, I take in all kinds of garbage. And what shocked everyone was that the anti-school bullying law was a full 5,000 words. Lion had written down practically every case of school bullying he had witnessed in his previous life. And they implemented collective punishment. Even if there was one principal offender and 3 or 4 accomplices, the accomplices would be treated the same as the principal. Even if there was a single principal offender and hundreds of accomplices, they would all be arrested. You might think this is harsh, but special cases require special treatment. When any law is first implemented, it should be dealt with drastic measures. Otherwise, it will only embolden the criminals, and the school bullies were already panicking. There were many bullies throughout Liongrad. The rapid pace of development and the slow shift in ideology between classes led to the emergence of so many bullies. Most of these bullies were children of the powerful, or the children of honorary nobility. Lion used this opportunity to crack down on high-ranking officials and revoke the titles of those honorary nobles. Gold emerges from the sands of time, and officials corrupted by power will always appear. Only by continuously using these means can Diyin remain on the right track. These bullies were quickly reported by the victims, and Lion's intervention gave them hope. Some bullies, fearless, attempted to bully the victims again after seeing them reported. Then, they witnessed a scene they would never forget. Intelligence Bureau military police descended on the school in attack helicopters, and arrested all the bullies, and imprisoned them in the military police prison. What? You're asking if there might be a miscarriage of justice? Arrest first, then talk. The Intelligence Bureau rarely makes intelligence errors, especially now that Lion is focusing on combating school bullying. If there were a real miscalculation regarding school bullying, those agents would be done for. Don't use a few pieces of intelligence to undermine their secure jobs. In just 1 week, the Intelligence Bureau launched a powerful campaign against school bullies. In just 1 week, they screened over 1 million students into Diyin and apprehended at least 2,000 bullies. Among them, many were wrongly accused, as students can resort to dirty tricks. Many, seeing someone with better grades than them, choose to report them directly for bullying. The military police usually arrest people first, and then, after a thorough review of the intelligence system, they discover that the arrested person has never bullied anyone. They then provide compensation to the wrongly arrested person, then solemnly apologize and send them back. Finally, the student who made the false report is taken to the military police prison. In Diyin, you can have poor grades, but you can't lie, and you can't be a bully. Honesty is Leon's most important quality. Between laziness and honesty, Leon prefers honesty. While Diyin was cracking down on school bullying, Bachmet in the north had already begun Operation Bulldozer. At first, Bachmet called this operation a counterattack. Later, Bachmet chose to call it Operation Bulldozer. Because Bachmet's tactics were so successful, after receiving weapons and equipment from the Papal State, the Orc Empire's army was unstoppable. In just 10 days, 20% of the occupied territory was recaptured. Yuan Qingqi nearly fainted upon hearing this news. The situation in the Qingqi capital had also changed. The 5th Guards Division successfully eliminated all the elders and subsequently, under Leon's authorization, established a puppet government. This puppet government was primarily a prelude to his daughter Yunli. Qingqi must remain firmly in his control, as it would serve as a trump card to protect his descendants. Leon didn't know what would happen after his death, but it was always good to plan ahead. The temporary puppet government was almost entirely composed of members of the more intelligent races. Among them was the Fox clan. Lena had never imagined that, after being rescued by the National Defense Forces, she would be directly appointed to a high-ranking position in the temporary government. This puzzled Lena. After years of wandering, she had experienced almost no one willing to trust the Fox clan. But Yin was willing to trust the Fox clan. This moved Lena to tears, and she immediately pledged her loyalty to Leon. But Leon was waiting for Lena to express her loyalty. Leon then personally met with Lena. The Duke's mansion. Lena, the fox-haired girl, was now nervous. She had been invited to the Duke's mansion, the most powerful place on the planet. Lena had prepared several speeches for Leon, but just as she heard footsteps and was about to speak, she looked up and was stunned. The person walking towards her wasn't Leon, but a little girl. "Little sister? Who are you?" Lena asked, bewildered. "Daddy asked me to come play with you." "Daddy said you protect me?" Yuli said innocently, then her eyes sparkled as she stared at the fox tail behind Lena. A big, fluffy tail. "I really want to touch it." Lena looked puzzled, but then her fur exploded. Yuli grabbed Lena's tail. "No way." Chapter 1058. Lena was instantly paralyzed by the sight of the indulgent little girl before her. Isn't this the Duke's mansion? How could such a mischievous person appear? Will the leader not do anything about it? Leon, I want to too. There are so many mischievous people at home. How do you tell me? King by day, a washboard by night. Leon resolutely chose silence for the sake of his knees. Lena, held captive by Yuli's tail, was at a loss whether to scream or not. She became strange, like a red, braised prawn. Suddenly, several maids approached, giving Lena hope of survival. Then she spoke directly. "Sisters? Can you help me take this little girl away?" The maids were laughing and chatting at first, but their smiles instantly died when they heard Lena's words. They saw Yuli. In the Duke's mansion, Leon wasn't necessarily the most dangerous. On the contrary, the most harmless were the most dangerous. Although Yuli wouldn't hurt anyone, she was quite a troublemaker. For example, when she was bored, she would call a group of maids to play shuttlecock and sandbag with her. But Yuli didn't intentionally hurt the maids. To be more precise, she wouldn't deliberately make things difficult for anyone. To prevent her little girl from growing up crooked, Leon personally taught Yuli almost every day. As Leon's first child, Yuli was destined from the start to follow an extraordinary path. So, to pave Yuli's way, Leon cleaned up the entire Qingqi kingdom. He also appointed Lena as a high-ranking official in the provisional government, so that she could become its head in the future. The reason for Lena and Yuli meeting in advance was to allow them to get to know each other. After all, this was their daughter's future makeshift team. There was no way she could get away with it. Looking at the maids' reactions, Lena was even more bewildered. Was this little girl in front of her some terrifying figure? Why were these maids so frightened? Yuli looked at Lena, who was trying to be rescued, with a sinister smile on her face. "Sister, you're being naughty. In this family, I have the final say. Even the gods have to listen to me," Yuli said fiercely, looking at Lena as if she were a weak and helpless little white rabbit. Lena felt a wave of regret. Why had she come to the Duke's mansion? Was her innocence about to be jeopardized? But in the next second, Yuli's limbs suddenly flew into the air, and she was instantly lifted up. Yuli stared at her, then suddenly felt a familiar presence and turned her head away stiffly. "Dad, why are you here?" Yuli, whose fate was strangled by the throat, turned back with a docile expression. Standing behind her was none other than Leon. "If I hadn't come, what would you have done to me? Are you still a good girl? What you do every day, how can you be a lady?" Leon said with a sullen face. Yunli, however, put her hands on her hips, looking as if she had let her boast go. "I have a dad and 5 moms. What am I afraid of? Do I need to be a lady? No, I just need to stay home and eat and drink well," Yunli said matter-of-factly. Lena, standing beside her, was dumbfounded. Had she stumbled into some kind of charade? Leon exploded upon hearing this. How could this be called a little cotton-padded jacket? This was a jacket filled with thorns. And it was even going to hurt its own father. Leon then placed Yunli on the ground. Naively, Yunli thought Leon was done, but suddenly sensed something strange in his movements. Leon's eyes searched everywhere, finally settling on his belt. "Daddy? What are you doing? I'm your lovely daughter. I'm the best." Yunli's voice trembled as she witnessed Leon's actions. Before Leon could pull the belt out, she sprinted upstairs at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. "Mom! Daddy's going to hit me!" Yunli's pitiful voice echoed throughout the Duke's mansion, and the maids all lowered their heads in disbelief. Before Leon could even reach the upper floors, he heard a snarling roar. "Leon! Are you rebelling? How dare you hit your own daughter?" Leon then walked upstairs, with a sullen face, and explained the situation to Yun Qingqi. Their expressions instantly matched, their faces darkening as they glanced at Yunli simultaneously. Yunli, sensing her parents' gazes, instantly curled up into a ball, appearing incredibly weak and helpless. "Mom and Dad, domestic violence is illegal. I'm so good. Meow meow meow." Yunli even meowed like a kitten as she spoke. Leon nearly lost control, silently turning back to suppress a smile. But Yun Qingqi wasn't so easy to talk to. He grabbed Yunli and started to playfully tug at her. "I told you not to listen to your dad. Your dad prepared so much for you. He even fed you, and you told me you wouldn't eat. I'm giving you a piece of my mind, right? Ah! Mom, I was wrong. My butt hurts." Yun Li's screams echoed throughout the Duke's mansion. The maids were accustomed to this. The young master would give her a small spanking every 3 days, a big spanking every 5 days, and a mixed doubles match every 2 weeks. But Leon usually didn't hit her. If he did, Yun Li's butt would already be swollen. And most of the time, Yun Qingqi and the others didn't use too much force. Yun Li just loved to play tricks, so their punishments were usually just a lot of noise, but little action. Hearing the heartbreaking screams from upstairs, Lena, the weak and helpless fox-haired girl, grew even more frightened. Isn't this supposed to be a place people yearn for? Why does it feel so bloody and violent? Just as Lena was pondering, Leon came down from the stairs. He looked at Lena, thought for a moment, and spoke. "Your name is Lena, right? Do you know who I am?" Leon smiled kindly. Lena looked at Leon, who smiled brightly, and instantly took a liking to him. "This young man has such a bright smile. He must be a good person, right? Leon, I'm a super good person. The kind that's incredibly good." Leon looked at the innocent-looking Lena before him, and the evil thoughts within him pricked his conscience. "I have a conscience after all. How could I possibly do such a vile thing?" But thinking about his daughter's future, Leon decided to be ruthless. "I don't know. I want to see the leader," Lena whispered. Leon smiled. "Then tell me what the leader is like." "I know the leader. He sent me here to test you." Lena was a little confused. Someone so casual in the Duke's mansion must be quite high-ranking, right? Why do I feel like he's the leader? Lena's little mind raced. Chapter 1059. Lena looked at Leon. She couldn't help but feel a little frightened, because you're definitely not as simple as she thought. Leon spoke. "Lena, you have only 2 choices. Die here, or help that little girl. If you choose to help that little girl, then you and your clan will never be bullied again." Listening to Leon's words, Lena was a little disbelieving. "What do you mean no one will bully them?" The Fox tribe suffered from ostracism among the orcs, with almost no one willing to accept them. But Leon casually told Lena that he could change the Fox tribe's fate. How could this be possible? At this moment, Yun Qingqi also brought Yun Li down from upstairs. Yun Li's face was filled with despair. Yun Qingqi casually threw his precious daughter onto the sofa like trash. Anger written all over his face, he sat down on the sofa. But upon seeing the 2 people conversing, his expression instantly changed, becoming amiable. "Miss Lena? It's not easy to welcome a friend from afar." "Oh no, it's a pleasure. Let's sleep here tonight. Let's show our hospitality." Yun Qingqi almost gave the cat out of the bag. Lena's face was filled with confusion. According to Yun Qingqi, she seemed to be the hostess here? Wait, so the host was the one in front of her. Lena's head shot up, and she met Leon's indifferent expression. "You're the leader? You didn't even ask." Both of them fell silent. At the dinner table, Lena was still pondering, looking at the not-so-rich, yet exquisitely delicious food before her. Lena had a new appreciation for Leon. In the Qingqi nation, the elders feasted on delicacies from land and sea, including lobster and abalone, almost daily. Even someone like Leon, arguably the most powerful person on the planet, didn't eat over a dozen dishes per meal, only 5 or 6 were on the table. The Duke's housekeeper suggested increasing the number of dishes, but Leon refused. 5 or 6 dishes were more than enough. Nutritional intake doesn't mean eating a wide variety, but rather eating a balanced diet. Although Yunli and the others were a bit pampered, Leon had taken the lead, and they chose to follow him. Over time, the women became accustomed to eating 5 or 6 dishes per meal. And the bowls and plates used for all 3 meals at the Duke's house were almost always basins. There was no other way. Ordinary small bowls couldn't hold the several rice buckets at home. Only a large basin could hold all this food. Seeing that Lena had barely touched her chopsticks, Yuan Qingqi spoke up. "What's wrong, little girl? Are the dishes here not to your liking?" Yun Li's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she glanced at Lena's bowl. "Beautiful sister. Don't you feel like eating? Then can you give me some?" Yun Li said bluntly. Leon almost tried to demonstrate his rice-dumping skills. "A guest is a guest. How can you talk like that? Where are the etiquette I taught you?" Leon said, somewhat disappointed. "I was thinking, you didn't teach me any etiquette either?" Yun Li said casually. Leon almost pulled out his 7 wolves. Lena, sensing the tension at the table, buried her head in her food, never daring to look up again. Frostar, Black Feather, and the others were stunned upon seeing this. Where did this fox-eared girl come from? "Leon, are you looking for another wife?" Leon felt the 2 women's deathly stares, his face awash with innocence. "Not a buddy. What are you doing? Am I that kind of person?" That night, in the living room, Lena still didn't respond. This matter concerned the future of her entire family. Even if she didn't choose, she could face death, but she was fearless. Feeling the softness of the mattress in the guest room of the Duke's mansion, Lena almost sank into it. Her eyelids began to droop, and she felt drowsy. Just then, the door opened, and Yunli, dressed in pajamas, was thrown in. "Beautiful sister? Mom and Dad asked me to sleep with you." "No, they asked you to sleep with me, eh?" "That's not right either." Yunli's own language system was completely overwhelmed. What she said made no sense. What had she said? Lena shook her head with a laugh, then pulled Yunli directly onto the bed. Lena already knew Yunli's identity, Leon's eldest daughter and only child. More importantly, she was the queen's daughter. When Lena saw Yunli, her thoughts on the dirty politics faded. While politics was filthy, the little Yunli before her was innocent. It seemed she was about to become Yunli's little teacher. So, if she could only assist Yunli well, would her clan be able to live a stable life? Lena felt a sense of confusion. And to the north, Bachmet's bulldozer operation was a remarkably successful success. However, Bachmet had the foresight to avoid the Wehrmacht encampment. Because Bachmet knew that if he truly attacked the Wehrmacht encampment, he would likely face a devastating backlash. Although Bachmet had not proactively attacked the Wehrmacht, the aerospace force had been using fighter jets to attack the Orc Empire's vehicles. This troubled Bachmet greatly, but the Papal State had already developed individual tactical missiles, capable not only of ground attack, but also of anti-aircraft attacks. However, Bachmet had been hesitant to deploy this powerful weapon, instead allowing the aerospace force to dominate the skies. Because Bachmet was preparing a major move. Bachmet had learned that almost all the senior members of the Qingqi State's Council of Elders had been apprehended, but many of the elders' relatives were elsewhere, and had not been apprehended immediately. This presented Bachmet with a golden opportunity. These people would not sit idly by and wait for death, so they would undoubtedly oppose the provisional government supported by Leon. By then, the entire Qingqi nation would be in chaos. This was exactly what Bachmet wanted to see. Only with chaos could the Orc Empire regain its lost territory, but all this presupposes that the Wehrmacht doesn't formally intervene. But with plans already underway to pave the way for Yunli, would the Wehrmacht remain on the sidelines? And it's time to reclaim the Orc Empire's mines. What? You're saying these mines belong to the Orc Empire? If you call them, will they respond? As Bachmet waited, the Wehrmacht's 1st Panzer Army marched north. Chapter 1060. The 1st Armored Army's northward advance caught everyone by surprise. Although the events on the eastern continent had concluded, the 1st Armored Army had been transferred back to China. Everyone assumed the 1st Armored Army would remain inactive, instead remaining stationed in China for equipment upgrades and training. Unexpectedly, the 1st Armored Army didn't even pause. After a brief adjustment, it immediately marched north. According to reports from the front lines, Bachmet had launched the bulldozer campaign, and according to Air Force intelligence, the Orcs had acquired a large quantity of weapons. Furthermore, the quality of these weapons was no less than that of those manufactured in Great Yen. Therefore, there was only one possibility. These weapons had come from the Papal States. Since the Papal States had ceased to pacify, there was no need for Lion and his men to keep this experienced pack. Originally, this experienced pack was intended for Yunli and the retrained 1st Armored Army. But now that Bachmet and the Orc Empire had become a variable, Lion had to suppress it. This was a perfect opportunity for the 1st Armored Army to get another go. When it came time to refit, they could silence the gossip. After all, why was the 1st Armored Army the first to get new equipment, always being first, This made the other friendly forces very dissatisfied. After all, what general wouldn't want to provide a little more for his men? The 1st Armored Army quickly headed north, arriving at the front lines in just one night. First, they boarded a military train, fully equipped, and arrived at the northern border within 3 hours. Then, in 5 hours, they made their way from the northern border to the Qinchi Kingdom's front lines. This also indirectly suggests that the 5th Guards Division wasn't too late to reach the front, but rather that they were headed for the capital. The 1st Armored Army's rapid advance plunged the entire Qinchi nation into panic. Without any warning, the 200,000-man army marched north along the highway. The relentless clatter of armored tracks terrified the entire half-crew. They had been listening to it all night. Not only that, the orcs woke up in the middle of the night and took a sneak peek. The streets were filled with speeding armored vehicles, making it almost impossible to see any infantry. Even the infantry were riding in armored personnel carriers, not ordinary troop transport trucks. Originally, the 1st Armored Army had a large number of troop transport trucks, but after learning from the lessons of the cursed plains, they realized that if they encountered a magician, the troop transport trucks were virtually powerless. So now, the 1st Armored Army only had a portion of its transport trucks. Almost all of them had been replaced by armored personnel carriers. Lion also began planning to replace all transport trucks with armored personnel carriers. This would greatly improve the soldier survivability. After all, after the 5-year plan, they would face the Papal States. The Papal States' weaponry wasn't the most formidable were its magicians. Due to historical issues, the Papal States possessed a significant number of magicians. Even though Lion had begun using political means to win them over, a considerable number of magicians still chose to side with Holdras. This meant Holdras had a sufficient number of magicians. A single fireball spell from a magician could threaten a transport truck. To the Papal States, a low-level magician capable of only casting fireballs was of little value. But a single truck of soldiers was far more valuable to the Wehrmacht than an armored vehicle. So, the Wehrmacht used armored vehicles to protect ordinary soldiers. The Extreme Project was also created to strengthen ordinary people. But all this takes time, and time must be gained through means. One night, the 1st Panzer Army successfully advanced north. However, the most confused were not the orcs, but the orcs to the north. When they woke up early in the morning, they found the entire front line had changed. Gone were the orc flags, replaced entirely by the red Great Flame flag. That fluttering red hue of color sent the orcs into a frenzy. The orc front commander immediately called Bachmet, hoping to get a plan. But Bachmet said he didn't know what to do. Just as the orcs were struggling, the 1st Panzer Army launched a direct offensive. Previous blitzkriegs had involved mules, but this was a true blitzkrieg. Metal lumps galloped across the grassland. Since it was just the beginning of winter, the grasslands were dry and rainless, and the ground was relatively hard. This was a huge boost for the armored forces. Then, the orcs saw the mighty armored forces attacking them. At first, the orcs didn't react. They didn't believe they had the strength to annihilate the Wehrmacht. But they soon remembered they also had the Iron Torrent. After a brief pause, Bachmet immediately ordered his troops to engage in an armored confrontation. Because this was the direct confrontation Bachmet had longed for, the orcs had been outmaneuvered countless times by the Wehrmacht. Many times, they hadn't even seen the Wehrmacht before being completely outmaneuvered by the air force and missile forces. Gudry led the 1st Armored Division, responsible for the frontal assault. But before the attack, the commander gave Gudry numerous instructions. He warned Gudry to be wary of the Orc Empire's vehicles. At first, Gudry was a little skeptical. Where would the Orc Empire get vehicles? But looking at the commander's serious face, Gudry immediately understood. The Papal State had taken action. Afterward, Gudry immediately ordered his soldiers to gather intelligence from the orcs on the front lines. Although the orcs' technology was not advanced, a considerable amount of Great Yin industrial products had reached them. Although the orcs were technologically underdeveloped, they possessed a wealth of capabilities. Their war correspondents were exceptionally skilled. They often braved artillery fire to take photographs at the front lines. These photos, in turn, provided Gudry and his team with intelligence on the Orc Empire's current firepower configuration. Gudry was puzzled when he saw the armored vehicles in the photos. These vehicles looked even more advanced than those of the Great Yin. The Wehrmacht used BMP and BTR series infantry fighting vehicles. However, the Papal States used infantry fighting vehicles similar to the LAD. This troubled Gudry, but not Leon, as the BMP series had helped the Wehrmacht through its most critical moments. The hard times were over, and it was time to enjoy some home renovations. The era of the big 8-wheeled vehicle had arrived. Chapter 1061. The Orc Empire's armored vehicles engaged the Wehrmacht's armored vehicles directly on the plains. But the orcs were very clever, or rather, Bachmet knew that their infantry fighting vehicles could not defeat the tanks. So they adopted a wolf pack tactic, directly coordinating with the infantry to swarm forward and attack the tanks as much as possible through encirclement and assault. 4 or 5 LADs circled the tanks. The soldiers armed with anti-tank weapons advanced quickly, approached the enemy, and then launched a surprise attack. But the tanks were no fools. LADs were only a tickle to the tanks, but if they were too numerous, they could indeed pose a threat. But the Wehrmacht was no pushover. Faced with this group attack tactic, Gudry immediately ordered the Wehrmacht's BTRs to deploy, cooperating with the tanks to protect the tanks' flanks and prevent the enemy LADs from attacking from the left and right flanks. Unable to break through the BTR's defensive line, the Orc Empire's infantry fighting vehicles were directly destroyed by the tanks. Even tanks didn't need steel needles. Ordinary high-explosive rounds could render these land vehicles useless. But the Papal State didn't limit its aid to infantry fighting vehicles. The Papal State, having accumulated considerable experience, and through various magicians, and the help of the gods, developed its own tanks. Seeing themselves at a disadvantage, the Orc Empire's infantry fighting vehicles quickly retreated. Just as Gudry was about to order the armored units to advance in an orderly manner, movement suddenly came from afar. One after another, sharply angular tanks slowly emerged from the distant woods. From a distance of a kilometer or two, direct artillery fire began. A simple high-explosive round directly struck a T-72B3M. But thankfully, it was just a simple high-explosive round, not some terrifying steel needle. But looking at the exquisite tanks of the Orc Empire, Gudry couldn't help but feel bewildered. Why did the Orc Empire's tanks look even more exquisite than their T-72B3MS? Because the Papal State was a latecomer, and its tank development was from scratch. Although it had the gods' help, it was still unaware of the existence of steel needles. So they still used armor-fragmenting rounds and ordinary armor-piercing rounds. But each T-72B3M was equipped with 5 steel needles. This was the ultimate weapon of the Wehrmacht tank corps. In reality, few tanks could withstand 5 steel needles. The most common scenario was being directly hit by a steel needle and then being blown off headfirst. On the Wehrmacht side, after seeing the enemy tanks move out, Gudry attempted to engage the Wehrmacht tanks in a gunfight. He immediately ordered the Wehrmacht tanks to enter a makeshift pit nearby. These pits were a common tactic used by Gudry. Whenever an armored duel occurred, especially when the enemy was at a distance, he would immediately order the tanks into the pits, completely burying the entire vehicle, leaving only the turret exposed. This had both advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage was that it prevented rapid movement. But it was armor versus artillery, and the Wehrmacht was the attacking force. Using this little trick, Gudry had repeatedly gained the upper hand in previous armored duels against the Demon Empire and the Dwarf Empire. The armored forces of these two nations were already half-baked, and faced with this rogue attack, the gunners were in tears. You can't possibly hit the junction of the turret and hull with a single shot, right? If you were truly capable of that, why were the Demon Empire and the Dwarf Empire defeated? The infantry fighting vehicles, upon seeing the tanks engaging in a barrage, very sensibly chose to retreat from the battlefield. The tanks could withstand 2 shots, but their infantry fighting vehicles would be sent spiraling in circles after a single shot. To test the firepower, a Wehrmacht tank gunner chose to fire a standard armor-piercing round. As an experienced tank gunner, while he couldn't hit everything he aimed at with his first shot, he could at least hit the enemy vehicle. The tank gunner had originally aimed for the enemy tracks. But in the end, his round struck the front armor of the Orc tank. The armor-piercing round caused no damage at all. It only caused the Orc tank to pause slightly. What kind of tank is this? If Leon were here, he would definitely recognize it as an M1A1. I seriously suspect the Papal State stole the blueprints from the Eagle Sauce. Forget the LAD. What the hell is the point of creating the Abrams? M1 versus T-72. You're just bullying me, aren't you? In that case, wait another 2 years, and watch me use the Type 99A to crush you. Although the Abrams versus T-72 is indeed a petty one, but don't forget one thing. This is just the M1A1. And the T-72 is also the T-72B3M. If the two sides really met, it's still unclear who would win. After a brief fire test, the Wehrmacht soldiers realized the tanks before them were no pushovers. So they started to get serious. Initially, they considered using the earth pits for long-range engagements. But these Orc soldiers, for some reason, were incredibly accurate. A T-72, with only its turret exposed, was hit directly by an armor-piercing round. Thankfully, the round didn't penetrate the turret, but the explosive reaction shells on it exploded all over the ground. The tank commander immediately ordered his tank to move. He also notified the other tanks to proceed with caution. Realizing the enemy was no novice, Guthrie immediately abandoned the Earth Pit engagement and began firing even more recklessly from the move. Because the T-72B3M was equipped with vertical stabilization, it could exploit those outdated tanks. If those tank gunners actually managed to hit a high-speed tank with a single shot, they'd be truly impressive. Reality isn't as simple as in games. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many tanks with vertical stabilization that still had to stop to aim and fire. But to Guthrie's astonishment, the Orc Empire's tanks also began to move. They had obtained T-72 data from the gods, and learned that the T-72 had vertical stabilization. But if you have it, I certainly have it too. The M1A1's vertical stabilization was far more advanced than the simpler stabilization of the original T-72. Even though the T-72B3M had been upgraded, the Orc Empire's tanks were manufactured by the gods. This was already extremely complex. The gunners, realizing the seriousness of the situation, abandoned their preparations and launched their attack with steel needles. Steel needles, or fin-stabilized armor-piercing discarding sabot rounds, were specifically designed to target tanks equipped with explosive reactive armor. This was because these rounds could defend against standard artillery shells. But steel needles were different. As the word steel needle implies, the core of an armor-piercing discarding sabot round is the steel needle inside. Nearly all tanks hit by a steel needle round would be crippled or killed. Chapter 1062. Facing these tanks from the Orc Empire, wholly unsuspecting, the Wehrmacht exerted their full strength. The gunners, without hesitation, immediately chose to use armor-piercing discarding sabot rounds. A steel needle flew at an M1A1 at breakneck speed. The M1A1 withstood the bullet with unwavering force. Because both sides were extremely cautious, the tanks on both sides engaged in a head-on confrontation, not exposing much of their flanks. Each side could only fire at the opposing frontal armor. The Orc gunners of the M1A1S were no fools, decisively choosing to use armor-piercing rounds. However, ordinary armor-piercing rounds would only shatter explosive reactive armor. They were completely ineffective against the T-72. But the Papal States had clearly considered that ordinary tank guns would be ineffective against the Wehrmacht's armor. So, they equipped each tank with a special attack. The M1A1's armor-piercing rounds were solid-point rounds, the most basic kind. The two sides were fundamentally at different levels of armor-piercing development. Even though the Papal States had overtaken the Wehrmacht in armor, there was still a considerable gap in precision technology between the two sides. But the Papal States were not foolish. They used their own tanks to counterattack. They discovered that ordinary armor-piercing rounds were simply incapable of penetrating their own tanks. After firing 5 or 6 rounds at the same location, the Papal States testers discovered that their tank guns were unable to penetrate their own tank's armor. They were still stuck in the fixed belief that their tank guns would destroy their own tanks. In reality, if you pitted a Type 99A tank against a Type 99A tank, it wouldn't necessarily knock a tank's head off. However, the Papal States tests concluded that the artillery's power was too weak. So they began to refine the artillery. However, they discovered that blindly increasing the caliber would only disrupt the tank's original layout. So they decided to focus on the shells. They abandoned the previous caliber and the standard and began modifying the shells. However, due to the urgency of the war, the Papal States could only send a batch of tanks to the Orc Empire first, hoping to test their quality through actual combat. Also, they sent a very small number of shells. These shells were upgraded versions of armor-piercing shells, with magicians inscribed numerous magic circles on their warheads. While this caused costs to skyrocket, it also brought significant benefits to the armor-piercing shells, enhancing their armor-piercing capabilities. If the steel needle had an advantage in size, then the Papal States' magic armor-piercing shells were purely a matter of sheer force. Due to their scarcity, Bachmet initially withheld them from the armored units. But later, Bachmet reconsidered and ultimately equipped the last batch of tanks departing with these magic armor-piercing rounds. The tanks currently engaging the Wehrmacht armored units were not using these armor-piercing rounds. Guthrie's tank gunners began targeting the Orc tanks one by one with steel needles. A single steel needle shot instantly disabled an M1A1. The needle sank directly into the tank, instantly rendering it motionless. The crew inside was likely devastated. For tanks, the steel needle only inflicted penetrating damage. But for the crews inside, it was a devastating blow. The nearby Orc tanks, seeing their comrades wiped out by a single round, immediately came to their senses and, without even a command from their superiors, tactfully fled. Bachmet had only received a total of 120 M1A1s. Bachmet couldn't possibly destroy all 120 tanks in one battle. He had to leave a retreat for future battles. Watching the Orc Empire tanks fleeing frantically, Gudry, for once, rarely ordered a pursuit. Because these tanks were beyond Gudry's knowledge. Because even the steel needle couldn't penetrate armor 100%. One Orc tank even withstood 3 steel needle rounds, and managed to escape alive and well. Gudry even observed from a distance that even after 1 steel needle had penetrated the tank continued to move forward. As it turned out, the steel needle had indeed penetrated the tank, causing some damage inside. The gunner died instantly. But the driver was still alive, and, covered in blood, he drove the tank away recklessly. The commander was also unconscious, but he still managed to drive the tank back. Afterwards, Gudry learned the full story and felt a deep admiration for the driver. Because the Orc Empire had deployed armored forces, dealing a direct blow to the rapidly advancing 1st Armored Division, the commander of the 1st Armored Army was forced to temporarily halt his operations. Because the commander needed to rethink how to fight this war. For the first time, the army fell into deep thought, but the Air Force wasn't thinking so much. Just charge in. Ouch! Upon learning the army was at a stalemate, Air Force Commander Karl immediately dispatched bomber groups to carry out precision strikes against the Orc Empire's industry. However, Karl hadn't anticipated that the Orc Empire's attack wasn't relying on its own industry, but rather on military aid from the Papal State. The Orc Empire's only domestically produced weapon was the bullets in its guns. Even the guns were provided by the Papal State. So, was this a war between the Orc Empire and Great Yin, or between the Papal State and Great Yin? Lion had also guessed the situation on the front lines, and immediately ordered the Great Yin embassy in the Papal State to seek an answer from Holdras. But Holdras feigned ignorance, asking, where would the Papal State get its armored forces? My lord, I'm a good citizen. Holdras's pretense of madness didn't allay Lion's suspicions. It only strengthened Lion's conviction that the weapons were provided by Holdras. But now, almost the entire Wehrmacht was undergoing a re-equipment phase, and the only remaining combat-ready force was the 1st Armored Army, which was currently engaged. The 2nd Panzer Army and several other infantry armies are still undergoing a refit. Most of their weapons and equipment remain at the same level as before the 1st Panzer Army's refit. Some might wonder why Lion isn't accelerating its refit. Because the next generation of weapons and equipment is about to be released, Lion can't possibly refit twice in such a short period of time. Refitting costs money. Where does the money come from? Do they steal it from the people? So, the most urgent task is to swallow the Orc Empire and pave the way for the final stages of the 5-year plan. Chapter 1063. Facing the powerful Orc Empire, Gudry didn't hesitate and began to formulate a meticulous battle plan. Since the 1st Panzer Army had already decided to join the war, victory was imperative. Lion had also deployed the 1st Panzer Army for a quick victory. Otherwise, he could have dispatched the 1st and 2nd Infantry Armies, using a steady infantry approach to crush the Orc Empire. But it was clear that Lion wasn't planning a slow and steady approach. The pressure was on Gudry. Because the war had broken out so suddenly, Gudry was drafted into battle before he could even be promoted to Lieutenant General. But what Gudry himself hadn't anticipated was that he would immediately rise to prominence after this battle. The commander of the 1st Panzer Army was now in a state of turmoil. As a general who had survived 3 great purges, his abilities weren't the most outstanding, but he was the most loyal. So, this was why Lion hadn't taken action against this general. At the time, Lion needed to ensure the 1st Armored Army remained under his control. The 4 division commanders under his command were the foundation of the 1st Armored Army's combat effectiveness. But this brings us to Lion's military reforms. Without the command of the military headquarters, the commander's power gradually expanded. While the wartime high command was still being formed, the war had already broken out. Thus, command of the front lines fell directly to the generals. But the generals had never led such an evenly matched armored battle. Back on the Kursk plains, the 2 sides were at their closest, but that time, Kietes took full command. This general was content to just stand back and take points. So, facing the Orc Empire's steel torrent, the general hesitated. After a day of fighting, Guderian and 3 other armored divisions had attempted assaults, but all had failed. This had left the mediocre general in a dilemma. Should he launch a general offensive? But Guderian knew he couldn't afford to hesitate any longer. If the situation dragged on, the morale of the orcs on Bakhmut's side would undoubtedly soar. Not only in the eyes of the orcs, but in the eyes of almost everyone else, the Wehrmacht was invincible. If they failed to succeed in their first battle, it would be a severe blow to Wehrmacht morale. Guderian's headquarters was less than 15 kilometers from the front line. But at this moment, He was requesting an attack order from his headquarters 60 kilometers to the rear. The general was hesitant, but the deputy commander and chief of staff were even more hesitant. The only political commissar who wanted to launch another attack was persuaded by the chief of staff, the deputy commander, and the commander. Although the political commissar held considerable power, in war, negotiation among the various parties wasn't always a bad thing. We can't attack. If we fail again, it will have irreversible consequences for the entire Wehrmacht. The deputy commander spoke cautiously, and the chief of staff beside him nodded, a rare gesture. Because in the chief of staff's eyes, armor superiority was absolute. So the 1st Panzer Army had always adhered to a single principle, relying on armor superiority to maximize its gains. This meant that if it were to fall behind in an armored duel, or even end in a draw, the 1st Panzer Army would become sluggish, beginning to hesitate and ponder. The only other time this had occurred was during the Battle of Kursk. But the Battle of Kursk was different, for it was commanded by Kadas, an excellent infantry commander. After the 1st Panzer Army's offensive suffered setbacks, Kadas immediately sent the infantry army forward, giving the Panzer Army time to recover. At the same time, he allowed the Panzer Army to mobilize superior forces, using their superior numbers to defeat the enemy's smaller numbers, engaging in annihilation battles, and annihilating the enemy's vital forces. But the current situation on the battlefield made the 1st Panzer Army hesitant. Furthermore, the 1st Panzer Army's headquarters was located 60 kilometers from the front line, where you couldn't even hear the artillery fire. Gudry set up his own headquarters less than 15 kilometers from the front line, and even prepared an armored personnel carrier, ready to transport him to the front at any time to personally command the troops. In Gudry's eyes, a qualified commander was deeply embedded in the front lines. Only in this way could he react as quickly as possible. In just 1 hour, Gudry set 5 requests, hoping that headquarters would approve his plan and allow the 1st Armored Division to launch another offensive. But the army commander rejected them, citing the need to hold their ground and await reinforcements. Gudry nearly exploded upon hearing this. What does hold their ground and await reinforcements mean? Where would the reinforcements come from? Are you counting on air support? The problem was that Karl did order air support. But the air force Karl dispatched was mostly bombing positions in the Orc Empire's rear. This was intended to strike at the Orc Empire's rear supply lines. What's the most important thing for an armored unit? Logistics. Karl's move was indeed a surprising victory, but he hadn't anticipated that the 1st Armored Army wouldn't even make a single move. Karl envisioned bombing the rear supply lines, which would put immense pressure on the Orc Empire's frontline troops. If the 1st Panzer Army could launch an offensive at this point, achieving 1 or 2 minor victories, it would likely crush the Orc Empire's morale. But the problem was, the 1st Panzer Army hadn't even moved. Karl, how can this be? Gudry, seeing his request go unapproved, was terribly anxious. Unable to wait any longer, he contacted Leon. The problem was, the commander cut the phone line to Gudry's unit to prevent him from contacting Leon and exerting pressure. Gudry was instantly devastated. Not a buddy? What do you want with this? Gudry was furious. What the hell? Gudry couldn't find any excuses. He repeatedly requested action from headquarters, only to be rejected. To make matters even more difficult for Gudry, the Orc Empire launched a counterattack first. Scouts reported that over 20,000 Orc Empire troops were rapidly approaching the 1st Armored Division's base. Gudry instantly sensed an immensely difficult situation. But he couldn't show any fear now. He had to react to the onslaught of the Orc Empire's forces. Gudry quickly made a decision, ordering his armored forces to surround the 20,000 men, attempting to annihilate them. But Gudry quickly fell into a trap. These 20,000 men were precisely what Bachmet had used to lure Gudry into his trap. No sooner had Gudry surrounded the 20,000 than over 100,000 Orc Empire troops immediately surrounded him. Faced with this situation, Gudry remained silent for a moment before reacting immediately. Surround me? Then I have the other 3 divisions immediately assault the front lines. Let's see whether you can encircle and annihilate me faster, or whether a blitzkrieg attack is faster. Chapter 1064. Faced with the enemy's encirclement, Gudry didn't panic. He immediately requested a surprise attack from the army commander, taking advantage of the Orc Empire's weakened forces and crushing them in one fell swoop. However, Gudry's tactics were too radical, and the army headquarters hesitated to agree. Gudry was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Not a buddy? Are you going to play or not? After waiting for 20 minutes, the Orc Empire army was almost encircling us. But no news came from the army headquarters. Gudry remained silent, and his brigade commanders also looked grim. Division commander. What should we do? One of the brigade commanders couldn't help but ask. Gudley took a long moment to speak. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If our friendly forces can break the Orc Empire's defenses, then our encirclement will naturally break. Gudley paced back and forth within the command center. Everyone was silent. Guderian was the division commander, and they only needed to carry out Guderian's orders, but Guderian had much more to consider. After careful consideration, a flicker of determination crossed Guderian's face. Damn it! At worst, I'd be fired. Today, I'm going to fight the Orc Empire. Guderian roared, then immediately began contacting the other 3 division commanders. Yelikov, I have a bold idea. At the 2nd Armored Division headquarters, Yelikov was stunned. What Guderian said was truly insane. You're crazy. This is disobedience. This is rebellion. Yelikov said angrily. Of course I know, but is there a better way? If we delay any longer, the Orcs will seize the initiative. Who will then face the leader's questioning? Yelikov fell silent. Gudry continued. In that case, if I lose, it's my fault. If I win, it's everyone's fault. Gudry had no choice but to do this. He couldn't just stand by and watch the opportunity slip away. Opportunities are fleeting, and a good general must possess not only keen observation, but also a strong ability to execute. Gudry also wanted to have others contact Leon, but the Orc Empire seemed to have used some kind of device, preventing them from contacting Diane. Even walkie-talkies and telephones didn't work. They had to use the oldest switchboard. This was how Gudry contacted the commanders of the other 3 divisions. He persuaded them with both emotional and logical persuasion. As armored division commanders, they were naturally no mediocre individuals. So, after hearing Gudry's tactics, they immediately came up with an idea. The army was assembled in a short period of time. Then, a massive offensive was launched against the Orc Empire's front lines. This move stunned both sides. The army headquarters was stunned. Hadn't they issued orders for a tight defense? Why had their troops attacked without authorization? The Orc Empire was also bewildered. Bakhmut had originally intended to use encirclement tactics to contain the 1st Panzer Army. This would allow the Orc Empire to launch a fierce attack from another direction. But Gudry didn't play by the rules and launched a direct, all-out attack. Bakhmut was completely devastated. Responding, Bakhmut prepared to order his soldiers to retreat and reinforce the defense line. But at that moment, Gudry's 1st Panzer Division launched a counterattack. Gudry commanded the 1st Armored Division's counterattack, stalling the troops surrounding it. The Orc army had no chance to retreat. Inside the encirclement, the 1st Armored Division had been completely transformed. Not only did they possess a large number of armored vehicles, but their individual firepower had also been greatly enhanced. Taking advantage of darkness, the Orc Empire launched a siege. The Orc Empire planned to launch an attack under cover of darkness, confident they would be able to capture the 1st Armored Division, but their hopes were too high. Upon learning that headquarters was unwilling to launch an attack, Gudry immediately ordered the deployment of anti-tank missile batteries. The 1st Armored Division deployed numerous TOW positions in the surrounding area. Red Arrow 8s occupied advantageous terrain, virtually covering the entire area. The Red Arrow 8s were not only extremely accurate and durable, but also had night vision capabilities. So, after the Orc Empire launched its attack, their every move was clearly visible to the Wehrmacht soldiers. But what the Wehrmacht soldiers hadn't anticipated was that the Orcs also possessed night vision weapons. Both the L-80 and the M1A1 were capable of nighttime combat. After the anti-tank positions spotted the Orc vehicles hadn't immediately spotted the anti-tank positions. The two sides remained in a state of naval inaction. It was only after Guderian persuaded the other division commanders to launch an offensive that he ordered a full-scale counterattack to hold off the Orc forces. Puff! Whoosh! The distinctive sound of the Red Arrow 8 echoed through the darkness. An anti-tank missile flew directly towards an M1A1. The M1A1 was tilted sideways, and the Red Arrow 8 missile struck its side with pinpoint accuracy. As if by some stroke of luck, the Red Arrow 8 round pierced the M1A1's ammunition rack. The tank instantly caught fire and exploded. The other vehicles nearby were stunned. After a brief pause, they immediately began suppressing fire. The L-80s launched a fierce attack on the anti-tank positions. The soldier who had just fired the Red Arrow 8 instinctively tried to hide in nearby cover. But courage allowed him to reload another Red Arrow 8 round. He fired directly at another L-80. But in his haste, the round missed its target. After firing, the soldier dove into nearby cover. Because if he didn't run, he would be killed by the tanks. The next second, a tank shell slammed directly into the anti-tank position. The soldiers were nearly killed by the shock. At the center of the armored division, Guderian learned that the outer anti-tank positions were exchanging fire with the enemy. And many anti-tank positions saw the orc soldiers retreating. Guderian acted decisively, ordering the BTRs and BMPs to fire overhead with their 30mm cannons, and the artillery began to roar, trying to hold back the retreating orc army. Not enough, Guderian also deployed the 1st Armored Division's mere 200 or so T-72B3M tanks. He intended to completely drag the besieging orc army into the quagmire of war. The Orc Empire's commanders were dumbfounded. How could they play like that? Who would be so kind as to place anti-tank positions on the periphery? And not leave infantry behind? Anti-tank missiles are cheaper than soldiers, right? The Wehrmacht soldier-first approach sent the orc army into a frenzy. As soon as the vehicles were pulled out, they were met with taunts. All you can eat. After finally eliminating the exposed anti-tank positions on the periphery, they were told the Wehrmacht was launching a full-scale attack, and they had to return to defend. Wasn't that a disaster? But as soon as they took a step, a torrential downpour of Wehrmacht blows descended upon them. The machine gun is just the appetizer, the rocket launcher is the first course. Chapter 1065. Before the orcs could react, 30mm cannon fire descended directly into the forest they were in. The explosion from the cannon blasted everywhere, mercilessly harvesting the lives of the infantry. The orc soldiers were astonished, for they couldn't understand why the enemy's attacks were so precise, almost as if they had eyes. What the orc soldiers didn't know was that high above their heads, a Reaper drone was cruising in the sky. As the Wehrmacht's top combat unit, the armored division had its own drone. This prevented the possibility of sharing drones with the Air Force. What if the Air Force ordered it to go east, while the Army ordered it to go west? Wouldn't that be a disaster if both sides clashed? That's why every brigade-level Army unit was equipped with a Reaper drone. This high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft could provide a complete view of the situation below, even at night. What's even more terrifying is that, because it flew so high, the orcs couldn't detect it with the naked eye. With the help of drones, these orcs naturally had nowhere to hide. First, a loud barrage of machine gun fire stunned the orcs. But this was just the starter. The rocket artillery soon followed. A barrage of 107mm rockets rained down, blasting the orc soldiers hiding in their bunkers to dust. In a split second, the orc soldiers and many of their vehicles were destroyed by the rocket artillery. The rocket artillery arrived and departed just as quickly. But the most important aspect of the rocket artillery wasn't how many people it killed, but how quickly it could destroy enemy morale. After the rocket attack, the orc camp wailed. But there's time for crying. Guderian immediately launched a counterattack. What's 100,000 orcs? 50,000 against 100,000, the advantage is mine. Although the 1st Armored Division is called a division, its 50,000 man strength is enough to withstand anything. Facing the Wehrmacht's counterattack, the orc soldiers were momentarily overwhelmed, but Bachmet reacted quickly. Bachmet acted decisively, deciding to destroy the 1st Armored Division in one fell swoop. Because it was now impossible to support the front lines, the 3 armored divisions were advancing at a speed far beyond common imagination. If he pulled back his 100,000 troops now, they would likely be outflanked by the 3 divisions. Splitting his 100,000 troops into countless small pieces, he would eventually devour them one by one. Bachmet decided to gamble everything, sending his second-line troops to resist the onslaught of the 3 armored divisions. He didn't expect these second-line troops to advance, but only hoped they could serve as fill-in divisions to hold off the onslaught of the Wehrmacht. His own 100,000 elite troops stormed Guderian, completely annihilating the 1st Armored Division within the Orc Empire. After a brief deliberation, Bachmet immediately ordered his artillery and rocket artillery to retaliate. The Orc Empire had received a large amount of weaponry and equipment from the Papal State, including tanks and armored vehicles. They received nearly 1,000 artillery pieces. Most of these 1,000 pieces were of early Cold War standard, as the Papal State, under the leadership of Holdras, had been producing weapons like crazy after their defeat at Kursk Plains. Having already tasted the bitter fruit of defeat, they were unwilling to fail again. As Lyon had said, the Battle of Kursk wasn't a victory, but rather a 5-year peace. And that treaty was the bitter pill that kept the Papal State in a state of humiliation. Lyon naturally knew that the Battle of Kursk had already depleted Lyon's resources. The entire Wehrmacht fought tooth and nail to win the Battle of Kursk, just to give the Great Yin a break. After experiencing the bitter taste of defeat, the Papal State began to vigorously develop its military industry. In just 1 year, it produced over 2,000 artillery pieces. However, most of these artillery pieces dated from the early days of the Cold War. Later, through spies in the East Continent, they discovered that even the artillery used by the Great Yin mercenaries was more advanced than their own. This immediately sent the Papal State into a rage. The artillery we painstakingly developed was now inferior to the artillery used by the enemy's second and third-tier armies. Holdress couldn't accept this outcome, and he immediately ordered his scientists to involuntarily roll to the death. As a result, these over 2,000 outdated artillery pieces naturally had nowhere to go, but they couldn't be remanufactured. Holdress was now racing against time. He wanted to reclaim everything the Papal State had lost. So, an arms race with the Great Yin was inevitable. Remanufacture these artillery pieces would take time, but so would maintenance. For a moment, Holdress was undecided. But at this moment, the Orc Empire was facing a war of revenge launched by the Qingqi nation. Holdress instantly came up with an idea: send all of this artillery to the Orc Empire. Although this batch of artillery was significantly inferior to the artillery used by the 1st Armored Division. But for artillery, with a caliber of 150 mm or larger. No matter if it lands behind or not, if 150 mm fire hits your infantry, you'd be torn to pieces. The 1st Armored Division employed a large number of artillery pieces, mostly self-propelled artillery and vehicle-mounted howitzers. In terms of quantity, they were far fewer than the Orc artillery. But in terms of range, the Wehrmacht's artillery far surpassed the Orc artillery. At first, the Wehrmacht's artillery had the upper hand, but as the fighting intensified, the Orc Empire's artillery, with its numerical superiority, overwhelmed the Wehrmacht's artillery. This left Gudry bewildered. This was the first time the Wehrmacht had been outmatched in firepower. Gudry declared this a profound humiliation, and we must fight back. Gudry immediately unleashed his ultimate move. Call the Air Force. He called headquarters directly. Thanks to the existing telephone lines, headquarters was still able to receive Gudry's call. When the people at headquarters saw Gudry's call, shock was written all over their faces. We haven't even come to settle accounts with you yet, and you're calling? Although the people at headquarters were a little surprised, they still chose to answer Gudry's call. Commander, the Orcs are surrounding us, and I need air support, Gudry said bluntly. You need air support? Why didn't you say you needed the position of commander? The commander was clearly furious. Gudry, it seems that's not impossible. Chapter 1066. The Orcs quickly launched a fierce attack on the 1st Armored Division. Due to artillery suppression, the 1st Armored Division was unable to move at all, and could only adopt a passive defense. But in the eyes of others, they had been waiting for this opportunity. The Orcs had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. At first, they were bombarded by Wehrmacht artillery fire, and dared not show their faces for a while. Until now, they finally had their chance to strike back. The Orcs immediately seized the opportunity, and launched a fierce attack on Gudry's troops from 3 directions. They intended to use the most brutal encirclement tactics, surrounding them on 3 sides and leaving one side open, forcing Gudry to lead his troops to retreat through the only gap they had left. For only in this way would they have a chance to completely annihilate Gudry's 1st Armored Division. From the very beginning, Bachmet had aimed to annihilate the 1st Armored Division. So, he had left a gap for Gudry early on, luring him to retreat. But Gudry, a veteran of many battles, had long understood that Bachmet was deliberately luring him in. But Gudry refused to fall for it. After a brief moment of reflection, he determined that the enemy's firepower far outweighed theirs. If he stayed any longer, his men would likely be blasted to death by the artillery fire. So Gudry acted decisively, immediately assembling his armored forces, and preparing for a counterattack. Aren't you planning to take advantage of the night battle to finish us off? Then we strike first and finish you off completely. Gudry requested air support from headquarters. Although the headquarters was deeply displeased with Gudry's overstepping of authority, they nonetheless agreed to his request. The Qingqi Kingdom Air Force Base immediately dispatched 24 fighter jets. They didn't send bombers because they were still conducting bombing missions within the Orc Empire. Gudry's request for support didn't arrive in time for the bombers to complete their mission. If Gudry had seized the opportunity, he could have taken advantage of the bombers' mission and taken advantage of the situation. But Gudry's luck had always been bad. Since joining the army, almost all of his promotions had been based on his own strength. After confirming that the Air Force would provide support, Gudry immediately ordered the frontline infantry to launch a counterattack. But this counterattack was a feint. They launched equally fierce attacks on the enemy in 3 directions, overwhelming the enemy forces defending all 3 lines of defense. They believed that Gudry and his men were just desperately trying to fight. The real 6th Army, the armored forces, were conserving their energy, waiting for the right moment to launch a direct attack and break through the Orc Empire's defenses. To make the feint more convincing, Gudry deployed almost full-scale infantry fire. This immediately irritated the Orc commander. The feint was about to become the main attack. If he couldn't hold this line, Bachmet would likely be the one to take him. The Orc commander was extremely anxious and ordered his troops to launch a fierce counterattack. Over 100 artillery pieces, previously reserved for backup, were deployed and thrown into the fray. The Wehrmacht initially attacked fiercely and gained the upper hand, but as the Orc commander revealed his trump card, the infantry's advance began to falter. Gudry had already learned everything from the command center. When he learned of the Orcs' increased firepower, Gudry couldn't help but smile. It seems my guess was right. The Orcs did have a backup plan. And judging by the sound, it seems to be quite a big one. Bachmet hadn't learned much, but he had mastered the art of being the sixth in command. And it's certain that Bachmet must still have a hidden weapon, otherwise he wouldn't be so aggressive. The infiltration plan of 100,000 troops was a desperate move, but the mad dog tactics of this 100,000 troops were truly rare. Bachmet must be planning something nefarious. Facts prove that Bachmet was indeed planning something nefarious. Because Bachmet not only had these 100,000 elite troops at his disposal, he also had 80,000 elite troops. And 4 divisions, nearly 120,000 men filling the gap. These 4 divisions successfully slowed the 1st Panzer Army's advance. This forced the other 3 armored divisions to slow down their attack, giving them more time to deal with matters on the front lines, and preventing them from turning back to rescue Gudry. Both sides were playing tricks, but both sides overlooked one fact. That is, in the face of absolute strength, so-called cunning is of no use. Gudry's first move was to use a feint attack to irritate the Orcs, who would think he was desperately trying to fight back. But Gudry had clearly been holding back. The Orcs, using saturating firepower, successfully stopped the 1st Armored Division's feint. This brought a sigh of relief to the Orcs, as they had successfully repelled the Wehrmacht's attack. But just as the Orcs were feeling relieved, Gudry ordered his armored units to launch an assault. Nearly 800 armored units launched a massive attack in all directions. Almost instantly, the Orcs, still immersed in joy, were caught off guard. Seeing the vehicles charging towards them with thunderous force, the dense clatter of tracks, and the roar of their mounted machine guns terrified the Orcs. In panic, the Orcs grabbed their anti-tank weapons and attempted to attack the vehicles. But it was clear that the Wehrmacht drivers wouldn't give them a chance. Who would fight you if you could just run? The Wehrmacht drivers immediately launched their armored units into a furious attack. An Orc soldier bravely fired a rocket, attempting to destroy a speeding BTR infantry fighting vehicle. The rocket accurately hit the vehicle, followed by the sound of scattered parts. Just when the Orcs thought they had accomplished their mission and were about to celebrate, they looked up to see the vehicle, intact, before them. The black muzzle of its machine gun pointed directly at them. As if to ask, surprised? Surprised? The soldier clearly didn't know about surprise. But at this moment, he was clearly frightened. As expected, with a flash of fire, the machine gun blasted the Orc soldier in front of him into pieces. This scene unfolded in the surrounding area. Due to the immense speed of the Wehrmacht armored forces, the Orcs' vehicles were still dodging the artillery fire from a distance, having no time to react. As a result, their own infantry were directly attacked by the Wehrmacht vehicles. The most desperate situation on the battlefield is having no bullets in the chamber, no bandages in the medical kit, and being attacked by vehicles. Clearly, the Orcs faced the most terrifying situation, being attacked by vehicles. At this moment, the Orcs were already thinking of their mothers. The Papal State had not provided them with any heavy anti-tank weapons, and with only their rocket launchers, it was almost impossible to inflict any effective damage on the enemy. Chapter 1067. The enemy's firepower left the Orcs helpless. The vehicles were right in front of them, yet they were powerless to fight back. Life was before their eyes, yet death was only a step away. The Orcs were pinned down by the vehicles. Even further away, soldiers of the 1st Armored Division were being transported in infantry fighting vehicles. Gudry planned to break out of the encirclement and conduct large-scale mobile warfare. Gudry wasn't sure of the Orcs' level of mechanization, but he knew the Wehrmacht's own mechanization was high enough. Breaking out the encirclement with the entire division was no problem. Gudry charged forward, leading the 1st Armored Division straight out of the encirclement. He broke through from 3 directions, making it impossible for the Orcs to determine the Wehrmacht's main attack direction and intentions. The 1st Armored Division was attacking fiercely, and the other armored divisions were also aggressive. The 2nd Armored Division's direction of advance. After a night of fighting, the 3 armored divisions had destroyed the Orcs' front line. The Orcs' line-filling division simply couldn't withstand the attack from the armored divisions. Most importantly, the Air Force launched strikes against the Orcs' rear. 3 hours ago, 24 Tu-95s flew directly into the northern region of the Orc Empire. Then, Based on information obtained by air reconnaissance aircraft, they began precision bombing according to coordinates provided by Air Force Command. In an Orc Empire city. In a house, an Orc woman comforted her 3-year-old child. The woman and her child lived together, while her husband was currently fighting on the front lines. But her husband wasn't a lowly soldier, he was an officer. Otherwise, the woman wouldn't have lived in this 3-story house. A woman doesn't really want her husband to be a high-ranking official. She just wants him to live in peace. But life forces her to accept this reality. Although bombing has begun to improve the lives of the lower classes, the war continues, oppressing everyone in the Orc Empire. Like other defeated nations, the Orc Empire is using all its strength to fight against the Great Yin. The last time it faced the Qingqi nation, the Orc Empire's war potential was almost completely exhausted. The massive debt is the least of its problems. Inflation has left the lower classes of the Orc starving. The combination of these terrifying factors has left the Orc Empire on the brink of collapse. To starve to death, the lower classes either choose to work in blood-sucking factories or join the army. In the eyes of the Orcs, the army and the factory are the same. Both are deadly. The factory workday is 14 hours, and the production environment is extremely poor. Working there is akin to chronic suicide. The army was similar. They could get enough to eat, but most hungry Orcs who joined were stuffed into the restocking divisions. Hungry Orcs were significantly less physically fit. Where else could they go but the restocking divisions? Even if they did, they could only get a full meal. Military pay? You still need military pay in this situation? You're profiting from the national crisis. The commander said this, pocketing all the military pay Batchmet had given him. Officers still got a share. That's how women could eke out a living with their children in this chaotic world. Although it was a bit tiring, it was better than committing suicide in a factory. But the woman felt uneasy tonight, her heart racing. The woman tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She glanced at the snot-snorting child beside her and smiled. Then she gently rose and walked over to a painting. Carefully, she lifted the lid, revealing a secret compartment. The woman pulled out a small box and opened it, revealing several gold coins gleaming in the moonlight. Touching the coins, the woman's face turned solemn. Prices had been skyrocketing recently, and with the child still growing, expenses were mounting. These few coins wouldn't last much longer. But her husband's military pay hadn't arrived yet. The woman grew increasingly anxious, but she couldn't show it in front of her child. Although her child was only 3, he was incredibly intelligent and could discern his mother's emotions. When the woman felt a little sad, the child would feel sad too. So, during the day, the woman pretended to be strong, trying to reassure her child. But looking at the few remaining gold coins in the box, given the current prices in the Orc Empire, these gold coins won't buy much food. Some might ask, why not buy food from other countries? Is it possible that the food you buy will be intercepted at the border before it even reaches the country? Why would it be intercepted? Not only will your food be lost, but your money will be lost too. Because the border guards will frame you for treason. That way, they can legally seize all your assets. Bachman wanted to take care of these things, but he was powerless. Almost all his troops were deployed to the front lines. How could Bachman have any troops left to take care of these things? Let it be. The woman looked at her child and thought of her husband, who hadn't sent money home in 3 months. And not even a single letter. The woman seemed to have guessed her husband's fate, but she refused to admit it. Death is cruel. Everyone knows it, but admitting it is difficult. Just as the woman was struggling, the roar of an engine suddenly rose from the sky above her. Just as she was about to approach the window to see what was happening, she heard the whistling sound of something falling. The next second, the woman watched helplessly as a factory in the distance exploded violently. In an instant, countless factories in the city were destroyed. The window in front of the woman was shattered by the blast, but fortunately, she was unharmed. But the child was awakened by the explosion and burst into tears. The woman hurriedly got up and went to comfort the child. All the while, she stared blankly out the window at the city in flames. Is it still safe here? The woman shook her head. She didn't know. Where else could she go? Even this place wasn't safe. What would she do with her child alone? The woman looked bewildered. One night later, the northern region of the Orc Empire suffered a devastating blow. Almost 40% of the factories were destroyed, and another 20% were affected. The entire Orc Empire lost half its industry in one night. It was a heavy blow to Batchmet. But it was an even greater blow to the front lines. Although Batchmet ordered a blockade of information to prevent it from reaching the front lines and affecting morale, but when the Orc soldiers saw the Tu-95 flying back overhead, even the dumbest of them could understand what was happening in the rear. The soldiers on the front lines eventually learned of the bombing. Morale plummeted. What was the point of their desperate resistance? Chapter 1068. The Wehrmacht launched airstrikes against the northern Orsish territory, directly destroying the fragile morale of the people there. The reason for this situation must be attributed to Baumett's wise leadership. Baumett's high-pressure control certainly squeezed out the war potential. But it also placed all Orc civilians under high pressure. They became a tinderbox, ready to explode at the slightest touch. The Wehrmacht's airstrikes completely shattered the Orc civilians' psychological defenses. They worked frantically, refusing to rebel, precisely to support the war effort, defeat the Orcs, and prevent them from liquidating their grievances. Because any normal Orc knew what they had done. So, faced with Baumett's high-pressure control, they preferred to submit to him rather than dare any resistance. It wasn't because Baumett was particularly wise, but because they were afraid. They feared being liquidated by the Orcs. But the Wehrmacht's bombings completely shattered the Orcs' illusions. Early the next morning, a large number of Orcs clamored to travel west. These Orcs, without exception, were desperate to save their lives. In the hands of the Orcs, they might face certain death, but by reaching the Orc Empire, they might still have a chance of survival. However, before this, these Orcs needed to cross the blockade, passing through the areas controlled by the Urus and Lana armies. Of course, the Orcs didn't have to choose to leave here. But the outcome was that they would have to head north, into the frigid lands, and face freezing to death. Don't want to turn into a popsicle? Then head south and face the Orcs. How terrifying are the Orcs? After some thought, the Orcs ultimately decided to take the risk from the west, or even the north. Across almost the entire northern region, a very interesting scene unfolded. Large numbers of Orcs, with their families, were fleeing northwestward. At first, Baumett didn't stop the Orcs from evacuating, because most of those leaving were homeless. But later, as more and more people left, even many factory workers joined the exodus. This incident directly devastated the few remaining factories. Aside from the machinery, the most important thing about a factory is its workers, and now, even the workers had joined the exodus. Baumett was instantly anxious, because he simply couldn't afford to lose the factory. The factory was his lifeblood. Baumett had become a gambler. He no longer cared about the lives of the lower classes. A month or two ago, Baumett had held them in his lap. But now, his power had rapidly expanded, rekindling his ambition. Before ambition, everything else seemed to vanish. Upon learning of the massive Orc exodus, Baumett immediately began to blockade the border. Although Baumett lacked troops, that didn't mean the warlords along the border didn't have any. The warlords were only interested in profit, while Baumett only wanted to retain the Orcs. But Baumett overlooked one question. If it weren't for his own incompetent policies, would these people have left? The answer, of course, was no. These Orc civilians, full of hope, planning to journey to the Demon Empire and start a new life, had no idea what awaited them along the way. This journey was destined to be filled with blood and tears. On the current border of the Orc Empire, tens of thousands of warlord troops had received word that they would block the border, prohibiting anyone from leaving. At the same time, Baumett authorized them to plunder the fleeing Orcs at will. For Baumett had already labeled these Orcs traitors. Their money could be plundered by the warlords, but their lives must be protected. This wasn't because Baumett was particularly kind, but because he needed these low-class people to work for him. The factory couldn't be left without workers, especially after suffering a devastating blow. Baumett urgently needed a group of people to work in 3 shifts, at least to ensure ammunition supply on the front lines. But now, almost everyone was thinking of escaping. No one wanted to stay and die. A day later, the first wave of fleeing Orcs appeared in the border area. Among them, the Orc woman, clutching her child, was desperately fleeing towards the border. The woman was incredibly foresight. After witnessing the bombing, she and her child boarded a military vehicle leaving the city that very night. They hitched a ride all the way to the border. The vehicle was originally carrying supplies, but the driver, a young soldier, learned that the woman was an officer's wife, and without hesitation chose to give her a ride. Because these low-ranking soldiers knew that the lives of the lower-class people were just as dire as their own. As people of the same class, they might not share the same suffering, but they should at least have a mutual understanding. With the soldiers' help, the woman was able to reach the border safely. Otherwise, alone with a child, she would have likely been robbed by other Orc civilians along the way. But what the Orc woman didn't know was that even greater suffering awaited her at the border. As they approached the border, more and more Orcs appeared around them, but most of them were like the woman. They were all fleeing, and at this critical juncture, almost no one wanted to rob. Because robbing now would be tantamount to committing suicide. Everyone was about to leave, and you robbed here, causing a commotion and ultimately blocking the road. Guess you'd be beaten to death? The orc woman, holding her child, felt the malicious gazes from those around her, but they seemed wary of something. Hesitant to act. The woman saw the border marker, and a smile of joy spread across her face. But the next moment, a large number of warlord troops suddenly appeared at the border, blocking the orcs' path. The orcs instantly panicked. The warlord waved his hand, and a large number of soldiers rushed towards the crowd. They immediately began beating the crowd with clubs and wantonly plundering the orcs' belongings. For a moment, screams rang out one after another, interspersed with the orcs' cries. For these warlords were robbing their last possessions, their only chance for a new life. The woman looked at the orc soldiers charging towards her, closed her eyes in resignation, turned silently, and shielded her child behind her. Child, don't let me be your mother in the next life. Chapter 1069. The woman waited with her eyes closed for a long time, but the orc soldier's torture never arrived. After a long moment, the woman slowly opened her eyes, wanting to see what had happened. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw the once ferocious orc soldiers now as docile as kittens, their heads lowered and standing aside. Because at that moment, a black torrent appeared in the distant horizon. It completely covered the distant sky. Who were these people? The woman was puzzled. Over there seemed to be the Demon Empire? What were they doing here? As the black tide drew closer, the woman finally saw clearly what it was. It was a group of demon soldiers in black uniforms. Most outrageous of all, the weapons they wielded were identical to those of the Qingqi nation's soldiers. They were all AK-47s. Given the size of the Demon Empire, they could easily have purchased M4s, but after only trying out 2 weapons, Adelheid immediately fell in love with the AK-47. Because it's powerful, demons just want to fight. It's fun. Leon had no choice but to compromise. Whatever you want, I'm not losing out anyway. Under the wise leadership of Adelheid, the Demon Empire assembled a 300,000-man standing army in just 2 years. This army is completely transparent to the Yin, and 60% of its junior officers are active members of the National Defense Force. The Demon Empire's position is crucial. Surrounded by 4 nations, the Orcs, the Green Qi, the Elves, and the Papal States. Geopolitically, the Demon Empire is in the most awkward position, facing potential attacks from various races. If the demons weren't strong enough, they would likely be divided up. But now that De Yin has taken control of the Demon Empire, Leon will absolutely not give up on the Demon Empire. Therefore, Leon's first move is to take over the economy, followed by the military, and finally the culture. Lion has already completed the second step, and the third is steadily underway. The Demon Empire is now completely under Leon's control. But Leon is constantly struggling with how to annex the Demon Empire. But before annexing it, he must ensure the Demon Empire's rise. Because if the demons aren't allowed to rise, they will inevitably face discrimination after annexation. Lion doesn't want discrimination within his own country. Of course, this only applies to his own people. The demons joining De Yin means they are fellow citizens, no longer rivals. If discrimination were to arise within De Yin, it could potentially tear De Yin apart. Lion supports De Yin becoming a multi-ethnic nation, but not a multiracial one. Ethnic groups were once called compatriots because they considered each other family members. But the situation is different between races. You flatter others, defending them, but they never see you as a human being. In their eyes, they are supreme, and you are nothing but gullible dogs. The demons earned Leon's respect with their ruthlessness and straightforwardness. Historically, the 2 nations can be considered to have a mutual admiration for each other. The overlord of central China, and the hero of northern land. Both nations were founded on military power. A single blow is the beginning of a new beginning. Just as Leon was struggling with how to present the Demon Empire, the bombing of the Orc Empire provided him with a solution. A large number of orcs fled, only to be intercepted by Bachmet, who then allowed border warlords to plunder orc civilians at will. Leon said, "Although I haven't considered accepting orcs as part of De Yin, I will still lend a hand when I see injustice." In fact, this was just Leon's excuse. The demons have to do something, right? Otherwise, how can they join De Yin? Will they rely on being De Yin's subordinates? Or should they follow the example of the Qingqi Kingdom and marry a queen? Qingqi Kingdom, what a winner! A queen, not only with De Yin's all-powerful leader to lead her, but also with a little queen. The biggest winner in history has emerged. So, after learning of Bachmet's outburst, Leon hurriedly contacted Adelheid. Adelheid quickly understood Leon's intentions. Leon was a man of his words. Although he didn't like to show his intentions on his face, Adelheid understood Leon's deep desire for land. But Leon had a kind heart and a sense of justice. He could easily kill all the demons and then annex the demon empire at will. But he didn't do it. Leon wasn't a butcher, he was just a farming player. When friends come, treat them to good food and wine. When wolves come, fight them with clubs and sticks. Adelheid, without hesitation, decisively led her troops eastward. She knew this was the demon empire's last, best, and only chance. Joining the Great Flame meant the demons would finally no longer have to go hungry. Adelheid's evaluation of her own demon queen was completely unflattering. Because Adelheid hadn't accomplished much. She was barely a mascot, barely keeping the lower classes from starving. But Adelheid knew that the lower classes' survival was largely due to the Great Flame's assistance. In Leon's eyes, demons were an excellent source of soldiers. The future war against the gods in space would require not only skilled soldiers, but also warriors like demons. Adelheid led his army to the border between demons and orcs just in time. And they happened to catch the warlords wreaking havoc. Seeing this, Adelheid couldn't help but sigh at the perfect timing. Then, with a wave of his hand, signaled the soldiers to restrain the warlords. Then, with a smile, he looked at the orcs. "Fellow orcs, I am the demon queen. I have been ordered by the leader of the Great Flame to bring you good times." Adelheid's words left the orcs bewildered. Great Flame? Leon? Humans? Doesn't the Great Flame have a deep hatred for them? And the Chinchi Kingdom and the orcs are at war. So what did Adelheid mean by this? The orc woman looked terrified. She was afraid the good days would be good days. But soon, the woman realized she was overthinking it. Adelheid accepted the orcs without hesitation and served them hot porridge. This made the woman relax. Demons and orcs held no hatred, so Adelheid didn't do this. But as a human, as the leader of the Great Flame, Leon must avenge the over 10,000 people who died tragically in the Sin territory. Even as a leader, Leon couldn't forgive the orcs on behalf of those who died. So all Leon could do was send the guilty to hell, send them to meet their tragically fallen brethren. Leon was just that stern, never saying anything. Even if someone, from a moral high ground, pointed fingers at Leon, Leon remained unmoved. Because Leon knew that those who supported him wouldn't use morality to coerce him. It was the reactionaries who would use morality to coerce him. The irony was that these people themselves lacked morality. Chapter 1070. As the orcs approached Adelheid, a Wehrmacht officer stood by with a cold expression. After watching the orcs enter the military-controlled area, the officer looked at Adelheid. Adelheid nodded, signaling the officer to begin his operation. The officer then waved his hand, and the army surrounded the orcs. The orcs instantly panicked, each face filled with fear. "What are you doing?" "I'm a good citizen." Fear instantly spread throughout the orc crowd. Many orcs pleaded with the soldiers nearby for mercy, but the soldiers remained unmoved. Just as everyone was bewildered, the officer spoke. "Orcs, do you know who I am?" the officer shouted. The orcs' faces showed confusion. The officer spoke coldly. "I'm a Great Yin. For years ago, an orc army massacred over 10,000 Great Yans. Those 10,000 weren't just my compatriots, they included my family. So today, we must settle accounts." The officer waved his hand, and dozens of machine guns blocked the orcs' path. At the same time, the demon officer produced a book thicker than a dictionary. This book was from the Intelligence Bureau's Orc Empire branch. It had been 4 years since the agency's establishment, and the agency had been sending agents to the Orc Empire. And to date, the Intelligence Bureau has more agents in the Orc Empire than in several other countries combined. Tens of thousands of people, after 4 years of hard work, finally gathered evidence of the crimes of the Orc Empire's 100 million orcs. All 100 million orcs had been thoroughly investigated. Of these, 3.78 million had murdered civilians of the Great Flame and Holy Empires. Another 140,000 were guilty of heinous crimes, not only killing civilians, but also committing heinous acts against human children and pregnant women. This book, thicker than a dictionary, was just the tip of the iceberg. There were 9 other dictionaries as thick as this, totaling 10 crime books. Written on it were all the names of executioners. The demon officers began to check the list, sparing no one young or old. The crime books were filled with detail, including the specific addresses and names of nearly every convicted individual, along with detailed descriptions. Most of the executioners had photographs to back them up. If there were no photos, there were hand-drawn images. This was enough to demonstrate the terror Leon and his men felt. The bullets fired 4 years ago were about to hit their target today. Seeing that the demons seemed to be searching for someone, the orcs gradually quieted down. Since they weren't coming for them, what were they afraid of? But soon, they panicked. The demon soldiers, authorized by the Wehrmacht officers, began arresting people. With the aid of the crime book, the demon soldiers questioned each one by one. Where are you from? What's your name? Who else is from the same village? The crime book was primarily organized by region. Using the village as the unit, as long as there were people from the same village, the specific identity of the perpetrator could be determined. Anyone from the same village who dared to shield the perpetrator would be punished immediately. Don't even think about getting away with it, because there will be another round of screening later. Soon, a dozen or so were apprehended from the hundreds of orcs. These dozen or so were carried out alone, looking helplessly at their fellow orcs. As the Great Flame officer approached them, the orcs seemed to realize something. Suddenly, I remembered what I had done in the past. Could it be? They're here to settle scores? The orcs looked up sharply. The officer stood before them, a forced smile on his face, then glanced at the soldiers nearby. Those guilty of heinous crimes will be immediately loaded onto trucks and sent back to the Yin. The rest will be shot on the spot, the officer said coldly. The Yin couldn't possibly send all 3.78 million beasts back to the Yin. These beasts didn't deserve to set foot on the Yin soil. Leon wouldn't let the 140,000 orcs who committed heinous crimes go unpunished. They would face the people's judgment. Safety! Aim! Bang! 7 gunshots rang out, instantly dispatching the lesser offenders. Of course, these so-called lesser offenses were only relative to the heinous ones. These people deserved to be cut into pieces, but it would also help to boost the Demon Empire's reputation. Besides, Leon wasn't so kind. Keeping these 4 million beasts would be a waste of food. It would be better to shoot them on the spot and pulverize their bones. Isn't that too cruel? Go talk to your fellow orcs who died tragically. When the orcs heard the gunfire, they all lowered their heads like quails, huddling together for warmth. The Wehrmacht officers offered no explanation, but Adelheid stepped forward to comfort the crowd. Orcs, these people are criminals. They massacred civilians. De Yin is holding them accountable. You are innocent, so there's no need to worry. Adelheid's reassurance was effective, and the orcs quickly calmed down. Those with hidden motives were terrified, but those like the orc woman with her child felt reassured. Like other honest people, she had done nothing wrong, so naturally, the soldiers wouldn't single her out. She even received free hot porridge. It seemed like she and her son wouldn't have to starve anymore. The orc woman's heart was filled with longing for a future life. But the next moment, a Wehrmacht officer approached the woman, his expression suddenly changing slightly. You're not a purebred orc? The officer asked. The woman was slightly taken aback, then spoke. My father is half-orc, and my grandmother is human. The officer was somewhat surprised to hear the woman's words. But looking at the orc woman's more human appearance, he noticed her eyes were actually brown. Is your grandmother a member of the Sin Leader? The officer asked. Yes, but she was sold to the Orc Empire. The woman lowered her head after saying this. The officer was overjoyed and asked about the woman's grandmother. To his surprise, he discovered that the orc woman's grandmother was from the same village as his, and her grandmother and his own grandmother were actually good sisters. The officer, observing the woman, couldn't help but recall his grandmother and family, tragically killed by orcs. However, he didn't get angry at the orc woman before him, because she, like most ordinary people, was innocent. After verifying the woman's identity, the officer put her on a train bound for De Yin. As an orc, the woman shouldn't have been sent to De Yin to start a new life, but her husband was an orc officer. Her husband was a kind man, using his position to help over 100 half-orcs. But a few months ago, the officer was discovered during the Bakhmut screening. The outcome was predictable. The officer was executed. No one has heard from him since. The Wehrmacht officer didn't tell the woman about her husband's situation. Once she arrived in De Yin, someone would tell her. Chapter 1071. Unrest broke out within the Orc Empire. This affected the combat situation of the frontline troops. The frontline troops had been fighting back and forth, but the unrest in their own rear immediately caused the frontline troops to explode. After all, the frontline troops value peace and security in their own rear most. As Bakhmut's elite troops, most of them had joined voluntarily, primarily to protect their homes. The miscellaneous troops, on the other hand, were more concerned with making a living. Although the elite troops were caught off guard by Gudley's three-pronged breakthrough, they quickly reacted and immediately launched an offensive. After 2 days of fighting, these orc soldiers had become highly skilled. They no longer panicked when facing vehicles. Previously, they had panicked greatly. The lack of experience in dealing with vehicles made it difficult for the soldiers to resist. The soldiers were completely routed at the beginning of the battle, But as the number of engagements increased, the Orcish rank-and-file officers spontaneously developed some anti-tank weapons. These anti-tank weapons were far more lethal than standard ricochet weapons. For example, they strapped two armor-piercing rocket warheads together, one at the front and one at the back. This created a tandem rocket round. Of course, this tandem rocket round was relatively crude, but it proved extremely useful. At least it was far more effective than the standard armor-piercing rounds they were firing. It could pose a certain threat to BTR infantry fighting vehicles. Furthermore, these Orc soldiers had learned how to defend against vehicle attacks by relying on their positions. Gudry initially planned to annihilate these 100,000 men in one fell swoop, but then news arrived from the front. The three armored divisions advanced slowed, while the second-line ragtag troops surprisingly held their line, relying on numerous trenches and a complex network of anti-tank ditches. This successfully forced the three armored divisions into a fierce battle. Gudry's men advanced rapidly on the first day, annihilating over 10,000 men in that first day alone. But as the second day arrived, these Orcs wised up. Or perhaps it wasn't that they wised up, but rather that they learned their lesson. They began to avoid direct confrontations with the Wehrmacht, relying on their trenches to hinder the Wehrmacht's advance. Because Bachmet's reinforcements were on the way and would arrive soon, the commander of these 100,000 elite troops made an unhesitating choice to withdraw his troops eastward, hoping to reunite with the second-line ragtag troops. Only by joining forces with those second-tier, miscellaneous troops would there be a chance of completely annihilating Gudry's forces. The Orc commander discovered that to annihilate the 50,000 Wehrmacht troops, he would have to deploy over 150,000 soldiers. And at least 100,000 of them must be elite troops, otherwise, Gudry's offensive would be impossible to halt. If one were to describe Gudry's fighting style, aggressive and fervent would be the most appropriate. After a day or two of fierce fighting, the Orc commander was already sweating profusely. Although 20,000 miscellaneous troops, under Bachmet's high-pressure command, had forcibly broken through the weak points in the Wehrmacht's lines, they then joined forces with the 100,000 elite troops to lay siege to Gudry. And at least another 60,000 miscellaneous troops were heading their way. Bachmet chose to deploy his 80,000 elite troops on the front lines to confront the three armored divisions. The miscellaneous troops were to cooperate with the 100,000 elite troops to annihilate Gudry. If Gudry could be annihilated, it would be a great honor for the Orcs. They had already suffered a crushing defeat, but they did not want to lose face in disgrace. Gudry had clearly noticed the Orcs were reinforcing their forces, but he showed no sign of retreat. On the contrary, he ordered the 1st Armored Division to consolidate its defenses and gather as much fuel as possible. He also strictly ordered his armored units to strictly control fuel use before launching the general offensive. It was the dead of winter, and the 1st Armored Division was practically sleeping in the snow. Many soldiers, unable to bear the cold, resorted to using fuel oil to light fires. The surroundings were endless grasslands, and the few small woods were covered in snow, making firewood nearly impossible to find. To this end, the Air Force dispatched a large number of transport planes to airdrop supplies to the 1st Armored Division. However, due to the fact that a large number of transport planes had not yet arrived, the 1st Armored Division was currently running low on fuel. However, Gudry knew that if he could hold out a little longer, the Air Force's fuel supplies would arrive. The opposing Orcs were also aware of this situation. Upon learning that Gudry's 1st Armored Division was short of fuel, they launched 3 consecutive attacks, each of which was repelled by Gudry's 1st Armored Division. Leaving behind them 3,000 bodies in disarray, they fled in panic into the distant snow. An enraged Bachmet continued to increase the stakes at the gambling table, sending more soldiers to reinforce the siege forces. It was the 4th day of the siege of Gudry. Transport planes had already airdropped fuel supplies, relieving Gudry's immediate needs. However, the Orcs had also begun using their limited anti-aircraft missiles, and had successfully shot down 2 transport planes. This prompted the Air Force to cautiously transport supplies. They barely managed to maintain the 1st Armored Division's logistics. However, the opposing Orc forces continued to increase their strength, now reaching 210,000. They had thrown almost all their miscellaneous units into the battle, attempting to eliminate the 1st Armored Division. The Orc forces currently surrounding Gudry formed a salient. If this Orc force failed to capture Gudry, it would be cut off by the other 3 armored divisions, and ultimately surrounded and annihilated. Bachmet's 80,000 elite troops were already desperately resisting the attack of the 3 armored divisions. Furthermore, Bachmet had temporarily recruited nearly 100,000 cannon fodder. They were to act as filler troops, supporting the 80,000 elite troops and blocking the attack of the 3 armored divisions. The key now lies in whether these 210,000 men can defeat these 50,000. 1st Armored Division Headquarters. Gudry, who hadn't slept for 3 days and 3 nights, was studying a map. The phone beside him was nearly ringing off the hook. Army Command ordered Gudry to evacuate. Even the wartime High Command ordered Gudry to evacuate. Interestingly, neither Lyon nor Caddis ordered Gudry to evacuate. Gudry chose to hold on. He had a premonition that these 210,000 men would be destroyed here because of Bachmut's greed. The weather was getting colder, and the severe cold was a disadvantage for the 1st Armored Division, but even more so for the opposing orcs. The 1st Armored Division was fully mechanized, but what about the orcs? Many of their men relied on walking, and in such icy conditions, this would be a fatal flaw. Gudry had already formed a bold idea. Chapter 1072. The Wehrmacht braved the cold, and so did the orcs on the other side. Both sides braved the cold, a competition of who could withstand it the most. But the orcs proved to be more resistant. Because they were located in the north, they experienced severe cold almost every year. But here's the problem. War isn't just about physical fitness, it's also about willpower. Under Gudry's command, the Wehrmacht soldiers fiercely defended their lines. The orcs on the other side also engaged in a fierce battle, seemingly showing no intention of launching an offensive. As the orcs waited for their forces to assemble, the heavy snow slowed the orcs' advance considerably, as they relied on 2 legs. Thankfully, by the 5th day, the orcs had finally assembled their forces. Unbeknownst to the orcs, Leon had already urgently dispatched the 2nd Panzer Army north. Although sending the 2nd Panzer Army would likely cost millions of gold coins, Leon had no choice but to do so in order to protect Gudry. But Leon placed even greater hope in Gudry, because Gudry claimed he had a way to completely annihilate the orcs. Just as Leon was contemplating how to protect Gudry, Gudry glanced at the map on the table, at the densely packed lines of attack. At that moment, Gudry knew the time was ripe. He could finally fight a decisive battle. Gudry immediately requested fire support from the Air Force. At the same time, he ordered the 1st Armored Division's direct artillery to begin roaring. On the front lines, Wehrmacht soldiers remained in the trenches, bundled tightly in their winter clothing. Several Wehrmacht soldiers huddled together, bracing themselves against the chill wind blowing from afar. Not far away stood sentries on guard duty. The sentries didn't observe the enemy with their naked eyes, but instead used thermal imaging to determine if any enemy was approaching. Gudry's orders were to defend the position with all his might, and he informed all soldiers that the enemy might have over 200,000 troops. But the soldiers showed no fear. As members of the 1st Armored Division, they were accustomed to their role. They were not only skilled fighters, but also incredibly resilient. The title of Great Yan's most resilient king was no exaggeration. The opposing orc forces had already realized this. They launched several attacks, but to no avail. In fact, they had lost nearly 20,000 soldiers. The opposing Wehrmacht, on the other hand, had only lost a little over 1,000. The casualty ratios on both sides were completely different. But today, the orc commander finally received reinforcements. When the 210,000-man army was fully assembled, the orc commander looked upon his 210,000 men with an immense sense of pride and confidence. He could finally annex the 1st Armored Division, completely defeat this ace unit of the Great Yan National Defense Army. If he could annihilate the 1st Armored Division, he would be a hero throughout the Orc Empire. The orc commander ordered an attack, mobilizing over 1,000 artillery pieces and thousands of vehicles in a massive general assault on Gudry. The two sides' general attacks coincided, and when artillery fire erupted simultaneously, both sides were stunned. In the Wehrmacht trenches, huddled together for warmth, the Wehrmacht soldiers chatted about family matters. What other battles do you think we have to fight after we conquer the Orc Empire? Didn't the leader say it? As long as we conquer one, we'd be able to enjoy happiness. 1. We already circled the Great Flame for who knows how many times, and yet we still haven't seen peace. The soldiers grew increasingly silent as they spoke. For although they knew that war wasn't theirs to decide, they continued to discuss it. It wasn't because they feared war, but because they were tired of it. Anyone who constantly fights will grow tired of it. For killing turns a person into a heartless machine. War isn't the glory of the victor, but the grave of countless victims. Don't overthink it. After defeating the Orc Empire, our next enemy might be the Papal States. It's almost time for us to enjoy happiness, the Wehrmacht soldier said with hope. But the next second, the rumble of artillery suddenly came from behind, and their company commander was telling their squad leaders to quickly form their ranks. Artillery fire erupted from the other side, almost simultaneously with their own. When the whistling sound reached the air, these experienced Wehrmacht soldiers immediately began seeking cover. Because the Wehrmacht was so experienced, the anti-artillery holes they had built were practically impenetrable, unless the orcs attacked with heavy artillery of 300 mm or greater. But where could they find heavy artillery of 300 mm or greater these days? Could your 300 mm artillery, with a range of a few kilometers, defeat the Wehrmacht's 155 mm guns, with a range of 10 or 20 kilometers? Gudry ordered a general attack, directly colliding with the orcs' attack. Artillery from both sides simultaneously struck the enemy's positions, leaving both sides stunned. After a brief pause, Gudry immediately reacted. Since that's the case, let's have a head-on confrontation. Gudry immediately ordered his troops to attack across the front lines. The armored forces launched a massive attack, directly encountering the Orc Empire's armored forces. A fierce battle erupted between the two sides on the vast plains. But Gudry once again played a trick. The 1st Armored Division possessed a large number of troop transports. In the icy and snowy terrain, infantry's movement speed would be greatly affected, but remember, the Wehrmacht could transport soldiers in infantry fighting vehicles. Gudry directly transported 5,000 soldiers in infantry fighting vehicles in 3 directions. He deployed his troops in a widespread manner to contain the orc strength. 5,000 men, forcibly holding back nearly 50,000 enemies. And most importantly, these 5,000 men were split up and outflanked, aiming to raid the enemy's supply lines. Eating, drinking, and defecating for an army of 200,000 was a daily struggle. Bachmet requisitioned every truck and mule in the Orc Empire, and put them to work transporting supplies. Countless mules died of exhaustion daily, but Bachmet no longer cared. And most importantly, many orc soldiers froze to death. The Wehrmacht was fortunate, all its cold weather supplies were in place, and aside from the chill, there were no other concerns. On the front lines, the two sides engaged in direct conflict. T-72 versus M1A1. If the previous battle was a duel of 6, now it was a true armored showdown. Before, it was a cannon duel, now it was a fistfight, a direct confrontation between armor and flesh, the orcs' M1A1s. The Wehrmacht's gunners were clearly more experienced, firing at the M1A1's tracks from a distance. Chapter 1073. The tanks continued their battle of steel. The roar of tank gunfire echoed across the plain. The soldiers in the trenches listened to the shells whizzing overhead, their minds unsettled. As the battle unfolded, the number of T-72 and M1A1 tanks destroyed skyrocketed. One T-72 was even hit directly, its turret ignited and instantly blown off. The sky-high flames reflected on everyone's faces, and a sense of fear spread. As tanks and artillery clashed, casualties soared. Dudley knew he had to step up, and he left the command center to personally visit the front lines to boost morale. But upon arriving in the trenches, he found the soldiers showed no fear. Instead, their faces were filled with determination. Dudley was surprised. And just then, news arrived from the front. The harassing tactics of 5,000 men overwhelmed the orcs, but the orc commander was no pushover. Initially, he planned to send troops to encircle and annihilate the 5,000 men, but after realizing that 2 legs couldn't match the speed of armored vehicles, the commander transformed himself into a bulldozer. He launched an attack from 3 sides. Only 10,000 miscellaneous troops remained to block the 5,000 Wehrmacht troops. The remaining 200,000 men were simply bulldozers. Facing an attack by 200,000 men, Gudry was confident he could hold his ground, but the terrain proved difficult to defend. Gudry had previously escaped the orc encirclement. However, to buy time for the 3 divisions, he chose to lead the 1st Armored Division into the encirclement again. However, due to his haste, Gudry discovered a high ground to the west when he finally pulled back his position. This high ground was the only one in the area. Gudry, naturally aware of its importance, deployed an armored infantry regiment there. An untold number of anti-tank missiles were deployed there. From the heights, Red Arrow 8s could destroy any target on the plain. But the problem was that the heights lay on the edge of the Wehrmacht positions. This meant the orcs could also launch a contest. After securing the heights, Gudry hoped to drive the orcs away and create a buffer zone for the highlands. But the orcs to the west were like stubborn holdouts, refusing to budge despite the Wehrmacht's attacks. Gudry's attempt was abandoned. But as the battle unfolded, the orcs quickly discovered the anti-tank positions on the heights. The orc commander dispatched 20,000 elite troops to seize this small piece of ground. The heights were wide in the east and narrow in the west, forming a triangle. This meant that the forces that could be deployed to the west were limited. The regimental commander realized that he could only place a single company in the front. Upon hearing this news, the regimental commander felt as if the sky had fallen. But he ultimately sent a company to the front. Behind this company were 5 other companies. If this company could not hold out, they would immediately be relieved. In the western position, a young company commander was listening to the reports of 4 platoon leaders. When the company commander learned that at least 2,000 men were marching towards them, a flash of panic flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly suppressed. Inform all squads. Hold your position at all costs, the company commander said seriously, then grabbed his MP5 and headed to the front line. On the way, the company commander pulled a photo from his pocket. The photo showed a single, sweet-looking girl. This was the company commander's first love, or more accurately, his secret crush. 2 years ago, the company commander graduated from high school and was admitted directly to the Dian Military Academy. His first love, however, had also been admitted to Dian College. Not only had the company commander been in love with her for 2 years while still in school, but to be exact, they were childhood sweethearts. It was just that the girl was surrounded by outstanding people, so she barely noticed the company commander. But the girl was very tactful. Friends were friends, and she wouldn't accept gifts without meaning. At graduation, the girl said she wanted to marry a hero. The company commander said nothing. Mustering courage not seen in the past 20 years, he asked the girl for a photo and then gave up his Dian College acceptance letter. He applied to the Dian Military Academy without hesitation and graduated with honors, ranking second in the 3rd Infantry class. After graduation, he was assigned to the 1st Armored Division. The regimental commander initially doubted the young company commander's ability to hold out. But the company commander proved his ability. The orcs began their attack, and artillery shells pounded the Wehrmacht positions. As an outstanding graduate of the infantry department, the company commander had built trenches to impeccable standards, as his instructors had taught him in military academy. If guns and body armor are your life, then trenches are your second life. The company commander's trenches left even the regimental commander dumbfounded. Such standards? You're building a work of art here? Whether it's a work of art or not, the fire of war will surely test it all. The artillery shells pounded the positions, their sturdy fortifications making the shells look like clowns. After half an hour of bombardment, it was practically scratching an itch. The company commander not only constructed numerous blast-proof walls, but also poured water into the soil within them. In the icy and snowy conditions, the blast-proof walls quickly froze together. While they couldn't withstand sustained attack, they were enough to last for a while. As soon as the company commander took his observation post, he saw densely packed orc soldiers in white camouflage attacking them from the snow. Without hesitation, he gave the order for the M2 heavy machine guns to begin long-range attacks. The Wehrmacht was now much more prosperous. The infantry unit's M2 heavy machine guns had become stationary. They were usually deployed only during positional battles. The stationary M2 HB machine guns were equipped with 8x scopes. Occupying the commanding heights, a single burst of fire could effectively suppress an enemy a kilometer away. Furthermore, to ensure the company could withstand the orc attack, the company commander prepared a large number of hand grenades and rifle grenades, ready to be used if the orcs came their way. The company commander knew this was his best chance for advancement, but also the end of his company's destruction. He was a man who shared both good and bad times, and he hoped his men would survive and share this honor. Amidst a hail of mortar smoke, the orcs approached the plateau and began their ascent. The company commander immediately requested the regimental commander to fire mortars at the charging orcs. He also ordered the grenadiers to suppress the attacking orcs with rifle grenades. The initial surge was followed by a subsequent decline and a subsequent exhaustion. As long as they could withstand the first, most intense attack, the ensuing battle would be a fierce, evenly matched one. Under cover from the barrage, the orcs advanced to a short distance in front of the position. They had learned that the Wehrmacht numbered fewer than 300 soldiers. 2,000 men could not defeat 300? Were they ironclad? At the same time, the orc commander gave his orders. Those who capture the highlands will be promoted 3 ranks and rewarded with 100 gold coins. The orcs were furious, but they had no idea they were facing real steel. Chapter 1074. Down the hillside. Under fire, the orc soldiers charged, only to be dealt a heavy blow by the Wehrmacht. The AK-47S went into strafing mode, unconcerned about hitting or missing targets, focusing on suppressive fire. Over 2,000 men besieging a single position. Do they even need to aim? Just fire. The company commander had already given the order, telling them to fire freely, with ammunition plentiful. The company stood firm on the front lines like a target. In the eyes of the orcs, they were a rare and coveted commodity. But the close proximity felt like an insurmountable barrier. A young orc, upon hearing the commander's promise of generous rewards, charged like the others, like a madman. But soon, bullets grazed him. His comrades fell one by one, and shells landed in the distance. The constant stream of uncertainties calmed the young orc. He looked at the position, less than 10 meters away. The young orcs were tempted to retreat. They had witnessed their comrades attempting to charge, only to be riddled with bullets by the Wehrmacht. Before they could react, the young orcs were swept along by their compatriots into the charge. The orcs were no fools. Facing the Wehrmacht's terrifying firepower, they frantically hurled grenades at the Wehrmacht positions. The Wehrmacht soldiers, focused on firing, clearly hadn't anticipated the presence of grenades. Thankfully, the company commander's trenches were essentially W-shaped. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, dozens of grenades exploded in the trenches. Most impressively, a dozen or so rolled down the trenches due to the orcs' excessive nervousness, injuring the charging orcs instead. But the orcs could no longer care. Victory was at hand. An orc had already reached the edge of the trench on the top of the mountain, and was about to jump in when the company commander shot him dead with an MP5. Knowing the battle had reached a fever pitch, the company commander immediately ordered his men to detonate explosives buried in the snow on the hillside. The young orc had just jumped into the trench, and before he could even figure out where to turn, he heard a terrifying noise from behind. Boom! In an instant, the entire orc army attacking the summit suffered a devastating blow. The attacking force was instantly cut in half. Less than 200 orcs had reached the summit, and they had to face a counterattack from the Wehrmacht. The orc commander immediately ordered the mortars to fire smoke bombs into the Wehrmacht positions. The mortars immediately launched smoke bombs into the Wehrmacht positions. Just as the Wehrmacht soldiers were about to take advantage of the orcs being divided and eliminate all those who had entered their positions, the whistling sound in the air made the Wehrmacht soldiers instinctively duck. But as the shells exploded on the position, the soldiers didn't feel the devastating impact. Looking up, they found the entire position filled with smoke. The company commander's heart skipped a beat. Smoke. This is bad. The company commander immediately ordered his soldiers to clear out the orcs that had entered the position. Although they knew they couldn't eliminate the orcs, they had to try. Otherwise, if the orcs really gained a foothold, things would be much more complicated. The smoke not only affected the Wehrmacht, but also confused the orcs. The thick smoke made them hesitant to act rashly. The two sides cautiously advanced toward each other. Only sporadic gunfire could be heard in the smoke. The young orc, frightened, hid in a nearby artillery hole, quietly waiting for the battle outside to end. Just as the two sides were in a stalemate, the severely damaged orcs returned with a vengeance. They took advantage of the smoke to reach their position. The company commander noticed the orc gunfire was becoming increasingly frequent, and he was terrified. After a brief moment of reflection, he realized he didn't want to be blamed. He couldn't let the position fall. The company commander steeled himself and made a call. This is the commander of the 8th Company, regimental commander, requesting fire support from the 152nd. 152nd clearing the ground? Where are you going to attack? The company commander, looking at the smoke-filled position before him, made a firm decision. My position and the surrounding hillside. The regimental commander, not even holding the phone, asked for confirmation. Are you sure? I'm sure. Fire at me! The company commander shouted. He could hear the gunfire getting closer. He couldn't let the position fall on his own. The regimental commander hesitated, but ultimately gave the order to fire. But he had a trick up his sleeve. He ordered the artillery to conduct a few test fires. Because Wehrmacht soldiers were able to distinguish the caliber of artillery shells. After all, if their own artillery were to hit them on the head, and they couldn't recognize the caliber, would they still be considered qualified soldiers? The Wehrmacht artillery immediately launched a barrage at the position. When the artillerymen learned they were about to fire at friendly forces, they were completely stunned. But when they realized the position was about to fall, and the company commander ordered the artillery to send both the enemy and themselves into the air, the artillerymen didn't hesitate and reloaded with all their might. Because this is a battlefield, this is war, not playing house. Since we decided to die, we must do it with honor. The D-20 howitzers immediately launched a saturation attack, pelting the position with 152mm shells. At first, 5 or 6 shells landed precisely on the ground. The Wehrmacht soldiers fighting the orcs heard the noise of these shells exploding. Instantly, they realized it was their own 152mm howitzers. The orcs were in a strong position, and a large number of them had already entered the position. The orc commander couldn't have just thought of using heavy artillery to bombard his own troops. The only possibility was that this was their own heavy artillery. The Wehrmacht soldiers could already sense the imminent fall of their position, and a sense of sadness welled up within them. They had failed to hold their position, they were guilty. But the recent shells made it clear to them what command was planning. At the same time, the company commander informed them to take shelter in the anti-artillery dugouts. In fact, the moment the shells began to fall, these soldiers, having understood the command center's intentions, immediately retreated to a nearby shelter. As 5 or 6 shells fell, the orcs froze for a moment, but didn't dwell on it. After all, there were Wehrmacht soldiers on the battlefield. Could the enemy be so mad as to use heavy artillery against their own people? The next second, a dense whistling sound in the air stunned all the orcs. Chapter 1075. The orcs were momentarily stunned. The roar of artillery roaring overhead made them believe it was their own artillery. But they soon realized that they had no one to provide cover during their charge. To prevent the artillery from accidentally injuring the orc commander had even strictly prohibited the use of fragmentation rounds. They primarily used smoke bombs, and heavy artillery was only used in the initial assault, suppressing the Wehrmacht's troops. They primarily used mortars, daring not to use heavy artillery at all. For with the level of their artillery, they were lucky not to be hit by their own men. These mortar men were essentially elite artillerymen the commander had gathered from all over the place. They were tasked with firing a barrage of slow-moving shells, using smoke bombs to provide cover for the orcs. In the eyes of the orc commander, once they had entered the position, it was theirs. The Wehrmacht could not defeat the orcs in hand-to-hand combat. Whether in terms of physical strength or size, the humans simply didn't have the upper hand. The orc commander looked at the orcs, who had successfully entered the position, and a surge of pride filled his heart. See? These are our noble orcs. Sooner or later, humans will prostrate themselves before us orcs. Orcs are indeed skilled fighters, but they have virtually no willpower. When the 152mm howitzer shells pounded the position, all the orcs were stunned. But before they could even seek cover, the barrage of shells pelted the position. The orcs, still dazed in their trenches, were blown skyward. And most terrifyingly, hundreds of 152mm caliber shells landed on the position almost simultaneously. The entire position instantly erupted in dust, accompanied by terrifying explosions. But as the explosions faded, the entire position fell silent. No sound could be heard, and the only thing anyone could see was the smoke rising from the position. Both the orcs and the Wehrmacht could only observe the position from afar. The orcs below the hillside were also stunned. They wanted to charge, but the artillery fire had just numbed them. The terrifying power had prevented them from moving. As intelligent creatures, faced with a loud noise, their instinctive reaction was to protect themselves. Both sides remained stunned, and the outcome of the battle was decided. Under the cover of smoke, at least 400 orc soldiers entered the position. In one round of 152mm shells, over 350 orcs were reduced to ash. Their reaction speed couldn't keep up with the 800 meters per second speed of the artillery shells. Perhaps their nerves were quick, but their physical coordination couldn't keep up. The other 50 orcs had long since taken refuge in the anti-bullet holes. But under the 152mm cannon fire, many of the holes collapsed. The Wehrmacht soldiers had chosen almost all of the strongest ones. As builders, they naturally knew which ones were the strongest. So, from the outset, the Wehrmacht soldiers hid in the strongest holes. After a round of 152mm fire, not a single Wehrmacht soldier was killed by the collapse. This is the great Yin military industry. Even on the other side, the company commander ordered his men to quickly clear their positions. The artillery also began extending its fire from the hilltop position toward the hillside. The Wehrmacht's artillery wasn't 100% accurate, but it could hit whatever it was pointed at, albeit with a certain margin of error. But for attacking the hillside, its accuracy was more than adequate. The orc attacking force, stunned by the 152mm artillery fire, now regretted it. For these soldiers witnessed the shells falling from the sky. They crashed forcefully into the surrounding hillsides, the terrifying noise filling the orcs with fear. Only a little over 30 orcs had managed to climb out of the hilltop position. But as soon as they emerged, they were faced with an attack from Wehrmacht soldiers. The Wehrmacht soldiers fired at the anti-artillery holes. Many self-righteous orcs tried to hide in the holes, hoping to protect themselves. But the outcome was self-evident. They were instantly annihilated by the Wehrmacht. The Wehrmacht soldiers attacked the orcs who emerged. The orcs were forced to retreat back into their shelters. But the outcome was self-evident. Upon noticing the orcs retreating back into their shelters, the Wehrmacht soldiers pulled out their grenades and poured them into the shelters without hesitation. The shelters instantly became deathbeds. The young orc, desperate to surrender, crouched in the shelters. Just then, an orc soldier rushed in panic, followed by a grenade. Before the orc soldier could react, he was instantly reduced to ash by the grenade. The corpse lay before the young orc. The young orc was terrified and frantically tried to rush out and surrender to the Wehrmacht. But just as he reached the door and greeted the first ray of light, he was shot dead by a Wehrmacht soldier. The smoke hadn't yet completely cleared, and the Wehrmacht soldier had no way of discerning the orc's movements. Once he confirmed the young orc's identity by his uniform, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Only after the killing did the Wehrmacht soldier realize that the man seemed to be trying to surrender. But the Wehrmacht wouldn't punish the soldier for this. Surrender? You have to be dead to surrender. A single round of 152mm blast shattered the orc's spine. The orc commander had no choice but to order his troops to retreat. After just 1 hour of fighting, at least 800 soldiers had died. The orc commander knew the importance of the hilltop position, but at this moment, he had no time for further consideration. Because the attacks in other directions weren't going well either, the combined casualties in the previous all-out offensive, excluding this particular position, exceeded 1,000. Within an hour of fighting, nearly 2,000 soldiers had been lost. And these were the elite of the Orc Empire. When Bahamut learned this, he was absolutely determined to beat himself up. But only if he could return alive. The Orc commander had already guessed that he would likely meet his end here. Since almost all Orc commanders had been killed by the Wehrmacht without exception, was there any chance his confidant would escape this rule? The Orc commander shook his head, finally glancing towards the distant position. Inside the position, the regimental commander personally arrived at the front line and, pointing at the company commander, launched into a barrage of curses. Are you a hero? Are your men also heroes? Do you think you're heroes only when the shells are falling on you? But I want to tell you, even when the shells aren't falling on you, you're still heroes. Chapter 1076. Due to the presence of the hilltop position, the orcs were unable to launch an effective attack. The hilltop position was firmly fixed in place like a nail, unmoved despite the Orcish torrent. The orc commander launched 6 consecutive attacks, but failed to capture the position, resulting in the loss of over 4,000 soldiers. The opposing Wehrmacht also suffered heavy casualties. A regiment defending the hilltop position, numbering over 3,000, was directly defeated by an entire battalion. The casualties were over 1,000. This was because the orcs often used smoke screens before charging directly into the positions for hand-to-hand combat. The Wehrmacht soldiers were indeed vulnerable in hand-to-hand combat, as these orcs were physically superior to humans. Yet, even in such circumstances, the Wehrmacht held out against the orcs. The orcs' delay in capturing the hilltop positions demoralized the other orcs, while also greatly emboldening the Wehrmacht. Because the armored strength of both sides was comparable on the plains, the fighting there was back and forth. Both sides set their sights on the hilltop positions, but the orcs were crushed there. On the third day, the orc commander was forced to retreat. Because their long supply lines had been raided by the Wehrmacht, they had to consolidate their defenses and retreat to the eastern front to maintain their fighting capacity. And, crucially, the 2nd Panzer Army was about to arrive on the battlefield. Bahamut knew his situation was hopeless. When the 2nd Panzer Army arrived on the battlefield, the orcs had lost the offensive initiative and were forced to resort to passive defense. Nonsense! Bahamut's forces numbered, at most, 350,000 to 400,000 men. And of those, only 180,000 were elite, with 20,000 casualties. But what about the enemy? The 2 Wehrmacht panzer armies combined had a full 400,000 men. Their vehicles alone were enough to crush the Orc Empire. Because Bahamut had practically exhausted all his resources to even contend with the 1st Panzer Army's armored forces. Now tell Bahamut, here comes another panzer army of equal strength. Bahamut, how can we even handle this? We're being outmaneuvered. We're being outmaneuvered. Bahamut urgently ordered the frontline troops to withdraw. The Orc commander wanted to retreat, but the Wehrmacht wouldn't let him. Guthrie began to shift from defense to offense, using a small number of troops to contain the Orc retreat. This forced the orcs to move very little distance each day. The Orc commander knew that at this rate, they would sooner or later be overtaken by the 2nd Panzer Army. So, the commander decided to cut off their rear and save their lives, leaving behind 20,000 miscellaneous troops. When these 20,000 miscellaneous troops learned they were about to die, they would be lying if they didn't fear. A fierce protest erupted among them. But all they were greeted with was the cold, icy bullets. The Orc commander threatened their families and ordered them to hold their position. The 20,000 miscellaneous troops had no choice but to hold their position. Initially, Guthrie didn't take them seriously. He believed that a single armored charge would wipe them out. But Guthrie underestimated the orcs' fighting power. Or perhaps it was Guthrie who underestimated their will to survive. The Orc commander had ordered that if they could withstand Guthrie's attack and hold out for 3 days, they could retreat on their own. 3 days seemed an eternity to these soldiers, but it gave them hope for survival. Like mad dogs, they launched a counterattack against the soldiers of the 1st Armored Division. Recognizing the orcs' tenacity, Gudry unhesitatingly requested air support, which ended the farce with napalm bombs. 20,000 ragtag troops were buried on this plain, along with their purest desires. Their desire was nothing more than to return home. Unfortunately, in war, no one can guarantee they ever return home. The Wehrmacht also lost nearly 3,000 soldiers. Like these orcs, they would never return home. Bachmet had to face the consequences of a massive rout on the front lines. At this moment, Bachmet knew he had been completely defeated. But he didn't want to surrender in vain. So he decided to fight a decisive battle with minimal casualties. Currently, the Wehrmacht's casualty ratio against the orcs was 1:10. This meant that it took at least 10 orc soldiers to replace one Wehrmacht soldier. This loss ratio left Bachmet's face gloomy. But Bachmet decided to make a final desperate move. He assembled 20,000 elite troops and established a defensive line at the northern gateway of the Orc Empire, Mount Minas. This mountain was located at the gateway to the northern region of the Orc Empire. Anyone wishing to reach the northern region of the Orc Empire had to pass through Mount Minas. Mount Minas is flanked by endless mountain ranges. Not to mention the numerous magical beasts and poisonous insects lurking within them. Even the detour alone would take at least 3 days at the Wehrmacht speed. So, Gudry would inevitably attack Mount Minas. But Mount Minas is entirely composed of volcanic rock, having once been a volcano that, for unknown reasons, later became dormant. Orc Lieutenant General A. Dora, who had led 20,000 elite troops to Mount Minas, gazed upon it with a solemn expression. The front half of the mountain was completely defenseless, and only the rear half, relying on the mountain's foundation, could be defended. But the problem was that relying solely on the heights wouldn't hold the fort for long. A. Dora had to find a solution, because Bachmet had given him an unattainable casualty ratio. That was to reduce the Wehrmacht's casualty ratio to 1:1 with the orcs. How could this be possible? A. Dora chuckled inwardly. The entire Orc Empire had been plunged into the quagmire of war because of Bachmet's selfishness, and now, on the verge of defeat, Bachmet was still planning a mad dash. A. Dora shook his head, but just then, he saw a small rat emerge from a rat hole. A. Dora suddenly had an idea. Since Mount Minas was a necessary route for the Wehrmacht, if he engaged in a tunnel war with them there, the Wehrmacht would inevitably suffer heavy casualties. But if he chose to lead his army north instead of threatening me, he could harass them from Mount Minas and give them a hard time. A. Dora pondered the idea and realized it was feasible. It seemed I was finally going to become the Orc Empire's last remaining face. Chapter 1077. A. Dora then ordered 20,000 soldiers to begin digging tunnels. Since a large number of orc soldiers were still defending the front lines against the Wehrmacht's attack, A. Dora and his men had ample time. With ample time, A. Dora decided to dig extensive tunnels. Furthermore, the volcanic rock was loose and porous, making it easier to dig. With the help of orc mages, nearly 1,500 tunnels were dug in just 2 weeks. Of course, these tunnels were not large, or rather, very small. They were barely enough for the orc soldiers to move through. After all, even with the help of mages, it was impossible to make the tunnels impenetrable in such a short time. But 1,500 tunnels were enough to inflict immense suffering on the Wehrmacht. A feeling of pride ignited within A. Dora. He had also built nearly 300 bunkers. Each bunker was equipped with a heavy machine gun or anti-tank gun. While these old-fashioned anti-tank guns were barely effective against Wehrmacht vehicles, they were an excellent choice for dealing with infantry. After all, a single shot from one of these guns could wipe out 5 or 6 infantrymen. The massive Orcish maneuvering naturally caught the attention of the Wehrmacht. Upon hearing the news, Leon couldn't help but recall a famous battle from his past life. You like tunneling, huh? Then I show you what absolute firepower coverage is. Leon then dismissed the others and called in a geologist to inquire about the amount of explosives needed to blow up Mount Minas. Indeed, Leon hadn't even considered attacking Mount Minas, he wanted to level it. In Leon's eyes, Mount Minas was just another mountain. Leon couldn't risk the lives of thousands, even tens of thousands, of his soldiers for a meaningless mountain. Perhaps the mountain had its strategic position, but in Leon's eyes, it was nothing more than that. Geologists began estimating Mount Minas's bearing capacity, while Leon ordered the Research Institute to produce their hidden weaponry. How could Leon refuse such a generous offer, given such an impenetrable fortress where they could fully test their new weapons? A. Dora was still lost in his own dream. And Bachmet, too, was hoping that Mount Minas would surprise him. But what Bachmet didn't know was that Mount Minas wouldn't surprise him, but rather frighten him. After nearly a month of fighting, with the Lunar New Year approaching and much of winter already behind them, the Wehrmacht's two armored armies advanced steadily. Two decisive battles were fought on the front lines, annihilating nearly 60,000 miscellaneous Ork troops and 15,000 elite troops. Bachmet was incredibly cunning. He evacuated nearly all of his elite troops to safe areas, using these miscellaneous units as cannon fodder to hold back the Wehrmacht. The Wehrmacht, knowing these miscellaneous units were meant to wear them down, advanced cautiously, avoiding any aggressive tactics. In this way, the Wehrmacht advanced all the way to the foot of Mount Minus. Lyon had long ago warned the Wehrmacht to be wary of Mount Minus. When many Wehrmacht officers saw Mount Minus, with its few remaining fortresses, they were filled with disdain. But soon, as intelligence arrived from the Intelligence Bureau, these Wehrmacht officers were instantly furious. Because they learned that after a month of construction, Mount Minus before them had over 3,000 tunnels and over 500 forts. How long would it take to conquer this? The two army commanders conferred and immediately began mobilizing heavy artillery for a bombardment. However, the 152mm caliber howitzers were unlikely to inflict any effective damage on the mountain. They had no choice but to request a bombardment from the Air Force's 295 formation. Karl also knew the difficulty of conquering Mount Minus, so he immediately dispatched the 295 formation and dropped a large number of Fab 3000 bombs. These 3-ton pumpkins crashed down on Mount Minus, sending panic through the Ork defenders. They could feel the mountain trembling. Thankfully, the well-developed and sturdy fortifications protected them. However, many tunnels were still collapsed. Adora believed the 295 bombardment was only temporary, and he believed the Wehrmacht bombardment would soon cease, and then they would send their soldiers to launch the offensive. The commanders of the two armored armies looked at the charred exterior of Mount Minus and decided to launch a tentative attack. They sent one armored regiment on an exploratory attack. But Gudrys stopped them. Gudrys believed the bombing hadn't achieved the desired effect. Mount Minus had over 3,000 tunnels, meaning the entire mountain had been hollowed out. In other words, to destroy these tunnels, Mount Minus would have to be flattened. But after the bombers' bombardment, Mount Minus remained resilient. So Gudrys concluded that little damage had occurred internally. Gudrys' argument quickly gained unanimous agreement. But the higher-ups argued that if they didn't attack, wouldn't that be tantamount to acknowledging the Ork strength? Gudrys shook his head and called Lyon's office. In the end, Lyon intervened and stopped the higher-ups from sending their men to their deaths. He called the Research Institute and asked them to bring out their experimental weapons. When Robert heard the news, he practically jumped for joy and called Lyon's bedroom. This woke Lyon, who was still napping, and when he answered the phone, he heard Robert's enthusiastic voice. "Leader, I heard we can openly use mushroom bombs? Who told you that? Didn't they say they're going to blow up another mountain on the front line?" Robert's words silenced Lyon. Lyon was already internally complaining. "Goodness. The Research Institute hasn't even unleashed its new weapons yet, and you're already pulling out your trump cards. Shouldn't the Research Institute play its cards well? Who's going to pull off a trump card? The poor orcs still don't know what's coming." At Lyon's instruction, dozens of trucks covered in black cloth drove out of the Research Institute. No one was allowed to take photos or ask questions along the way. Robert also began ordering the engineers at Pilcher to prepare the Sun missiles. Adora, who was studying a map inside Mount Minus, suddenly shuddered. "I have a bad feeling." Chapter 1078. The Research Institute airlifted a large amount of weapons and equipment to Mount Minus in the north. They intended to use Mount Minus to test new weapons. The orcs within Mount Minus were currently unaware of what they would face. As the new year approached, William's 1st Guards Division received its rotation order. After over a year stationed in another world, William could finally return to Dayen. In addition, some soldiers were facing retirement, and the 1st Guards Division needed to receive new recruits. After returning to Leningrad, William didn't immediately return home, as he feared he wouldn't make it out alive, or even alive. So, William decided to inspect the troops first. After all, the 1st Guards Division had just received 3,000 new recruits. As the division commander, he had to inspect the troops and take a good look at the type of soldiers under his command. As a good brother, William immediately decided to visit his brother's regiment. After returning to Leningrad, Fleischtam was unexpectedly appointed commander of the 6th Regiment of the 1st Guards Division. However, this 6th Regiment was newly formed, consisting entirely of 3,000 new recruits. Except for the 200 or so junior officers transferred from the other 5 regiments of the 1st Guards Division, the entire 6th Regiment was new. But besides the new recruits, the 6th Regiment also had new equipment. The army was finally no longer composed solely of new recruits. Lyon had high hopes for the 6th Regiment. Because the 6th Regiment possessed the latest weaponry, the Research Institute had successfully developed Chinese-style equipment. However, because the tank and weapons factories were currently only conducting experimental production, the equipment was only enough to equip one regiment. Lion couldn't possibly send equipment to the armored division still in the field. So, he targeted William's 1st Guards Division. The Guards Division happened to be receiving 3,000 new recruits, so Lion simply assigned these 3,000 to the 6th Regiment, cramming the 6th Regiment's original soldiers into the other 5 regiments. Because new recruits are the most adaptable, the soldiers in the other 5 regiments had mostly adopted Soviet equipment. Suddenly having them operate Chinese equipment would make some habits difficult to change. So, it was better to form a new unit. Fleischham finally got his wish and became regimental commander. Looking at the 3 stars on his shoulders, Fleischham couldn't let go. But when he learned he would be commanding 3,000 new recruits, Fleischham's face darkened. If it were 40 or 50%, I could barely accept it, but you tell me an entire regiment is made up of new recruits. Is this even a joke? Complaints aside, when Fleischham saw the weapons and equipment of his new regiment, he stopped complaining. The BL-08 Armored Infantry Fighting Vehicle. A serious 8-wheeled vehicle, coupled with a terrifying Type 30 cannon. This is the dream vehicle of countless infantry fighting vehicle drivers. The BD-04 Armored Infantry Fighting Vehicle. The former is a true 8-wheeled vehicle, while the latter is an amphibious tracked infantry fighting vehicle. In addition to the standard Type 04 infantry fighting vehicle, there's also a modified Type 04 assault gun. The Type 04 assault gun has a caliber of 100 mm, and most importantly, it's based on the Type 04 chassis. While the Type 04 infantry fighting vehicle was modeled after the BMP, meaning its technology may be slightly behind the times, as a Chinese tank, the Type 04 is much easier to operate than the BMP. Only the Russians could handle the BMP's cramped interior. The Type 04 assault gun can be used in landing operations. While it's not currently used by the Wehrmacht, it may be in the future. The Type 04 and Type 08 infantry fighting vehicles are just appetizers. What truly excites Fleischham is the arrival of the new tank. The ZTZ-99A. A true wall of size. The 125mm smoothbore gun, using a special round, can penetrate over 1,000 mm of armor at a range of 2,000 meters. But even this level of artillery still can't penetrate itself. The 125mm smoothbore gun has 41 rounds of ammunition, making it a bit overkill against infantry, but it's a deadly kill against vehicles. At least for now, neither the T-72 currently used by the Wehrmacht nor the newly acquired M1A1 are likely to withstand the 99A's predation. But Fleischham is troubled by the fact that his 6th Regiment currently only has 5 99As, because most of them are still on the production line. Only fewer than 50 of the 2 types of infantry fighting vehicles have arrived. Fleischham, there's still someone like this? Tricked me into coming here to kill? Fleischham has been staying in the barracks these days, trying to properly train these new recruits. That evening, just as Fleischham was about to check on the troops, William arrived at the 6th Regiment's headquarters. When Fleischham saw his brother before him, he was stunned and asked, "Division Commander? What are you doing here? Why am I here? I came to see what's going on with my 6th Regiment. Just because you're a regimental commander, you call me Division Commander? When you were a company commander, you always called me William. What's wrong with you now? How did you learn to call me Division Commander?" William said teasingly, making Fleischham feel embarrassed. William shook his head and began to inspect the various company bases with his brother. Although these were new recruits, after training, they were already well on their way to becoming qualified soldiers. The 2 men patrolled the various company camps. They checked to see if the sentries at the gates of each camp were slacking off. Because it was winter, the night was pitch black, as if the entire world had plunged into darkness, and the lights of the sentry boxes shone brightly in the darkness. As they were patrolling, they suddenly saw a sentry asleep, leaning against the wall behind them. The 2 brothers exchanged glances, then hurriedly asked their younger brother to drive over. Fleischham parked the car outside the checkpoint, and the 2 men got out and headed for the box. Looking at the sleeping sentry, they stared at each other, their eyes widening. "William, is this your soldier? Just falling asleep like that? Fleischham, what do you mean by my soldier? Isn't this also your soldier?" William was about to wake the sentry when he began talking in his sleep. "Mom, I really want to go home. The squad leader and the others are bullying me." William looked at the sentry, half covered in snow, his face filled with complex emotions. He was certain the sentry before him was indeed talking in his sleep. And judging by the pained expression on his face, He seemed to be recalling something unpleasant. William glanced at his brother with a complex expression. Fleischham's face darkened. Then he picked up the phone in the sentry booth and called battalion headquarters. Half an hour later, the battalion commander, company commander, and platoon leader all stood before the two men. Seeing the three of them, Fleischham stood with them. The sentry was still sound asleep, only wearing a lieutenant general's coat. William looked at the four men before him with a gloomy expression. Quite capable. Military bullying, huh? Chapter 1079. Looking at William before them, all four of them bowed their heads. The battalion commander, company commander, and platoon commander dared not breathe, and Fleischham was the worst off. Because he was the regimental commander, he had made a solemn promise to William on the way. His soldiers were absolutely the best, and then, a knockout blow, William looked at the sleeping sentry before him and immediately ordered the platoon leader to interrogate the entire sentry's platoon. William wanted to know if there was any bullying in the military. Although Lyon had undergone 2 military reforms, and had undergone a major overhaul of its military, but what's the saying? Where there are people, there are gangs, and where there are people, there is bullying. Because those in the middle didn't dare challenge those at the top, they could only vent their anger on those at the bottom. Seeing those at the bottom begging for mercy greatly satisfied their vanity. After William had spoken, the company commander immediately dragged the platoon leader back to the barracks. At the same time, the other 3 platoons were notified, and they immediately surrounded Schaubing's platoon. A lengthy interrogation ensued. William, Fleischham, and the battalion commander stood in the snow, their blizzard lashing down overhead. Since William had given his coat to the sentry, the battalion commander, standing nearby, tactfully offered his own to William. Fleischham silently made a mental note of the battalion commander. Well done, I give you a commendation when I get back, but William didn't accept the battalion commander's coat. Instead, he began practicing boxing in the icy snow. Fleischham and the battalion commander stood there like wooden stakes. Time ticked by, and soon the camp was brightly lit. 3 platoons of soldiers quickly apprehended all the soldiers in that platoon. Then, they began interrogating each one individually. It was ultimately determined that the sentry had indeed been bullied. Because the sentry was a new recruit and his family was poor, he was originally from the Duchy of Violet. Later, after Edward III ceded Violet, he was forced to flee from Violet to Leningrad. But 3 years earlier, the sentry was only 16 years old. His father had died fighting against the Orc invasion. He also had a mother, and a younger sister. Crucially, his sister was only 6 years old, and his mother was bedridden from shock. The sentry could only eke out a living in Leningrad. After finally turning 18, he hurried to register for the military physical, but failed twice in a row because he didn't meet the weight requirement. Initially, the Wehrmacht standards were indeed relatively low. But now, as the Wehrmacht grows stronger, the recruitment standards for ordinary soldiers are also constantly being raised. However, Sentinel's perseverance allowed him to successfully join the Wehrmacht, and he was even accepted into the most elite guards. Upon learning he had joined the guards, Sentinel was so excited he couldn't sleep all night. He told his mother and sister the news. His mother and sister were delighted for him, but what truly delighted Sentinel was that he had finally become his mother's pride. During the 4 months that Sentinel had been in the army, 3 months in the recruit company, and 1 month in the 1st Guards Division, he sent nearly all of his 4-month salary to his mother. Because his mother still needed medical treatment, and although Dian Hospital had waived all medical expenses, his already frail and ailing mother needed a lot of nutritional supplements. So, naturally, the money was used to buy supplements. The sentry's family background was indeed quite miserable. So, the platoon leader, company commander, and instructor were very considerate of the sentry. But this consideration seemed unfair to the rest of the squad. The others in the squad began to exclude the sentry. The squad leader, a veteran of the National Defense Force, hadn't participated in these shady practices. He even reprimanded his own soldiers, telling them to keep their mouths shut. But the deputy squad leader, along with the other soldiers, isolated the squad leader and the sentry. They pushed almost all the dirty work onto the sentry. The sentry not only had to train all day, but also did the dirty work. How could a 19-year-old possibly handle that? And so, tonight, he was on night watch, late at night. That's why the scene just happened. The sentry had been so badly bullied that, even in his sleep, he couldn't tell the difference between the squad leader and the deputy squad leader. After understanding the whole story, the platoon leader hurriedly led the entire sentry squad to William. The squad leader was a little confused, but the other soldiers had already guessed what they were about to face. As the saying goes, a man of integrity fears no scorn. When they saw their commander standing upright in the snow, their hearts sank. But as soon as they arrived at the camp gate, they saw William, covered in snow, practicing military boxing. Because the white snow had obscured William's rank, the soldiers didn't recognize him for a moment. William was not only the commander of the 1st Guards Division, he was also the commander of the Guards. However, the official appointment of the Guards commander wouldn't take place until after the Lunar New Year. Watching the dozen or so soldiers lingeringly approach, William approached the sentry and gently nudged him. "Little brother, wake up. It's time to get up. Mom, let me sleep a little longer. They make me do this and that later." The bullies, upon seeing this, had only 2 words in their minds. "It's over." William's face darkened even more upon hearing this, and he silently brushed the snow off his rank. When the dozen or so bullies saw the lieutenant general rank on William's shoulder, 2 soldiers fainted on the spot. William wasn't about to let them go, and he ordered the platoon leader to whip them awake. "You all seem quite capable. You're soldiers of the Imperial Guard, yet you're bullying? And you're even forming a small group? How many of you have heads enough for the leader to chop off? Do you even know what the Imperial Guards do? We're the capital of Liongrad. We're not just a garrison. We're the face of all of Yin. And now you're telling me you're bullying a 19-year-old? William's roar immediately darkened the faces of a dozen soldiers, who silently lowered their heads. "What are you looking down at? Aren't you all capable? Lift your heads." The expressions on the faces of the dozen or so soldiers were uglier than tears. Many even regretted their actions, but was regret any use? Of course regret was useless. Chapter 1080. William then court-martialed all the soldiers in the squad. Yes, you heard right, court-martialed, because William could sense that if he didn't court-martial these useless people, the sentry would most likely be cosplaying as Sunny Doll. And not just the sentry, but the squad leader, platoon leader, and company commander would all be cosplaying as Sunny Doll. Because such a thing had happened to the Guards Division, which Lion valued so much, wouldn't it be a slap in Lion's face? If something really happened, William wouldn't be able to escape responsibility. But at least the situation hadn't escalated yet, and he could still use force to stop it. The next day, the sentry woke up and found himself in his dormitory. His equipment was still there, and he even had a military coat on. What was that coat made of? It felt so warm, the sentry touched it with some reluctance. Then he looked up and saw the company commander and platoon leader standing before him. And standing there was a soldier, his posture perfectly aligned, without a single flaw. This frightened the sentry. The instructor beside him was writing something, his expression grave. Looking at the startled sentry, the company commander's face instantly lit up with joy, and he spoke with a broad smile. "Are you awake? The company commander has granted you special permission to skip training today. I give you 15 days off, just in time for the Lunar New Year holiday." The soldier felt a little strange at the sight of the smiling face. Because the platoon leader beside him also looked apologetic. He practically held himself in his arms. This puzzled the sentry. He hadn't done anything, so how could it be like this? Seeing the sentry's puzzled expression, the company commander couldn't help but pull out a suitcase and start packing for the sentry. The sentry saw this and then asked, "Where are my comrades?" The company commander shuddered upon hearing this and then spoke. "Your comrades. They went to training." The company commander's face was serious, as if everything he said was true. The sentry was a little suspicious. Then why didn't they tidy up their rooms before training? Because the sentry noticed that these soldiers hadn't folded their blankets properly. Normally, those who didn't fold their blankets properly would be severely disciplined by the company commander. But even though the entire squad hadn't made their blankets, the company commander was beaming. There was something wrong. Seeing that the sentry was about to question him, the company commander glared at the platoon leader. "What are you still standing there for? Why don't you drive your young colleague home yourself?" The company commander gave the order, and the platoon leader hurriedly picked up the sentry and his suitcase and sprinted 100 meters. There was no other way. The sentry had to be sent home quickly, so he could spend some time with his family. Otherwise, if the sentry developed any psychological problems, they would explode. The instructor had already started writing a self-criticism, and the company commander and platoon leaders were also required to do so, though the instructor's situation was even more serious. As an instructor, he was responsible for the company's ideological and political affairs. And then, there was bullying. Wasn't this a slap in Leon's face? Even though these were his own soldiers, William still reported the situation to Leon. William didn't want to see this happen again. When the National Defense Forces were first established, William was also bullied by a small number of the initial few hundred soldiers. Thankfully, William eventually became a general, and the soldier who bullied him had died on the battlefield. William didn't pursue responsibility, but he deeply detested bullying. The most abstract thing is that Lyon's major purge of school bullies had just ended. And yet, bullying had resurfaced in the military. These two incidents made it difficult for Lyon to distinguish between the crouching dragon and the phoenix chick. How could these people be so clever? With the end of the year approaching, things are only getting worse. Are you hamsters? Do you like to hoard everything? Undoubtedly, those 12 soldiers were discharged from the military, lost their citizenship, stripped of their nationality, and exiled to the eastern continent. These soldiers once considered it an honor to join the National Defense Forces, but now a line will be written on their records. Discharged from the military and stripped of their citizenship. This was a devastating blow to these vain men. Lyon was lukewarm about the punishment, because whether it was execution or exile, the problem had to be addressed at its root, otherwise bullying would remain unchecked. This new year was tough for Lyon, and for William too. The war in the north continued, and the Wehrmacht's two armored groups awaited new weapons from the Research Institute. It was highly unlikely that fighting would break out before the Lunar New Year. At the earliest, it would have to wait until the beginning of the new year. So William thought he was finally going to have a good new year, but what William hadn't expected was how difficult this new year would be. As soon as William sat down at home, Rutha rushed over and hugged him, nearly crushing him to pieces. The child's food supply was no longer a problem, but he was also suffocating. William had finally escaped Rutha's clutches, but before he could even sit down and catch his breath, his mother found him and spoke. "Isn't it time to arrange your brother and Xia's wedding? We should also give a dowry, right?" William's head tilted when he heard this. Dowry? I remember there was no dowry when Rutha and I got married. Rutha smiled slightly and pulled William into a hug. "Brother, can you afford the dowry I ask for?" Looking at Ruth's arrogant expression, William frowned, then spoke. "Can you please talk properly? Otherwise, I sleep at the division headquarters tonight." William hadn't finished speaking when Ruthina covered his mouth. Ruthina looked at her mother with a smile. "Mother, I think the amount of the betrothal gift doesn't matter. What matters is the thought." Watching Ruthina's heartfelt words, her mother almost burst out laughing. Then, a sudden thought struck her, and she continued. "Oh, by the way, William, someone has confessed their love to your sister Charlotte." "What?" Just as her mother finished her words, two voices suddenly rang out from upstairs and downstairs. Fleischham leaped down from the upper floor and rushed to her mother, while William's face was also grave. "Charlotte has been confessed to. Does that mean she's going to have a boyfriend? What about Gudry then?" The mother observed the brothers' excited reactions and spoke calmly. "It all started with a girl named Sylvia." Chapter 1081. The mother looked at the two brothers and decided to tell them everything that had happened in the past few days. "It all started with that girl at your wedding. At first, I didn't know who Charlotte liked. But then, when Charlotte and that girl started arguing over her affections at the wedding, I realized my daughter had someone she loved. I came to ask you who Charlotte liked. Before you could tell me, you were transferred by the leader, and Fleischham returned to the barracks. I had no choice but to ask Charlotte." At this point, the mother paused for a moment, then spoke. "After I figured out the whole story, I discovered that my daughter's crush was a major general named Gudry. Logically, if a general liked my daughter, I'd be delighted. But I wasn't at all happy. Gudry's feelings for Charlotte were more like a brother's protective care for his sister than the affection between lovers. But Charlotte confused love with family affection, and ended up having a heated argument with Sylvia." At this, a hint of disappointment crossed her mother's face. Charlotte's upbringing had shaped her into a person with low self-esteem. Childhood poverty and hardship, coupled with William's enlistment, forced Charlotte to bear certain pressures. This didn't make Charlotte a resilient person. When William and his brother Fleischham were around, Charlotte didn't face any hardship. After William joined the army, her life improved after just 1 year. Charlotte didn't develop a distinct personality. Therefore, he would be at a disadvantage when facing Sylvia. Sylvia was intelligent and well-mannered, knowing what to do and what not to do. Charlotte, however, was always a little behind. Compared to Sylvia's maturity, Charlotte was more honest and simple. Even after Charlotte went to Dyeing College for further studies, it was difficult for her to change her habits in a short time. As Charlotte's mother, she naturally understood her weaknesses and shortcomings. Facing her daughter's unrequited love, her mother tried to persuade Charlotte. But after thinking it over, she decided to let Charlotte pursue her own love. Because she had chosen to marry life, the outcome was self-evident. After only 2 years of marriage, her alcoholic father revealed his true colors. Then his mother ended up in a tragic marriage. Observing his mother's expression, William remained silent. Then he approached Charlotte and tried to inquire about what had happened. Charlotte then spoke. Brother Gudry attended your wedding last time. Afterward, he returned to his base, but the military academy organized a tour for the cadets to visit the 1st Armored Army. Sylvia seized the opportunity and secured a spot to visit and study with the 1st Armored Division. When I heard the news, I was instantly anxious. I found Sylvia and asked her not to meet with Gudry. Charlotte's voice trailed off, knowing that everything she said was completely unreasonable. Hearing his sister's words, William also realized what was happening. My goodness, his sister is a bit overbearing. You know, Charlotte wasn't like this before. So what exactly happened to Charlotte? William listened quietly to Charlotte's story, like a listener. Charlotte then explained everything that had happened over the past few days. Sylvia showed no mercy in the face of Charlotte's pleas. She knew this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. So what if you had advantages? So what if you came first? Have you ever heard that a young girl can't stand up to a gift from heaven? As a former noble, now an honorary noble, Sylvia naturally understood the importance of hard work. Because there's only so many people to choose from. If you want your slice of cake, you have to fight for it. If you don't fight, there are plenty of others who will. Sylvia ultimately went to visit the 1st Armored Division without hesitation. This completely devastated Charlotte, a student studying at the academy. Charlotte wasn't in a position to get the moon first because she was close to the water. On the contrary, the distance between her and Guderian was growing. This made Charlotte increasingly anxious. But one wrong move, and the whole game is lost. When Charlotte started to grovel, she had already lost. Looking at his sister Charlotte, who looked defeated, William sighed and then asked, Does Gudry like you? William asked his most important question. Charlotte immediately wanted to answer yes, but the word stuck in her throat. Does Gudry really like her? Is he just fond of her, or just protecting her? Charlotte was confused, and William wanted to call Gudry. But then he remembered that Gudry was fighting on the front lines. Wouldn't calling him now harm him? So, he decided to put Charlotte's matter aside and begin to torture his sister and Thea. William went upstairs to look for Charlotte. Fleischmidt, however, sat like a good child before his mother, who looked at him with such kindness. Fleischmidt didn't dare move. He knew that any smile from his mother was proof that he had done something wrong, something very wrong. Thea has been living with us for almost 6 months. Isn't it time for you to marry her? Why don't you set a date for the two of you to get married? I think the 5th day after the new year would be perfect. What do you think? No, what do you two think? And, when can I have a grandchild? I'm so bored staying at home. His mother's words completely stupefied him. Facing his mother, he lost his ability to speak. He could only cower like a quail, then nod in agreement, half understanding. Mother is right. Just listen. Upstairs, Shia listened to every word. As a charming succubus, Shia should have listened to all this without a care in the world, but now, her face flushed like a steam engine. Because the two people downstairs were talking more and more outrageously. Chapter 1082. Finally, with his mother's advice, Fleischham scheduled the wedding for the days after the Lunar New Year. William's family's problems were resolved, but others remained. As the Lunar New Year approached, Hans finally got his hard-earned vacation. When Hans learned he was being given vacation, he was completely stunned. He couldn't believe he even had vacation time. Vacation? Where's the vacation? I'm Agent 007, but when the vacation was finally presented to him, Hans was incredibly excited. He packed his bags and fled back home overnight. Although Tina was already 18, she was still studying. After all, Hans had plenty of money, and Tina couldn't possibly be illiterate. Tina lived up to expectations, and was admitted to Dyeing College. Dyeing College's admission standards are getting increasingly higher these days. But it's not impossible that someone is using their power to force someone in. But Hans absolutely didn't dare do that. If anyone knew Tina was connected to him, she might face serious trouble. In all of Dayen, Hans was a name almost everyone had heard of. And he always presented himself as brutal and cold-blooded. To prevent Tina from getting in through the back door, Hans carefully examined her exam paper, hoping there wouldn't be a "my friend the director" incident. But the facts proved that Tina had gotten in based on her own merit. And to Hans' surprise, Tina had chosen to study law. Why did it feel like this girl was planning to send herself to jail after graduation? Hans couldn't help but shake his head and pushed open the door. Upon entering, they saw Tina sweeping the snow. Hans also smiled a long-lost smile. Having a holiday is nice. Hans was able to relax, but Leon was miserable. Yunli's growth was too rapid, so Yun Qingqi decided to start school early. She skipped kindergarten, passed the elementary school entrance exam, and was enrolled in a first-grade class. Mochi didn't want to go to school at first, but Yun Qingqi dragged her right in. Mochi cried miserably on her first day. She almost turned from an octopus into a dried-up octopus. But the little one quickly adapted to school life and even wanted to stay overnight. There were plenty of other kids at school to play with. At home, Yunli was always the boss, constantly bullying her. Mochi, every little octopus who doesn't want to go home has a story of blood and tears. Although Yunli was a bit domineering, she got perfect scores in every subject, which generally comforted Leon, who was busy with work. As expected of my son. He's half as good as he used to be. Lion had just returned to the mansion, preparing for a good New Year's celebration, when he suddenly spotted his homework on the table. Lion instinctively picked it up, glanced at it, and nearly fainted. 1 + 1 = what? Yunli simply wrote 3 and thoughtfully explained it below. Dad and Mom plus me, doesn't that mean 1 + 1 = 3, Lion? Lion forced himself to read on, but after seeing all the addition and subtraction, he nearly collapsed. He forced himself to stand, putting math aside. Math relies on natural talent, but Chinese always has a few surprises, right? As soon as Leon picked up the test paper, he saw the short essay at the back. At first, Leon was a little confused. Why was this test paper blank? Yet it had a 100 on it. Then he saw the densely packed short essay at the back. The moment he saw the title, Leon was completely stunned. My Leader Father. Leon looked down, and the first line read, My father is Leon, my mother is Yun Qingqi, and I am Yunli. I had assumed Yunli would at least include a little story in her essay. But she had simply copied and pasted the first line, filling it up to 200 or 300 words. Leon finished reading the copied and pasted essay, then flipped it over. Seeing the big 100, Leon wanted to slap himself. How can this be considered a perfect score? In that case, I go take the exam at Dine Academy and write a few big words on the test paper. I'm Leader Leon. How can I fail this? Lion put down his Chinese test paper and lay there, feeling completely hopeless. Hey, I told you to study hard and write me a short essay. You wrote about having a leader father, but you didn't even bother editing your essay. How can you inherit the young Kinky Kingdom in the future? Lion's movements upstairs were quickly noticed by the girls. Lia happened to be on winter break, so upon hearing the noise, she quietly went upstairs. She found Leon slumped on the ground, feeling hopeless. Leon? What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Leia was instantly anxious. Leon lay on the ground with his eyes vacant and lifeless. This frightened Leia terribly. I'm fine, but Yunli might be in trouble tonight. Take a look for yourself, Leon said, placing the paper in front of Leia. Leia almost laughed when she saw the essay, but she suppressed a smile and looked at Leon. What? Haven't you heard that reincarnation is a skill? Yunli is still young, and she didn't do anything wrong. She just wrote an essay like this. Leia tried to excuse Yunli. Of course I know she must respect her status, but she can't be so careless. I don't want her to compete with ordinary people, because her status dictates that she must experience more. What I want is an attitude, not just a few bold words saying my father is Leon. Leon said angrily. Yunli was indeed his child. From birth, she was destined to be swept up in the political vortex. Leon and Yun Qingqi had sent her to school so early, hoping she could build connections before adulthood. To make friends with talented young people and build a makeshift cabinet for her future. But the problem now was that Yunli didn't take any of this seriously. Leon felt a little dizzy, then held his forehead to calm himself. Where's Yunli? Leon asked after a long pause. Lia lowered her head silently, then whispered. She went to Marshal Caddis's house to play, but she blew up the marshal's kitchen. After hearing this, Leon could no longer sit still and leaped to his feet. Is she trying to piss me off to death? Leon was a little angry, then a look of helplessness appeared on his face. After all, this is my child, my only biological child. I shouldn't. Bullshit. I can't stand it anymore. Create a new account. Leon finally made his decision. Since things have come to this, I just create a new account to practice. Besides, Leia has been waiting for me for so long. Leia, who was currently supporting Leon on her knees, suddenly sensed something was amiss. Why were Leon's hands moving around? Chapter 1083. As dinner was about to begin, Leon sneaked downstairs. Looking at the people in the living room, Leon felt like he'd been caught. Yun Qingqi remained silent, only aware of his mother's sword slashing at Yunli. Heiyu jealously clutched his tail, remaining completely silent. Shuangxing stood at the window, staring blankly at the snowy scene outside. Yinqing, while no longer foolish, was now even more aloof than Xuanxing, truly as aloof as the moon. Leon sneaked downstairs furtively. He looked as if he had committed some heinous crime. Irina, on the other hand, was beaming. Laya had finally gotten her due. Looks like she have a grandson. Lion, glancing at his family's gazes, suddenly wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Oh my, isn't this our leader? After all this trouble, he's finally giving up? Hey, you said sourly, as if he'd just eaten 10 lemons. Leon was stunned when he heard this. What do you mean by tossing around all afternoon? In all honesty, if he truly had that kind of ability, would he have been divided into 5 equal parts? Of course, he couldn't toss around all afternoon. After eating, Leon spent the entire afternoon talking with Leia. Because of the other women, Leon spent the least time with her, even though Leia never asked for it. But Leia had drifted apart from Leon, and Leon felt the need to find her. This wasn't just Leon's responsibility to Leia, but also Leon's pursuit of his true love. At first, Leon thought Franca was his true love. But later, with the test of time, Leon discovered that his feelings for Franca were more like a sister and a brother. Leia, the elf princess who had brought him his first pot of gold in his most difficult times, was his true love. It had been 4 years since he arrived in the Sin territory, and Leon was no longer the naive 18-year-old he once was. In the beginning, he pushed Yin forward alone. During that time, he made many mistakes and overlooked many things, including his feelings for the women. But now things were different. The country was on the right track, and the existence of the cabinet had reduced Leon's workload. To put it simply, before, Leon pushed Yin up the mountain, now everyone was pushing Leon down the mountain. Smash all enemies along the way. Next year will be Leon's 5th year in the Sin territory, and also the 3rd year of the second 5-year plan. A rough estimate is that by the end of next year, the second 5-year plan will likely be exceeded. By then, having completed a war of unification, Leon could rest soundly. The cabinet and the National Assembly had unanimously agreed to gradually reduce Leon's workload, starting next year. Let Leon focus on his trumpet training. Years of war had previously left Leon with no time, but now things were different. The vast territory of Yin was a testament to its strength. Although its citizens called their country a republic, neighboring nations like the elves, orcs, demons, and dwarves all called Yin an empire. In their eyes, they couldn't distinguish between a republic and an empire, but they knew that Yin had defeated everyone else and was truly the strongest nation. Inside the Duke's mansion, Leon immediately embraced the little girl, Heiyu, giving her one last hug and kiss, then hoisted her high. There was nothing he could do. Heiyu was like a child who never grew up, always throwing tantrums. What to do with a little girl like this who throws tantrums? Of course, punch her until she cries. Hitting her is definitely out of the question, because the little girl is a dragon. Once she transforms into a queen, one punch will send her flying. And if he angers her, he'd be tormented day and night. Leon definitely wasn't thinking this because he couldn't win. This is called peace, Leon consoled himself. At this moment, Yuli handed Leon her homework and said cutely, Dad, I finished my homework under Mom's supervision. Looking at Yuli's beaming face, Leon instantly forgot his previous annoyance and casually picked up his homework. Let Dad see what's going on. Leon took the homework, took a second look, and his smile froze. He instantly exploded. What kind of homework is this? Is this how your homework is written? Leon looked at his daughter Yuli, bewildered. Yuli tilted her head, her eyes fluttering as she looked at him, as if asking a question. Isn't it written like this, Leon, Leon then looked at Yun Qingqi in silence. Yun Qingqi waved his hand, then showed Leon the tattered belt in his hand. Looking at the tattered belt, Leon turned his head sharply and checked Yuli's buttocks. He found no injuries, only a slight redness. What kind of a jerk is that? Your belt's been whipped to pieces, and you don't feel a tingle? Yuli seemed to notice Leon's gaze. Seeing Li Yang's stunned expression, Yuli put her hands on her hips, looking like she'd been bluffed. I'm awesome, right? I'm Superman. Lion was speechless as he looked at his daughter, full of boasting. He then skipped his meal and dragged Heiyu into the room. Hey. What are you doing? I'm telling you, that idiot is breaking the law. Don't come over here. Heiyu didn't react at first, but then, seeing Leon's aggressive gaze, he panicked. He had just said a few words, and Leon had already used his basic attack and flash. Not a buddy? Is that how you play? Lion didn't care anymore. Because in the afternoon, Leia had talked to him a lot, hoping he would have the patience to teach Yunli. I finally managed to calm down in the afternoon, and was about to encourage Yunli at dinner. But Yunli had just gotten into a big fight. Angry, Leon decided to focus on training his trumpet. Yuan Qingqi, another, Leia, Heyu, and Frustar, Flame Heart? Think about it. I'm afraid my kidneys won't be able to handle it. I just don't believe it. I can train several trumpets at once. Can't I still cultivate one I'm satisfied with? Do I really have to run around and pave your future path so smoothly that you won't feel a single bump? Then what are you doing in this world? To enjoy life? No one can truly enjoy life. As a higher animal, as long as you have emotions, you're bound to encounter things that make you sad. Lion finally made up his mind, and focused on training his trumpet. Give birth to them all. Give birth as much as you can. I want a football team. Lion said this viciously inwardly, but he didn't know that this was just the beginning of his nightmare. Chapter 1084. One day left until the new year. After a few days of rest, Hans decided to go to the Duke's palace to report to Leon on his year-end summary. After all, he was the director of the Intelligence Bureau, the second in command. He had to be a bit formal. Just as Hans was about to hurriedly put on his uniform and head to the Duke's palace, he was stopped by Tina. He looked at Tina with a puzzled look, but she smiled and said gently, "Hey, uncle, you're going to meet the leader? How can you be so disheveled?" With Tina's reminder, Hans realized that his clothes seemed to be half-dressed. With Tina's help, Hans's clothes were straightened. After they were done, Tina looked at Hans with satisfaction, as if she were looking at her most proud work. "Yeah. Now that's how a head of an intelligence agency should act," Tina said seriously, her hands on her hips. Hans patted Tina's head and hurried to the Duke's palace in Lion. Upon arrival, he opened the door to find Lion, intending to report the situation. He found Lion slumped on the sofa, his entire body a corpse. "Leader, what's wrong with you? Who did this to you? It's only been a few days. Why do you look like a mummy?" Lion saw Hans approaching, and tremblingly reached out his hand to speak. But before he could say anything, the door opened. Then Yuan Qingqi walked in and grabbed Lion. "Want to run? Why don't you just stay with me?" After hearing Yuan Qingqi's words, Leon instantly perked up. He struggled to get up, intending to carry the train and flee overnight. But Yuan Qingqi pinned him down. Leon looked to Hans for help, hoping Hans would lend him a hand. As Leon's loyal subordinate, Hans naturally decided to protect him. "Madam, I still need to make a year-end report to the leader. I hope Madam will understand." Hans spoke with almost a stern face. For the moment he finished speaking, he felt Yuan Qingqi's murderous gaze. Yuan Qingqi glanced at Hans, then at Leon, who looked relieved, and finally shook his head helplessly. Then, his expression shifted, a smile spreading across his face. "Then you better be good? You promised to have fun with us, and you can't break your promise. Just wait, I bring you a bowl of all-inclusive soup." With that, Yuan Qingqi swayed his waist and walked away. Hans lowered his head, knowing what to look at, and what not to look at. Leon, Listening to Yuan Qingqi's words, Leon felt completely numb. He shouldn't have boasted a few days ago, and now he's the one suffering. "What? You say I don't have to suffer? Come on, I'm practically a dried-up human being. Isn't that suffering?" Yuan Qingqi then brought over a bowl of 10-ingredient tonic soup. That's right, not a bowl, but a whole bowl. Looking at the bowl, which was larger than his abdomen, Leon was completely stunned. "Are you trying to stuff me to death? If you want to, just say so." Lion then, under Yuan Qingqi's supervision, forcefully drank the 10-ingredient tonic soup. Seeing Leon finish his tonic soup, Yuan Qingqi took the basin away with satisfaction. Before leaving, he stuffed the remaining goji berries, kidneys, and other food in the basin into Leon's mouth. Watching Yuan Qingqi leave, Hans hurried forward to check on Leon. Seeing Leon's despair, Hans realized for the first time the horror of marriage. Will I end up like that in the future? I have to think carefully about this. When Leon saw Yuan Qingqi leave, he instantly perked up, his previous fatigue gone. Hans was stunned. Leader, you're still the one with the most cunning tactics. Your brother is playing affection with you, and you're playing tricks on him. Leon isn't actually that weak, he's just pretending. And he's pretending to be so weak, so he can avoid being exploited by them. If they knew I still had some energy left, I'd probably be tied to the bed all day. Ever since the women knew I wanted to open a SMF account, they all gone crazy. If you can't be first, you have to be second. The battle for the crown prince is always like this, and then Leon was in dire straits. There was no plowed land, only exhausted oxen. Leon had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure to avoid the women's oppression. Looking at Hans in front of him, Leon asked. Don't just stand there. Tell me. Let me hear your year-end summary. Hans then reported to Leon on the year's work. Over the past year, under Hans's leadership, the Intelligence Bureau has grown stronger and achieved new success. The number of personnel has expanded from 120,000 to 150,000. But by this time, the Intelligence Bureau's staff had reached capacity. Because the number of intelligence personnel in each country has reached its peak, the Intelligence Bureau has calculated the optimal number of intelligence personnel in each country and assigned its agents to these optimal locations. Maintaining these 150,000 personnel would cost nearly 20 million gold coins annually. This is almost equivalent to one-third of the Great Yin Army. This is also due to the rapid expansion of the National Defense Force. According to Leon's projections, the National Defense Force's military expenditure would be between 30 and 40 million gold coins at most. This clearly demonstrates the Intelligence Bureau's ability to absorb funds. However, the benefits it brings are also enormous. With the existence of the Intelligence Bureau, Leon can control many things. This year, the Intelligence Bureau not only expanded its staff by 30,000 but also successfully pushed its intelligence network deep into the heart of the Papal States. Before this, Hans had attempted to penetrate the Papal States. However, due to the complexities within the Papal States, many operators simply could not make it in. Once they did, they were discovered by local fanatics, and dozens of operators were killed. Hans paused his infiltration efforts into the Papal States. It wasn't until the Battle of Kursk ended, and the Papal States were defeated, that Hans was able to insert intelligence agents there. And for a period immediately following the Papal States' surrender, intelligence agents were unable to penetrate the Papal States. This was because most citizens believed the Papal States were invincible, and their gods were invincible. This forced Hans to increase his investment, using propaganda to disprove their gods' invincibility. He began to gradually undermine the image of God in the minds of the Papal States citizens, shifting their worldview. After unremitting efforts, Hans finally completed his intelligence network in the Papal States. It can be said that the intelligence agency's operations throughout the year focused almost entirely on the Papal States. High investment naturally brings high returns. This is why Leon knew about the weapons the Papal States had crafted. Chapter 1085. The New Year's bell rang. Lion stood at the window, gazing at the distant city. The core area of Liongrad wasn't overpopulated, and urban planning avoided the Duke's palace. As a result, there weren't many tall buildings around the Duke's palace. The three-story Duke's palace looked unremarkable, but in the eyes of Liongrad's residents, it was a sacred place. Lion stared blankly out the window. At that moment, inside the Dian factory, the workers on duty were still toiling day and night. Next year will be a decisive year for the military, and weapons and equipment will be deployed in large quantities, requiring production capacity to keep pace. According to the latest news, the Papal States has begun utilizing unmanned equipment. Inspired by the MQ-9, Holdress believes drones can be used not only for high-altitude reconnaissance, but also for attack. And they set their sights on tanks. A tank is worth hundreds of gold coins, while a drone is worth at most one. The two are simply not equivalent in value. As the 99A is the next-generation main battle tank to be fielded by the National Defense Force, Lion naturally considered the tank's defensive capabilities. So, they brought out the GL-6 Active Defense System. This system debuted in 2017, and Lion considered it too outdated, but it's worth showcasing. In 2017, before the drone wars, the GL-6 was released, but at the time, it was primarily designed to defend against anti-tank weapons. A product that's been kept secret naturally takes drones into consideration. Don't just follow the crowd, saying drones are just like tanks. The role of tanks cannot be replaced unless we enter the era of space exploration. Without land, there's no land warfare king. Do you believe the theory that armor is useless in real life? If you choose to believe it and forego armor, facing the enemy's overwhelming force, do you have to rely on a barrage of drones? What should you do if the enemy uses electromagnetic weapons? An electromagnetic pulse weapon, wouldn't your drone explode? At this point, do you expect infantry to counter vehicles? Anyone who has played games knows that it's difficult for infantry to destroy vehicles. Not to mention Daddy and the Continental Superman, in armed assault and tactical squad, infantry counter-vehicle defenses are basically empty talk. It's good enough that they didn't get caught in the attack. In real life, vehicles are even more terrifying, equipped with thermal imaging and night vision. Infantry isn't meant to counter vehicles. We need armor, and we also need drones. Otherwise, is the tank's 125mm gun meant for infantry? If not vehicles, what can the tank attack? Aircraft. Some people are talking about developing unmanned tanks. Putting aside the question of how to produce high-definition images, have you ever considered how much pre-processing is required to transmit them? Are you expecting tank crews to operate the tanks using standard definition images? It might happen in the future, but when exactly is unclear. And the T-14 Armata only features an unmanned turret. It doesn't eliminate the crew. As long as it's a machine, the enemy has countless ways to target it. But with humans, they can flexibly respond to any incoming enemy. With the GL-6 active defense system, the Type 99A finally completes the puzzle. In fact, Lion also wanted to use the Afghan Stone active defense system. But on second thought, there's not enough space around the Type 99A's turret. Other tanks find a way to squeeze in gaps, but the Type 99A's turret has no gaps. The tank factory is fully operational, with 10 vehicles delivered on the first day of the new year. A good start to the new year. Everything was progressing smoothly. After a long while, Leon returned to his seat. On a whim, he picked up the list of soldiers who had died over the years. Looking at the thick stack of lists, Leon felt even more heavy-hearted. The Blitzkrieg must be carried out unwaveringly. The War of Unification is not far away. The next morning, Leon struggled to get out of bed. Upon waking, he felt a bit cold. Although it wasn't the winter of divine punishment this year, Leningrad was still very cold, around -8 or -9 degrees Celsius. After having breakfast with the girls, Leon was still curious about where his daughters had gone. Early in the morning, Mo-chi and Yunli had both disappeared. Leon asked Yun-chi-chi, who assured him that his daughters were fine. Leon finally felt relieved. If Yun-chi-chi didn't care about his daughters anymore, then what was the point of having them? Yunli. So love fades, right? It was almost noon, and Leon was getting restless. Where's my daughter, who's so old? Why is Mo-chi gone too? Could she have been kidnapped by the yellow-haired guy? Leon suddenly thought of the pristine snow in the yard, and the answer came to him. Pushing open the door, Leon headed straight for the yard. Sure enough, his daughter Yunli was playing snowballs with Mo-chi in the yard. They'd been playing all morning, practically turning into snowmen. Leon's face darkened at the sight, and he walked over and picked her up. Still playing snowballs here? Look at you. Aren't you afraid of catching a cold? Leon said earnestly. Yunli curled her lips, then picked up a small snowball and gently tossed it at Leon. Daddy, watch out. Looking at the snow on her clothes, Leon's mouth twitched, and she turned silently. Yunli, upon seeing this, placed her hands on her hips, and looked at Mo-chi with a boastful expression. I'm awesome, right? Even the leader of the great Yin state is being bullied by me. Mo-chi's eyes were filled with admiration. But the next second, Mo-chi suddenly showed fear. Yunli looked at Mo-chi's frightened expression, puzzled. Sister, what's wrong with you? Why are you so scared? Yunli was puzzled, but the next second, she saw a dark figure appear on the ground. As if she had guessed something, Yunli mechanically turned around. As soon as she saw the person behind her, Yunli sat down in fear. Daddy, I was wrong. I'm your sweet and adorable daughter. Yunli was so frightened by the snowball Leon was holding, which was heavier than Yunli's, that her legs were shaking. I just hit you with a small snowball. Is that a big deal? Lion smiled wickedly and threw it down. But Leon used his fighting spirit to shatter the snowball midair, effectively burying Yunli in the snow. In reality, Leon didn't need to do that. Even if he had smashed it down directly, Yunli would have been fine, at most dizzy for a moment. Yunli struggled to emerge from the snow, and was about to fight back when she caught sight of the girls in the distance. Her expression changed instantly. Wow! Mom! Dad is bullying me. Leon, playing tricks on me? Aren't you a troublemaker? Is this the right thing to do, Tai? The new year had begun, and Leon finally relaxed for once. After a day of snowball fights with the girls eventually joined in. Leon had almost never had a snowball fight since he was a child. Before he turned 18, Leon wanted to play, but no one would join him. As a child, Leon could only build snowmen by himself and cry at the sight of their smiling faces. But things were different now. Leon smiled at the girls playing in the snow. Chapter 1086. While the Yin in the south was celebrating the arrival of the new year, the 1st and 2nd Panzer armies in the north were gathering. They were planning an operation against Mount Minus. Adora took advantage of the New Year holiday to continue digging tunnels. He had built 5,000 tunnels out of thin air. This was truly a desperate attempt to destroy 20,000 people. Gudry was extremely cautious. Mount Minus had high military value. If missile batteries were deployed there, they could radiate radiation to the surrounding plains. But the problem was that Mount Minus had been completely controlled by Abe Dura. If the Wehrmacht wanted to capture Mount Minus, they would have to fight a fierce battle against these 20,000 soldiers. And these 20,000 soldiers were no ordinary soldiers. They were all top-notch soldiers. But in Leon's eyes, there was no such thing as absolute elite, only absolute force. On the third day of the new year, the commanders of the 1st and 2nd Panzer armies unanimously decided to launch the operation. They would launch an attack on Mount Minus. To capture Mount Minus, the Wehrmacht requested air support from the aerospace forces on the first day of the new year. Karl immediately ordered the Luftwaffe to dispatch two 95s and begin bombing with Fab 3000 bombs. The Fab 3000 weighs 3,000 kilograms, has a 300-meter damage radius, and can effectively strike targets 30 meters underground. I admit, your drilling skills are indeed impressive, but we still have 9 more terrifying weapons, like the Fab 3000. The Fab 3000, along with a large number of Fab 500s, launched a direct bombing raid on Mount Minus. Many tunnels collapsed. Volcanic rock has both advantages and disadvantages. Its loose, porous texture naturally allows the orcs to dig tunnels quickly, but at the same time, if faced with intense firepower, these tunnels could exacerbate their mortality. However, Abe Dura was indeed an excellent tunneling commander. Under his leadership, Midas Mountain managed to withstand the Fab 3000 bombing. Air Force observers immediately took note of this situation, as they wanted to see if the Fab 3000 could effectively withstand such artificial fortifications. Because they wanted to test the power of the Fab 3000, after this round of attacks, the Aerospace Force decided to increase the bomb load and began using the Fab 5000. If 3000 could destroy a building, then 5000 could destroy a small military fortress. After one round of bombing by the Fab 5000, the Midas Mountain's outer positions were nearly destroyed. Even though many of the internal tunnels had collapsed, over 4,500 remained standing. The orcs suffered only a few hundred casualties. After witnessing this, Gudry knew he couldn't delay any longer. The benefits of using such high-impact weapons were extremely low, and would only accelerate the depletion of weaponry. Gudry suggested using specialized earth-penetrating weapons to inflict as much devastating damage as possible on these underground rats. Lion had naturally considered this, and had already shipped the weapons over. The Research Institute had brought in dozens of truckloads of weapons, including some specifically designed for underground facilities. The GBU-57 heavy bunker buster can strike concrete structures 30 meters underground. What a concept! Even the Maginot Line wouldn't be able to withstand it. The GBU-57 heavy bunker buster weighs 13.6 tons and is 6 meters long. This is a real flying stick. 3 GBU-57 heavy bunker busters were dropped directly, and the observing Aerospace Force observers saw these 3 giant winter melons land on Mount Minus. Instantly, the entire Mount Minus shook. The Wehrmacht soldiers watching from afar were stunned. They knew that the crazy people at the Research Institute were researching special weapons every day, but they had never imagined that these researchers could actually create such a terrifying weapon. The Wehrmacht army was shocked, and so was the Air Force itself. Because these equipment were specially prepared by the researchers for the Air Force, this meant that the Air Force would be able to use these weapons in the future. This made the Air Force observers salivate with envy. As expected, those scholars at the Research Institute still favor them. From now on, the Air Force will eat the meat, and you, the Research Institute, will have the soup. Research Institute, do I even need you to give me soup? Little do they know that the real clown is the Air Force. Because the Research Institute's budget alone has reached 25 million gold coins. That's almost as much as the combined military expenditures of the Navy, Army, and Air Force. This has the Army envious, and they, too, want to uphold their fine traditions, crying, making a scene, and even threatening to commit suicide. But the Research Institute didn't play favorites, they already prepared weapons for the Army. As the saying goes, all 3 are from the Research Institute, and the Institute doesn't discriminate between those raised by stepmothers. Otherwise, the Army wouldn't have Chinese weapons. It's just that the Army doesn't know their weapons are already on the production line. The Navy is truly suffering. The Research Institute wants to help the Navy, but it turns out there's nothing the Navy can do. Because aerospace carriers are about to be launched, and the Navy is already in space, can it still be called a Navy? From now on, they won't be called new ships, but new space battleships. Perhaps by then, the Air Force and Navy will have to merge, leaving the Army to fly alone. Army, a caged bird, when will it fly? Mount Minus. The GBU-57 heavy bunker buster dropped, completely blinding Abe Dura. Because his underground command post is 50 meters below the ground, and just now a heavy bunker buster had barely missed it. The GBU-57 can penetrate 30 meters of concrete. If it were made of other materials, the thickness would naturally be different. Looking at the collapsed tunnel 5 meters above him, Dora, though surviving, was filled with fear. If this continued, he would be killed before the Wehrmacht launched its attack. Dora now decided to initiate the war. If the bombing continued like this, they would be crushed before the battle even began. After 3 days of bombing, the morale of the entire Mount Minus defenders had plummeted to a dangerous level. If they didn't find a solution, they would probably mutiny. Chapter 1087. On the 4th day of the new year, Dora finally lost his patience. The resolute blow had caused the army's morale to plummet. So, Dora decided to launch an operation, attempting to boost morale through a surprise attack. The 2 army commanders didn't believe Dora would launch a surprise attack, because there was no such thing as a mantis trying to stop a chariot. But Gudry was extremely cautious. As the most powerful and skilled striker in Great Yin, he naturally understood that war was all about surprise. Defeat the strong with the weak, defeat the many with the few, and win with speed was his motto. So, Gudry took the initiative to assume full responsibility for the defense of the front line. He ordered the 1st Armored Division to assemble and stand by to respond to a night attack by the Orc army. To ensure the success of this night attack, Dora dispatched his son, Lieutenant Colonel Ikshan. He had Ikshan lead 800 elite troops, and, under cover of darkness and snow, stealthily approached the Wehrmacht base. To prevent Axon's 800 men from being detected by the Wehrmacht's thermal imaging and night vision equipment, Dora summoned his few remaining magicians, and had them cast a spell on Axon and his men. A layer of magic coated their bodies, insulating them from the heat they emitted. They were also given snow camouflage, and sent out at midnight, crawling through the snow for 3 hours. They finally reached the Wehrmacht's base. Before setting off, Dora looked at his 26-year-old son, and felt a tinge of despair. As a general, he had initially entered this battle with optimism. He believed they would ultimately win. However, after 3 days of bombing, Abadora's ambitions were completely shattered. His men had begun to rebel, believing they were courting death. But Dora couldn't retreat, because Bakhmut's order was to defend Mount Minus to the death. So, to maintain control of the army, Dora had to do something. Sacrificing his own son would ensure the stability of the army. The commander's son had died in battle. Doesn't that prove his resolve? So Axon's attack itself was a fatal assault. But Dora still hoped his sons would be victorious, even though there was a high probability they wouldn't return. Led by Axon, 800 elite troops successfully reached the vicinity of the 1st Armored Division's headquarters. On New Year's Day, at the very beginning of the bombing, Guderian ordered his men to maintain a tight defense, especially wary of enemy attacks at night. After nightfall, Wehrmacht sentries used thermal imaging and night vision goggles almost constantly, observing Mount Minus in the distance. But the soldiers hadn't anticipated the orcs' use of magic to isolate the heat source. At the same time, they forced the orcs to crawl slowly across the snow, making their movements almost impossible to detect from a distance. And it seemed as if the heavens were on the orc side. Just after midnight, a heavy snowstorm descended. The blizzard successfully concealed the orcs' movements, allowing them to quickly approach the 1st Armored Division. Looking out at the vast expanse of snow, 2 Wehrmacht soldiers conversed. "This snow is really heavy." "Yeah, those orcs are really tough." Another soldier shook his head, seemingly expressing disbelief. The soldier who spoke first replied, "That's right. I really don't understand how these orcs came up with the tactic of sending me into a troll's shell. Isn't that just a tactic to get beaten? I'd rather die in battle than be humiliated and blown to death." Another soldier nodded in agreement. At that moment, less than 30 meters away, Axon himself, with 800 soldiers, lay dormant in the snow. At first, Axon naively believed that the Wehrmacht would change guards. But it turned out that the Wehrmacht did change guards. But the problem was that they never took their eyes off the snow during the change. It was fine from a distance, but once they got close, the Wehrmacht soldiers would be able to detect any movement they made. This made Axon very difficult. Axon was also extremely annoyed, because they were just one step away. They were within 30 meters of the Wehrmacht positions. If they advanced another 10 meters, they could launch a charge, but just then, Axon's men's luck seemed to have run out. The blizzard stopped. Watching the sudden cessation of the blizzard, Axon couldn't help but feel anxious. Without the blizzard's cover, they were sitting ducks. Either they freeze to death in the snow, or be discovered if they tried to move. Dora, standing in the distance, had clearly guessed all this, but now they had no recourse. If Oxide launched an attack, Dora could provide long-range support from the fort's artillery. But opening fire now would only alert the enemy. Now he could only pray that his son, Axon, would complete his mission. Looking at the Wehrmacht soldiers about to change shifts, Axon knew he couldn't wait any longer. So they launched a charge from a distance of 30 meters. The Wehrmacht soldiers, preparing to change guard, suddenly heard the noise of Axon's men charging. At first, the Wehrmacht soldiers were a little confused, but seeing the figures charging in the snow, even the dumbest of them reacted. The soldier in charge of the thermal imaging was stunned, because he couldn't see any orcs in the thermal imagery, and yet, these orcs were clearly right before him. Without time to think, the Wehrmacht soldiers raised their AK-47s and opened fire. The gap Axon and his men were attacking contained only 2 BMPs. Because of the freezing weather, Guderian couldn't leave all his armored units out in the snow and ice. So, he only left a small number of armored units for coordinated defense. But Axon had specifically chosen a weak point. The 2 infantry fighting vehicles were located in the center of the plain. In Guderian's opinion, it was impossible for the orcs, relying on 2 legs, to launch an attack from such a conspicuous location. Because if infantry wanted to defeat armored units, they had to rely on mountains or jungle to sneak up on vehicles. On the plains, charging an enemy force equipped with vehicles was simply suicide. But the orcs actually did it. The BMP gunner reacted immediately, firing his 30mm cannon. But by then, Axon had already reached the point. The 4 Wehrmacht soldiers had no time to react, even with the infantry fighting vehicles providing support. But they could only watch helplessly as the orcs overran their defenses. The Wehrmacht soldiers didn't hesitate, and one quickly sounded the alarm. But the next second, the orcs killed him. But the alarm echoed throughout the entire position. Woo! Chapter 1088. The siren blared across the land, and the sleeping Wehrmacht soldiers immediately scrambled to their feet. They donned their gear and rushed out. The Wehrmacht base was approximately 1,000 meters from the front line. Of course, this front line was a cordon. The 2 sides hadn't engaged in combat, so how could there be a front line without contact? To ensure the safety of the camp, Gudry had chosen to deploy the guard troops at a distance. Gudry's attentiveness bought the Wehrmacht time. Gudry also notified the 1st Armored Division, urging them to be on high alert, and they practically slept in their gear. As soon as the alarm sounded, the soldiers of the 1st Armored Division rushed out of their camp. They confronted Axon and his men head-on. Over 1,000 soldiers raised their AK-47s and began firing. The barrage of bullets blocked Axon and his men's path. Axon and his men were instantly riddled with bullets, completely powerless to resist. As soon as the 2 sides engaged in fire, Axon was immediately at a disadvantage. Furthermore, the armored units of the 1st Armored Division were rapidly entering the battlefield. Axon, looking at the camp still a few hundred meters away, collapsed unwillingly. The bullet had pierced his chest. He had relied on his father, a lieutenant general, to successfully rise to lieutenant colonel. Axon had no great ambitions. He had enlisted simply to serve under his father and inherit his legacy. But after several years of war, Axon witnessed the Orc Empire's southward invasion of the Violet Duchy, forcing the Holy Empire to cede the Violet Duchy, and also participated in the siege of the imperial capital. Back then, the Orc Empire held banners high in the sky, its army numbering 1 million strong. He had witnessed the Orc Empire's might, but then the great flame suddenly emerged, shattering his pride. It was as if the Empire had been but a dream. Axon collapsed helplessly to the ground, countless images flashing through his mind. That year, the sun was shining brightly, and Axon galloped across the lands of the Holy Empire, while the Orc Empire in the distance was peaceful. There was no going back. Axon closed his eyes. Adora watched his son die before him, his nails digging into his flesh. The officer standing by dared not breathe. "I will avenge my son. Message your troops, fight to the death," Adora said to his men, who nodded in agreement and went to give their orders. But the Wehrmacht launched an immediate attack. Not caring that the Research Institute was still experimenting with new weapons, they immediately decided to launch a general offensive. Gudry was singled out to lead the charge. Upon hearing this news, Gudry couldn't help but curse the 2 commanders. They didn't think of themselves as the best, but left him to fight the tough battles. Aren't his men's lives worth it? Sooner or later, I'm going to be a marshal. And then I kill you all. Gudry assembled his troops and prepared to attack. At the same time, he ordered artillery fire to suppress the outer areas. Intensive artillery fire began to devastate the open-air fortifications on Mount Minas. Gudry and his men advanced rapidly in vehicles, reaching the foot of Mount Minas. As soon as the soldiers disembarked, the orcs, lurking in the shadows, launched a surprise attack. The Wehrmacht soldiers were initially caught off guard, but they quickly reacted. He hid behind the vehicles, allowing them to destroy the enemy fortifications. Gudry also mobilized a large amount of gasoline, ready to grill the orcs. The hidden bunkers on the periphery instantly became sitting ducks after the attack. Tank guns and 30mm machine guns rained down upon the orcs, overwhelming them. Furthermore, the Wehrmacht took advantage of the orc suppression and began climbing the mountain. Climbing the mountain might expose them to surprise attacks, but they had to reach the summit. To grill the orcs, they had to fill the mountain's interior with gasoline. The slope of Mount Minus was too steep for vehicles to ascend. The Wehrmacht soldiers were momentarily in a dilemma. Just then, dozens of helicopters rapidly approached. Margelov received orders from Lyon to lead the airborne troops to support the front line. The airborne troops also received equipment upgrades, replacing the Mi-8 and Mi-24 with the Z-8 and Z-10 helicopters. As latecomers, the Z-8 and Z-10 naturally surpassed the former. Lyon had considered the Apache. But the Z-10 is significantly cheaper than the Apache. The Apache AH-64 costs $50 million per unit, while the Z-10 costs $20 to $25 million. The difference is almost double, but it's undeniable that the Apache outperforms the Z-10 in every aspect. But remember, the Z-10 is a medium-sized platform, while the Apache is a serious heavyweight. The former has a maximum takeoff weight of 7 tons, while the latter weighs 10 tons before takeoff. While the former has less firepower than the latter, remember that the Chinese have always tailored their weapons to suit their own country. The Z-10's lightweight fuselage makes it suitable for rapid deployment in complex terrain and for low-altitude penetration. The South is a vast mountainous region, so who wouldn't adapt to local conditions? The main reason is that Lyon intends to completely replace its fleet with Chinese-made tanks. It can't possibly resort to using foreign-made tanks. The Z-8's payload capacity exceeds that of the Mi-8, and the airborne force must be organized into a single system. The airborne force's independence necessitates its independence and self-reliance. Lyon also plans to equip the airborne force with heavy armed helicopters and manufacture airborne combat vehicles. The airborne force currently uses the BMD airborne combat vehicle, and Lyon has placed an order for the ZBD-03, while also considering how to get tanks into the air. Lyon has set its sights on the IL-76, which has a 50-ton payload capacity and can easily accommodate tanks. However, the airborne force's mobility dictates that it must use only light tanks. The ZTQ-15 light tank has a maximum weight of 36 tons and a crew of 3. It is 7.5 meters long, 9.2 meters including the gun, 3.3 meters wide, and 2.5 meters high. 1,000 horsepower diesel engine, 105mm rifle gun, maximum road speed of 70 km per hour, maximum off-road speed of 40 km per hour. As a light tank, it's not only capable of fighting, but also resilient. Most amazingly, it can traverse the plateau at an altitude of 4,500 meters. Codenamed Black Panther, it's known as the Iron Cavalry of the plateau. How do you measure a good tank? Just simply climb up the plateau, then simply run a few laps through the rainforest to the south. Very simple. And most importantly, the IL-70 SIXS cargo hold is only 3.4 meters wide. It's a bit tight, and the 105mm gun is a bit small caliber. Lyon has a slight firepower problem, but let's deal with it for now. The Y-20 is on the way, and with some perseverance, we have it. The arrival of the airborne troops completely crushed the orcs. The Z-10s immediately began to sweep the ground, destroying the orc fortress on the mountaintop, completely stunning the orcs. Rockets hitting infantry, how agonizing. It's unbelievable. An attack helicopter swooped in, suppressing the orcs on the mountaintop with fire. The Z-8 began to hover, dropping a pipe into the tunnel, and immediately began pumping gasoline down below. The orcs had no idea they were in imminent danger. Chapter 1089. Just as Gudley and his men were about to grill the orcs, Bachmet finally lost his patience. He decided to go one last crazy spree, even crazier than Mount Minus, because the Wehrmacht was following the Qingqi nation route. The Holy Empire and the Orc Empire still shared a direct border. Lyon did not order the Holy Empire's frontier troops north, merely directing them to defend the border. For the Holy Empire, at this point, it could no longer afford another war. After 2.5 years of hard work, Lyon had finally managed to revive its economy. If it chose to join the war at this point, the Holy Empire's fragile economy would collapse once again. So, Lyon mobilized 400,000 Holy Empire frontier troops and stationed them in the north to guard against the Orc southward advance. As the war progressed, it seemed the Wehrmacht was about to reach Bachmet's position. The Holy Empire's frontier troops breathed a sigh of relief. They also didn't want war to come upon them. So upon learning of the Wehrmacht's unstoppable advance, the Holy Empire's frontier army celebrated briefly. But the good times didn't last long. Just because the Holy Empire's frontier army had no intention of advancing north didn't mean the Orc Empire had no intention of advancing south. On New Year's Day, Bahamut received news of the bombing of Mount Minas. When Bahamut learned that the Wehrmacht possessed earth-penetrating weapons, he was already panicking. He had originally planned to rely on Mount Minas and fight a decisive battle. But reality dealt him a slap in the face. After careful consideration, Bahamut decided to gather his remaining 100,000 elite troops and march directly to the southern part of the Orc Empire, then penetrate the northern region of the Holy Empire. Fight guerrilla warfare against the defense forces in the northern region of the Holy Empire. Once they enter the Holy Empire, Leon, for the sake of his people, will certainly not use large-caliber anti-personnel weapons, and will only engage in a fierce battle with the orcs. At that point, the orc strength will be put to good use. After 4 days of preparation, Bahamut assembled 150,000 elite troops on the southern border of the Orc Empire. All the elite troops on the front line were replaced with a ragtag army. Bahamut personally arrived at the southern border to lead this 150,000-man force south. At this point in the battle, Bahamut has decided to do his utmost to inflict damage onto Yin. Any breakthrough into the northern part of the Holy Empire would deal a heavy blow to the growing Holy Empire. Lion's years of hard work would be wasted. Bahamut's investigation revealed that the Holy Empire's northern frontier army was essentially a motley crew. Most of their weaponry was still the latest version. Lion, aware of the Holy Empire front's outdated equipment, did its best to strengthen its light infantry. Every soldier was issued an AK-47, and squads were equipped with numerous RPGs. But this was only the firepower of the light infantry. Armored units were woefully inadequate. Some armies were using the T-55, obsolete by the Wehrmacht. Most strikingly, some even employed the Wehrmacht's second-generation Panther tank. Images of the Panther appeared in textbooks at the Leningrad Military Academy. The Panther tank had essentially vanished from Leningrad. They were either remanufactured or consigned to museums. But a few still found their way into the hands of the Holy Empire front. Of course, these Panther tanks were only a minority, and most of them served a training purpose. The Holy Empire front's primary tank was the T-55, but Lion also equipped them with the T-72. But the number was pitifully small, just over 80. That wasn't even enough to form a tank regiment. In the Wehrmacht's organization, a tank regiment must have at least 112 tanks. But the Wehrmacht itself still had some units without T-72s, so how could it possibly give the Holy Empire too many in the northern part of the Holy Empire? The front soldiers wiped the T-72s before them as if they were their wives. Although some soldiers mocked them, saying their T-72s would explode, these armored soldiers believed the tanks before them were the best in the world. After all, the quality of a tank isn't determined by its power. It's its ability to protect its crew and defend its country. As long as it can achieve these points, it's a qualified tank. Although the Holy Empire's frontier army is weak, Yin has established an air force base in the northern Holy Empire to target the orcs to the north. The Holy Empire has no air force, so the task of gaining air supremacy falls to the aerospace force. Since the aerospace force learned of the army's attack on the Orc Empire, Karl ordered the aerospace force in the northern Holy Empire to begin operations. Daily reconnaissance is required along the border to prevent the orcs from invading the Holy Empire from the south. The commander-in-chief of the Holy Empire's frontier army is a Wehrmacht general. Aware of the front's low combat effectiveness, he ordered its soldiers to remain stationed in trenches near the border. Border defense tasks were assigned to individual battalions, each responsible for a section. They simply held their own section, even if their neighboring section was bombed. They should not act rashly. A front with low combat effectiveness would inevitably suffer a crushing defeat if it panicked. That's why each battalion was assigned a section, and the commander deployed a second line of defense behind the first. A reserve battalion was also placed behind every 3 battalions. If one of the 3 front battalions encountered problems, it would immediately take over and replace it. This line-filling tactic effectively slowed the Orc Empire's infantry advance. But the orcs were no longer the same. They now possessed a formidable armored force. The dawn of the 5th day of the new year. The fighting raged on Mount Minas in the distance to the north, while the northern regions of the Holy Empire were peaceful. At the air base, 2 Su-27s took off at dawn, carrying out a border reconnaissance mission. As usual, the pilots of the 2 Su-27s flew towards the border. The two had flown together over 50 missions, more than 20 of which were border patrols. Just as they were flying over the border for reconnaissance, as they had done before, 2 Su-27 suddenly sounded the alarm simultaneously. Beep, beep. Warning! Missile incoming! Warning! Missile incoming! The fighter jets immediately sounded the alarm, without even a lock-on notification, simply announcing a missile attack. This stunned the two pilots. After a brief moment of shock, the pilots immediately launched heat-seeking flares and accelerated to evade. Where were the missiles coming from? Both pilots asked this question simultaneously. Chapter 1090. Two Su-27s quickly evaded incoming missiles. But they discovered the missiles seemed to have eyes, darting towards them. But the aircraft didn't indicate a lock-on. What kind of weapon was this? The pilot called base to report the attack while dodging. While dodging, he inadvertently glanced and spotted a large number of orcs approaching the border. And they were about to attack. The pilot immediately reported to base the orc troop buildup and, while being pursued by the missiles, flew directly in the direction of the orc army. He wanted to warn the troops at the border not to be caught off guard by the orcs. Without hesitation, the pilot fired an Eagle Strike 88 air-to-ground missile at the orcs, not caring if it was accurate. The orc missiles were limited in speed, only slightly faster than the Su-27s, and seemed unable to lock onto or turn. The Su-27s frantically dodged, and the orc missiles failed to turn several times. The timing of each turn was different. After a brief experiment, the pilot came to a conclusion. This missile is manually controlled. What about this remote-controlled missile? The pilot didn't hesitate, accelerating away from the battlefield. If they delayed any longer, the missile would catch up. Boom! The Eagle Strike missile landed among the orc army. The terrifying explosion awakened the Holy Empire front soldiers on the border. Many soldiers, hearing the roar of the fighter planes in the sky, had simply covered their ears and fallen asleep. Then the missile exploded, and the vibration from the ground instantly woke them up. What happened? The officers were the first to react, immediately sounding the assembly call and signaling all units to assume combat positions. These officers were no fakes. They were genuine students studying abroad in the Great Yen. Lion had witnessed the disastrous performance of the Holy Empire front, and since the end of the Battle of Leningrad, he had begun a program to train officers for the Holy Empire front. An army can lack equipment, but it cannot be without officers. And officers with profound military training. These officers, trained by the Great Yen National Defense Army, were the first to react and immediately organized a defense. But by then, the orcs had already approached the border. Over 200 M1A1s launched an attack. Bachmet had withdrawn all the M1A1 Abrams tanks from the front lines. They also used specially designed balloons to disguise them as tanks. For a moment, the Wehrmacht believed the orc tanks were still at the front lines, unaware that over 200 M1A1s had already appeared on the northern border of the Holy Empire. When the officers saw over 200 M1A1s and over 400 LAVs, they were practically exasperated. How could they fight this? The officers immediately ordered the anti-tank missile batteries to prepare. Their only recourse was these Red Arrow 8s. The tanks were still in the rear, and even if they received the order to arrive, it would take half an hour. It was unclear whether they could hold out for half an hour. Puff! Whoosh! Boom! One Red Arrow 8 after another was launched, flying towards the M1A1s. Under the officer's command, the soldiers prioritized the tanks, not the LAVs. Although the officer didn't recognize the LAV, he knew that while tanks could withstand RPG fire, infantry fighting vehicles might not. These Red Arrow 8s would essentially be discovered the moment they opened fire, so they had to prioritize attacking the tanks to have a chance of escaping. The 12 Red Arrow 8s from the 3 battalions fired a total of approximately 40 red arrows before being destroyed by the orcs. Those 40 Red Arrow 8s destroyed 15 M1A1s and damaged 18. This loss was a dismal victory. But the orcs still had nearly 200 tanks. And they were leading their infantry fighting vehicles in a rapid advance, poised to overrun the enemy. The front commander had deployed a large number of anti-tank mines along the front. This was after hearing that the orcs had obtained vehicles from somewhere, and the commander had urgently ordered his soldiers to plant them. The soldiers watched as a LAV was blown skyward by an anti-tank mine. This stunned the soldiers, for in their eyes, the most insignificant weapon actually held off the enemy. Bachmet, guessing the front might be deploying mines, summoned numerous mine-clearing machines and ordered artillery fire to cover the front lines. These mine-clearing machines, though not mine-clearing machines, were actually bulldozers. The bulldozer drivers were generally forced into action by Bachmet at gunpoint. For they also knew this was a suicidal mission. Over 100 bulldozers transformed into bulldozers, risking their lives to clear the mines. The artillery suppressed the Holy Empire front, for a time rendering them powerless. The commander was awakened immediately upon being attacked and began issuing combat orders. The commander's response was swift, But his subordinates were much more abstract. The Wehrmacht deployed 2 mountain assault divisions in the Holy Empire. Each mountain division had 2 support brigades, 1 artillery support brigade and 1 rocket artillery brigade. Upon receiving the order, the 4 support brigades immediately began countering the Orc artillery. But the front lines were in a state of disarray. The commander's orders had to be passed down through the ranks, but it took a long time for the commander to reach the battalion commanders. Furthermore, the mid-level officers in the front were completely terrified. They were remnants of the Holy Empire, and the young and powerful mostly commanded the soldiers at the lower levels, while the Wehrmacht generals made the decisions at the higher levels. There was nothing wrong with either, but these mid-level officers were in a state of disarray. Many were completely frightened. The front was now entirely dependent on the young and powerful at the lower levels. Calls to superiors went unanswered, and calls to artillery were denied authority. If they hadn't seen the rockets fired by the support brigades overhead, these officers would have cursed. Damn it! What a bunch of losers! The Orcs launched a desperate assault, using human lives to clear the minefield. Seeing this scene, many of the frontier soldiers collapsed, and some even deserted. A few bucks a month? Who's risking their lives? A frontier lieutenant, watching the fleeing soldiers, couldn't help but fire his rifle. Get back to your fighting positions. We can't retreat. Behind us is the newly reclaimed North. The lives of 20 million of our compatriots are in our hands. The lieutenant roared. But it couldn't stop the soldiers from fleeing. Even the supervisory team had fled. The lieutenant stared despairingly at an M1A1 charging toward him. He pulled out his silver-plated M1911, the symbol of outstanding graduates of the Great Yin Military Academy, and pulled the trigger at the M1A1 20 meters away. Bang! 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 The bullet struck the tank turret, and the Orc gunner's expression was grim. Human ants! Die! You deserve only to be enslaved by us Orcs. One shot fired, and the lieutenant vanished in an instant, leaving only a silver M1911 rifle. Why did you join the army? I want revenge on the Orcs. I could die. I know the Orcs have destroyed everything I have. I have nothing left to lose, but there are still many people who have happy families. I will be their steadfast protector. Welcome to the Great Yin Military Academy.